true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
101.3 The Fan.
Again, the 2-strike pitch. And that ball is hit to deep left field. It's got a shot, and it is out of here. Line drive, pinch hit, home run for Paul Goldschmidt. He has given New York a 3-2 lead.
And the Yankee fans rejoice in Arlington. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Rangers take the series, but they lose the opportunity for the sweep yesterday. Paul Goldschmidt with the pinch hit solo off of Garcia. 3-2 Yankees, and they stopped their 5-game losing streak.
Yeah, look, it was another low. I mean, for this team, for the Rangers, I mean, another game where their pitching did perform well. There was not a whole lot of like, oh man, that was not a well pitched game at all, right? There wasn't a whole lot of that. But the offense went back to being the old offense. A lot of strikeouts, a lot of untimely strikeouts, a lot of guys, runners in scoring position left on. Could have had a sweep. Very easily could have had a sweep because you're pitching. When you allow 3 runs, you expect to win that game.
Yeah, I don't know how much I expect to win a game, though, when they walk 8. Like, that's going to be a bigger thing.
And they walked 7.
Yeah, like, when you're talking about Leiter clearly was not sharp yesterday. And I heard him post-game, he was talking about how there are some days you get out there and you're just like, yeah, my body's not moving the right way today. Like, this isn't right. And he goes, you go out there, you start pitching, and sometimes you get the answer and you figure it out and you go, okay, there it is. All right, I feel it. And he said today was just one of those days where you're sitting there going like, all right, I don't have the answer today. It's not working. And so he was, he put them in some tough spots early, but I mean, he battled, got through a little bit of it, and then it's Garcia coming in, and I know he's drawing the ire of Rangers fans right now, and I mean, that drops him now to 1-7 on the year. I think overall he's been good for you most of the year. It's just some of these high leverage situations. Maybe he's just a Roldus. You just don't want him in the high leverage situations because then you've got a problem. But this is what happens like when you don't get a Nate Eovaldi performance lately. It feels like is they still are struggling to put runs up. It's fallen back into a lull, and I'm continue to be worried that they just had a false sense of confidence after that month-and-a-half run they had.
104,000 for the week. Attendance.
It was packed yesterday for an afternoon game.
Yeah.
Packed.
That's a pretty good crowd. It was a really good crowd. 35,000.
Yeah.
35 plus.
I don't know whether it was a false sense of confidence or they weren't going to spend that much on a bat and they could go get some cheap older relievers on expiring deals. Either way, Bobby failed them for their trade deadline moves because he had offense at the top of the list. Go through the numbers that you ran through last night.
Yeah, this is. I don't want to take away. I know it's a little cheap to go like, well, they scored this run, but that run doesn't really count. But we're legitimately just talking about what does the offense contribute, not how did you score every run, because you'll have an error or something like that. So stuff that the offense actually contributes, and in the first 9 innings of a game, when you score in extras and you're getting extra runners on base, I don't totally count that for you. So since the trade deadline, the Rangers have scored in the first 9 innings. When you take away the Heim throw to second that he scored on, they have scored in 9 innings of these games 0-3, 2-4, 4-2, and 2 off legitimately driven in runs. And so they're essentially averaging a little under 3 runs per game since the deadline when you just look at 9 innings of baseball.
Not good.
How do you okay, so you know how like there's times where, or did you say it just evens out because there's times where they're hitting the ball hard and it's just going right at people, like Adolis was doing that earlier in the year, right? Versus, say, game 1 of this series where they scored, like, I think both teams combined, like the first 6 runs scored, 5 of them were of ground balls through the infield or bloops.
Right, so what are you asking?
Like, he's saying, how do you weigh the run scored off an error versus the bad luck of hard hit ball?
I view if you make contact and get the ball through and they score, to me that's a bigger thing than, he's turning to throw. Max Fried is turning to throw to second and he throws it into center and Heim scores off of that.
And I agree with you in terms of the judgment, especially like right now, maybe the course of an entire season, but if you want to hone in on the Rangers offense after the deadline, it'd be like judging the Cowboys offense and they're getting all these pick 6 returns.
Sure.
And you're like, oh, they scored 32. Well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
Like let's look at what the offense actually did. And I agree that the offense is still a major worry and problem. And then you have Adolis Garcia up, and that is just going to be all or nothing. That's going to be a dramatic home run with Adolis flexing and throwing the bat into the crowd, or it's going to be a strikeout, and we got the strikeout with 2 men on.
That's exactly what it is. I mean,
it's going to be all or nothing.
It's not. There's not a hey, put the ball in play. Rowdy Tellez the day before just put the ball in play. Now it was the same situation. It was a long at bat. It was a guy who couldn't. He didn't really have an out pitch, and Bednar went to a splitter that he hadn't thrown. I think Bass said he hadn't thrown the entire time. And he goes to it, and he finally gets him to strike out. Like it was, it was this almost a mirror image of an at bat, and it was just like, all right, Rowdy, maybe hurting his finger helped because he just cut his swing down. But Adolis was still going for the hey, let's end this thing here in a walk off.
This is between these two teams yesterday. This was a boring game for me. Between these two teams, they walked or hit a single 27 times yesterday. That's ridiculous.
Not a whole lot of doubles power.
No, you had a double and you had a home run from Goldschmidt. Unfortunately, they got the home run and they got it in a big spot.
What about the Garcia decision?
All right, this is all over social media. Like, why are we using Garcia? And I think it was pretty simple. It was a usage thing. And this is kind of what we talked about the other day, where like they'll go into a game with a plan. Like they'll have a plan. They hadn't used Garcia since Saturday, and we were at Wednesday, and they had an off day Thursday. So if they didn't use him last night, the earliest they would have gone to him would have been Friday. And that's a week. That means that he would have been completely raw, over-rested, rusty as hell. You're not going to want to bring him in the middle of an inning. Same thing for Armstrong. Hadn't pitched since Saturday. Milner, who went in, hadn't pitched since Sunday. They basically were like, hey, look, the guys who hadn't pitched since the weekend, we've got to get them in today. We don't have a game on Thursday. We're going to get them in because you don't want to go that long without using them. Did you want them to go back to the well again with guys who had pitched on Monday?
Like Maton, he just had the save the night before.
He probably could. He could have gone. I assume he would have gone.
But you may be saving him for a closed situation.
You would have, yes.
He may be auditioning for a closer role right now.
Right. If he's your closer, you're going to save him for the top of the ninth. Whereas Garcia was in there in the 7th.
Now Colon pitched on the 4th. That was Monday.
Yeah. So he could have obviously, and he may have been the very next one to go.
But then it's weighing that against these guys who haven't pitched for a longer period to make sure they're not totally rusty, because you do have to use arms and bodies.
You're going to have to look over the weekend. You were going to have to use Garcia and Armstrong at some point, right? That's just, you have to use these guys. Otherwise, you're going to wear. You go down the road where you start using just 3 guys out of your bullpen. I mean, you're gonna be screwed.
Yeah, like having a 6-man NBA bench.
Right. So you don't want to go
6-man rotation,
dang near full week without using a pitcher. So you put him out there, and if they have these usage charts, and you can go see them. And obviously Gray was done, right, because he had pitched 60 pitches, 2 days prior.
Yeah.
So he was obviously not going to throw. Milner, they stretched to 30-something, 40 pitches. He was obviously not going to get stretched out for an extra inning or not. So I didn't think it was a major issue to bring him in. Like, it was, when you go back and look at the usage, you could see why they decided that.
His ERA outside of the 9th inning and extras this year is 1.35. Like, he's been really good outside of the highest leverage situations. That's the biggest problem. You just don't want him closing. In the 9th, his ERA this year is 4.19. In extras, it's 8.1. So, like, yeah, obviously in some of those bigger moments, it's a problem. But to me, Garcia's been pretty on the ball for you this year in like 6th, 7th, 8th inning situations.
Got a 3.48 earned run average. Houston loses. The Mariners now have won 3 straight. So you are 4.5 back in the West. You're a game and a half back in the wild card. If this offense can score 4 runs or more, give me another reset average, Bobby, of if they can score blank, they will make the postseason. You had it earlier in the year, what you wanted to see over the next few months.
Probably similar, 4.5.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. If they're averaging 4.5 runs per game, I think they're going to be in just about every game. The problem, obviously, is so many of these nights they're out there putting up 1 or nothing or 2, and it's really frustrating.
I'll tell you, the most frustrating thing is that you really did take it to the Yankees in this series, right? And you only picked up a game. And that's the bummer of the head-to-head where every game is really worth 2. It's either up 1 or down 1. And if they had won that game, they'd have been in the wild card. They'd have leapfrogged the Yankees, and they had a half game. And they lose that one game. Now they're down a game and a half. It's kind of a letdown.
And now you get the Philadelphia Phillies, first place in the National League East, 16 games over 500. They're 5-5 in their last 10. Their 5.7 runs per game since the All-Star break is second best in the National League. And the Rangers, 3.02 team ERA since the All-Star break is first in baseball. So you got the second best offense since the break versus the best staff.
I would feel awesome if Evaldi could pitch every day.
Yeah.
If Evaldi could pitch every day, I would say the offense is enough. You could go out there, you could get a Rowdy Tellez base hit in the 8th to finally put runs on the board. Like, you can survive that way. The problem is just it's going to be difficult to get.
You're scratching
yeah.
It's like not having a big play offense in football where it's got to be these 13 play drives.
Every game feels like work.
You can't have every game you can't have a penalty. You can't back up on third down. You can't have a hold, otherwise you're punting.
Yeah, it's like it's punted inside the 20. It's like, all right, we're not scoring this drive then. Okay, I guess that's what's happening. Like, I mean, their entire offense, you don't feel like you get any of these, and this has been the case with the Rangers for 20 years when they used to be at the old ballpark, where their reputation used to be, you could get a 9-run inning out of the Rangers. Like, they've got all this power. They crush the ball. They're in a hitter's park. You used to just feel like, all right, some of these games are just going to be easy. You're just going to be able to sit back and go, this is hilarious. They're just blowing them out today. Every game is tough. It's anxious.
You're facing 2 guys whose ERA are under 2.6 in the series, Sanchez and Wheeler. And now you do have DeGrom going in the middle game, so he'll face, I think, Luzardo. But I mean, this is going to be one of those. This might be a series with some solid starting pitching because you're going to have 3 guys going, 1 in each game, who can really take it over.
After the Phillies, you get 3 more at home against Arizona, then 3 at Toronto, 4 at Kansas City, 3 against Cleveland, who you're battling with for a wild card spot. Meanwhile, Aaron Judge took back Vegas control of the MVP.
He did. When they moved him off it, I don't know that they weren't just protected in case he was out for a month or 2, but only missing 10 games. I mean, he didn't really give up much ground. He still leads by over a win in WAR, and he's going to qualify for the batting title, assuming he doesn't completely fall off. I think he had like a 20-point lead coming into the coming off the DL, and IL, whatever they call it.
Toronto, well, what's Fred call it?
Right.
The Toronto Blue Jays making offensive history.
Man, this is you can't call them frauds anymore. Or what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to call the Colorado Rockies frauds. So the Blue Jays just got done with a 3-game series against the Rockies, and for the first time in almost 100 years, the Blue Jays amassed 63 hits in a 3-game series. They averaged 21 hits per game against the Rockies.
They won
in a
yesterday.
3-game series.
They won 20-1.
It's the last time I think what it was the last time a team had 63 hits in a 3-game series was August 2nd through the 5th in 1933. It was the New York Giants. So that was back when the Giants were still in New York, the baseball team. But this is how bad the Rockies are now. The Rockies are at minus 316 on the season. When I was looking this up yesterday, if you took all the other teams with negative run differentials in the National League and combined them, it would be minus 307. They are worse than the entire collection of bad teams in the National League. In fact, if you take the bottom 3 teams in Major League Baseball outside of the Rockies in run differential, that combined run differential is only 10 runs worse than Colorado. They're terrible. They're one of the worst teams baseball's ever seen.
I think I have this right then. Were the Blue Jays plus 13 going into this series in run differential? And now they're plus 55?
Yeah. That's how I can swing it, man.
Is that right?
Yeah. What a jump. What a jump. So there's your Ranger recap. Day off today. Phillies tomorrow with What?
These were the scores: 20-1, 10-4, 15-1. That's how the Blue Jays beat the Rockies this week.
Merrill Kelly on the mound tomorrow night on your home for Rangers baseball. Bobby Belt was working the Cowboy phone lines again yesterday, and a little research on the history of players who have asked out. It's not great news for Micah Parsons. Inside the Star on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ next.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady? Those are ways. Nutmeg mayonnaise? No. Never said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron food?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The Payload is coming up at 6:40 with Peyton Phillip Russell. Did you get a fresh haircut or no?
I got this last week, I think last Thursday.
Okay.
You guys were in Oxnard.
All right, Bobby, did you get a recent haircut?
Yeah, I shaved my head Tuesday.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
Very nice.
No. Before I had to wheel and deal in the suite. You know.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I trimmed up the cheek line, everything. It was well,
for you.
Kristen made me so.
Yeah. Payload coming up at 6:40. Nelly ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. The Neighborhood Watch. Mike Florio on the Micah saga at 8 o'clock from ProFootballTalk.com. And Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. The Show of Wales continues. Brian Schottenheimer's review from the Rams scrimmage, according to Todd Archer. They carried the pads too high. No takeaways. Attention to detail. Will not go to more padded work. In Oxnard, not overly concerned about that. So that's Shotty's review after checking things out. A question I would like to ask him for the coaches show when it happens. Could have happened in California, I guess, but no. KNC took care of that. He's like, we needed different looks. The Rams are giving us like a 3-4 look. So do you then, how do you have Eberflus or get those looks when the defense is also trying to work on their own stuff? You know what I mean? And vice versa. Like, well,
Yeah.
I won't even say vice versa. 3-4 defense looks.
I mean, they'll have some packages that will, in terms of you'll have 3 down linemen, you'll have stand-up edge rushers. Like, there are going to be some packages like that. So they'll get that work when it's there. Otherwise, they might try to simulate some stuff during a practice week if they've got a 3-4 team or whatever else. But a lot of it's just going to be, you're going to get game reps and you're going to study film. That's why you do work like this. Is to them, they say, yeah, this is the time you work out these sort of kinks and you go along, but like you can really only prepare so much for the experience of going against a team like that. It's just like when you go against Lamar Jackson and they'll take a practice squad safety or somebody who's really fast and go, you're going to have to pretend to be quarterback back here because we can't sacrifice time.
Jory Epstein caught up with Dak Prescott to get his Micah reaction, and Dak's text to Micah on Friday, F, man. He knows what that means. It wasn't F you or Micah F them. It's more of a F. This is frustrating for everybody involved. He wants to be out there practicing, and honestly, I'm glad he's not. He can't do that to himself. That's the business part of the holdout. I wear a red jersey, so it's a little bit different because, right, Dak never missed training camp practices through his 2 extension negotiations, and he goes, I wear a red jersey. I'm going to be protected unless something freaky happens. And if something freakish happens, that could have happened walking up to the car as well. So as far as Micah, completely different position. Guys are getting tripped up, tumbled all the time. As far as business, you just can't do that. Cannot put yourself at risk. Obviously, I believe he should get paid, Dak said, but I think he's making the right approach by being at camp because a lot of times players forget how much joy and love being around your teammates brings and how much of that is truly football when you're focused on a contract and you're just waiting for that to be done. Being in the locker room allows you to still keep your joy for the game and to still understand the sacrifice you're making with people, but hey, there's business to it. I just can't be out there with you guys because of potential injury risk. He's a guy that's done a lot for this team and deserves to have that stance.
You know, my first takeaway from that is, what secret injury involving a car with this team have we not heard about?
Oh, my God.
Something happened with a car that Jerry had to reference. You could get hit by a car. And Dak's like, well, you could get hurt walking to your car. Somebody did something with a car that they didn't tell us about, and it was like buried by the team. So I don't know. That's my mission this year.
Maybe it was Jerry's car accident. I hate that saying in general.
Yeah.
My kid is...
I could die walking out the front door.
My grandfather, every day, I swear he got hit by a bus. Because he was like, you can get hit by a bus tomorrow. I was like, yeah, I could.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
I
it
could jump off a
depends.
bridge, too.
It depends what you're comparing it to. So, like, if my 17-year-old is jumping off the top of the house into the pool and I say, don't be a dumbass, you're going to break your neck, he'll go, well, I could get hit in a car. No, it doesn't mean you should jump off the roof of that. It's not really the same thing.
Again.
I could get hit by a bus walking across the street. Okay, that means that you should just sit there and do backflips on the concrete.
It's like whenever I'm talking about plane travel, and when anybody's always like, you're statistically more likely to die in a car accident. It's like, no, I'm not. When I wreck my car and I wreck a plane, one of those, the chances of me dying are much higher than the car.
They're higher.
Much higher. So it's not totally the same.
I think it's the
number of accidents on the road.
Yeah, well, it's also like the theory behind that saying obviously is like when your time's up, your time's up. You got no control over it.
Yeah.
I look at what Dak said there, and that just it sounds like the politician they want him to be. Like he's there. There's a way to align with Micah there and to come off sounding like, and this is why he's the face that they like having up there talking about political issues for the team. There's a way to talk about it and a way to sound forcefully in favor of Micah, which I think he is, while also not kind of taking a shot at the organization in the process.
Here's a question I had yesterday while driving home. I can't remember who said on the radio here on the station. Obviously, the locker room is in full support of Dak, and I hit the in support of Micah. And I pumped the brakes, not literally in the car, even though I am only going 45, 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's slow.
Jane had a report that 2 years ago they were thinking about trading him when basically everyone in the organization and locker room had a problem with the podcast. So if I just said to you, Bobby, everyone is supporting Mike in the locker room, how much would you push back on that? As a beloved player and teammate.
So in this instance, if we're just talking about everybody's in support of Micah getting his money, that they are. Because to them, it's like, I've got a negotiation coming up. I don't want to have this trouble. I want them to, I don't want to see that. They see that negotiating side right now and they go, I don't want that when I sit down. Like, I don't want to run it. So in that sense, I think they may be saying it in that sense. Like, everybody's in support of what Micah's cause is.
Yeah. Micah's,
I think his relationship with people in the locker room and some of the way people understand the way he goes about things, I think it's better than it was 2 years ago. Okay. 2 years ago, I do think that there were, after that Green Bay game, there were a lot of people that were upset with how he handled some things. But it was not, I don't think it was anything totally detrimental. It was more just like, is he gonna keep doing this? And I think over time, last year with Zimmer, as much as people feel like Zimmer didn't bring enough on the field X's and O's wise, I think last year Micah's time with Zimmer was really good for him to understand, like, hey, you play a role in a defense and you have to do it. Like, you cannot just solo this thing all the time. And I think he became a better teammate through that, and I think he got closer to guys. But yeah, it's
not like if he got dealt today, there'd be a 30% yes inside the locker room or 40%.
I don't think it's like, I think a couple years ago, maybe. Not today.
All right, what else did you find out or study up on yesterday?
So there were a couple different things. One, I think I'm trying to figure out under what circumstances would, and we'll get into this a little more at 8:40, but under what circumstances would a trade actually happen? Because the Cowboys are very much like, nope, not happening. This isn't happening. We're not going to deal you. And there's a history here that says when they say that, they mean it.
Does it also make sense? What if this was 2 weeks before the draft?
That he had asked for it?
Yeah, consideration of dealing him. It's amazing to me the timing of the draft, both in terms of the value of the picks, how drastically it changes, before it and after it. Because people now are like, well, you don't have a draft coming up. Well, okay, but you will have a draft coming up in a matter of months after the season is over. But since that draft isn't right there next month,
picks aren't as valuable.
yeah, like we can't do it right now because something will happen to those draft picks when they're sitting in the fridge for however many months.
So I went back and looked. They have, since Jerry got here, they've had 8 players request trades. Some publicly, some privately that got out. But this is the rundown of how they've handled it.
And I guess real quick to answer my own question, I guess you could argue, well, yeah, you don't want to do it without the draft right in front of you because you're not going to have those players help your team win that season immediately.
Yeah, and especially for a team like Dallas, which is very, we got to win
now. Yeah.
Steve Pelluer was the quarterback in 1988. They drafted Troy Aikman. They had the supplemental pick with Steve Walsh when Jimmy Johnson got here. So he had asked out for a trade in April of 89 when Jerry got here. They ended up trading him. They held on to him until October, though, and then he got traded to the Chiefs. Kevin Brooks, who was a, cover your ears, this is going to sound familiar. He was a first-round draft pick, defensive tackle out of Michigan, who just never totally reached his potential.
Knew it back then.
Wanted out, did not get along with Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy was like, fine, there's the door. He had to request that trade in May of 89. He got traded into July before training camp. Alexander Wright in 1992, who was one of the speedsters of the NFL. He was a second-round pick for them in 1990. He had publicly, or his agent, Pat Dye, had requested a trade with the Cowboys during the 92 season. Alexander Wright said, no, I didn't request that trade. I don't know what they're talking about. But privately, he had, Jimmy told the media, we're not trading him. 3 weeks later, they traded him to the Raiders. So that is the last time the Cowboys fulfilled a trade request, was 1992 with Alexander Wright. So that means the last time Jerry fulfilled a trade request, he didn't have a Super Bowl ring. And so since then, it hasn't happened. These are the ones who have requested since, and these are all massive players. Emmitt Smith in 1993, 2 days before the season, said, trade me. Jerry gave a comment on the record to the Dallas Morning News. He said, that's totally out of the question. We're not doing it. Michael Irvin in 1997. A lot of people forget Michael Irvin requested a trade near the end of his career. Irvin in 97, after legal trouble and some other stuff he had in January of 97, so well before the draft, he wanted out. He was tired of the scrutiny in Dallas, said he wanted to be traded. Cowboys said nope. Rich Dalrymple said it's a non-issue and said Jerry, quote, refuses to comment because there's nothing there. That continued on to where Michael didn't show up for off-season workouts at all. He was blowing it off. He was late to training camp. A 2-hour sit-down with Jerry on the first day he's in training camp, and he came out going, all right, I'll play. And that was enough to swing. But he had threatened retirement on them. He's like, if you don't trade me, I'm retiring.
Wow.
2012, Mike Jenkins, when he was rehabbing out of the building and had the shoulder issue, he publicly said he didn't request a trade, but that was reported everywhere. They held on to him, said they're not going to trade him, held on to him, made him play out the year as a backup, then he signed with the Raiders on a 1-year deal. Ron Leary in 2016. They refused to trade him despite Lyle Collins taking the starting job. Lyle Collins gets hurt, Leary plays out the rest of the year, and then he signs with Denver the following offseason. And then the last one was 2022, where DeMarcus Lawrence in his negotiations privately said, all right, this sounds like we're not going to be able to, you guys need to trade me. Dallas fixed the offer, came back, got it right. But 5 pretty significant contributors.
And what do you think it is about Jerry's philosophy that has resulted in that versus like, okay, let's consider it here and there?
I think early on, if you're talking about, so Pelluer and Kevin Brooks, those first two, those weren't their people. It's like, we just showed up on the scene, we don't get along with you, fine, we'll trade you. Alexander Wright had fallen out of favor with Jimmy Johnson. He had fumbles, they replaced him as the kick returner. They didn't like him anymore. If they still like you, they don't care if you want out. It's like, well, we like you, you're not going anywhere. That's kind of the approach. And if they still like Micah, that's the thing. I think
Jerry of all people is not going to let the players run the league.
Here's the one scenario I think could end up in a trade. Because I think the Cowboys mean it when they say we're not trading him. The one scenario that could is if they cannot get a deal and he's playing on that 5th-year option this year, I think the odds shoot up a ton that they just tag him next year and deal him in the offseason. I think that would be their play if they can't get something done this year.
Whoa. Tag and deal him.
Yeah, essentially just get the first-round picks for somebody signing him away on the franchise tag, which a team would probably be willing to do because they just say, okay, well, we just got to give up.
2
we thought it was
firsts
going to
anyway.
be 2 firsts plus, but all right, well, sure, we'll sign this off, and it's the same setup we would have had.
Cowboys Insider working the phones. Bobby Roberto Belt. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Peyton may be selling us his wedding invitations. And we finally have justice against the squatters, some of the worst people on planet Earth. It's The Payload with Peyton Phillip after this.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic.
Yeah.
I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Thursday, 6:40. It's time for a little payload here on The Fan. And guys, random question, but we'll start off with this. What do you think Mike Bassick is doing right now?
Texting.
Is he up? Off day?
25% of the show.
Peloton. Something.
Peloton or sleeping?
Well, he might be having some PTSD because 18 years ago to this day, a dude that took steroids became the new home run king, courtesy of Mike Bassick.
And Bassick deals. And Bonds hits one high. It's a deep. It is out of here. 7:56. Bonds stands alone.
18 years ago to the day.
So I was watching Barry do a sit down with all the
KNC.
smoke. No, Bassick did a sit down with KNC apparently, but Bonds did a sit down with all the smoke, and they're like, fastball today, and he goes, oh yeah. He's like, I don't care if it's 100, I can still hit the fastball. Gary Sheffield then sits down with them later, and he goes, Barry's my guy, but he's on crack. Hell no, not possible. But that's Barry Bonds acting like the old three-point shooter that could just go out there with the standstill Kenny Smith threes, and he could just stand up there, no breaking stuff. Just give it to me. 98, 102, does not matter.
Man, yeah, it's like baseball players say they can time a jet. They can time it, right?
20 and 30-year-olds.
When they're 25. You know, when you're 60 years old or 50-something years old, it becomes much more difficult to do.
What do you think? I throw 10 100-mile fastballs right down the middle to Bonds today. How many does he hit out?
Out?
Out.
I would say 0. He makes contact. He probably, here's what he probably does. He probably takes the first 5. Just gets his timing down.
All right, fine.
And then
I give him 10 straight after that.
And then 10 straight after that. Yeah, he'll make contact at the end. I don't think he's gonna hit any out.
Oh, he'll make contact. I think
he'll make contact.
So they threw up that video. There's that video a couple months ago of Rafael Palmeiro, 60 years old. He was out there taking batting practice at some minor league, and he was hitting home run after home run at 60. Like, it's just because, if you have that, I think he's making contact.
Yeah,
I don't know that he's hitting it out, but I mean, the dude's making contact.
You go back and watch that at bat though. Mike made like 4 like really good pitches that get anybody else out.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He made some like he painted the outside corner on 2 fastballs. He had a 2-0 pitch that Barry Bonds knows fastball's coming 2-0. Mike painted the lower outside corner like just all right. Good. Let's go.
Mike describing that as if you want to ever hear how different baseball players are, hear Mike describe that at bat. Like he has in interviews. Mike has said when the ball left his hand, he was like, he processed all this like, oh, I missed. Don't swing. If he swings, he's hitting it. Like Mike had gone through all of that in the split second of the ball getting out of his hand.
So yeah, if you want to text or tweet at Mike, just say happy 756 day.
Yeah, he's never heard that before.
But Sean, you teased it. We have justice against the squatters. We hate them. They're pathetic losers. And we have another squatter story here where, and this will please a lot of people. French farmers successfully got rid of 500 squatters. They got them evicted from their property after spraying them with manure. That's right. Poo-poo, dookie, water all over them. These are, and this is up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden has it. Once again, police refused to remove the squatters, so the farmers took matters into their own hands. You can see it there on the fan cam, the video. The farmers are driving around with tanks on the back of these trucks and spraying the squatters. In the video, the squatters are running next to the trucks, trying to get inside. They're trying to attack the driver. You know, they're all pissed off at him, and they're trying to attack him.
Oh, they're pooped
and yeah, so they're getting sprayed there. And in the end, a judge ordered all 500 squatters to leave the area within 24 hours.
Finally.
And all 500 did. So
500?
500. Good. I mean, I never would have guessed if you gave me all the countries this would have happened in France. Those non-confrontational folks that's outside of Switzerland.
Right.
But this is great. I don't accept squatters' rights. If you try to send me to jail, I don't accept your punishment.
I think it's the dumbest loophole in the country.
Dumbest loophole.
Sounds like the world.
Yeah.
If it's France.
Sounds like the world. Like that. I'm sorry. Like that's my property. Last I checked.
You did say you were surprised this happened in France. I will say this. I think a farmer's a farmer's a farmer. So like whether you're a farmer in France, a farmer here, you're doing all that work, you're busting your back, like getting up, doing everything. Yeah, you're not gonna put up with anybody screwing with your stuff.
I mean, all these guys, it looks like they're just camped out in this field here, and it's like, yeah, don't mess with the farmers, man. They'll get you. They'll find a way. But a rare victory for mankind there in France. But all right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. We have wedding invitations to strangers. And guys, my job of figuring out who to invite to my wedding might be a little easier than I expected, as we talked about yesterday, because this couple in Paris, France, were the first to use an app allowing strangers to purchase wedding invitations. Obviously, it's a huge risk. You know, you invite someone you never heard of, don't know. They pay some money. You know, they could obviously crash your wedding.
Bobby to Tolo Cat's wedding.
But these people were charging £150 per invitation, which converts to about $200. So, and if someone wants to bring a +1, boom, that's another $200 in your pocket. And I think, me being a frugal guy, always about money, wanting to make money but not spend money. If I had the opportunity to turn my wedding into an investment where I'm profiting probably close to $1,000, you know what? I'm doing it.
Well, first off, you're not doing anything. You're going to do what she tells you.
Yeah. Right.
And then
she said no last night. So
I want to know how many down the station list to where she starts questioning you and going, now, who was that? Explain that. Make your case. You're going to have to stand up with a PowerPoint presentation once you get past like the first 7 names. Now, look, the only way I'm buying a wedding ticket is if it's someone famous, and obviously they would never, like the Bezos wedding. I'd pay $200 to go to that.
I would too.
Not that he would ever offer or extend that.
He would not.
I get noticed in public. Some would say that's famous.
Oh, look at that.
So, I mean, and I have you guys there, as a draw and 2 for the crowd. So
I feel like you have to buy people to come to your wedding in general. Like that's what the open bar is. I mean,
when are you getting married?
How many times do you decide whether to go to a wedding or not based on the availability of alcohol?
Do people have wedding trepidation? Do people dread going to weddings?
Oh yeah, because it's you got to get dressed up. They dread having to find an outfit or having to
that part sucks.
Right, that does. Women especially, like it's like men. I have one suit.
Yeah,
I know what I'm wearing. I know basically what I'm wearing. But they have that. They don't want to. There's people they don't want to have awkward conversations with.
Oh,
there's a lot of people out there who are just, I don't want to see that person. I'm not going to go to the wedding.
When are you getting married?
June of next year.
See, we should test out how much your wedding is worth. You should tell KNC. You'll put it up as an auction item for two to your wedding to the Tolos for Peace-a-thon.
That would be amazing.
Come on, 2 Tolos. That goes to charity. It's a good cause. You don't want to help charity, Peyton?
What price number do you think it would have to get to for Mackenzie to say, okay, that's worth it? Just one couple. One couple bids $800? No.
Yeah, 800, I think, because I brought up the 200 last night. She was like, absolutely not. Like, she's very worried that, I'm going to start inviting just random people that, I know, but like she doesn't really know. And she's like, you can't be just inviting these people who I don't trust at this wedding. Cause like, again, it's the wedding. It's not, for sure.
Because I bet you can get $800 for a couple.
Yeah. Oh,
Easily.
absolutely.
Maybe $1,000. Go home and say, for charity, $1,000. Well, you have to siphon the money to you though, and not to the charity. We use the charity to siphon the money to you guys.
I'd give, KNC 20%.
Okay.
I'd give them some money.
Is that their normal fee?
I don't know. I've never donated anything on there.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe, we can upcharge a little because I had them sit at y'all's table,
No, we don't want to be part of this.
You're right.
No,
you're right.
I'm fine with that. I just know how that's going to turn out. That's going to turn out like it does when we have something like that where Sean's like, you take the lead. When we're in those, Sean's just always like, you get the conversation started, then I'll chime in when it's necessary.
And you do a good job of it. I'm always surprised at Bobby's ability to talk to just random strangers more so than people he knows. He'd rather be at a random Malibu bar with strangers than going into the Jerry party with colleagues. No doubt.
Pretty much.
And on the invitation, I would mention I don't even need you to bring a gift. Your money donating to a good cause. That's the gift. So don't bring a gift. Just enjoy some food, drinks, all that.
Fantex is saying they would buy this. That they would go for you.
Sure.
All right, put a price on it. I'll go highest bidder here. And I'll text you back. But all right, last story here, guys. This is the payload every Thursday at this time. Every man likes boobs. Every man likes ice cream. So everyone should like breast milk flavored ice cream, because Frida, the baby brand who has products for moms and babies, they've partnered with Oddfellows, which is a New York City based ice cream chain, and they now have breast milk flavored ice cream.
Boobs are different from breast milk.
Oh, well,
okay.
Not to Chiafalo.
Oh, he likes breast milk?
Yeah, remember Chiafalo called in and was like, he's like, love it.
I will say, the overwhelming majority of people who have tried it don't have a problem with it. And whenever you see an experiment or like, just try it. They're like, not bad. Every time. But breast milk ice cream.
I can't think of something more disgusting. I really can't. And
I'll take a little sip. I mean, that's where that drop came from. Whenever we talked about trying other people's breast milk.
I know.
So.
Well, yeah.
What about bathwater ice cream?
If she's hot enough, I'd rather drink the bathwater.
You love drinking the bathwater.
If she's attractive enough, I'd rather drink the bathwater.
Why?
Maybe we could sell.
Why?
One is literally meant for humans to consume.
It's disgusting. It's meant for babies, and it's meant for her baby, not me.
Perspiration, sweat, Sarah sweat ice cream.
I'd rather lick Sarah's back sweat after a warm summer day than breast milk.
Wow,
That's
now you're saying Sarah has
disgusting.
back sweat?
Just saying in general, like that's just disgusting.
Sarah, I don't think you have
That's
back
just
sweat.
disgusting. Breast milk. No,
Will this sell out?
My mom never
No.
breastfed me. Thank
Yes,
God.
you have freaks
Yes, it
out
will.
there
You have
that
freaks.
will buy it. Now
You
they
like,
have
hey.
said, Frida has said, this product doesn't have any real breast milk in it. I don't know if that's illegal to allow, but it's
flavored.
tastes like it.
They've like basically engineered the taste of it.
How would you like to be the people in the building and you're on the taste board and they're like, they'll tell us how is it, and you got to sit there and be like the expert on breast milk, the connoisseur.
I'm getting real earthy notes.
Yeah.
This is just one of the things that I'm like
sommelier
oddly creeped out about is breast milk.
I don't think it's weird that you are.
682 tastes like sweet cream.
I don't care what it tastes like. It
Coffee
tastes like
mate.
strawberry ice cream.
Get those little coffee mate things in there to have the flavor of it.
There, like I think Chio said it. Like Chio's like, yeah, there's like a sweetness to it. Like that's that. So I mean, you put it nice. I would never eat this though. I wouldn't do this though.
I would try it. Maybe not finish the pint, but I would give it a try. Now it is just one flavor right now. It looks like it's not like they're combining it with cookies and cream or chocolate chip cookie dough, something like that, where you get extra flavor with it. It's just one flavor fits all right now.
It's the payload every Thursday at this time. Nice job, Phillip, here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. We have a Nelly ticket giveaway, a college football kegger that Choppy has been dying to tap. And y'all, The dildos have to stop.
Oh,
Next.
I didn't know you were going
Oh,
with that.
dang it. Now I have to talk.
Doesn't sound right. What's it sometimes called?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We got a loaded college football kegger coming up here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. A Nelly ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway, along with the Neighborhood Watch. Then Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8 o'clock. The sex objects continue to be thrown on WNBA floors. RJ, over to you.
So what should actually happen to the toy thrower?
Which one?
Well, that's a good question.
A second one was arrested yesterday for throwing a toy at the Phoenix, Connecticut Sun game. The man was caught on video throwing the object, which did not reach the court and instead hit two fans. Wasn't Cunningham hit with a green one? There's been prop bets in Vegas.
We got a copycat dealer.
Yeah, we do. We do. There are prop bets. Polymarket. There's more Polymarket bets on will there be a
everyone
toy.
said bet the blue.
Yeah, there's more bets on will there be a toy thrown on the court of a WNBA game than there are on actual WNBA games. That's how big this has gotten.
I have the odds from Bet Online. Will there be a third one? The color of the third one? Which half of the court will it be on? What will happen first? WNBA sex toy touches midcourt logo. Never mind. That's talking about a different type of apparatus on there. How will the third one be handled? Will the third one and the Super Bowl Gatorade be the same color? All these prop bets.
Yeah.
So you're telling me more people are betting on this than the game?
Than the game. And the WNBA has strongly encouraged fans not to bring bags to the game. I don't think
for a lot of female audience.
Well, there is a female audience.
There's nothing more stressful for a woman, at least in my house, of figuring out the right exact type of bag you're allowed to bring to a game and an event.
Yeah.
A stadium.
But, you could hide these. I don't think I have to tell you where.
Yeah.
But these could be hidden.
Look, I'm gonna say something, and I'm not being fake PC I'm not being inauthentic on the radio. I laughed at the first one. I'm being honest. I did laugh. But this has gotten way over the line. It's I'm trying to think of the word disgusting.
Funny?
or no
It is flat out disrespectful.
It's really
on a human level. It's disrespectful.
It's really like inhumane. Like hitting Sophie Cunningham with one and throwing these objects. Like I did laugh. I laughed at the first one, and then come on now, like let's stop. It's the word
green
Bobby
one?
said. You tell us. I don't know. They're in your house.
They're clear.
What's the most exotic color?
Yeah, now they are saying that the person who's been arrested with this could, and this is. I think this is because I agree with what you're saying. Like it is completely disrespectful.
Come on, man.
You cannot charge this person with a sex crime, though.
Oh, sex crime. Is that the charge?
Yes, because it's indecent. It's in public indecency, decent exposure.
Yeah,
to me, that's the Des case. It's too technical. I don't
know that it is.
Oh, I think it's way too.
Hold on, think about you clearly are making a statement.
This person's got to go door to door registering themselves.
I'm just saying. What I am saying is
Can you
that.
Imagine.
What I am saying is that if this occurred outside the context of an arena, that somebody did that with that object, it would be charged that way.
I would just think it's like assault and battery, or which still don't know what assault is or what battery is, but like you're hitting someone with an object. It's like throwing you can't throw beer cans at people. Like you could batteries at people. You could seriously hurt someone, and then just do it. Like it's way over the line. Way over the line. Like, come on now. And now people are just going to continue to do it as bits.
Oh yeah,
I feel bad. I feel bad for the ladies. Seriously, I did laugh at the first one. I'm not lying. I'm not being fake. PC dude on the radio. I'm like, come on, man. This is really disrespectful. Let's tap the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Is Arch Manning already being set up for failure? Now, he already leads. He's number one as the Heisman Trophy favorite. And he has just been placed on the preseason All-American team for quarterback.
Why is that bad?
Well, it's not bad. It's just he's not done anything.
I've been saying this.
He walked through SEC Media Days. Paul Feinbaum literally stops his radio show, walks up to shake his hand. Dead air. Let Phyllis from Mulva. Now, Phyllis has passed away, right?
Yeah, she's gone.
So whoever else is from Mulga now.
Probably Lane Kiffin co-host.
Right. Whoever else is the new caller of the day is just out there yapping. Paul gets up, leaves his show so he can go shake Arch Manning's hand. This poor kid.
This is a real in-depth study, but I would be fascinated to know who has had the least amount of reps, snaps, or yards, completions for that year's Heisman favorite. And what did they do the year before? You think it's pretty?
It would have been.
Yeah.
It had to have been Tua, I would guess.
Oh yeah, because he
came in the national title and won it.
But he had his moment.
He had his moment.
Right, he had his moment.
know?
But like, I mean, he played less, I think, that year than Arch did.
Now,
but you're at least like, oh my God, he won a national championship.
Right. Arch's big game, the game he played the most, that was Mississippi State. Is that who it was? That was like
he played. Yeah, I mean, he played. I got to see how many.
He played a few games, but against an SEC team, I think it was Mississippi State.
Yeah, he played. I mean, what did he do last year? He had 90 pass attempts. So I mean, which is not like clearly a ton, but I mean, he played enough that we saw a sample.
If his name was Arch Harrison, would he be the Heisman favorite?
Yes, if he was, because it's
at Texas.
Yeah, because if we're talking about in the same context, if Quinn Ewers, as the type of prospect Quinn Ewers was considered, was coming out of Texas and had been sitting for 2 years and then walked into the situation, Ewers would be talked about as the Heisman favorite too.
And, I mean, and to be fair, Quinn was the Heisman. Was he not the Heisman favorite?
No, I don't think he was ever named the favorite preseason.
I thought he was, but
he was always one of the top finalists.
It's so they're giving him no chance for success. But look, it's
who's giving him no chance?
No, they're setting him up for failure, right? By over, they're doing the Wyatt Langford, the same thing we do with Wyatt. Oh, well, at least I did. Oh, he's got to be Mike Trout year one, otherwise it's disappointing. And the same thing here, kind of with this. But
I hope he really succeeds. I can't stand Longhorn fans, including two in this room, but he seems like a good kid, just like Eli, and he's handling it. It's not his fault. He's got the last name, but I am rooting for him.
Yeah, you got
and I want an awesome, great local story.
It's a good story. You know, it could have been Drew Aller, could have been Nussmeier, could have been Lagway, Sellers. I mean, there's a ton of quarterbacks out there. Ryan Williams. I mean, it could have been Ryan Williams, not a quarterback, but there's a lot of players that could have been out there. Texas.
For instance, this was obviously basketball. Cooper Flagg was named to the preseason All-American team last year before ever playing.
Right. I assume it happens more in basketball because.
But would he have gotten Player of the Year? I mean, you'd be up there if you were on the preseason team, but like the favorite, I don't know.
Speaking of favorites, Texas is the favorite.
I also think, correct me if I'm wrong, if y'all disagree, it's easier to project a great initial season from a high school basketball player to college than high school football to college.
Probably, but like Arch did, like that's the thing. Arch did play. He has played some. We've seen some of it. I mean, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks, 90 attempts. Like we did see some.
So, like I said, Texas is the favorite to win the SEC this year. They are plus 270 or plus 250, depending on which place you see it. That is pretty short odds, I think. It's the biggest long shot of all the favorites to win the SEC in the last 15 years.
Wow.
That is stunning to me. That to me, plus 250 is like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. This is the biggest long shot to win the conference in 15 years. But the preseason fave has won the conference 60% of the time.
Rhett Lashlee was right. Not a lot of turnover there. Not a lot of parity.
Yeah, not a lot of turnover there. So Texas is your favorite to win the conference. Arch Manning is your favorite to win the Heisman. Texas Tech, holy cow. I cannot believe they are kind of going out there admitting this. So I found this article about basically the GM of Texas Tech. It's from The Athletic. And, you know, they've been famous for paying gobs of money. 2 commas to players.
2 commas.
They paid the pitcher from Stanford that came to play softball. They paid her $1 million.
Oh, yeah, the fraud.
Is she a fraud?
Oh, yeah, we beat her down. We weren't even worried about it.
I mean, they got a budget of a roster of about $25 million. The number 2 transfer portal class. But, you know, they're basically admitting to tampering here. And James Blanchard, who is that GM guy, said if someone's underpaying an elite guy, only paying him $100,000 or $200,000, I'm going to give him $300,000 to $400,000 and go steal somebody.
Dang.
Or talking about someone offered this player $500,000. We can't just say we're matching it. In order to get people to come to Lubbock, we got to pay them $675.
Whoa!
So $675 in Lubbock is equal to $500 in Austin. So they've got to pay a tax.
Yeah.
But they're basically admitting, we're stealing guys.
They can.
I mean, good for them.
Well, no, but it's okay. Yeah, but unless that person's not in the portal, that's where it becomes a problem.
Right. But so we had, I'm trying to remember. I was just now trying to look it up and find where it was. There was an article that we did while you were out, Sean, that covered Texas Tech and how they've basically got a former alumni there, and he just spent all this money and everything else. But they talked about openly in that. They're like, the NIL rules are coming, so we've got a certain window here where we're going to take advantage of every loophole that exists right now. And to them, it's like, what are you going to do? There's new rules coming. We're not going to get hit for stuff that doesn't exist right now. We're going to spend money, build the trenches, and that's how we're going to try and win.
Yeah, it's look, it is in the best financial interest of the player short term to jump every year to a new school. It's maybe not in the best interest of the player on the field to jump to a new team every year.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a quarterback. If you're a quarterback, you want to be in the same system for 4 years. You don't want to be in a new system every year.
I mean, it's probably not going to be good for your boy. Left Tennessee for
Nico?
For the pay cut.
Yeah, he took a pay cut. And, I mean, look, I don't know who the OC is at UCLA. But, I mean, he's probably not going to be in the same position to succeed as Tennessee was. They're just not as good as a team. Not as good of a team. But guys are moving. Texas Tech taking full advantage of the loophole. College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. The preseason top 25 I hate the preseason top 25. Texas is number one. They got 28 votes in the coaches poll. Ohio State got 20. Penn State got 14. Bobby's Alabama way down at number 8. SMU coming in at 16.
Yeah, I had to watch Alabama lose to Vanderbilt yesterday on Netflix.
Yeah, you're a big Netflix star.
Yeah, with my TV appearance there, episode 3.
Did you know that was up there already, or did you find out with the tag on Facebook?
Jake sent it to me. My godfather's dad, who went to the game with, and then we got these awesome cups yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, from Andy Thetford brought those up. He's the one who got the cutting board, the Tennessee cutting board for Chop a couple years ago.
And he brought you guys 2 awesome cups. He brought me a Vanderbilt cup for my godson.
He brought me one to give to Will Chambers. It's a Kentucky cup.
Yeah, he brought me one to throw in the trash. It was a Sooners one.
Oh, he brought you guys Oklahoma.
And he brought me one too. Wait, no, he didn't bring me one.
Because he doesn't know which team you align with because you always claim so many.
Tell.
He didn't know how to troll you or support you.
A&M at 21, Texas Tech at 24.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto on your home of the Nelly Ticket Giveaway, the commercial-free expressway. What are the top 4 cities in DFW? This question has now gone viral, and back inside the Star, is RJ Choppy pumping the brakes on this Cowboy quarterback hype? That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
on-time experts in the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are commercial free in the expressway all the way up for the next 35 minutes. It'll be Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I think the most interesting nugget that was dropped in the 6 a.m. club was Bobby saying maybe the Cowboys have Micah play out this year, franchise tag him, and then deal him. Would that limit you to just 2 first-round picks?
I don't know.
Or can a team add more?
They might be able to add more. It's just, at that point, if you've made up your mind to trade him, you're in a difficult position to go negotiate anything. Because then you'll just say, oh, well, we'll match your only other option is match the offer or let him take it. And you're not going to match the offer if you want him out.
Mike Florio is going to join us at 8, profootballtalk.com. He wrote this yesterday. Why wouldn't Jerry want to wait? At this point, the market will go no higher in 2025 than it currently is, with TJ setting the number at 41 per. So if the Cowboys can retain Parsons at 24 and then pay him 41 or 42 or even 45 per year in 2026, they will have forced him to carry the risk of a long-term injury through the full 5 years of his first-round rookie deal. Teams negotiate hundreds of contracts. For the best of the best, they negotiate 2, maybe 3 after accepting their take-it-or-leave-it slotted rookie deals. The best approach for the teams is to find a way to get the player to carry the risk. This is such a dark, morbid thought and way of thinking. But Florio says it's the goal of the team to get the player to carry the risk of a career-ending or career-limiting injury for as long as possible. That protects the team against the rare situation in which the extra year spent under the existing deal results in the worst-case scenario that makes the player no longer as desirable as he was. For each individual, the chances of that happening are slim. Over time, it inevitably will happen to someone, which is what makes the team prefer to hedge their bets. That's the game Jerry is currently playing. If Micah refuses to reduce to writing the deal that Jones believes the two sides agreed to in March, then the alternative is for Parsons to play out his existing contract. That's why Jerry keeps mentioning that Micah is under contract. So that's Florio's view on it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong in terms of it's said in a very direct way, but that's kind of what unconsciously is being done in these negotiations. Yeah, you want them to carry the burden or the risk on that deal of just potentially having an injury, especially when the injury rate in the NFL is so high. And that's why Jerry jumped so quickly to, well, I mean, he could get hurt. Like, because that is a top of mind thing. That is the primary question. When you're talking about a player you already think is good. Everybody thinks Micah Parsons is a great football player. Nobody here in these discussions or anything else has gone like, well, he's not very good. Like, they all think he's good. Literally at that point, then the only things you would have to worry about are off the field or injury. And so those are going to be the primary things that they talk about when they say this is something that we have to carry the burden or the risk of if we do a deal with him.
Look, and also, like, there is going to be situations and examples of players who get a catastrophic injury and still get signed. Dak did. Now, granted, it's quarterbacks, so it's different. You know, the Hutchinson one's interesting because what if Detroit were to sign him to his extension, like, now?
What about it? Like, how would he get paid?
No, like, what if, because, like, if he doesn't lose any money.
Yeah, you mean set the precedent.
Set the precedent that, hey, look, this guy, knock on Corey, and the chances that you have a more gruesome injury than he had is very low. Right, that was pretty awful. And if he goes out there and he still gets his $40 million, then there's no worry. Or there's less of a worry.
Well, he's got to go out and be good.
Well, I'm saying if they even decided to sign him here this.
Well, didn't Dak already do that for the entire market?
Well, I think quarterbacks are different, though, right?
I mean, look, I think that
DN, Aiden, I would have more worry about.
Yeah, because you don't know if the explosiveness is still there.
Like, TJ's always hurt.
Sure.
TJ Watt's always banged up. I would think he's going to get more banged up than the quarterback.
Aiden Hutchinson is good, has been good. I also would just not put him anywhere near Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, or Micah Parsons.
Yeah, but he's just arguing.
No, yeah,
this has been established in the market. We're willing to pay a DN off that injury.
And he's going to get top of market pay.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to reset the market when he gets paid. Unless it's like a year from now and the cap has gone up again. If he tries to get paid in this market, he doesn't. I don't think he tops it.
CBS Sports went and added up all the money. This is the argument I keep trying to make. adding up all the money that could have been saved over all these deals. So CD got 4 for $136. They're saying if they had gotten the deal done at any point between January and March 2024, they likely could have gotten him under contract for 30 or 31 a year. And he still would have been the highest paid receiver in NFL history. So at 31 a year over 4 years, RJ, get out your calculator to add these numbers. The Cowboys would have saved $12 million over what they ended up paying him. Micah, what the Cowboys should have done. They could have sat there and given him a 3-year extension, 3 for $35.5 a year. They could have got him at 36 or 37. So if they ended up getting a 4-year deal for $172, that's $42 a year. That's going to sting more. They could have gotten him maybe for $37 a year. Over 4 years, they would have saved $20 million if they had gotten the deal done earlier. So if you take some of these rough numbers, right? $20 million for Micah, and then what did I say for CD? 12?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my point I've been making. You're not saving year to year to year to add up to a big-time addition or some depth. That's been my argument.
That the Cowboys say they are saving. Like, that's the whole thing. Because they say that we're only counting the future. We're not counting what they saved in the past.
Yeah, like I'm trying
Are you
to...
surprised that no one else has made that argument nationally? And what did Joel Corey say about that yesterday, the former agent?
He said, he's like, that's one way you can do it, but like there are things that when you look at how it affects the cap and different things that you can do, it ultimately there's just too many positives that come out on the other side of it, of getting it done earlier. There are positives to waiting. Like now, when you sign somebody to an extension, for instance, Micah being signed to an extension does not rip up his deal now. He's under contract for this year. If he signs a 4-year deal, that means he's under contract for 5 years. So that's still the case. When you've got a massive number like $24 million on the cap, or 21, depending on who's reporting what with Micah, when you've got that number on the cap, you can lower that number really easily with an extension. When Micah's number the year before is $4 million, that's not easy to lower with an extension. That is generally going up. And so the problem is they look at it and go, do we want to lose that cost? Like, do we want to lose that flexibility that we have in the name of just throwing him some extra money now? They think that those margins are a lot tighter than people consider. And also the idea of paying Micah 40 now may be more, it may be cheaper on the current cap, how large the cap is. It may be cheaper now than if you consider if they paid him 30 at another point. Like they view it and just say, these things are, it's more complicated than just going, there's money to be saved here. And also we got to remember, not in the instance of Mike, but somebody like CD especially, and potentially Dag. We all see this, the agents see it too. Like they're not going to have a huge interest in necessarily going, well, yeah, you guys, if you pay us now, it'll be cheaper for it. Like they're going to want to try and maximize the deal too. So in a lot of instances, some of these guys are going to say, no thanks, let's watch the market a little bit. Let's let the leaves fall, as Jerry says.
RJ Choppy with a media watchdog for his quarterback.
Yeah, so yesterday, you mentioned the tweet, the comment from a scout that Joe Milton could start for 10-plus NFL teams right now. And
it sounds like he's going to be okay for Saturday with the hand issue, by the way.
Of course he's going to be okay because he's Chuck Norris. He doesn't get hurt. He's
Wolverine.
He's a unit.
Adamantium.
Yes, whatever that means. So
it's the metal. It's the metal that comes back. Wolverine, he
it's what makes Superman sick or whatever.
He recovers.
That's kryptonite.
Oh, right.
I don't know. But, and look, that 10-plus team thing is probably BS. But today or yesterday came with the overreactions. And I love Joe. I love Joe Milton. He is my man crush. He hasn't played a down for this team, and he is already like my favorite player in the National Football League.
He has the highlight of camp so far. That touchdown throw over the weekend.
Yeah, he'll have many highlights this year. But the amount of spin, I'm gonna go down this article that I saw, and to call him training camp champ, Joe Milton. Training camp champ. He shines in a practice setting. Look no further than his NFL Combine performance. Yada, yada, yada. 2-3 at Michigan. 11-5 at Tennessee. And then he's been, quote, downright dominant thus far after being traded to the Dallas Cowboys. That was a quote. He's been downright dominant later on, the very next sentence.
Downright dominant.
By many accounts, he's been the most impressive passer on the roster. It has not changed his standing. He remains QB2. He went viral during a recent scrimmage against the Rams. He will get another chance to pick that secondary apart in his preseason debut.
Made one throw.
Another strong performance might turn up the heat on Dak Prescott. We'll see if he can shake the narrative that surrounds him.
Who wrote this?
This one happened to be from Bro Bible.
Gentlemen.
Now, look, I went and made sure this wasn't a Tennessee grad who wrote this. And it was not. It was a South Carolina grad. And since both Dak and Will Greer are SEC guys, there's no bias.
What's the read me the headline? What is the headline of that article? Because all right, if he's from South Carolina. He's an SEC guy. That just tells me he's traded his soul for his click. So let me guess. It's Joe Milton about to replace the Pro Bowl or something like that.
Training camp champ Joe Milton defends his crown while dominating helpless LA Rams secondary.
Did we come out of there going like these helpless Rams were just at the mercy of Joe Milton's like Greek god arm?
That is a perfect watchdog.
This is propaganda.
Perfect watchdog.
This is propaganda. And I love the guy they're trying to propagandize, so I'm down with this. But this is out of sight. Come on.
His highs are great. When he's like, you talk about some of the stuff.
Has he already surpassed Trey Lance in your mind?
Yes. Yeah.
Is he the no doubt number 2 for you in your mind?
No. He can't get them lined up. We were out there at practice. He can't get them lined up.
I was really surprised that Eatman came on yesterday and was like, well, yeah, it's obvious. Like, Milton's the 2. I personally, and
More like Mick Eatman, am I right?
I don't think anything.
I love you, Dick.
I don't think, anything special of Will Greer. I just was pretty much locked into my mind Greer was going to start off as number 2, but Milton's number 2 on the depth chart right now.
Yeah, I think he's getting his work in. He needs it. But you guys saw it. Every practice we were at, he took every single second of their play clock they had at camp. He getting them set up, and then once the ball snapped, he's
on Windows 3 or whatever they're at.
Windows
right
95,
now.
yeah. As somebody told me while we were at those practices, it is when he snaps the ball and you watch it process, you can almost hear him going crap. Like he just is like, where am I going? Yeah. Like it's all happening really fast for him. Maybe it slows
really
down.
is.
He's still raw. There are things you can do, but yeah, when it's good, it looks great. When it's bad, it looks like, oh my gosh, I don't know you can put him out there.
Yeah, it's majestic incompletions. It's going to be all over the place. Look, this should absolutely make you, every time you read any article now, like question, okay, where's the slant? Because this is propaganda.
Look, I love Bro Bible as a site and everything, but these sites, it's just designed to make you click.
Right, I don't take their sports stuff seriously.
I could give you the top 10 words that Barstool uses in every headline. The most, the craziest, insane, the best.
Oh, yeah, they're
They use these same trigger words to go ahead and do that. John Machota with the highlights of training camp so far with the Cowboys off yesterday.
John Machota, he had his top 10 Cowboys players making strong impressions through the first half of camp. And
Joe Milton won.
No, Joe Milton was not named on this list at all. So John does not read Bro Bible or does not qualify to work for them, I guess. All right, so the thing that stands out about this list to me is of the top 10 players, 4 of them are wide receivers. And that may either speak to how good some of these guys have been, or it may just speak to this is the nature of these practices. He says CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Trayshawn Holden, and then Kevontae Turpin have been the ones that have really stood out in the receiver room. So that's half of the list right there. Some of the other guys he names, though, that maybe we haven't talked about nearly as much. Hunter Lipke, he says, has stood out in these practices. He said he has impressed both the former coaching staff and the current one. Like Turpin, his offensive role is increasing. Lipke is lined up as a fullback, halfback, and tight end for Schottenheimer during camp. Man, that is the thing that I think we're going to find. You remember what was the buzzword 8 years ago? Position flex. You remember that was their buzzword? Like 9 years ago, they're just like, man, he gives us position flex. We love position flex. I think we are finding Schottenheimer loves the position flex with some of these guys on offense. He does all right, if you can do multiple things, you're going to do multiple things for us. Malik Hooker is one that John mentions here. He said the veteran safety has made plays on the ball in the air while also being in great position to make tackles in the run game. The Cowboys don't tackle in training camp practices. They do hit, but not bring each other to the ground. Hooker has been in position on several plays to deliver a big hit, but he's avoided anything that could potentially injure himself or teammate. He looks comfortable in the new defense. Hooker's going to have a big advantage in Eberflus's defense because Eberflus is similar to the way Marinelli did things. He likes interchangeable safeties. He wants you to be able to play both. That's probably going to be more of a challenge for Donovan Wilson. Malik Hooker can play up or he can play back. So that he's going to naturally have some advantage. And then some of the other names here, a couple rookies, Donovan Ezeraku, who I think stood out, if not just for how much smaller he was than you were expecting, Sean. Just the way that he's been out at these practices, kind of mirroring Micah's role while he's been off. And then Jaden Blue was another one that he mentioned here, that Blue talking about the speed and how it's shown up in these practices. Kyer Elam, our friend, who we talked to on the first day, was another one. And then he had as the last one, Maris Liufau, with the linebacker injuries, the way that he stepped up and played near. But, I mean, it's overall, I think the one that he didn't mention here that to me still has stood out as somebody that when I've watched these practices I've been impressed with recently has been the guy who had to step on the field and place a Guyton, and that's Nate Thomas. Nate Thomas at those practices we watched, he was really good. And so to me, Nate Thomas.
And what's his background and story?
He the other day when he got in that practice with the Rams, that was the first time in over 800 days he had gone against another team's opponent, like gone against an opponent in a practice or anything else. Long injury history. Had a heart condition coming out that that is what caused him to drop to where Dallas got him. But this was like kind of a return for him. And there was actually an article done the other day. I think it was over at The Athletic. It was The Athletic, where they had talked about that Dak had talked with Nate Thomas this offseason and encouraged him, and he's really held on to that. And he stepped up, and Schottenheimer has loved him. Connor Riley's talked him up in a big way, but they joked about it in a way when they were in the draft. They're like, it's like a CVS receipt, like the list of his injuries that he's dealt with. So for him to be healthy right now and performing at the level he is and practicing really well, I think has been a big encouragement to them.
Inside the Star on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, preseason action on Saturday. It's DFW Sports Station. Got Fan Phenom tonight, by the way, at Jake's.
Let me see which location it is. But yeah, we got Fan Phenom tonight.
Saxy.
We're friends of Saxy.
Chia Follow is going to be hosting.
Yeah, so we're going to have a lot of lady participants tonight. I think they're going to want to go up there and
stop.
Stop.
Marion could be listening.
Well, I'm not saying it. He's not saying it. I was.
Just stop.
It's like that granny I texted y'all the photo of.
The granny?
Did you not get it? You saw it, I think. Jaime, our promo guy, was like, here, you guys make sure to send this to everybody at the station. It was Eric had an appearance last week, and there was like this 80-year-old grandmother that was just in love with him and just adoringly staring at him.
He did look slick at the Jerry Media party. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, September 5th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, will join us at 8 on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
What do you think when you think DFW? Or where do you think? As I keep having to clear my throat. Where do you think when you think DFW? This is some Chop brought up in our text thread yesterday, which do I have permission to expose the text? Okay, I just want to make sure first. This started out with you asking about what do you consider the 4 major cities in the U.S.?
Because, I've been seeing this circulate on social media. People are saying, what are the 4 major cities in the U.S. when you think the 4 major cities? And I was actually interested to see how sheltered people are, to see what they say.
Sheltered?
Yeah, because, for example, almost everyone said they had.
Well, there's 2 locked in. There's 2 that are just in.
New York and L.A. And everyone that I saw had Chicago.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Chicago's a safe 3.
Safe 3. The amount of people, I was floored. First of all, nobody said Dallas-Fort Worth. Not a single person that I saw.
I honestly think over the past, 5 years, you can make a strong case that DFW vaults into the top 4. Everyone moving here. Everything happening here. We have, a hype factor that doesn't really get a ton of, we get some negative, political coverage. But not if you live here. You are still voting a certain way. People will make fun of Ted Cruz or have problems with Greg Abbott here and there. But otherwise, man, I feel like DFW is thriving.
Now, I think we split our vote a little bit too nationally with Houston. There's one of the Texas places.
Because Houston
Houston doesn't get talked about to an 10th of a degree as DFW nationally, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, On this, yeah, Houston is seen as
hip hop community references Houston all the time. Like that's like a big cultural impact.
Because on these videos I saw, Houston was the number one Texas city by far that is mentioned.
Oh,
not even close. Austin is mentioned a lot.
Yeah, which
grinds my gears. All
right, well, give me your top 4 nationally.
I think it's New York, LA, Chicago, in any of those orders. I saw a lot of people say Miami.
That was I don't know why that was the first city that I don't have an easy 4. That was the first city that when I was like, who would be 4? Miami was the first city that popped in my head.
I would say Vegas.
That's what Peyton was saying.
Globally, I think globally, you would if you were going to ask people in, give me a city, whatever.
But I don't think it's Vegas in terms of like recognition, notoriety. I don't know to live.
No, not to live.
It's still thought of.
How are we defining this?
I think we're just talking about like prominence or like in terms of like the
hype, name.
Yeah, like I said, when it's major, the Q rating, like you talked about that.
Because when I land in Vegas, I never think about wanting to live there.
Vegas is eliminated to me as an option.
The heat.
Because I just think it's become less so, but I still think there is kind of a national connection to, well, that's a taboo city. Yeah. Like I think there's a little bit of like, no, that's kind of the dark side of what we don't want to necessarily be aligned with.
Well, you could throw Chicago in that mix too.
It's the Chicago way.
But I know everyone puts Chicago up there, but seriously think about it. Do you have a lot of friends who like go to Chicago? I don't.
They used to.
I don't have a lot of people who are like, I'm going to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago. I'm not saying it's not a cool city or whatever, but I think it's just kind of like more in our minds branded there than actual people going.
It's
like more people go to Arizona that I know than Chicago. There was that DFW Summer of Arizona, the last
Scottsdale.
Oh my God! Are you Scottsdaling this weekend? Are you going to Scottsdale?
Yeah, Chicago. Is. Like the world, like from a business standpoint, I mean, a lot of things run through Chicago.
Chicago hasn't kept up.
Is it sad that DC's not up here?
Well, that's another one that was hotly. So Miami was one that was a lot of people through DC. We've completely forgotten San Francisco.
I just viewed,
as we should.
Kristen
The Walking Dead.
I asked Kristen. Her 4th was San Francisco. That was the one that came.
Amanda's was Miami.
Shocker. The Chicago one, I think, is also you got to think of like how many different Chicago's known for. Music comes out of there. A president came out of there recently. They have a bunch of business interests. A bunch of movies are set in Chicago. Like there's a whole bunch of just different things that have occurred in pop culture and society that like it's easy to, in small town America, think Chicago.
From the Franklin Injuries Fantex, Atlanta being thrown in there. DFW being thrown in there as well. Phoenix, Boston.
So you wanted to narrow this down to the top DFW cities.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, so now next step is what do we
DFW or Texas?
DFW. What do we consider? The Texas is pretty easy.
Yeah, DFW is. I mean, DFW is 20 cities. So I mean, there is
at least
you can debate it. This is tough because
we know Dallas and Fort Worth.
Dallas, Fort Worth, those are slam
That's like
dunks.
the LA, New York. Mm-hmm. That's locked in.
Chicago to me is Arlington.
So
Arlington to me is locked in as the third. It's not
like historic, but it's like forgotten.
It's historic. It's like, I mean, you talk about the fact that is where the ballpark is. That's where the Cowboys play. It's like an entertainment area. Like Arlington and the population size, it's the third largest one in DFW.
No public transit. It's off the list for me.
I mean, they're experimenting with stuff out there though in Arlington. Like they've been experimenting with the autonomous ride shares and stuff like that for UTA students. UTA's out there. That's a big thing.
I know.
Like I mean,
it's got everything. It's got everything.
Arlington is in the top 4.
It's got everything you would want. It's got arenas. It's got entertainment.
There's a lot.
It's got the amusement parks, and it's got a college. And I never go there other than those things because there's nothing else to do there.
There's a lot of people that make fun of Arlington.
Yeah, there's nothing to me. Arlington is not in that mid cities area. If I'm choosing between the two, I'm going to Grapevine.
All right, what's your thing?
I mean, okay, but what are you saying? Like, where do I want to go hang out? Are you talking about like
known
the association with DFW? Arlington is more associated with DFW than any other city that's not Dallas or Fort Worth.
I thought about Frisco. Frisco's just billionaires throwing money at land.
So this is.
I have Plano. Over Frisco.
This is tough because, I think the answer is different from my perspective of growing up here versus what it may be now. I think what it may be now, it might be Frisco.
Well, you need to name what
growing
it is
up
now.
here and growing up here, reputation carries just like it did with Chicago. To me, it's Irving. Irving was the one I thought of as being number 4.
A lot of Tolos have Denton on there too as their 4th.
Man,
there's the problem with Denton is and Denton's great. The problem with Denton is you've got DFW and there's kind of like a gap to get to Denton. So it's almost like it kind of gets like a cutoff.
Yeah, there's definitely a gap. What's your
Waco?
No. What's your 3 and 4, Peyton?
It would be Arlington, and then I have Frisco up there as well. Irving was a great choice. I didn't think of that. I was with Bobby, but Frisco I have up there just because the Cowboys are there and it's growing in population.
I think Frisco has to be top 4.
Yeah, so I went and looked. Kristen said Plano. That was her answer. And I went and looked. I was like, okay, what are the top 4 most popular? I was expecting it was going to be Dallas, Fort Worth, Irving, and Arlington, maybe Frisco. Number 4 in DFW is Plano. Plano is the 4th most populous city in DFW.
I'd put Plano up there as well.
And so Plano, the other ones that, Frisco, McKinney. See, that's the only thing. I think of it kind of like as a collection of Frisco, McKinney, Allen. Like all of that is kind of become a hub, and just Frisco's the face for it.
So what's your 4th?
Peyton threw me off with Denton. Threw me off big time.
And some Tolos are saying Denton's not DFW. I think we've established that it is.
That's just lunacy. I think it's Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano. I'll say Irving.
People argue Frisco and Denton are North Texas. They are not DFW. So they'll say that those two things are different. But yeah, we're going to have a ton of different things answered. One person said you should submit Durant, Oklahoma, as one of the DFW cities.
Really, my mother-in-law would. She lives there.
All right. So every year, one of probably the best perk about working at the station is that every year Joe Ramirez brings the fine folks from the State Fair of Texas in here and says, here, guys, try the wonderful sampling of finalists. We have the new finalists this year for the State Fair of Texas savory and sweet categories, and we can get a little preview of what we're going to have here. Sean, I want to get your take specifically on some of these. Did you see the pictures of these?
No.
Okay. So this is the first one, brisket and brew stuffed pretzels. So this is...
Is Aiden putting these up? Do we have these?
I didn't send them to him. No.
Good work.
Yeah, well, there's 15 photos. It's a lot of them. This is a classic pub snack in one golden salty twist. It's tender, slow-smoked brisket loaded with deep, juicy flavor and blended with a bold, velvety beer cheese made from sharp cheddar. So it's like
inside of the pretzel.
So no, you have
like
there's cheese in there, and you can also dip it on the side.
Absolutely brilliant. One of the most overrated things for me is the hot pretzel. It's nothing.
You're not a fan, huh?
No, it's cardboard.
It's so dense.
When it's warm, it's so good though.
Well, it's got to be like the Auntie Anne's as soon as you get it in the mall in the food court. But otherwise, just this stale crust. You got to have the right dipping sauce, but you're going to stuff it?
Yeah.
That's freaking brilliant.
It's brisket. It's cheese sauce stuffed into this like pretzel.
Oh.
And so you're getting a bite. It looks really good.
Did any of you ever like stuffed crust or no?
No. I'm not.
Because you don't like crust.
Oh, I love crust.
Oh,
I don't like
do.
cheese. I like the cheese in the crust.
Okay.
I loved the novelty of it when it first came out. I was like, oh, this is... But it
never felt like it was like done awesome.
Like the same... No, and that's it felt like...
Because I don't like crust. I mean, it's just bread.
Well, and when you talk about the pretzel, like if you don't eat it right away, if you don't eat that pizza while it's hot, that cheese in there becomes like... It's almost like a cheese stick has solidified in there.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. This will be the one that every year when they bring the food in here, no matter what my aversions are to certain tastes, I will always go, I'm going to eat it anyway. I'm not going to complain. Crab and mozzarella arancini. You know what that is?
I don't know what arancini is.
I've never heard of it. These look like just deep fried.
I don't know what mozzarella is either.
Okay, say
mozzarella. Oh, these are like little fried balls.
Yeah, so it's like crab and mozzarella in a fry, and you've got a little marinara dip or something like that.
How much is that going to cost with crab?
And Maryland blue crab meat is what they use specifically.
Does it have a price on there?
No, it does not.
Holy crap. That sounds amazing. I hope they bring those in.
Homemade marinara sauce to dip it in.
Crab and marinara. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the marinara sauce with this.
Now, Brent and Juan Reeves, who are the Smokey John's barbecue gentlemen, and I know 2 listeners to the station, 2 listeners to the morning show, They're the ones who generally
Smoky John's or Smoky Joe's? Smoky John's?
Smoky John's, yeah. Okay. So they're the ones who are most associated with the turkey leg. Their turkey leg is the one that's kind of considered the one up there.
Oh.
So they are making deep fried deli tacos.
Deli.
So yeah, this is a fusion of magic. So this is pastrami, mashed potatoes, white cheese, and chives tucked into a corn tortilla, and then it's deep fried.
Look, I'm usually down for anything pastrami. You could leave the mashed potato out of this for me, but you and I, we love the deli meats.
Yes, we do.
Give
me a good salted cured meat all day.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is one that I feel like has blown up. This is a food
I've never approved as quickly to the beginning of this list, more so than this year. This is very good.
This is one I haven't had yet, but I need to try this because I see everybody eating these now. Do you know these like Vietnamese corn dogs that everybody eats now? Let me show it to you what it looks like.
Yeah,
it's
let
like,
me look at the fan cam.
It's got the little crumble on it. Like, have you seen these?
No, I haven't.
People are eating these. Like, these are popping up all over social media and food TikTok and different things like that.
What's the breading? What's the crumble?
So this is called a Vietnamese crunch dog. So it's a corn dog with vibrant Asian flavors. It's marinated meat, wrapped in batter, coated in a crispy mix of panko and banh mi crumbs, and then it's deep fried.
Totally in.
Yeah, last year at the State Fair, because I went there.
Oh!
I didn't try it, but they had the Korean corn dog, which I think was like hot Cheetos crumbled on top and stuff.
And it's sriracha mayo then put on top.
Oh yeah,
It looks really good.
I went to a Vietnamese place the other day for lunch that has blown up. It just recently moved. It's got two like really American names in the title, but the place dominates.
This thing,
very good.
Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders.
You said deviled eggs, I'm out.
Well, you're going to have to eat it when it's here. So the Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders start with Cajun seasoned Wagyu patty topped with aged cheddar and crispy bacon. The twist, instead of a bun, it's sandwiched between two deep fried panko crusted deviled eggs.
Totally in.
Dude.
My God, totally in.
This is going to be the best year yet, I think.
Best year.
Yeah, all of this looks good. I'll even try the crab meat, the Maryland blue. Yeah, I'll try
seafood.
Yeah, just like you. I'm going to try some Maryland crabs. That's what I'm going to do. All right, candy lemon sour face. They got the sweet category now. This is a little bit of sweet, a little bit of sour. So it's candy coated lemon. Along with what else is on there? That's all they say. They say candy coated lemon. So this, I don't know what this is. Chill and Thrill Delight. It looks like fruit and spaghetti. Is almost what this looks like. I've never seen anything like this. It's a Texas-sized cup packed with juicy diced mango, pineapple, watermelon, grapes, cantaloupe, and strawberries, all soaked in fresh watermelon juice. It's topped with shaved mango sorbet. That's what it is. It doesn't look like mango sorbet. That looks like spaghetti noodles at first. So that makes more sense. But it's fruit. No, it's not spaghetti noodles though. It's fruit. It's shaved mango.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it looked like
All
though.
right,
It was
that's
shaved mango.
good.
And then this is the one that Choppy's probably going to want to dive into because it's TikTok. Dubai chocolate cheesecake.
Oh, the Dubai chocolate was very good.
The doctor brought it for us.
Yes.
So I can't wait. This will be good. I'm excited to dive into all this whenever they bring it in here. So Joe,
the neighborhood watch. Send Bobby your stories for the weekly Thursday segment during the Expressway. Congrats to the Nelly ticket winners. We'll have another one during the Expressway tomorrow, Friday edition on the show. Mike Florio, why isn't the NFL going after Jerry Jones? And does he know anyone who is called about Micah? Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, Whale Watch, next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station, and Mike Florio is set to join us coming up from ProFootballTalk.com and Football Night in America. I keep asking Bobby why the league is not going after Jerry for the way he's cutting the agent out of the mic in negotiations. What's your answer to it?
So my understanding is this is, and I don't know if this is specifically why they're not going after him, but this is one explanation that was positive. The way the rule works apparently is it's similar to Can I Talk to a Lawyer? Where it's as soon as somebody says that in interrogation, the interrogation ends. So as soon as Jerry can talk to Micah, as soon as Micah says you need to talk to my agent, it has to end. And he can't. So if Micah said that and then Jerry went, all right, we're going silent, then he may not have violated anything.
Mike Florio, D&M Leasing Hotline, Pro Football Talk, and these are the times where we can use his legal expertise as well. Bobby was just explaining his thought on why the league has not gone after Jerry for the way he's negotiating. You're the only one that I saw write about it. What's your answer to it?
Well, why would the league do anything about it? It's for the union. That's why. The NFLPA hasn't done anything about it. The league's got no reason to tell Jerry Jones he's violating the CBA. This is inherent to collective bargaining. If there's a grievance to be filed, the union needs to file it. And I just said 15 minutes ago as we were wrapping up PFT Live for the day that the new interim executive director, David White, he needs to, first order of business, file a grievance against Jerry Jones for his chronic violations of the CBA by dealing directly with players and taking this ridiculous position that we have a verbal agreement that we haven't reduced to writing. There's a specific clause in the CBA that says any agreement that's reached with a player must be reduced to writing as soon as practical. So if this deal was supposedly done in March, we're in August now. It really is ridiculous, and he just does it with impunity because nobody will stop him. And that's like anybody. If you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, if no one stands up to you and stops you, what are you going to do? You're going to keep doing it.
Do you think that this is common throughout the rest of the league?
Not common like it is, not as brazen like it is with the Cowboys. And I've heard different things. along the lines of, they talk about deals that will get done unrelated to football, maybe after the playing career ends, little ways to maybe circumvent the salary cap. And I don't know whether that's true or not, but I know that there are people who wonder, why does he do it? Are they talking about handshake deals only for football, or are they talking about handshake deals for things that will happen after football?
Yeah.
And I know they've used in the past with guys like Ezekiel Elliott and Dak Prescott the idea you should take less because playing for the Cowboys has inherent value from a marketing standpoint and a broadcasting standpoint and all the different money you can make by being a career Cowboy. But to their credit, Zeke and Dak, they never blinked. And that's their side of it too. To the extent that Jerry is negotiating directly with these guys, it's not like he's doing good deals.
Yeah.
So maybe the union hasn't challenged it because at the end of the day, they end up paying more than they should when they finally get the deals done.
Give us your overall thoughts on just this entire saga.
Well, look, I remember what you said last year about the Cowboys possibly having their patience wear thin with Micah after 3 seasons in the NFL. And my first reaction to that was, fine, if you got that issue, then just trade him. What are you doing? And I feel like they're kind of in that same posture. If they've got misgivings about Micah Parsons, trade him. If they don't, then pay him. And I think what's currently going on, to the extent that they're taking this position, he agreed to a handshake deal in March, they want him to take that deal, not whatever deal he may want now. And if he doesn't want to take the deal that they think he agreed to in March, then they want him to play for $24 million this year. I think they'd love to kick the can at $24 million into next year, like they did with Dak, like they would have done with CeeDee Lamb if he hadn't held out. Micah Parsons should have held out, and they are basically daring him at this point now to say my tight back won't let me play week 1. They're gonna call his bluff because they think at the end of the day he's going to want to play football. And it's a microcosm of the bigger issue between the league and the players. Whenever there's a question of a work stoppage, whether it's a lockout or a strike, the owners bank on the fact that the players will not want to miss playing football. And I think Jerry Jones is going to dare Micah Parsons to not play football.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, join us here, 105 through the Fan. So from the standpoint of the league, let's just say he says, my back still hurts, I can't play. It won't hurt him financially, though, right? Because he's hurt and he could still collect all of his money.
He's getting his $24 million. He's not getting the bigger deal that he has earned and is entitled to. But yeah, he gets his game checks, $24 million divided by 18, and I think that's. And you've heard and seen Jerry Jones say things that I think tiptoe around that, and that's why he says he's not sure he's going to play week 1. I think they don't get a deal done, they kick the can to next year, and they dare him to not play in 2025. And could he really sit out 17 regular season games because they've yet to give him his contract? So I think that's really the key, and I think they're banking on the fact that he will play. And from the standpoint of why they would want to kick the can, look at it this way. The market's not going to change between now and February or March. The market is 41. No one's getting more than 41 on the defensive side of the ball between now and March. So it's going to cost us the same then that it does now. But if we do it now, we got to carry the entire injury risk for the 2025 season, because that's the one little incremental thing that you need to keep in mind here. There's a chance, small as it may be, that Micah Parsons is going to suffer a career-ending or career-limiting injury this season. And that would make the Cowboys say, man, we got lucky we didn't give him that contract with $180 million guaranteed or whatever would be in it. And I think part of it, too, is there's probably a little flicker of regret that they gave Dak the deal they gave him. So they don't want to regret giving Micah the deal that Michael wants.
Mike, when you look at, you mentioned they can play out this year, they can then just tag him and see, all right, stand off, let's see if you play. Do you think they would do the non-exclusive tag at that point and just say, all right, let's see what deal somebody else signs him to, and then we can evaluate it?
I think a lot of it depends on how many games he plays this year. And if he would somehow not play at all this year, I think they'd be more inclined to do the non-exclusive tag. And let's go back to the NFLPA and the stuff with the collusion grievance, that the ruling was, even though favorable in the end to the NFL, they found that there was an attempt by the league to get these teams to collude. I just wonder whether or not, if the Cowboys would apply the non-exclusive tag, other teams would back off, given everything that's gone on and how ugly it will have gotten if he doesn't play at all this year. I think there's always a danger in pushing back too hard against the Shield. And if you push back too hard against one team, I think the other teams have now figured out a way to collectively and collusively make you pay for it without leaving the fingerprints that could get them in trouble. So I think if he doesn't play at all this year or doesn't play much, I think other teams would be more inclined to just not pursue him if they use the non-exclusive tag. If they use the exclusive tag, it gets more expensive. It's driven by the cap numbers, the highest paid players at his position for next year. But if they do the non-exclusive, yeah, it's cheaper, but there's a chance that other teams will just not pursue Micah Parsons. But I don't know that yet. I really don't, because, he's Micah Parsons. And efforts to, lock arms and play Red Rover against the players collectively may go out the window if you have a chance to get Micah Parsons.
Mike, would it be any different? We're talking with Mike Florio here on 105 through the Fan. Mike, would it be any different when you talk about teams maybe a little leery of that? Why would it maybe be different than the situation the Jets ran into when they went after Le'Veon Bell after he had just sat out an entire year? And obviously Pittsburgh didn't end up franchise tagging him, but why wouldn't teams be similarly, willing to play that like the Jets did?
Well, the Jets were stupid. And the Jets, and look, here's what happened with the Jets. The Jets got lied to by Le'Veon Bell's agents about the Ravens being in it for an amount that was close to what the Jets ultimately paid. The Jets overpaid. The Jets made the mistake of trying to build their team from the outside in instead of the inside out. So, they don't have the infrastructure to block for Le'Veon Bell, and they think that grabbing Le'Veon Bell is going to make things better. That was just a mistake. At the time that happened, there were teams that were planning to pursue Le'Veon Bell for a fraction of what the Jets paid because teams knew that this idea the Ravens were out there was just BS. Ooh, almost said the word that would have gotten us all in trouble. But so don't compare a dysfunctional team doing a dysfunctional thing to this situation.
Mike Florio, Football Night in America here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. Have you heard what the Micah holdup is, and have you heard if any teams have called?
Well, there's talks about duration of the contract, and that was one of the issues between the Cowboys and Dak Prescott. How long is this extension going to be? The total dollars. I think that he's justified in wanting 45. I mean, TJ Watt's at 41 and Myles Garrett's at 40, and they're on contract number 3, and they're either 30 or close to it. Mike is in his prime. Mike is in a position where he could blow the lid off the market to 45. You could even argue that he could get more than 45. I have heard nothing about any teams calling. I have seen nothing about any teams calling. Now, maybe the Cowboys are just keeping it quiet. Maybe they're hanging up the phone. I don't know, but if you want Micah Parsons, you're going to have to give him what he wants financially, and you're going to have to give the Cowboys what they want. Is it a Khalil Mack package? Is it more than that? I don't know. But you're talking about a big commitment to make at a fairly late stage of the year where your money's spent, your roster's set. I still think teams should be willing to give it a try. I mean, if the Bills and Ravens want to get past the Chiefs, this would be a pretty effective way to do it. And trading him out of the conference, if the Cowboys are going to trade him at all, you probably would like to not have to deal with him on a regular basis if he was in your conference or worse than that in the division. And I saw the odds, like next team odds, like the Eagles were the second team after the Cavs. Does anybody really think that the Cowboys would trade Micah Parsons to the Philadelphia Eagles?
No. Or to Dan Quinn.
Right.
or the Commanders, right.
Of course not.
I think they would not want to trade him to any team in the conference, like the Rams. There's been some talk about that. I don't think you'd want to keep him in the conference. If you're going to move him, you're going to move him out of the conference altogether.
Yeah.
Mike, I wanted to get your take on the NFL ESPN, I guess merger, if you want to call it that. Like I've never heard of a league buying up 10% of a media organization. It just sounds dirty to me. Am I off base here, or is this a complete conflict of interest?
Well, remember, for 20-plus years, the NFL owned 100% of a media organization in NFL Network, and there's an inherent conflict of interest there. And I guess it was so blatant, and we just kind of recognized it for what it was, and we never expected NFL Network to do any in-depth reporting on things that may be going on at the NFL that need to be talked about and need to be exposed. But now that they're going to have 10% of ESPN, it does have a bit of a different feel. I think there's a lot of questions that need to be asked from the standpoint of the players, because the players don't share in that 10% equity. And I think it's unfair to the players in that respect. And also just the overall vibe, the coverage, what it means going forward. And is it possible? This is the biggest question I have. When you consider the value of the assets that ESPN is getting, these struggling media assets that never became what the NFL thought they would be, is ESPN giving 10% equity basically as insurance against keeping a seat at the table for broadcast packages? And if that's the case, will other networks that want to continue to be in business with the NFL over the long haul do the same thing? Will NBC give equity to ESPN? Will CBS, and CBS kind of already has, because the NFL owns a piece of Skydance, and now Skydance owns CBS, so in a roundabout way, the NFL owns a piece of CBS, as it is. Will Fox find a way to give equity? Will the other companies, and it's funny because the way that the NFL used to do it, they would like to keep one or two companies around more than they had packages for, because the presence of those other companies wanting to get in business with the NFL would keep the prices high. I feel like now that the NFL just wants to grab as many dollars as they can from as many companies as possible and have as many partners as possible. And if you're going to start owning pieces of those companies, they're going to be everywhere. I don't know how many games that means for the various platforms, but I feel like the NFL now is just trying to grab as much as they can, and maybe they're going to start trying to grab as much equity as they can in these broadcast partners that they've been in bed with at one level, and now it's going to be a much different relationship if you actually own part of the company.
Well, speaking of in bed with, we have the mob, gambling, and football all together. How can we read about it?
Well, you can read about it, and this is a fictional tale involving a fictional professional football league that is not the NFL. No team names, no images, no logos, no anything other than city names or state names, as the case may be, make their way into the book. But this is, from the moment that the Supreme Court opened the floodgates for legalized gambling on a state-by-state basis in 2018, I've been concerned about inside information in the NFL, because there's a lot of inside information in various forms and fashions. I'm not sure how it's protected. I'm not sure what the NFL is doing to detect whether or not players may be selling it or trading it or just misusing it and it getting in the hands of people who then use it for wagering purposes. So Big Shield is my next book. It comes out August 19. And again, it is entirely fictional, but it is based on what I think could happen if you had, for example, a backup quarterback who doesn't play, who is playing for the Las Vegas franchise of the fictional professional league, who is cozied up to by somebody who's connected, and the next thing you know, this guy's providing all sorts of information about things that he finds out before games, and also there's a way for him to provide information during games, and that overlaps with real-time betting that's happening that we see now, the micro betting, one play at a time, and that inside information gets used, and that's the premise, and everything kind of goes from there. There still has to be a story in it, and there is a story that I think is very compelling, and it's three main characters that you wonder what's the connection, especially with one of them, and it all kind of unfolds, and I think it's good. I mean, I don't know, because when you write the thing and then you reread it 20 times, you kind of glaze over, but I think people will enjoy it. It's doing very well in pre-orders, especially because the ebook is only 99 cents, which is really stupid of me, but it's a great deal for anyone out there. You go to Amazon, you can pre-order the ebook for 99 cents, and it will show up on your device on August 19 when the book comes out.
Just retweeted it, The Big Shield, also at ProFootballTalk.com and on Twitter. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, D&M Leasing Hotline, to the greatest radio show of all time. Just get canceled next. But first, let me go ahead and get you...
first. 214-4817-3333-3333. With Frank on Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car and record attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt at 8:40, we will have Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers at 9. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20.
Chicago's own Tommy Yarsh. We're going to have to ask him if that's the third city.
Florio just texted me, sorry. And I don't know what for.
Just text, be better.
Oh, because he didn't pick up on time.
Oh.
Wait, let me voice memo that back. Never mind, comma, you're right. Pick up on time next time.
See, and that right there is how we read all of Sean's text.
And that's how I'm saying it.
Yeah,
Where are we with the guests?
We still do need to do that bit where we go through the group text and try to guess what Sean's tone was talking into the phone.
And then just do my AI voice.
Yes.
For it.
Oh my gosh. I had Ruben record something while we were in Oxnard. Like he just talked into my phone and we ran it through the Sean filter and he was stunned how much it sounded like you.
I have a barbecue emergency that has just taken place in my house.
Oh, no.
And I guess it's a good problem to have. I don't view it as a good problem. I have to cook a brisket when I get home.
Today.
And deal with this thing till about 10 or 11 at night.
A weekday brisket?
A weekday brisket. A nightmare.
What's going on with that?
A nightmare project. So I have a fridge in the garage.
Wow.
And this is my...
So do I.
This is my baby. Like, I love... This is like my fridge.
Not your actual baby. Your fridge is your baby.
Yeah, the fridge is my number one seed. All the leftovers, wild fork, freeze it, all my concoctions, all my gadgets. That's my space. And I go ahead and open up the freezer yesterday. Everything is defrosted.
Uh-oh.
Everything is melted.
I got the same problem in my garage freezer.
And I am in a full-blown... I was going to go home. I was going to watch the Ranger game, night off, relax with the family, really catch up, watch my reality shows with Amanda. And I'm dealing with this crap by the hour. By the hour, I'm having to decide what to do. I'm YouTubing. I'm trying to look up to fix it myself, be a real man, not ask my father-in-law to address it and sit out in the 100-degree garage. I'm cleaning the coils. I'm trying to unscrew the back. I've unplugged it to reset it. I'm checking the settings.
It's your seal.
Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. So now I'm making the decision by hour. I'm going out every 30 minutes to like feel the meat. Like, I don't want this to turn. This is all the barbecue and brisket I was supposed to cook for the station party. No, it's not well.
Oh, now you can't impress Dawson.
So now I got like an 18-pound brisket in there. I got flat iron roast. All the food I was going to cook for the station party, I now have to start cooking today. I have to make brisket. I don't have a brisket now for the party. Royal, if you're listening, that's your cue. I have to take out all of Amanda's main refrigerator stuff and stuff all my stuff in. I got like 11 chicken legs. I got a turkey breast. I got who's the Earl? Is it Earl Campbell brats?
Earl Grey.
No, it's not Earl Grey.
Earl Grey's tea.
It's some awesome hot links. That my father-in-law told me. So I have burgers I have to make today. I have to go home. I got Ollie's new school orientation at 5:30, and I got to cook a stupid freaking brisket on a Thursday and deal with this for the next 12 hours and figure out how to fix the fridge. So I have someone coming over. What is that app where you can get someone, Bunny Rabbit or Bunny Hot? I don't know. No, it's someone to come over for handyman jobs. So I have someone coming.
Ask a man.
Someone coming over at like between 10:30 and 12 to tell me how much the fix is or whether I have to get a new refrigerator, because that's probably the number one favorite thing in my house is that fridge that I have to have. And now everything in the bottom part of the freezer has to go. And that's like literally stabbing me, because you know how like frugal I am with leftovers and wanting to keep things around.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's killing me.
Is this a deep freezer or is this a fridge?
It's a fridge with a freezer on the bottom.
Okay.
Look, help me fix it, RJ.
So I have the same problem. Like mine outside, the seal doesn't seal.
Yeah.
So when I shut it, sometimes it doesn't shut.
I don't think that's the problem.
And then I'll go outside and it'll say, because it's got the temperature on the outside, and it'll say, oh, it's 37 degrees. And I'm like, oh crap, that ain't good. My guy, Dr. Kirsch, hit me up, and he said, pull the fridge away from the wall.
I did that.
He said it may not
blocking
be
the
turning.
vents.
Yeah,
I
it may not
checked.
be turning the condenser.
I've done
oil.
it. I've done it all.
Turn it off and turn it on.
I already said
Did
that.
you wait 10 seconds, all that stuff? Yeah.
5 minutes. I waited 5 minutes.
Check your blinker fluid.
Okay, but hang on.
I'm gonna check your.
Is the fridge still working?
You don't have time to check. You got to make
like
meat.
the power's on.
Okay,
Yeah, the
so it's
light's
not
on.
like okay.
It's not a power out problem.
Okay.
But I have a barbecue disaster. I did not want to sit here and deal with a brisket. I got to cook 12 chicken legs today, a turkey breast, a pack of hot links, an 18-pound brisket, and burgers.
Were they completely gone when you noticed this?
What do you mean gone?
Like, were they completely defrosted when
Yes.
you noticed? So there was
my
no
gosh.
salvaging this.
You
couldn't have brought some of them in the house and salvaged them into your.
I'm not throwing them away.
No. I'm saying you couldn't have brought some of them in the house to put them in your inside freezer to salvage them.
That's the inside freezer's kind of full. Like that's
Yeah.
Amanda and the kids.
Yeah.
Mine's in the garage. So it's I'm not looking forward to it for you.
972 ask about the breaker, the trip. If it
I don't know what that is.
Oh.
I don't know what that means.
He still got power, he said. So
Yeah, if there's
I don't know
power
what
in
he
there, then that's not it. How old is it?
10 years. That's another thing. 10 years. And I don't know whether it's sitting out there in 110 degrees.
Probably can't help it. Probably can't help. The heat probably doesn't help.
Yeah, probably doesn't help.
I should have just sent Jacob over there to do all the handyman. He's been doing that around the house. Our dryer was squeaking so loud recently. Now that he's back in the house till he gets Army situated.
And he loves brisket.
Yeah, he does. He's been fixing Kristen's mom's car, like trying to get the suspension fixed. And then he was changing something else. And then he came in yesterday. He was fixing the dryer so it would stop squeaking because Kristen's just like, no, it's a 14-year-old dryer, but I'm going to keep this thing as long as it's running. I'm not buying anything new. And so Jacob, I'm sure, has fixed a fridge because that's all. He only wants the manual labor, just like handyman fix it. That's his entire hobby is just fixing stuff. That's what he loves.
Well, I'll give him a lot of brisket in exchange. We'll see if this guy gets it done. Otherwise, have your son come over. The headline, Howard Stern canceled. Little misleading.
Yeah. Yeah, this is misleading, right? Because they just didn't renew
They're not going to renew the contract. I think it's like Joy Taylor. Like they're just not going to renew the deal.
Yeah, so is that...
God, I don't think Howard could have ascended the same way as Joy Taylor.
So that's not fired.
No,
it's not.
We
fired.
don't consider that
well,
fired.
no. So yeah, the way it
they
read
don't want you back, or at least at that cost.
At that cost.
Yeah,
what is $100 million a year?
That was what it was a while ago. Yeah.
So my friends who are Choppy's going to have his Mount Rushmore radio shows. I think it'll be a great topic. But my friends who listen to Stern still say they can't listen to him anymore. One guy is because it's political, super liberal and all that, and Trump voters are the devil, and whatever, if you didn't get the COVID shot, well, your fate should be your fate. The other said he's just talking about his dead friends all the time. Like every time you turn on, it's just so morbid. I have no clue. I have no idea. I haven't listened to Howard's. I never really listened to it consistently. The movie Private Parts is amazing. Absolutely incredible. I'm guessing it stands the test of time, especially for the field that we're in. But I still do have to acknowledge it as the greatest radio show in history.
Yeah.
And I think it's a clear one seed.
He's made $2.1 billion since 2004. He has $120 million a year. His salary was more than the budget for Stephen Colbert's show for the year.
Damn.
And that budget was like $100 million. That's with flying everybody in, Colbert paying his 200 employees or whatever, writers, his own salary. It's pretty remarkable. What is? I agree. It's probably whether you like it or not. It's
the most influential.
It's the most influential radio show, I think, of our time. The only other ones I think that even come on the same level as that is probably Limbaugh.
Yeah, I was thinking about Rush.
I was gonna say, if you're talking about Mount Rushmore 4, to me it's an easy 4 that I think stand out and separate from everybody else, because it would be Stern, it'd be Rush, it'd be Casey Kasem, and it'd be Paul Harvey. That's the 4 that have probably impacted radio the most.
See, I thought about Paul Harvey, but I don't remember that. I just remember that being a little segment I would hear as I'm driving through Little Rock.
And think about literally how the radio industry has leaned into those Paul Harvey style commentaries for every sort of type of.
That finance guy who tells everybody to pay cash only.
Jim Cramer?
No.
Dave Ramsey.
The Love Line.
gosh,
But-
Loveline. I used to love listening to Loveline and trying to spot the fake callers.
Was that Dr. Drew?
Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla.
So, what is y'all's personal experience, if any, with listening to Howard recently, or where it's gone, or what it is now?
I used to watch it on TV years ago. I think back when he was on, like, terrestrial radio, as they would call it.
Howard needed the line. He needed the FCC. Like that to me, Howard, like the way he was able to kind of push up against that line and like kind of the danger that existed. I felt like when he went to Sirius XM, I listened to the show and I was like, it's almost like you've just told him like, do whatever now. And it's like, well, that kind of like removes his, like, that's not the creativity that like made him as good as he was.
The edge.
He's a really good interviewer. And like, I think it for years, he was a really good interviewer. I thought he was really smart. But yeah, it's felt a little like, I don't know. I'd probably say when I've popped in the last 5 years or so, it just doesn't sound like the same show.
I agree. Like just in that movie, Private Parts, just the blank a doodle do, like you can argue using unique ways to say words you can't.
You
say
can
on
argue
radio.
he's the greatest creative genius in broadcasting history.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You could argue it
for sure.
I mean, he changed
like what
things.
Barstool is right now. Like, oh, they can, they don't answer at anyone. They concur, so they'll say, unruly things. I mean, that's all Howard Stern.
I mean, not just that. It's like, for instance, somebody like Peyton would probably have no idea this. Like Howard Stern, any controversy you can think of with Portnoy or Barstool, like triple it, and that was what Stern was almost dealing with every day. And he loved it. Like in the 80s and 90s, he embraced it and pushed it. Oh my gosh. And like the characters that he had come off there, Baba Booey and Stuttering John and everything else. I mean, it's a great show.
What does it was
a great show. I'm just thinking back on what it was.
What does trading Micah Parsons actually look like, and would the Cowboys ever consider doing it? That's next in Below
the Belt
on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
products. I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
I think we're just going to use that open randomly every now and then.
I'm in.
Nice
like
reset. I was just in there with telling Peyton. I was like, just come back with the ball knowers of the round table open.
I didn't want to do it, Sean. I swear.
He didn't. Yeah, he was like, let's not play it. But then Aiden said, don't play it. Our video coordinator, Aiden, because he's like, no, because I'm going to be singing it all day. Because he said he went home and he said he's just walking around his house going, Bobby knows ball. It's catchy. I don't know where I stole it from. I plagiarized it from somewhere. It's somewhere in my brain. But yeah, it's a jingle from somewhere. I have no idea, and I still haven't been able to place it. What would it take to pry Micah Parsons away from the Dallas Cowboys? Is this what the Dallas Cowboys wanted all along? Is this them getting their wish? Or are they just going to play things out and ultimately they're not interested in trading Micah Parsons at all? We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Quick temperature check for both of you. Your percentage feeling that Micah Parsons is on the field week 1 and your percentage that Micah Parsons ultimately signs an extension here.
94% on the field, week 1. 60% extension, maybe 65.
There we go. Chop.
100% week 1. And then I'll say for an extension's not. I don't believe an extension is going to happen before the season.
No, just regardless, he signs his extension here.
Yes, 90%.
90%. Okay,
I don't think they're getting rid of him.
I think there's so much going on here in terms of the hurt feelings that seem to exist for Jerry and that seem to exist for Micah. The layers of why can't we get, like, we've never had an issue with Dez, Dak, Zeke. You think of all these different negotiations that have happened. We have never publicly had anything play out over the course of several weeks of them just flat out saying the other one is not correctly representing the way their meeting went. Like we've never had anybody just go like, that's not what the meeting was. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Like, we've never had that sort of interaction before with a player and Jerry Jones in the public. So I do wonder how much you can smooth over in terms of somebody's going to have to move on this. I don't think Mike is going to. I don't think Micah's side is going to. I think they feel like we've done our due diligence. We have reached out. We've put it in your court. You need to come, like, address this with us now. You can't just pretend we don't exist.
Is this like smart negotiating or like childish pettiness? Like, that's why I wanted to ask Joel Corey. You know, you pick up the phone first, you lose. Is that like expert negotiating?
Yeah, see, like, I don't. Whenever he says that,
it seems like a degree of childishness.
Whenever he
childishness.
Childishness.
Yep. It seems, yeah.
Childishness. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, fine.
Easy for you to say. I think that part of it is the trade aspect of it makes no sense. When Jerry says you pick up the phone first, you lose when it comes to trades during the draft. It's like, well, no, if you don't want to sit there, you need to call somebody and you need to get out of there. That doesn't make any sense to me. On this front, they've been called. Like they have. Like they're Dallas has not rejected the claim to this point, to my knowledge, that they have reached out. Like that hasn't. They haven't said no. He hasn't.
Like, have they ever disrespected an agent to this degree?
I can't think of one. Not
like Jerry is acting like he's going to walk into the next CBA and say, "I want agents eradicated. I don't want sports representation in the National Football League anymore, and we are putting in a rule: you cannot redo a deal until it expires." That's how he's acting. Someone, I think Fred said it yesterday. I thought it was a great line, that Jerry acts like it's just still 1995. Yeah. And maybe a lot of this is posturing, and he knows deals get done a year beforehand. He's just acting and sounding so old school of contracts.
Yeah.
Well, it's not in the National Football League.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing about this whole negotiation. If Jerry, the way Jerry has represented the meeting with Micah, Micah agreed to this, and Micah understood what we were talking about.
Yeah.
If he is right about that, if that interpretation of what the meeting is correct, I think everybody does kind of understand why he would be as bruised or annoyed or irritated as he is. As like, this was represented a certain way that you understood.
Bruised, but not burned. Like, what are you doing to Brian Schottenheimer? What are you doing at the start of your football season? If Micah Parsons, knock on wood, goes out here in week 2 and gets hurt, everyone's going to blame, depending on the type of injury, everyone's going to blame Jerry Jones for getting Micah Parsons hurt because he didn't train.
Yeah, his conditioning wasn't right. Yeah,
his conditioning wasn't right.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I think there's a possibility that the way this is looked at is, like you said, bruised but not reckless or whatever else. Jerry may look at it as, okay, you know what? We'll deal with this, but not till next year. So I don't think you're going to miss games. You'll just have to play on your 5th-year option now. So that's going to be the punishment for me feeling like you didn't do me right in this negotiation. You will just not get your money this year, and you're going to have to wait on it. And however long you didn't want to be tied into a negotiation or didn't want to be under contract, you're going to be under contract a year extra now because I'm going to do this.
And then the question is going to be how much. That's why I asked Eatman to bring out the TO scale. How much of a disruption is Micah willing to be? How much does David Mulligay to tell him, you are now a cancer? You are now a toxic poison.
Yeah.
That's the big question for me.
Yeah, the issue, though, becomes if you go down that I'm a cancer kind of road, does that impact other teams' willingness to... I guess it only takes one.
Yeah.
But does that impact other teams' willingness to either pay you or what they're willing to trade for you, all that stuff?
I think George Pickens is a great example of somebody who is also David Mulligay client and is saying, nope, I understand my payday's on the line and I'm going to... I'm going to approach this a certain way because I'm not here to mess anything up. This is my audition. This is what I think Micah would similarly. All right, it's audition time. Season started. We're locked in, and this is what we're doing. The more that this goes along, the more I do start to waver on the idea of him getting a deal done here. Not immediately. I think he's here this year regardless. Dallas is not interested in trading him right now. I don't think they would ever do it, no matter how much he wants to. And we went over this at 620, the history of all the different players that have asked out Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, Mike Jenkins, and they told him, no, you're just going to be here, and you've got to deal with that. And I think that they would sit through that. My question then becomes, and we talked about it with Florio, when he's a free agent next year, they can tag him. There's the non-exclusive tag, and there's the exclusive franchise tag. When was the last time the exclusive franchise tag was used in the NFL?
And exclusive means what?
Another team can't even sign you, like to an offer sheet. It's just they have your controlling rights. It's you take the average of the 5 highest paid players in the National Football League at that position, and that's their designated salary.
And non-exclusive is you can make the offer and sign, we can match.
120%. Your salary is 120% of what it was the year before. And then a team can sign you. Team has 5 days to match the offer sheet, or they get 2 first-round picks.
Okay.
So the last time the exclusive franchise tag was used, this surprised me. It was Dak in 2020. Teams have not given it to. Generally, they do want you to be non-exclusive. Non-exclusive is the one that gets used just about every year. The last one was Dak in 2020 when he was negotiating, and they didn't want to expose him to the market. So Dallas has used that tag before. They were the last team to use it. I don't know that they would use the exclusive next spring. I think they would go, this has gotten bad enough. Let's let somebody else negotiate it. Let somebody else agree to the terms. We'll decide if we like them. And if we don't, we'll save the 45 and we'll get the 2 first-round picks.
But then you only get 2 first-round picks. You don't get more.
Right. You don't get more, but what you did get was you got another year of Micah Parsons here playing for you. Then you got $40 million and 2 first-round picks.
Because
people will still be upset, though, if they don't get a little more than 2 firsts.
Right. They want the MAC deal minimum.
Which I think teams would be out there would be eager to sign him as a non-exclusive franchise tag because they're like, same thing you were just saying. Oh, we thought we were going to have to give up 2 firsts and a third or a fifth. You're telling me we can just sign him right now and only give up the 2 firsts? Cool. That sounds like we actually got a discount by waiting.
Yeah. Like the MAC deal is 2 firsts, a third, and a fifth. To me, it's 2 firsts, a second, and a third.
That's
the floor for me.
I think the only way Micah gets traded is under that scenario. He plays out this year. He just has to be the good soldier. He has to approach it a certain way. And then when he's out of contract next year, the Cowboys decide to do the non-exclusive and negotiate from there. Now, if they exclusive franchise tag him and they can do that twice, well, now you're looking at, now I think you might start seeing there's some discontent and just I'm not showing up because you're talking about you're locking me in here, not allowing me to like make my money in my prime. And that's where I think there would start being an issue of just I'm not showing up and having that sort of issue. But I don't know. I think that Dallas is not interested in it now. I think they would use the non-exclusive next year. I think the 2 likely scenarios are they get a deal done now or they trade Micah next spring. That's what I think ultimately happens in regards to Micah Parsons, which...
If I was Micah, again, you're one of 2 types of people. That $200 million contract makes all your emotion and feelings go away. That would probably be choppy. I don't care what you said about me. That's $200 million. Or you're like me, and the bridge has already been burned. I do not want to play for Jerry Jones. That's how I'd feel right now if I was Micah. Unless I know deep down I've lied and misrepresented about what that meeting was. Unless I have a little bit of guilt. Or unless he's asking for $50 a year. Then I would take Jerry and Steven's side. But you have insulted me way too much, way too often. I don't care if you give me that check. I'm going to get the check somewhere else. I'm not playing for you guys anymore.
Part of me
You have stepped over the line way too many times.
Part of me does wonder if, because so much of this has been brought up about the angle of Mulugheta's involvement in this. I don't know that the Cowboys view it as their relationship is as bad with him as it's talked about publicly. I think they think that their relationship with him is fine. It's just it's a case-by-case basis of right now they've got this problem with Mike and how it interacted.
What are you talking about? All we hear is, I don't know the agent's name, and the agent is worthless. And how could they, what do you mean they were overblown, the drama between the agent and the team?
I think the sense is from people at the Cowboys that this is the way you kind of play the game and you go back and forth. And I think a lot of that, I don't even know who the agent is. I think that's less so dismissive of David and it's more dismissive of Micah saying that they needed to go double back on this. Because it's saying, no, we talked, your agent's irrelevant to
All
this.
right, does
no matter
David
who he
feel
is.
that way about them? What are you gonna do? You don't show up when we call, just like Jay-Z.
I think I don't know a single agent in the NFL who just says I'm going to have they generally just go, it's the cost of doing business. Every negotiation's different. You generally don't let things get personal.
Is this gonna affect Pickens? That is a follow-up we need to have. Like in reality, right? Because you talked about Dallas, Seattle follow-up drama. Mm-hmm. It was Seattle, right? Yep. And they're like, oh, you screwed us, we're gonna screw you. David Mulugheta clients here?
I don't think David or the Cowboys
because
would
Pickens is Mulugheta, right?
Yeah, I don't think David or the Cowboys would let the Micah thing impact how they negotiate with Pickens. Pickens, I think they'll just look at regardless. Now, you can look at when Randy Gregory left here and the Cowboys felt like Peter Schaefer, the agent, went back on some stuff. It was a miracle. 2 months later, all 3 of Peter Schaefer's clients were off the Cowboys roster.
Why RJ is blaming your television for the Texas Rangers crowd? Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers, then Tommy Yars from Oxnard.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Again, the two-strike pitch. And that ball is hit to deep left field. It's got a shot, and it is out of here. Line drive, pinch hit, home run for Paul Goldschmidt. He has given New York a 3-2 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can that be romantic about one of the greatest things about the greatest sport, in my opinion? And that is an electric atmosphere. The crowd.
I'm going to fight with you this segment.
Well, you're going to lose, my friend. You're going to lose. It is Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers went for the sweep against the Yankees. They lose 3-2. Jack Leiter did not make it out of the fourth inning. Pitch count wasn't crazy high. You know, he's only had 68 pitches.
The walks were.
But he was a little bit wild. He had walked 4 in 3 1/3. So they go to Milner. Milner.
That's the way baseball goes.
Doesn't give up anything. Not even a hit in his 2 2/3 before Garcia comes in there in the 6th inning, and gives up a home run to Paul Goldschmidt, and that kind of broke it open.
Garcia and Adolis Garcia. These are the two names getting caught up by Ranger fans. Not happy yesterday.
Not happy. I mean, look, Adolis had a good at bat, and then got looked like a splitter, and he hadn't thrown a splitter at all at that point. And he didn't see it, didn't hit it. It was out in front.
I thought Corey had a fastball pitch earlier in the bat before, where I was like, that was it.
Yeah,
that was the opportunity.
Yeah. Now people are saying, Garcia, get him out of there. Bobby's detailed this outside the 9th inning. He's been largely fine,
and this month his 3 appearances have been bad.
And Bochy praised him the other day, where he's like, let's not run this kid out of here. He's been good for us this year.
Yeah, and I'm not freaking out about using him in this spot because he hadn't pitched since Saturday. They don't play today. So if you didn't use him then, or Armstrong, and they used them both, there's no surprise they used them both, that would have gone Saturday to a minimum Friday between using guys. You just generally don't want your bullpen guys, anybody on your rotation, you don't want them going that long. Because bullpen guys are designed, I mean, they're conditioned to almost go every other day.
By the
or
way,
2 of every 3 days.
Jack Leiter, 68 pitches yesterday. How many strikes versus balls?
68. I'll say he had 36 strikes.
33 strikes to 35 balls, and he went first pitch strike to 17 batters 6 times. So 11 times he started him off 1-0.
Ugh. So, anyway, that's the Garcia situation. Again, if they didn't use him, they probably wouldn't have been able to use him for almost 6 days. That's a bit much. So I'm not going to freak out about Bochy putting him in there. Now, let's get back to the original topic here, which is the television set, your television set, and what it's doing to you. So,
television set. When was the last time you heard somebody say that?
Your rabbit ears.
Your rabbit ears. I do have the baseball extra innings package, Sean, so I do watch a lot of games.
Wow. Sacrifice Netflix for that.
You know what it is? I just got it 1 year, and it just automatically renews. And by the time I realize that I have it the next year, it's already been paid for.
Like everything.
Is everything else automatically
That's
renewed?
why they say,
Yeah.
that's why the one unethical life hacks we did, they say use the gift card and then the auto renew. If it does one of those Visa gift cards, it can't auto renew it.
Yeah. But I get a lot of use out of it. Now, listen, I am not going to sit here and try to convince you that this is Citizens Bank Park. We're in Philadelphia. But
a lot less murder.
You were there on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I was there on Tuesday. That place is louder than it projects on TV.
When it's loud.
When it's loud.
It's not loud often enough.
It's not loud often enough, but when it's loud, it projects louder than when it gets loud on TV. I think the Ranger television broadcast, calling you up, Bassick, Raymond, whatever.
No, all the guys in the truck, which is such a cool damn feature. Anytime there's a huge Ranger moment, they show that director guy. That is an amazing experience to watch him. Camera 1, cut to 2, cut to that. When you actually see it play out in the truck, I love it.
I need to do more research on this. I don't know how many.
And by the way, that whole television production in general, I've bashed Bally and that boring presentation and the soft, scared analysis for years. They have stepped it up. I'm not just saying that because of Sandler. I think it's a much, much, much better, interesting watch, and Bassick is a huge part of that as well.
Yeah, RSN's great. Pre-game show, post-game show, maybe those could be a little better, but the rest of the presentation
give him a chair!
Fantastic. A chair.
I got to do more research. I don't know how many boom mics they have in the stadium. Those big, like, mics that pick up ambient noise, or if they just keep them very low, because you don't even hear ambient people talking.
I don't know about TV side. I know in the Rangers radio booth, it's at least 2 shotguns that are one's pointed this direction, one's pointed this direction, and it may be more, but it's 2 shotguns right out of the booth.
Yeah, and I don't know how it compares to others, but like from at least the sound perspective, any other game you watch across the sport, you pick up ambient sound a lot louder. I could barely hear Chuck Morgan. When they're playing the da-na-na, you could barely hear it on the TV broadcast. And in every other game, it sounds like on TV you're in the stadium, which makes the crowd louder because you're just picking up ambient noise. They're doing a complete disservice. Again, it's not a loud crowd to begin with.
No.
It's not. It's Bopsa. It's a bunch of people sitting around, but boost it.
The Rangers crowd is the worst and most unaware in DFW.
Woo!
And it's not even close. They have no concept or knowledge or care of standing up with Evaldi coming off after 8 strong.
That's not cool, guys.
Or standing up early with 2 strikes. They're the worst and most unaware crowd. And I respect your attempt here, Choppy. But I also, too, have been to games.
Wow.
Inside the stadium. It's a morgue. I'll text Ranger people and be like, is this just dead quiet in here? Or is it just me? And they're like, yeah, it is. It's a morgue. It's so boring and it's so lame. And I was at the World Series games because of Kyle, Emerald Custom Pools. And I took a video, and all these Ranger fans got butthurt with everyone. We are standing up, big moments. That's what I grew up on, that old Yankee Stadium. That's my favorite place to ever watch a game on television. The electricity. And everyone does it a lot of times in the postseason. That's why I love playoff baseball, because of the crowd. And everyone's standing up. The crowd in Arlington, not even close.
It's far less.
And this is not a debatable topic. I'll fight you on it. I don't care how many games you say you go to. I've been to enough to where they're the most unaware, or they just don't care. They either don't know or they don't care to stand up.
I don't know.
Or be loud.
I don't know
is someone text us?
Nope, it's the phone. And it's not, because this goes for every stadium out there. The amount of people who are just completely at a baseball game, completely unaware of what's going on because they're on their phone. I'm guilty of this too.
Yeah.
Even Philly games, and they're loud. But the amount there should be a rule: no cell phones in the place. Be loud. You want to create a home field advantage? Make them put a cell phone in a bag like they do at a comedy show.
I don't know if this is I haven't noticed it in years. I know about 15 years ago, the ballpark in Arlington had an awful reputation, not only just here locally, but around baseball, as ushers telling people to sit down. Like where it was like an issue where you would constantly get complaints from fans that they're like, I'm up here, I'm trying to talk, and then you have one person who's not used to going to a baseball game that's annoyed that I'm standing up, and so ushers come and tell you to sit down. And that was a problem 15 years ago. I don't know if it's a thing now, but that was an issue back in the day.
Kid Muse, Jake Reitman's #1 fan. I was at the game yesterday with my son. We sat in 229, then second row of 132. At times the crowd was loud, but only when prompted to be. They would not hold the chant or cheers after the prompts stopped. And then Adolis last at bat. Yeah, in 132. 132 is the section we sat in. 133. If half the stadium was like 133, we'd have the top, maybe best home field advantage in the entire sport. That section,
it's very good,
is the example. That section brings it. And I will say this, because Bobby said when they're loud, it is electric. My #1 crowd moment in DFW for the last 15 years was the World Series left field and walking out of that building with Napa Lee. Lee, when we were sitting there in left field for the playoff games and walking out, I still get chills thinking about it. That's my #1 moment, but it took that moment. But otherwise, completely oblivious, or like I said, they don't care to stand up.
It's also like it's like me walking into the media party in Oxnard. It's like that stadium feels so sterile still. Like I just don't know how people just still don't feel like they're comfortable sitting in it. Sometimes they're comfortable in terms of the AC, but it's almost like it doesn't feel right yet still to me.
This weekend they have the Phillies in town. Do yourself a favor, go to this series. Kyle Schwarber is a monster right now, just absolutely demolishing baseballs. So at least go there and get some BP. If I don't know, they decide to do BP that day. The one day I went, the Yankees didn't decide to do BP. Nobody loves to crap on Little League.
So what's Schwarber doing?
He's got like 4 home runs this month already. In like 3 games, he's got like 8 RBIs.
People worried about the home run derby swing. Not for him.
Not for him.
Home run derby hero.
Definitely not. I mean, he
derby, but all-star game.
Right. He plays like a beer league softball. He's a better Matt Stairs. He just plays beer league softball. Nobody loves to crap on Little League more than I do. It is Diamond Cavs on 105. I think it's the worst form of youth baseball there is. But this, and I want to ignore it. I usually want to ignore it. I ignore Little League World Series, but I gotta call this one out. The coach for Florida should be ashamed of himself for this maneuver that cost his team and his state a game.
2-2. Hit on a line deep left field. Off the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs will score. Giuliani coming home. Ball game. South Carolina walks it off.
All right, so they were up 4-0 going into the last inning. South Carolina loads the bases, and there's a walk. So it's now 4-1. So what does the coach of the Florida Little League do up 4-1 with the bases loaded? I got a great idea. We're going to walk in the second run intentionally. So he intentionally walks the next guy to make it 4-2 to bring the tying run to second base and the winning run on first.
Yeah, but was the guy up that they walk like their best player, number 4 hitter?
He's a good player.
Do you know?
Yeah, Giulietti is his name. I mean, he was. He's a good player. Hey, that Babe Ruth out there, is he?
Would you? I mean, you would be in favor of
This is the
walking
Bonds
Bonds in that
thing.
situation, wouldn't you?
That's
Who?
If it was 2 outs, you would be in favor of walking Bonds there, wouldn't you?
4-1. Maybe. Yeah, Barry Bonds. Maybe I'd walk Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
I'd walk
Maybe
Bonds today
maybe I'll walk
at
Barry
60.
Bonds. Right,
in
there you
his
go.
100-mile-per-hour fastballs.
But then he goes out there and they do this. First of all, a team from Florida has no business ever losing to a team from South Carolina in baseball. It's like a team from Texas losing to a team from Nebraska. Like, you have no business doing that. You're just better. You have more kids. You're just better. Florida, Texas, California. You had no business losing to Oregon. But this is, you never put the winning run.
So what happened?
Never. So they lose the game.
They lost.
They lost. They were up 4-0 in the last inning. And then all of a sudden, you get a bases loaded, you get a walk, and then you intentionally walk the next guy to put the winning run on first base in just a joke of a field. I mean, why these bases are 60 feet apart?
I think there is an instance if there's a kid who's so much better than everyone else where you do it.
Maybe there is. It just, how do you, at that level? I mean, you don't really know at that level. You know, you don't know as much. Because kids are.
We knew when playing in Little League tournaments who like the big dog was on the other team.
If you have, I guarantee, but the problem is at this level where you're at this far, if you have the big dog, the guy hitting right after him isn't going to be that much worse.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're talking about it.
Unless you're talking about, like,
they had no
this
runs.
is the greatest 12-year-old of all time.
Right.
And then the next guy's just an average kid.
They had no runs going into that inning.
Yeah,
so, I
they
mean,
were
like,
dominant.
they had been fine handling them, and they must just look at that and went, like, this is the biggest threat to us.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Day. Am I getting killed on the fan text for the Ranger crowd?
No, you're good.
We'll crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard reacting to the breaking Arch Manning news. We'll do it with Tommy after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
in a car or truck right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard every Tuesday and Thursday. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Arch Manning, because Tommy's a Longhorn, right, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Arch Manning, Archie, has delivered a message for all the tankers. What are we calling the Arch tank?
It's not. It's
Bar for Arch? I don't know.
No, it was something for Manning. Standing for Manning. I can't remember. What did we? I don't. It wasn't. It needs to be a shirt.
Archie has told Texas Monthly that Arch is not going to be coming out in 2025.
Yeah.
He will declare for the 2026 NFL Draft. Meanwhile, he will be at Texas.
Yeah.
So take him off the board.
Quote, Arch isn't going to do that. He'll be at Texas, so he will not declare for 26. Planning for Manning. That's what it is.
Okay.
Planning for Manning.
Tommy Yarsh, does that make you happy?
First of all, I thought the slogan was awful for Arch.
Okay.
But, planning for Manning works too. That makes me happy. That's kind of what had been expected, I think. Unless Arch just put together one of the best college football seasons in history, there's really no reason for him to rush to the league or anything like that. I think that he can benefit from having more games on his tape and giving NFL evaluators and scouts a chance to really see what he can do and see him take the next steps around this team. You think about the fact that they've got 4 different starting offensive linemen this season. They've got to replace their 2 top receivers and their best tight end. So it's going to be a lot of new faces for Texas's offense this year. So certainly beneficial to get 2 years down as a starter and try to get some good tape together in that process.
How many games you try to go to in Austin a year?
Now it'll probably only be like 1 or 2. I actually went to Arch's first start against ULM last year, and then I went to the Clemson College Football Playoff game. That was super sick. That was really cool.
All right, Tommy, recap the Rams scrimmage and what jumped out to you from the other day.
Yeah, I tried to split my time as best I could on offense and on defense. I'll start with defense. You think about Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, Tutu Atwell. It's one of the better wide receiver cores you'll find in the league. And, man, Devontae Adams looked really good. And I don't know if that was more about Devontae Adams or more about the Cowboys are banged up at corner. Probably a little bit of both, but they really couldn't cover him for the most part. And, Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday, hey, don't put too much stock into that. We were only playing 2 coverages and things like that. And, to a degree, I understand that. But at the same time, you look at some of the stuff that they were doing in the secondary and at the line of scrimmage. I thought they were better against the run than I thought they were going to be. But, still at times they can get moved around. And you could see the same thing on the offensive side of the ball, too. They just couldn't get the run going. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, those guys were having really good days. When I went back and watched, I thought Nate Thomas had a better day than I had originally thought. I thought it wasn't a great day for him, but, Verse got him a couple of times. It's a tough ask for a young guy who hasn't gotten a lot of reps. But I thought he had a better day than I initially thought. And then, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens with Dak is as advertised. Those 2 are going to be really, really good this season. So a little bit of positive, but overall I think there's a lot to look to improve on for the Cowboys based off of that scrimmage.
Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard on the D&M Leasing Hotline. DallasCowboys.com, 105.3 The Fan is this radio station and show. Brian Schottenheimer giving himself a C, C-. Was that for play calling?
Yeah, that was him grading himself as a play caller.
What did you make of that, Tommy?
I would say it's accurate. I mean, he's saying he's going to be. He's saying he's going to be pretty vanilla. So if they're not having a lot of success against the run, and they're not able to get a full-fledged passing game going, then I didn't really see any reason. Again, I split my time, so I didn't see everything on offense, but I don't see any reason to give him an A or a B. I think that, again, even when you're keeping things vanilla, that doesn't change the fact that you can try and get an advantage in the trenches. All this talk in the offseason has been about, hey, we're going to be able to run the football. We're going to be able to move people up front. And at times they just didn't on Tuesday. And so, does that mean it's just still a process of everybody meshing together up front? They were without Tyler Smith for a majority of it. They were without Tyler Guyton for a majority of it. So is that the deal? But nonetheless, I don't think there was necessarily a body of work to benefit him getting a B or an A as a play caller in that instance. But,
Tommy just gave me a journalism lesson right there. It wasn't an open-ended question.
No yes or no.
It was kind of more of a statement, and he made me pay the price. There it is.
Tommy, okay, so I'm curious. You mentioned
and he didn't laugh at my joke either.
The Pickens, it's because Peyton's probably telling him to take it off speakerphone, I think. All right, so Tommy, you've got Pickens and Lamb, who you're just talking about, the connection that they're going to have there. Lamb had told us while we were out in Oxnard that he and Pickens are going to be on the same side pretty frequently. Is that something that you've seen consistently throughout the practices? And do you anticipate that when the season gets going, you're not going to see them on opposite ends? Teams are going to have to figure out how to cover them on that same side of the field.
Yeah, we've seen it a good bit. I think they've mixed it up, right? I don't think it's been, more of them lining up on the same side than it is more of them lining up on opposite sides. I think they've been pretty balanced. And Brian Schottenheimer said multiple times they're going to be multiple. They're going to move guys around. They're going to motion guys onto the same side. And, I think that's where you look at a very difficult scenario for defenses is if you motion CeeDee Lamb from the slot on one side of the same side as George Pickens, because then you've got to make some very quick decisions as to how you want to deal with that on one side of the field. And then obviously on the opposite side, you got to account for the other guys like a Jake Ferguson or a Jonathan Mingo or a Jalen Tolbert. So I think they're going to mix it up, but you certainly can see a lot of problems being caused for defensive backfields when you line those two up on the same side because, I think another thing that we haven't talked about as much is how good they are after the catch. So we know that with CeeDee Lamb, but I don't think George Pickens gets enough credit for how good he is after the catch too. So either one of those guys, if you get them the ball in space, they'll be able to make you pay for it.
Tommy Yarish joining us here, 105 through the fan. I'm going to read you 3 statements. Put on the lie detector machine and tell me if they're telling the truth or not. These are about Joe Milton. He's been downright dominant thus far at Cowboys training camp. He's been carving up the Dallas secondary on every occasion. By many accounts, he's been the most impressive passer on the roster. Would Maury Povich say that is a lie or that he's telling the truth with those 3 statements?
I would say that's a lie, and that's not necessarily a dig at Joe Milton. I mean, he's had some good days, but you're also seeing a lot of him, being a young quarterback and holding on to the ball too long, not being able to get to his reads, making some poor decisions, and tucking the ball and running when, he had options open. And so, I think the best passer at camp has been Dak Prescott, and that's a guy who, again, hasn't been perfect every day, but he's a veteran quarterback, and he's had some really, really good days where you're encouraged by what he's going to be able to bring to the table. But the lie detector says that's a lie. And, again, that's not a dig at Joe Milton at all.
All right, Tommy, so this is a question that I was asking about 40 minutes ago to Sean and RJ.
Well,
your confidence level right now that Micah plays week 1 and your confidence level that when he ultimately signs an extension, it's with the Cowboys.
Confidence level is not very high at the moment that he plays week 1. Just because, I listened to what you had reported yesterday, Bobby, which props to that, by the way, when you talk to David Mulugeta, and just it doesn't seem like there's a lot of movement. Jerry Jones doesn't feel like, he said, I stay urgent, but right now there doesn't feel like a big sense of urgency in terms of getting this done and rekindling that relationship. But I am more confident that, eventually both sides can come together and keep Micah Parsons as a Cowboy. I think it's still a matter of when and not if, but it's looking, I'm getting less and less confident for week 1 as the days go by.
Tommy, what is their preseason plan with the starters for Saturday?
Still TBD. We might, we'll see if Brian Schottenheimer talks a little bit more about that today. He said that it was still a work in progress yesterday, but there are going to be a handful of guys they don't play, and then another group of guys that they're going to try to get X amount of snaps just to, see what they've got or let them knock the rust off throughout the entire preseason. That's not just limited to Saturday against the Rams. So we'll see, but for the most part, I would think, the Dak Prescotts and the CeeDee Lambs and the George Pickens, you probably won't see them much, if at all, in the preseason. Whereas, some of these younger guys and guys that are getting ingrained into things again, like a Donovan Ezaraku and, maybe Tyler Smith, just because he's missed some practice time, maybe get some more runs and get a certain amount of snaps that the coaching staff wants to see before, they feel like they're at a good spot heading into week one.
Tommy, what is the Dirty Dozen, and don't say RJ Choppy's college roster?
Yeah, well, you guys just put me in a trap for being 22 years old, so I was not around when the Dirty Dozen was there, but I do know that my good friends over at Dallas Cowboys media team and our incredible production team is putting out a Deep Blue documentary on that today, so go watch it, and I will learn what it is along with the rest of those who don't know.
I tried to set him up. Good. I'm glad I got him back and exposed him a little bit because he checked me on my question. So I'm glad I got him back, even though he put it on his Twitter account. So I thought he was going to be prepared.
We still got to ask him because he's got to defend his city. What are the top 4 major U.S. cities, Tommy, would you say?
I would probably say Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles, and Dallas.
There. That's a pro right there. Why Chicago? Everybody thinks it's lame earlier when we were talking about it.
You get a cool egg or
everybody thinks Chicago's lame?
Yeah, they're like Lou Malnati's. No. It's disgusting.
Yeah. It's not real pizza. You have casserole.
Okay.
You don't have pizza.
Hey, now you're trying to draw me offside. You guys know I'm a Lou Malnati's connoisseur. No, Chicago's the best city in the world, man. It's the museum district there is great. The food is great. Obviously, Lou Malnati's. You won't find a better pizza anywhere in the world. And just Lake Michigan is dope. Skyline is great. Best skyline in the world.
Wow.
It's the best city out there, man.
I thought you were trying to get him to
I'll stand on that every day.
To say Austin. Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it. Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I really have a bad feeling about this crosstalk. Based upon Bobby and
Fred's
RJ.
been good.
Fred has been good. Corey Majors is wondering where are all the chairs?
Where'd the chairs go?
I don't know.
Dawson bleeding on him.
Listen, Sean, you did an amazing job getting that Tolo to hook us up with these chairs. These
Thank you.
are fantastic.
I caught some
chairs.
grief for that in the building.
I understand why. I get it. Protection and all that stuff. That chair you're in right now, those ones are my favorite kind of the group.
Yeah.
And now there's only one. There used to be like 4 of them in here, and there's
Looks
only
like
one.
there's a couple over there in the side studio.
But they said Dawson bled all over.
No, that's the one down the hall.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Is that the staph infection? I thought he just had a cold, and then so there's staph. What's the staph infection from? I'm sorry, I missed all this. Did he get stabbed by some?
I don't know anything.
Okay.
You know, they want to scare us and say it's a health issue, so we have HIPAA. But I think antibiotics are being used.
Okay.
I don't think we have a positive staph infection, but I don't know.
I haven't heard anything.
Antibiotics, you say?
Worst comes worst, you just cut it out.
What's that?
I said, worst comes worst, you cut it out.
Have you dealt with it?
Yeah. No, I had one on my knee.
All right,
and
tell
they
us
cut it
about
out.
it. Bobby might puke. I'm not joking.
No, I mean, you can see the scar. I mean, it was right. I got one right here, and so they.
So what is it? What is it?
I got mine from the gym.
Well,
gyms are dirty.
I got mine from the gym.
What was his last name?
Whatever. It was in Houston. It was in Houston.
Oh, his last name is
Houston. But no, man, I'll tell you what. My knee I mean, it was a softball, and I couldn't walk. I mean, it was bad.
And they just cut, and it's like pus coming out.
Man, same thing that what they did with Gavin. I went to the VA in Houston, and they cut that bad boy open, and as a matter of fact, what they did was they put like a little tube, and you can see where the other part was here. It's like a little tube, and then drained everything out through it.
How long did you wait between the time that you noticed the little pussy thing and then the time it became a softball?
Mine it was one of those deals where it just kind of hurt, and I didn't think anything of it at first, and then like a day went by, and then all of a sudden I noticed like, okay, this thing is getting like I can't walk. Like it's starting to affect my ability to walk right now.
Why were you puking the other day but not right now?
Because he just literally explained the procedure. Choppy talked about, as we were just doing during the break, his hack medicine opinions. Choppy was just doing it again about how, like, he basically was doing it like you'd scrape burnt stuff off of toast and then just like, you just keep scraping it off and then you spread it around. And it was gross.
You know, we went to a pediatrician, still do.
Well,
a pediatrician that he's not just throwing things out at you. He's like, just slice it open, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Throw some rubbing alcohol on it. Let the pus drain out. And squeeze it together.
So hold on, that's the picture that Dawson posted, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even read it. I saw it and was just like that.
That makes you queasy?
Did you see the picture? So there was like a red infected area, and then it was kind of green.
The green throws you off.
So yeah, and it was kind of.
Stop.
See, that's the. I don't think things like that should be posted on social media.
I don't disagree.
There's a lot of things that shouldn't be posted on social media.
But he had to justify going home.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think he went to urgent care. He left the show. So I think he had to justify leaving, and you got to put that out there.
I mean, you could tell during crosstalk he was not his normal vibrant self.
Yeah.
Like he was
vibrant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, vibrant as Dawson gets, but
high energy.
I mean, I crosstalk with him enough, but no, he definitely was not himself. Let's just say that.
How has your lifestyle changed with these hours? Because people say the midday lifestyle is by far the best in talk radio.
My favorite.
We wouldn't know. We've never moved out of the morning spot. So
I don't. Look, I did the midday show in Houston.
Well,
I'll just say this. I enjoy doing it with Corey.
Okay.
I've had fun.
So
Go ahead and mark
But-
that for Friday.
There you go. But no, it's not the best.
The worst is absolutely afternoon drive, without question.
Why isn't this the best? Hours wise.
I guess I'll say this.
Staying after dark's
it's hard.
awesome.
It's hard for me to kind of gauge properly because I got my son with me right now, so my schedule's all screwed up as it is anyway. Because I'm spending, my morning routine's all jacked up, and then we're bebopping around all over town. So I really haven't been able to do stuff that I need to do. So, but it's with valuable time with my son.
So you've done midday, you've done night.
Yes.
Ever morning or afternoon?
Never done morning or afternoon. That's
Corey?
my white whale.
I've worked every show. Like we've filled in for multiple weeks on every single one. We've actually we love the idea. Kevin and I've we've worked every hour of the clock at this station. Every single, even overnight. We've done everything.
Pizza-thon.
Yeah. The afternoon drive's difficult with 3 kids because you get home and it's like, all right, let's catch up now. You guys are about to go to bed. The morning show, I don't know how y'all freaking sleep. Like I never could figure out a good schedule. I feel like I heard Sean say you do 4-hour shift naps a long time ago, and Choppy was like, now Choppy's like, no, I'd try to go to sleep at 8, and I was like, this is ridiculous. But for me, midday and nights. I love nights because you have this freedom and it's fun, it's chaos. Middays are great for a dad, for me to be able to drop the kids off at school, pick them up from school, and be there at football and stuff like that. So I love it.
What's coming up?
We do have Babe Loffenberg joining us today at 12:40. FC Dallas's Jake Jackson, new acquisition there, will join us at 1:30 today
Dawson's
as well. Josh Jackson.
Oh.
Charlie Conway from
Yeah.
Mighty Ducks. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Joshua Jackson.
How was Bassick yesterday?
It was great. I messed up and misscheduled some things. So we had Pato Award at the same time as Mike, but we got him to give some advice. We said, hey, give some pitching advice for the first pitch that you're going to throw out. And then a lot of Tolos were texting in saying Mike sounded as happy as he's ever sounded on air in his life. And I was like, yeah, that's great. That's great. I love that for him. It's awesome.
Is today Bonds Day, you said, Peyton?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 18 years.
Where did he ultimately end up standing on whether he's glad it happened or not, Mike?
The moment.
Did you ever get that from him?
I heard him do an interview with San Francisco on it. He said ultimately in the moment he was angry. He said it's looking back, it's cool to be part of history.
Yeah, that's what he in the moment he was like, I can't believe I just gave up this stupid home run. I'm going to be the guy. He hated all that. But, it's been something that he's in the Hall of Fame for that. His name will always be there. His name's on a plaque with Barry Bonds, too, out there in San Francisco. So I think he's like okay with it, But you are always that guy that grooved that changeup or whatever to him. And people always try and call you out on stuff. And that was the thing that hurt him the most, was that people would just accuse him of just giving it up so he could be part of something. He was like, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, not after the 2-0 pitch. The 2-0 pitch was a dot. Like he can't throw that pitch on 2-0.
Yeah.
And then you say, oh yeah, on a 3-2 he gave it up on purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And so but people just accuse him of things, and he always hated that part. But it was good to see my friend.
Yeah, I can't believe he actually came on.
Oh yeah, we'll get the invoice soon.
Yeah, that's right.
As Jared said. Yeah.
Have you heard from Hagelin yet?
No, I don't even know if he's
but-
alive. I mean, he could have
Time
gone
is
to
it 7 o'clock there. No, 5 o'clock there.
Yeah, he could have got hit in the head with a baseball by one of those little German kids. Could have just crushed him in the skull. He could be done right.
Is he going out there to play baseball with German kids?
Yeah, he's teaching German kids Jesus and baseball. He's on a mission trip.
Okay.
Because everybody knows that you can teach about the Lord through baseball.
Through baseball.
It's always been the thing.
All right, Bob. It's your moment, baby.
Is this about Peyton's offer for Pizza-thon, or is this about heroin?
No, it's about balls. Oh, yeah. Break them out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
Bobby Belt has been telling us he can juggle.
Oh.
Dude, so we did this for Pizza-thon one year. The job was you have to juggle, and every time you drop the ball, Colby got to hit you with a wooden spoon.
God.
And Colby doesn't
not.
like, oh, hey, I'm just going to, and I don't know how to juggle long time. Yeah. And so at one point, I got about 3 minutes into it, and I'd been hit so many times. Kevin felt bad for me and said, "I'll do it for you." Kevin's a pretty good juggler, so let's see this.
What's the key, Bobby? What's the key?
Watch the middle.
Watch the middle.
You throw one up, so now I'm.
Oh,
you can juggle.
Wow. Look at that. That's
juggle.
impressive.
Can you do like under your leg?
Oh.
Can you do any trick?
That is the most athletic thing he does.
I saw him throw a football.
That's right.
Pretty far
You guys asked how Choppy sleeps at night. That's how heroin, I guess.
I mean, if you guys want to fight about this for 2 minutes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't even, honestly, I don't even know what we were fighting about.
He says Tylenol and heroin are the same.
I don't think I said that. Although,
Wow, that's
with the state of my liver currently, I would absolutely take heroin over Tylenol.
They actually say Tylenol, when you do have liver issues, they say Tylenol is still better to take than ibuprofen. Doctors will tell you to do that.
Really?
Can anyone?
Because doesn't that get filtered through your liver versus your kidney?
They think NSAIDs are like much more harmful long term.
Oh, baby.
Can anyone else juggle? You want to try, Fred?
No, I can't juggle.
Fred, try.
Corey?
I can't juggle.
And I hated those hacky sacks too. All the soccer players.
Oh, you weren't a hacky sack fan?
I can't do it.
Let's say watch Fred's just going to be able to
soften
do
them
it.
up,
What drives me nuts is the guys.
Fred! There we go.
It's the guys that can juggle Rubik's Cubes and do the Rubik's Cubes at the same time that they're juggling them. Have you ever seen that? They are solving Rubik's Cubes while juggling.
That was a hell of a game of catch, Fred.
Let me see those real
Fred
quick.
threw, caught. It's tough. I can't do
The
it.
Rubik's
Let me see
Cube
here.
guy
Let me see.
might be the most hateable person.
Here we go, Corey.
Hey, he did it!
All I can do there.
One more time. There you go.
Yeah,
wow.
see?
There you go. Well done.
Solid. Oh, whoa. Right to the TV, right at Heather Dinich.
That was Corey, Tim Collins. We are back tomorrow morning. It's the KNC Masterpiece coming at you next right here, 105.3 The Fan.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I can hear things now because I have plugged in my headphones, Alec.
Oh.
So everything's going to be okay.
Yay.
And people are texting in regarding Kevin not reaching out to us from the 321. They charge you per minute for calls and rehab. From the 817, some rehabs don't let you have phones, guys. And then from the 561, as for Kevin, you aren't allowed to have a phone in rehab. So they've continued on this this bit, if you will.
Facade.
It is a bit, guys. Kevin is in Germany. Allegedly. All right, guys, the Rangers fall to the Yankees yesterday 3-2 in a game that was full of missed opportunities.
Say that again.
And that's what I'm starting to question is this season going to be the season of missed opportunities? Yesterday you had 11 left on base. You had the final out was with bases loaded, an opportunity to say, hey, let's walk off grand slam this, or walk off single through the infield.
Well, you had two guys on.
Two guys on. Corey Seager was at second. Simeon was at first. You had the opportunity to score a couple runs, maybe even just tie it up with
at the very least,
just a poach little single was all you really needed.
Yep.
But Adolis was up at that plate yesterday with the mindset of, I can walk this off like Josh did the other night. But this is when I say missed opportunities, it's not just, we've seen this all year long.
Yep.
Like we've seen the Rangers play this kind of game all year long where it's one-run game. They have chances. They left too many runners on base. And then the missed opportunity, though, was you really didn't do anything to gain in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the playoffs, because the Yankees now have the tiebreaker against you, and the Yankees are still a game and a half ahead of you for the final wild card spot. So that's where you're going to have a run, and the Yankees continue to spiral so that you can get ahead of them in this wild card, but you didn't gain any ground on the Houston Astros.
No, you certainly didn't. You didn't gain any ground in the like you said, in the wild card spot. And I think the most disappointing aspect of yesterday's ball game continues to be the inconsistency of Jack Leiter. Gets pulled after 3 1/3 of only 68 pitches, 33 of which he threw strikes. So that tells you kind of his control continues to be all over the place.
You have these moments with him of absolute brilliance. And for a few innings, you'll be like, wow, that dude might be untouchable. And then you'll have all these other moments where you're just like, he's an average pitcher.
Man, no, look, you're exactly right about that. And again, he put 2 or 3 good stretches together, and here he is again, kind of all over the place. Control continues to be an issue, hitting his spots. I mean, he keeps falling behind in the count, and then of course you're digging back into that bullpen again. Robert Garcia, I don't know if you go ahead and send him down to Round Rock to let him get his mind right again, because he's clearly and we talked to Mike Bask about that yesterday. I mean, talk about unfortunately foreshadowing. I mean, again, we saw what happened over in Seattle. He gave up 0 home runs through his entire appearances in July, and then of course he's already given up 3 home runs in the month of August, and we're 7 days in, barely a week into the year so far, or week into the month so far. And then last but certainly not least is Adolis. I mean, Adolis give us, Adolis take it away. 0 for 5 on the day, including 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. And you alluded to, and I think this is where you were getting confused. Yeah, he had 2 guys on at the end, but he also had bases loaded the time before that.
Right.
So that's probably what you're thinking of.
That was the one.
So, yeah, I mean, he spit the bit not once but twice in crucial situations where you could have had go-ahead run scoring opportunities that could have put this game away, because if you're up a run, then you feel a lot better about things. So, again, to your point, these are the type of games, and everybody says, well, you won the series. Well, okay, that's fine, but see, you've dug yourself into a kind of a hole where you need to start making up ground, and you need to win series. And again, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Corey, because the reoccurring theme is you lost 3 out of 4 to the Seattle Mariners. Could have taken 3 out of 4. Yeah, you won 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, but you should have won all 3. We go back to the 10-game road trip before the All-Star break. You went 5-5, but you lost 2 games that you should have won. We're starting to see a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas.
Yep.
With this team, and again, that dovetails to your point exactly, is that the missed opportunities are starting to stack up, and when you win a championship, or when you're a championship grade team, those things start to flip. Luck starts to factor in. You start to get clutch hits. You start to have guys, and by the way, Was Jock Peterson the player of the series?
He was, and then he didn't. Like, he got a walk. I guess he got the walk. The pinch walk. That was what he's supposed to do. This is interesting that you talk about the luck factor here, because my son last night, where he's in year 2 of football in middle school, and he's already thinking S team,
fluky plays.
It feels things go your way. I remember Bill Parcells talking about Dan Campbell, and he just kept being one of those guys that fumbles just kept winding up in his lap on special teams.
Yeah.
And Parcells is like, you want more of those guys around where just good things happen. You know, if you have those guys around, good things happen.
Sure do.
But that's what I was saying. Some seasons are going to be like that. Some seasons are going to be arduous. Some seasons are going to be, you're going to just toil the entire way. Some seasons you never want to end. Yeah. Last year, I didn't want the season to end for him. He was having so much fun. And then some seasons you're like, I cannot wait for this one to be over because my quarterback's hurt, my running back's hurt, offensive line's been terrible, defense is just destroyed. Some seasons, every one of them's different. And that's where a lot of times we try to compare the World Series team or the Mavericks to the 2011 team or a team from 1999 in hockey.
Yeah.
And you start trying to compare what happened there. Every one of them is going to be different because they're going to have to overcome something. This year, the Rangers are having to overcome themselves. They're having to overcome, what hasn't been a good offense, and it could change at the end. But every one of these seasons is different, and that's one of the reasons I'm glad Bochy's there, because I feel like he's steady enough to keep you in that mindset of, we know 162 is going to be, but right now you got 46 left.
Yeah.
And with 46 left, you have a lot of ground you have to cover in order to get to the end of it and be ahead of things. And that's where all these missed opportunities in the past, they are in the past now, but they could be the moments where you look back and go, that was the one thing that kept us from doing this. Evan Grant's right. He said ties definitely don't go to the Rangers. By the end of the day, they'd actually slip behind Cleveland as first bubble team out. The Guardians, who have yet to play any games against the Rangers this year, are .001 ahead of them in win percentage.
Mm-hmm.
And you could get to 90 games. If the Rangers won a series, like you said, Fred, they won the series, and they could get, if they continue to do that for the rest of the year, they could get to 90 wins. And that would be amazing considering what we've gone through this year with this team. We went through this like, oh my gosh, they might get 85 wins. That might be lucky to get there, and they might get 90 if they go a stretch where they just win series for the rest of the season.
Look, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. It's just it just feels like this reoccurring theme over and over and over again. Now that
you think you got hot, right, and then
you're relying on Jock Peterson. You're relying on a Jake Berger whenever he decides to come back. I mean, Simeon is what he is. Corey Seager is what he is. Unfortunately, Adolis is what he is. Now, again, we talked about this yesterday. You know, if guys have done it before, they can do it again. That's a popular mantra for professional athletes, and so we'd like to adopt that theory when it comes to your Texas Rangers. We talked to Bochy about Jock Peterson yesterday, and he echoed the same thing we did as far as this guy has had success before. He also mentioned that they rushed Jock Peterson back, which I don't know has been talked about. So, does this guy getting on base 6 straight times over the course of this Yankee series, does that suggest something? And I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, my boy Mike Babbo, who's a baseball aficionado, and I said, look, if he can get, and he goes, now look, let's not get carried away. It's only 3 games. But when you look at this lineup, okay, like who's, and this is why I'm singling out Jock Peterson, because I mean, are we going to see? Is Josh Smith really going to play over his head any more than he already has?
I think Josh Smith is what he is.
He is what he is.
Exactly what he is.
Corey Seager.
But you're right. Last year he was playing better than you ever expected.
But then fell off a cliff in the second half, right?
Yeah, he wore down.
At least he's starting to show so far that he's not there yet, right? And that maybe last year was what he needed. Again, Marcus Simeon, he's and you mentioned a stat the other day where for as on fire as he was for that 6-week stretch in June and July, kind of started to cool off a little bit, right? Went from batting like 350, dropping down to 202, I think you said.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's kind of regressed to the mean again. All right, again, Corey Seager, for as great as he's been, what's his RBI numbers at? High 30s?
Yeah.
Okay, so Wyatt Langford, I think we could argue, has been okay to good. but
He's
hasn't
at
been
40, by the way.
He's got 40, okay?
Yeah, 40, which is not Corey Seager numbers.
Dude, we're 100, like you said, we're 100 almost 20 games into this thing,
Yeah.
right? And he's got 40, and he's played a majority of the season, right? I mean, that's the thing about you
big
can't
chunk,
say he's
actually.
played a big chunk of the year so far. All right, Wyatt Langford hasn't been just eye popping. You know what I mean? And again, for as good as he's been in the field,
He's not Mike Trout, young Mike Trout. He hasn't been what we expected.
And I'll put it to you like this: what's been his signature moment this year? I mean, he's had a couple decent moments, where he scored some go-ahead runs. But I mean, where's that Wyatt Langford, Josh Young walk-off home run that we've seen?
Yeah, or a 3-week just tear.
Where he hasn't had that.
That's what I've been hoping.
He hasn't
for.
had that Marcus Semien or Corey Seager, like, again, to your point, tear. So my point in all that is that with 46 games left to go, somebody not named the usual suspects has to step up. And again, God forbid, is it going to have to be Jock Peterson?
Mm-hmm.
All right, is Jock Peterson, for as maligned as this guy has been for the entire season, is this going to be the guy that's going to spark this offense? Because I'm not worried about the pitching. The pitching is going to take care of itself, but somebody not named Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, and dare I say Adolis, and we'd love to see him get hot, but somebody not named those two is going to have to do something different.
Fred, I agree with you on the batting lineup. I think we've made our feelings well known about what they need to be, what they need to do. We've agreed Nate Eovaldi is an absolute stud. The rest of the pitching, it was great that they added Merrill Kelly because now you have 3 bona fide starters.
Pitches on Friday.
Along with Corbin, who's just been an artist this year. And you can kind of look at the rookie second year with Leiter and Rocker and be like, okay, we got some good stuff out of them. Last Thursday, a 1 week ago, you said, and I'm not blaming you.
Give it to me. Let's go.
But you said
What'd I
I'm
say?
perfectly fine with Robert Garcia being our closer.
Yeah, and I was.
Since then.
And I was.
Since that Thursday.
And I was.
He's given up 2, 1, and 1 runs in 2 losses and 1 11th inning
3
win.
home runs and like 9 pitches.
Dude, yes, 3 home runs. He's only struck out 2.
Yeah.
And he's given up 6 hits. He's
Look,
only
I
gone
didn't know my man was going to bleep the bed on me.
I
man.
didn't either.
Okay.
I was right there with you when
Dude,
you said I was like, no, you know what? I'm actually very impressed with this guy.
Have we seen a fall from grace? I mean, what?
Yes, we have. But this one
but I'm talking about
a 3-game spiral.
Robert, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. What happened in Seattle? Okay? What in the hell happened? Real quick, because you had, let's see here. Who did you beat? Because he had the big save against the Angels. Okay? He had that huge save against the Angels, played great against the Braves. All right? And maybe it's the Braves I'm thinking of, but I know he had a decent little outing against the Angels. But he looked to be the part. He had come into, and I've said before, I don't like him in 2-inning situations. I'll take him all day in 1-inning situations. He'd been good, not great for you. I don't know what happened in Seattle, man.
In the month of June, he gave up 5 earned runs. 3 of them early in June, 1, 2 sporadically throughout the rest of the month. In the month of July, he gave up 1 run.
Yeah, no, he was bought. That's what I'm saying.
And now he's given up 4 in the month of August to start. Like, he is just given, and that's, again, this could be we're talking about DeGrom and arm. Maybe he was overused, but you saw Bochy. They said, hey, where do you stand with him right now? And he said, I'm standing behind him. This is what people kill Bochy for this.
Yeah.
I love it because it goes back to my feeling with Bannister and planting seeds.
Yeah.
Where do I stand? I'm standing behind him. He's a big part of this bullpen. We try not to get too down on these guys after a rough game or a couple of rough outings.
Yeah.
He's been a big part of the game. We've won also, so he'll continue to go out there. Now, I love that about Bochy. Look,
he's got to say that.
It's in there somewhere. I'm going to support you because when things go good, I want you to remember that we were behind you. While things are bad, we supported you too.
Yeah.
And we'll take, Parcells used to do that too. I'll take the blame when things go bad.
Yeah.
When things go good,
give it to the guys.
I'll give it, go give them their
which
their
we're here
love.
for.
Yeah. And so So if you're frustrated with Garcia right now, both of the Garcias, if you're frustrated with him, know that your manager, your skipper, is saying, I'm doing everything I can to figure out how to get him out there and confident again. And that's the biggest deal.
Well, you're not going to see him in a high leverage situation anytime soon.
You got other arms you can rock with that right now.
You definitely do. You can't bail on Robert Garcia. You're going to need him again at some point. And the thing about pitchers, especially relief guys, I mean, we're seeing it with Devin Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and again, we'll go back to what Bassick said yesterday. It's a mindset. I mean, your whole job is to get 3 guys out, and the entire world's watching you, and just don't screw this up. Like that's your job.
Yep.
Just don't bleep this up. Okay. And unfortunately, Robert Garcia has bleeped this up the last 3 times he's been out there. Now, is Bochy going to say all the right things? To your point, is Bochy going to go out there and say, look, we're still behind this guy. We know what he can do for us. He's just going through a rough patch. And again, is Robert Garcia the first reliever in the history of baseball to go do this? No. Now, are you going to use him in the 8th and 9th inning anytime soon? Probably not.
Got to find a way to get him in high leverage situations that aren't important.
Get a couple 7th innings, okay?
So maybe a 6th.
Look, and if it's lighter, hell, he'll probably spit the bit through 4. Okay,
and you saw Bochy do that in the World Series year, where Leclerc and Spores and all those guys were moved all around until they said, you know what, we feel comfortable. And even when you felt like Leclerc was your closer, Spores was the one that closed the World Series. So like you got lots of options.
It's a weird deal, and it's a very, and I again, it stinks because it adds to the drama of this whole closer by committee approach, and the fact that, think about it this way. We thought Luke Jackson was the answer. Okay, this dude couldn't even get out of the first game. All right, and then eventually went on to get demoted, and hell, he's not even on the team anymore.
Yep.
Okay, Robert Garcia takes over the reins. I think, as a matter of fact, I think he became, well, which isn't saying a whole lot, but then he took over the kind of the pseudo closer role.
Yeah,
hell, past Luke Jackson, has like 10 or 11 saves, and then he decided to implode.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the 9 to 10, maybe the whole deal is this: get a guy up to 8 or 9 saves, and then go ahead and swap him out for somebody else, so they don't spit the bit when it comes to double digit aspects. I mean, I'm being kind of a smart ass here, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, it's
right. Hey, this is Bochy's philosophy: ride them while they're hot, and support them whenever they're.
That's all you can do.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to talk with our Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Next on The Fan.
Sean and
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk with our good friend Mickey Spagnola, live from Oxnard, brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how's it going today, man?
It is going fabulous.
Okay.
It was a foggy morning. It's burned off, and it's going to be a hot one today. It's already 66 degrees.
Oh, my gosh. Did you already get your bike ride in?
I rode here from the hotel, yes.
There you go. There you go. Hey, Mickey, I know we're getting prepared for Saturday, and we got a little bit of, it'll be a kind of a similar practice, right? Like the practice today is going to be a little similar to what Thursday was, right?
Today's Thursday, right?
Oh my gosh, today is Thursday. I'm out. My brain's
You had
fried.
me there because the days here all run together, and I said, "Have I lost track already?"
Yeah.
They'll have a significant practice today. Probably pull back tomorrow, and then head in the morning to L.A. because it's a 4:00 start here. So he'll probably try to get them off their feet a little bit on Friday. But they just had walkthroughs yesterday, so they'll have a pretty significant practice today.
Mickey, I was standing next to an offensive line coach while we were watching a high school football drill team at halftime, and he was in absolute awe They all jumped up and landed in the splits at the exact same time, and he looked at me and he said, the synchronization. I have to talk to the drill team coach and see how she got them all in tune with each other. And I was kind of curious, what is Schottenheimer, how would he describe the offensive line and the way he sees it?
Well, the way he did it yesterday, he said, you got to get the offensive line to play like a symphony. Everything has to be orchestrated. You can't have 4 guys doing it right and 1 guy doing it wrong. So the big deal here with the offensive line coaches and Schottenheimer is 5 as 1. And they didn't have enough of that in the scrimmage. They were missing assignments. Not everybody was on the same page. And that's, when you got a bunch of new guys out there, Nate Thomas hadn't played against another team in anything since 2023, since he missed the whole season last year. Tyler Smith didn't play. He had a handful of snaps, but Brock Hoffman probably took the majority of the snaps at left guard. You got a rookie playing right guard. So it was a good practice for these guys to get their feet wet and see what it's like playing against another NFL team. And for some of them, Thomas and Tyler Booker, it's first time they played in a somewhat of a game against an NFL team. So yeah, the techniques, the assignments weren't clean as they'd like to, and there were too many breakaways into the backfield to stop the running back. So we'll see if it improves Saturday in a preseason game.
Mickey Spagnola joining us, talking all things Dallas Cowboys ahead of Saturday's big game. I say a big game. I mean, it's preseason. Let's get excited about it as much as we can. That said, how much do you expect to see of Joe Milton on Saturday? And then from a running back perspective, are we going to see some Javonte Williams? I mean, I'm guessing we're going to see Jaden Blue, but who all are we going to see running back-wise, or who do you expect to see?
Yeah, I think you're going to see them all.
Okay.
I think that, there's still a lot to prove, and I don't know that anybody out there is solidified in their position, first team, second team. So my guess is at running back that Williams will get, not a heavy load, but he'll get some. It doesn't, unless Miles Sanders gets into practice today, and it didn't sound like he'd be ready at the soonest until next week. Then it's Jaden Blue and Hunter Lepke. I think you'll see a lot of those guys, but you almost have to play and Maffa because without Deuce there, without Miles Sanders there, you don't want to wear out your running backs in the first preseason game. So, I think you're going to see all those guys getting snaps at running back. As for Milton, we'll see how the thumb is today. They seem pretty optimistic that he would be ready to play on Saturday. And of all the guys that need to play on Saturday, he's certainly the one that needs a load of snaps in a preseason game because, he's got to convince him that he can do this job. Otherwise, you got to look at some veteran free agent backup quarterback types before the season starts. So these games are vitally important for not only Joe Milton, but Will Grier, too, if he gets a chance to get out there.
So I guess and just real quick then, so, I mean, has Milton solidified himself as a backup, or is there maybe some still internal question marks as far as we feel good, but maybe we don't feel great yet?
I think they feel hopeful. How about that?
Wow.
Because I think it's too soon to feel good. I don't know that you've seen enough. And the thing about it is you got to remember he played one game last year. He didn't even start the game that he played, the last game of the year against the Buffalo backups. So he doesn't have the experience that you need to be the backup quarterback. Because once the season starts, the backup quarterback gets little to no work with the first-team offense or the second-team offense in practice. So a lot of what you've got to rely on is your experience or your preparation mentally to play a game. And that's a heavy load for a guy that I know he's not a rookie, but from an experience standpoint, he might as well be a rookie. And that's asking a lot. So these preseason games for Joe Milton, he's going to have to prove that they can rely on him. And I still think it's a big ask until we see it. It's like the game before or the scrimmage before he hurt his thumb. They threw the deep ball to Jalen Brooks. I don't think he could have thrown the ball any further for a touchdown. I mean, it seemed like it was about 70 yards. But then the next throw he makes, he misses a wide-open guy on the sideline. So you get good Joe and question mark Joe within 2 plays. So just needs to play because I still think he's got a lot to prove to be able to hand that job to him.
Great stuff, Mickey. Hey, we will get back with you tomorrow, which is Friday. I've confirmed. I went and looked at my calendar.
Got it?
Good looking by you.
Tomorrow is Friday, and we'll set up for this weekend's big game, all right?
Is Friday any special day on the show?
Free Fun Friday, Take a Load Off Friday, whatever.
Freestyle
it's
Friday.
all about fun, so we're going to have some fun there.
So I don't have to wear any sort of attire, right?
You don't have to wear anything, Mickey.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
This is part of Take a Load Off. All right, have a great day, Mickey.
All right, see you guys.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, giving us the goods from Oxnard, California. Guys, do not forget, today, G-Bag Nation is out at Jake's at 7910 State Highway 78, Saxe. All right, so in Saxe at Jake's, you have your chance to go hang out, register to become part of the Fan Phenom, which is going to go on after the G-Bag Nation
Correct.
today. You'll be in front of a microphone, getting your chance to talk, saying the things you want to say about Jack Leiter, saying the things you want to say about Joe Milton and Dak Prescott, or Kyrie Irving and the Lucas, whatever you want. You dive in on these
Cooper
conversations.
Flag, baby!
Yeah, get in on the Cooper Flag conversation. You have your chance today at Jake's in Saxe. I saw this morning, guys, and the road is a different environment. We talk about the Rangers. Mike said this yesterday when he hopped on with us. This team at home looks insanely good. Then they go on the road, and you're like, what happened to that team? And Kevin Pillar did make a little bit of a comment earlier in the year that, hey, maybe they're not as tight as they should be. And we don't know. We're not in behind the scenes on all these things. Then Kevin Pillar was like, hey, look, I was kind of butthurt.
I was going to say, did you see that tweet he put out the other day?
I was kind of butthurt about some situations that happened, and maybe he didn't get the call that he was looking forward to, in that whole thing.
No, he did make.
But this team does have a different vibe whenever they're on the road.
Yeah.
Jelly Roll talked to the Titans, and he has a thought on why you need to be tight on the road.
Today I want to talk to y'all about road life. Y'all finna leave for 10 days. I think it was a good time for me to come in and tell y'all I spend about 300 days a year not here. Buses, planes, trains, automobiles, walking, you name it, we've done it. We've slept in vans. And I learned early, that's where the magic was. Yeah, that's where the magic was for us. See, what was happening on that road between me and the boys started translating to the stage. And all that connection we were looking for on that stage that we could never find, because we were only trying to find it in that hour. We thought we were going to connect for this 60 to 90 minutes and we were going to change the world every night at every little local bar across the world. And then we learned it was the 23 hours we wasn't on a stage that we were building our connection. Finding a partner, finding a friend, building relationship, building strength, building community. That stuff will transfer to the field. That's something else I learned. I started becoming a better songwriter when I started becoming a better husband. I started becoming a better performer when I started becoming a better human. I started becoming a better son. I started prioritizing my mama's calls. It's funny how the heavens started opening up for me just because of how I was treating relationships everywhere else. Man, these 10 days are an opportunity, y'all. I knew it was happening whenever I seen Big Jeff get in shape in the off season. I seen JC show up like an animal. I started watching Cam wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I started hearing him talk about his daddy waking up at 4 for a job he hated. I started going, there's a culture being built. I feel it. Man, double down on that culture these next 10 days, y'all. This is a chance y'all are stuck with each other. This is the time more than ever to get to know each other's grannies. That's when you start getting real tight, when you start walking in here and asking somebody about their granny. I ride for this team. I can't get on the field, but close. I lost 200 pounds. I told Coach I'm getting a contract. If I lose another 50. But I believe in y'all, man. Take this road as a moment to get together, man. Take this road as a chance to build something. Every time y'all get on that road, bring it home. Think about them relationships outside of here, man.
That is, I love that philosophy. And not everybody's like that. But, man, you go through something with somebody outside of the office, off the field, you go through something with them, you get a little bit tighter. Mike and I, we worked here all the time together. Yeah. Me and Mike and Kevin, we're in this room, we're doing our thing, and we spent, he always says this, we spent more time with each other than we did our family most of the time.
Right.
Because of how much time we spent together. Then we go on the road, we go out to spring training. Now we're together even more. We're family there, and it created I learned more about him then in that moment and what makes him tick because I was listening to him in the car and stuff like that. I love what Jelly Roll was saying about that right there.
I'm not the biggest Jelly Roll fan. In fact, we were joking around about it on the show a couple weeks ago, me and Blake. But
I'm with you too. I like that speech a lot.
But that speech, I thoroughly appreciate. For one, he's a Titans fan.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Right. Like, and sometimes you get these. They bring people in, they talk and what have you. But there's something different when you're a legitimate fan of the team. Like he's rattling off stuff that he didn't just Google the night before or the day before or one of his people did it and he threw it in. Like, I'll say this about that speech. That sounded genuine, heartfelt, and like he meant it.
And the players knew it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I go back to when I told you why I don't like Mike McDaniel, when I heard him do his Hard Knock speech, and it just sounded phony. And there's something to be said, and you know this, and that's one of the reasons why I think one of the things I've enjoyed about being a 105.3 The Fan is that guys chit-chat, they bond outside of the shows, outside of the station.
Hell, our walk to the parking lot yesterday.
Our walk to the parking lot, we got to know each other, and there's something to be said for that, where I've been other places where that just doesn't happen.
That's what I'm talking about, man. And you know what? Even you in your own life, and you're out there doing something, take that opportunity to get to know your coworkers, man. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Is this guy a trade candidate in the offseason? We'll get to it next on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Alec Medford in studio, as well as Carter Freeman. And guys, today the G-Bag Nation is going to be out. They're going to be in Saxe. We're pumping this up, man.
Day one.
This is an awesome event. Yeah, we got 4 opportunities. Do not let them pass. Matter of fact, you can go to all 4 of them. So if you go today out to Jake's, 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe, go out there, see the G-Bag Nation, have some burgers, have some beers, enjoy your time at Jake's. Then you get to try out for Fan Phenom, all right? Like, that's the fun part. G-Bag's fun, too, I guess.
Oh, it's a great time.
They're a great time. But if you think to yourself, I wasn't good enough. I did not, I wanted to say some things. I was rambling, and you have all these thoughts. Ask the boss. Say, hey, do you have any tips? You have a chance to go back. You don't just get one shot and you're done. If you want to go back all 4 times, you can. And that's another thing, too. You go out there, maybe you bomb the first time, then you get better the second time, and the third and fourth. That's growth. That's development. Boss sees that, and he likes the stick-to-itiveness.
Try hard.
Yeah, that's your opportunity. Today is the first one, and that's going to be at Jake's in Saxe. So get out there today. I'll be talking about it all day long, baby.
This could be your Kelly Clarkson moment, people.
Oh, man.
This could be. Is that the three-time back there?
Yeah, all 3 of the Hall of Fames.
Is that
walk
who I just
around
saw?
with him at all times.
Is that who I just saw back there?
CA is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
The GOAT!
Yes, he is. Yes, he absolutely is. Guys, the Blue Jays.
Not goats.
They did they
Not
did
goats.
something. No, the Rockies aren't goats. That's for sure. As we get into some baseball nuggets. Baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. The Toronto Blue Jays capped a series for the ages. Vladimir Guerrero had 4 hits, including a home run on the game. But the big deal was Toronto finished the series with 63 hits, the most by a team in a 3-game set since 1900.
They call that the dead ball era, don't they?
That's what I'm pretty sure. And the dead bat and
dead people.
I think
it was
use
a
bare
rough time
hands
back
to
then.
get the ball. The offensive accolades did not stop there, though. The Blue Jays, who won the series opener 15-1, and the middle game 10-4, set a franchise record for runs 45 in a 3-game series. It was the 6th time in franchise history since '77 that they scored at least 20 runs, and that's the team right there that somehow it clicked for them, and they found it, and they're rolling right now, and everybody's chasing the Blue Jays. So, and that being said, the Rockies are a miserable baseball team.
Yeah, no, and that's what I meant. They're goats. Remember the GOAT used to mean before it was greatest of all time. If you were a GOAT, it means you were garbage.
That's right.
You spit the bit. You lost the game as a result. So, yes, they're the original term of what the GOAT meant early on. And for what it's worth, by the way, this we go back to May when this offense was scuffling like all get out. You lost 2 out of 3, but you lost 2-1, 2-0, and then you won 2-0 at that time. So give you a little idea about, you going back to bring it full circle to your Texas Rangers, this is a team you can hang with. Okay, this is a team this is a team by the way, you scored 1 run, or excuse me, as I was. You scored 3 runs in 3 games.
Yeah.
Against Toronto.
You can compete with that team.
So just a little something out there.
That being said, the Rockies now, their run differential is -316. I don't know that that's the worst run differential in the history of baseball. I'll have to go look up that stat, but -316.
What's the question? Let's ask our research assistant ChatGPT, who you stumped yesterday, by the way.
I did
1
stump
for
yesterday.
1 on stumping AI is Corey Majors.
So -316. I don't know what
What do you want to know?
The worst run differential in history of baseball. Right now, they're at -316. The next close team to that is the Washington Nationals, who are a bad baseball team. They are -142. The Rockies are 35.5 games out of their division lead. That's how bad they are.
So you're telling me it's over?
Their season is absolutely over right now. And that's the thing about this, too. The Rangers' run differential is +70.
Okay.
They also they're at 407 when it comes to runs given up. The next closest team is the Brewers, I believe, at 443. Like the Padres are at 438. That's pretty special, man. 30 runs better than everybody else out there. So congratulations to the Rockies for being the worst right now until Fred figures out exactly where they landed on the worst all time.
Okay. All right. So they did have an answer. What is the worst? So I asked ChatGPT, 4.0, by the way, because I'm bougie like that. What is the worst run differential in Major League Baseball history through 116 games?
Okay.
Figured I'd go ahead and
tweak that a little nice little qualifier.
Okay, let's qualify it. Let's qualify because that's what we do here on KNC Masterpiece. All right, so ChatGPT said, thanks, Fred and Corey. Appreciate it. Since you guys stumped me yesterday, I'm editorializing here. The most extreme negative run differential through 116 games that's on record in Major League Baseball comes from one notable example. The 1968 Baltimore Orioles. No, that was later. Actually, the best documented case is the Baltimore Orioles, who through exactly 116 games were outscored by 531 to 488 for a negative 43 run differential while still holding a winning record mid-season.
Oh, so they're saying while also being good, they had a negative run differential.
Okay, but then they go, okay, but here's what they say now. Okay, look at Chat. Does my ChatGPT have a kind of a personality? What's going on here? Anywho.
And an attitude, too.
So, no other well-documented MLB team has been worse through the first 116 games of a season. Unlike and they're just talking about the best run. They're just talking about in general. So, obviously, ChatGPT doesn't have context. Again, this is where AI is going to kill us all, okay? Mm-hmm. Keep that in mind, folks. But the 1932 Red Sox, negative 349. The 2003 Tigers, negative 337. Or, we know look no further than the 2023 Athletics, who were at negative 339.
Okay, all right, yes, I'm actually seeing that right now. Minus 345, 344, 339, Tigers 337. So, you know what? The Rockies they're 12th.
Yeah.
They're 12th worst all time. Here we were thinking they were the worst.
No.
The A's have been worse in that time.
Mm-hmm. And that's just a couple years ago.
So that's interesting.
There you go. ChatGPT for the win.
And the White Sox are also on the list last year at 304. All right, so ChatGPT, thank you for your efforts. Really appreciate that. From the 817, try looking up works run differential, Corey and Fred, on StatMuse. StatMuse does a pretty good job.
I do like StatMuse.
You ever get them? Sometimes it's not exactly what I want, but they do a really good job.
Exactly. I'm with you on that.
WAR is a way that a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of people look at, hey, who's good, who's bad.
Right.
And it's not the perfect use, but MLB.com has used WAR to say, will these guys be the best player of all time for their franchise? And so I was going through the list. Who do you think the best player for the Rangers all time is via WAR?
Josh Hamilton.
That is a good guess. The leader is Toby Harrah.
Oh.
Who had a 32.3 career WAR.
Yeah.
A-Rod had a 25.5. Elvis was at 30.2. So Elvis would be next in line. Corey Seager has a 20 WAR right now.
Okay.
Do you think that by the end of his career, he will surpass Toby Harrah to be the greatest player? And this isn't like, look, Juan Gonzalez, Pudge Rodriguez are two of our favorite players from the era. I don't know, Fred, that's growing up in this area.
Right.
That's what we love.
I will defer to you on that.
But when it comes to WAR, that tells you the story. If you agree with WAR, that tells you that story there. Do you think that Corey Seager can become the greatest of all time?
With WAR?
How much WAR do you get a year? 3, 4, 5? Like legendary years?
I mean, that's a great question.
Single season WAR leaders. These are the best WAR seasons. 14 for Babe Ruth.
Okay.
So at max, you're in the 10, 15 area if you have a phenomenal MVP season.
Yeah.
Seager would need to have a few of those.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
So
Toby
he's
Harrah,
31.
Toby Harrah will stay the king of WAR for
do we know? I mean, I'm going to defer to you on this. When was Toby here?
In the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the 80s. When I was growing up, it was him, O.W. McDowell, Bob Brower.
Okay.
You had the.
Was he kind of like? I was a Royals fan growing up, so
right
he was kind of like y'all's Kevin
Sierra.
Seitzer.
Yeah, he was
good, not great.
He was really good.
Great.
Really
Okay.
well respected, especially amongst this area. We played the Royals a lot.
Yeah.
That Steve Busby, George Brett group, like he was
my guy right
kind
there.
of in that era right there, and just
Flipped
the
him
Rangers
off
were
once.
they just existed.
Yeah.
They were kind of a farm team of a bunch of dudes that were thrown together.
Yeah.
And over time they've grown into what they are now. So he was a very talented player.
Okay.
So
Toby, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. What are you doing? Are you Toloing?
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to do some My Buddy's an Idiot. Did this team possibly lose out on a national championship because of their socks? Next on the fan.
Uber Eats has a load of food products. You gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. anything else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Capri Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Today at Jake's in Saxe, 7910 State Highway 78. You're going to be your chance to go register during the G-Bag Nation for Fan Phenom. Get in front of the microphone and possibly join us. Now, here's the deal. Again, you have 4 opportunities to do this. You don't have to just limit it to one. You can go out there and get all 4 of them. Fan Phenom going down starting today. Be part of it, or you're going to get left behind. All right? Be part of it or else. How about that?
I mean, get on the train, folks. This could change a life.
That is true.
Could change your life tonight.
All right, guys. Now it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes. My buddy.
Guys, everybody out there has that friend that has that idiotic moment. The reason this segment started is because my buddy said that the Washington, at the time Redskins, now Commanders, were they played in the state of Washington. Now, this was before Google, so like I'm sitting there yelling at him, you idiot, as they're showing the Washington Monument. I'm like, that's in D.C. And so everybody has that friend that has that dumb opinion, and you can let them know by texting in 877-881-1053. My buddy's an idiot, and tell us why. Here's an example. My best friend's brother's girlfriend is an idiot.
Wow.
Okay. She was dying on the hill saying Fernando Valenzuela was the greatest all-around player of all time. He was a great pitcher.
R.I.P. Fernando Valenzuela.
He was fantastic, dude. He a generation of baseball in L.A. because of him. But I don't know about greatest all-around baseball player of all time.
I mean, I don't even think he's the greatest Dodger.
Yeah. Guys, I'm trying to figure out who the idiot is in the Little League Baseball World Series game. Tulsa National and Texas. I thought it was Texas East. It says Texas West. Or in the Southwest Regional Tournament, play was halted twice as the second base umpire noticed that the Tulsa players who were on second base were relaying pitch signals from second to the hitter. Now, we see this all the time. Like, I remember this happening in high school. We've seen this all the time. Stealing signs from the catcher, letting your guy know. So they were just kind of giving a little hand gesture, scratching their thigh, letting them know this is going to be fastball, curveball, whatever you're looking for. And evidently, because MLB, they use PitchCom now, so that's, all taken care of because the Houston Astros screwed everybody over by cheating a World Series out of everybody else's hands.
They did.
John Boy has a great breakdown if you want to go see it. But basically, the umpire said, hey, I see this happening. It's going on. They went inside and had a big – they locked the coach and the players in their dugouts, said, y'all stay in here until we get this sorted out. Came back out. Ultimately, the Tulsa did go on to win, and now they're on their way. But stealing signs and having a huge controversy. Listen to this. The fans for the Texas team were chanting, "You can't do it," to a 12-year-old.
Wow.
And then after, I think it was like a grand slam or something like that. Yeah, it was a grand slam. The Tulsa fans are just pointing at all the other adults, and it's just like chaos. Who's the idiots? The people stealing the sign, the people that are getting their sign stolen, and the umpire for saying, "Hey," because it is in the rules that the umpires can say, "Look, if we feel like this is against the spirit of the game, they can. If you're stealing signs, we can call it right now." They decided to let it go. That was the decision. Or is it the people in the stands calling out little 12-year-olds at a Little League game?
I mean, isn't that part of baseball, stealing signs?
I think so. If you can find an edge in something, you do it, right?
Provided you're not doing it where you're banging on trash cans or using Apple Watches. If you're doing it the old-fashioned way where you're just stealing signs, because that's part of the game, that's the spirit of the game, I have no issue with. But, again, just kids' sports are the worst.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. You're definitely right about that.
Kids' sports parents who are living vicariously through their kids and yelling and fighting and what have you, like fights in the stands. Yeah, not good.
Yeah, that was the I let the coach coach.
Got to.
Bannister told me that a long time ago. He was like, let your coaches coach. You put them in that league. You put them on that team for a reason. You be dad. And I was like, man, I will be dad. I'm supportive.
Yeah.
My wife used to be like, why aren't you getting upset about this? Like, you know the game. And I'm just like, well, they'll figure it out.
No, high school, you do need to be a little more assertive, I think. Yeah. I had a buddy of mine in Houston tell me that. He's like, look, if you don't stand up for your kid, provided your kid deserves it.
Stand up for your kid,
for sure. If your kid sucks and you're complaining, well, you need to kind of think about it as a parent.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I saw fights at Little League games out in Plano that I was just like, what, really? We're adults. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Plus, they're like 6. They don't know any better yet. Nobody fears airport security. Is this woman an idiot? She was arrested for trying to bring in 59 pounds of marijuana on an international commercial flight from D.C. to Germany. Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
When was this? When was this? A couple weeks ago? Around the same time Kevin was leaving?
I don't know. I don't have an exact date on this, but it does feel like it was around the same time Kevin was leaving. Wow. Yeah, a woman from Vegas was arrested. It was Sunday. So
wow.
So yeah, accused of trying to bring
waiting on the plug. Kevin
59 pounds of weed. They inspected the bags and were loaded onto a Frankfurt-bound aircraft. Spotted 50 vacuum-sealed packages inside 2 suitcases. She checked these things.
Yeah.
And was arrested at the gate. What an idiot. Is Georgia idiots?
Did the X-ray machine catch her?
I don't. It says that the CBP inspected bags as they were getting loaded. So it wasn't the X-ray. They were getting loaded onto the and they were like, hold on, this is heavy. And they opened it up.
I don't think 50 pounds is all that. If they did over 2 suitcases, I mean, hell, my cousin just came here from
customs officers were checking bags. So the customs officers, they were just doing their typical
my guess
job.
is they flagged it.
And they found
the
X-ray. God.
That's wild.
But people are just like, they're brazen now, dude. Yeah. They're like, we're going to get this across.
Is that how hard up Germany is for the Oski Woski?
Probably.
We're flying it over from here in the States.
They want some of that sticky.
Man.
A.J. Brown said he didn't want to go to Georgia because he didn't want to wear black socks.
Wow. I mean, look, A.J. Brown's a different cat.
He ended up going to Ole Miss instead because they weren't let him wear white socks there, and he didn't want to wear black socks because he thought they were ugly. Who's an idiot in this situation? A.J. Brown for not going to Georgia, or Georgia for not saying, dude, wear white socks if you want to. Come win a championship with us.
I mean, I don't know that either. I mean, it could be deemed idiotic, but I appreciate both sides sticking to their guns on this.
All right. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, look, you argue with Kirby Smart?
No.
If Kirby Smart tells you you're wearing black socks, that's what the rest of our team does?
Yeah.
You're wearing black socks.
He's pretty good at what he does, too.
But hey, A.J. Brown, it's worked out pretty well for him wearing white socks.
He won a Super Bowl. I wonder how many kids, Alec, if you were being recruited to go be a national track star, and they said you can't wear gold shoes, and you were like, or what was your superstition? Did you have a specific set of shoes that you needed to wear?
I did have black and white spikes.
Okay, and you loved them.
Yeah.
If they said you couldn't wear those, you have to wear purple shoes. Would you be like, no, that's it, I'm out of here?
If it's as big of a program, as successful as Georgia is in that situation, then I'm saying, okay, I'll wear tie-dye spikes. I don't care. I want to win titles. That's just me. But I understand. I respect petty superstition. I really do.
Yeah, and you're right. Like he was also one of those guys like, I'm that good. I'll go anywhere I want to go. So I'll see you later. It's because of the white socks and the black socks. I don't want to wear black socks. Is my buddy an idiot from the 817? He created a DoorDash account under the name P. Diddy. Then ordered himself 2 bottles of baby oil and DoorDashed it to himself from CVS.
I mean, was it a joke? I mean, was he trying to impress somebody? I mean, I mean, what's the end result in that?
It feels like,
was he going to a WNBA game afterwards? I mean, what are we doing?
It feels like something my kid would do. Like, it seems like every other word out of his mouth is Diddy. It just what he thinks it's a hilarious joke.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 13, and it's just like, oh my gosh, Diddy. It's hilarious.
I think it's funny in the moment, but because it's a kid, you kind of like, all right. But then at some point, you're like, all right, bud, like we're still waiting on sentencing.
From the 214, my fantasy football commissioner thinks it's a good idea. He thinks he's an idiot because he thinks it's a good idea to have a championship week in week 18.
Wow. Bad choice right there by said commissioner.
Carter, give me thumbs up or thumbs down. Do we go into week 18 for our fantasy? We thumbs down. In my other fantasy league, I have tried for 6 years to get these idiots to stop doing week 18 because nobody plays. You're scrambling to get things off the waiver wire. Everybody knows, like, all your starters are sitting, unless it's that one team that stunk all year.
Or is trying to play, it was just fighting for a playoff spot. No,
you're trying to win a championship game with a bunch of... That's how I won one year because Jabbar Gaffney replaced Brandon Marshall. Jabbar Gaffney goes off for like 200 yards.
I mean, kudos to you and Jabbar Gaffney, but that's fantasy football malfeasance. I don't want to be a part of a league like that.
What's the worst? I think that's the worst one right there. There are lots of other rules. I don't like some of the point systems sometimes that are finicky and weird. But that one right there is no commissioner should allow it. As a matter of fact, it shouldn't even be voted on. The commissioner should just come down and say, this is the way that it's done, boys.
So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when your boy Freddie D was running a fantasy football league in the Navy, we had this is back when they were still doing normal extra points.
Okay.
Minus 25 for a missed extra point. Okay? Because they were layups.
Yeah.
My boy Aldo Greco cost me a championship because he missed an extra point.
Are you kidding me?
Sure did.
Jeez.
My own rule came back to bite me because everybody, oh, Fred, come on. You can't do negative 25 for a missed extra point. Watch me. Guess who ended up biting? Your boy Freddie D.
From the 2-1 from the guy who texted that in, he said call him out. His league name is Zaps. So I'm just gonna. I don't know what that means, but I have now called him out.
It's not a league I want to be a part of.
From the 325, vetoes are as bad as Week 18 championships. Vetoes are terrible. Hey, you know what? You can't do that. We veto it. We do have league votes, but we only vote on things at the beginning of the year. If we're in season and something's going on,
I don't know, though, man.
Sorry,
if I smell collusion, and maybe that's a fantasy
you're talking about trade vetoes? You're like, you cancel out on vetoes?
Look, if you're in a league where, you got, and look, I've done it.
I'll split some of this money with you.
If you don't think that's going on, look, vetoes.
I'll give you $75.
It's a bittersweet tool. It's a bittersweet tool.
You really have to have good allies in a good fantasy league, though.
If you're in a family league, I've got my son in my league, my cousin, 2 of my cousins, and his sons are in it, okay? Yeah, collusion goes on at the end of the year. All right? Dude's trading Bijan Robinson for CMC last year. What are we doing? You've got to veto that.
I've been in the same league for 17 years. So
wow.
The year my son was born and all the way through. We started with 4 of us, and I was literally keeping all the information on a spreadsheet, and we would add it up at the end of the week. They could check it if they wanted to. They just trusted me.
Wow.
And then we rolled into ESPN the next year. So for the last 16 years, we've been rolling with ESPN's fantasy.
Corey Majors hasn't had a scoring output like that in 17 years.
I did win. And those teams were stacked too. Because there was only 4 of us at the time. But yet now Now there's 12 of us, 10 of us, and it's
10's kind of the threshold, right?
10's
you can
perfect.
do 12, but 10 really is the sweet spot.
Everybody has the chance to have 3 good receivers, 2 good running backs. You have the opportunity.
2 quarterback league?
They tried to get 2 quarterbacks last year, and I was like, screw that.
Too much.
I'm only starting 1 quarterback anyway. Somebody said 2 kickers and a defense. Having to pick 2 kickers and defense is the stupidest thing.
I don't like that one.
From the 972, Fred's right, minus 25 for a missed extra point. You should never miss those.
Back in the day, yes. Now it's a different story.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you were kicking from the 3, come on.
And last but not least, who's the idiot here? A Hamilton County judge, Patrick Dinklackler, has found UC Dr. Rudell Saunders guilty of 2 counts of practicing medicine without a license.
Got to watch out for those.
The sentence was the doctor lured several men to his bedroom of his Cincinnati apartment and performed ultrasounds on their private parts while allegedly secretly videotaping most of the encounters.
A lot of questions.
Saunders previously told State Medical Board his actions were for educational purposes. Prosecutors say Saunders did not have clinical privileges to practice on his own unsupervised. I feel like he is not the idiot. He got caught.
Right, you picking up what I'm putting down.
The doctor was practicing out of his bedroom. The exam was free, and he had a camera pointed at your ding dong. I feel like every person that went in there should have gone, you know what? Something's fishy here.
How'd you find? I mean, let's be honest. This was some sort of kink thing that went awry.
It is a little weird.
No, I mean, come on, no, bruh, no, dude. No, I mean, I'll examine your prostate back at the house. No, I got the MRI machine. Nah, I ain't got it here at the office.
Don't you have
It's at the
doctor
apartment.
stuff?
It's at the apartment. Here,
The
my
police
code.
are on their way, mofos.
You're gonna need a code to get in. Just park in the visitor spot. Don't worry about it.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this is the dumbest level of petty, but I kind of respect it. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the fan, about to do AM on the FM, and then we will get into some gridiron gravy coming up here at 11:40. Before we do, though, I remember the first time. Fred, do you remember the first time you ever spoke into a microphone live on radio? Like, because I remembered when I was working for Champion Sports Radio, doing some sideline reporting and some studio hosting. That was fun, but I didn't think of it that way. But whenever it was time to do a talk show, I sat down for the first time. Microphone turned on. Kevin and I introduced ourselves. We said some stuff. We looked up. There was like 15 minutes left in the segment. We were like, holy crap, I don't know what and we figured it out. We just BS'd, with each other. That's basically what we did. We were just like, let's just talk like we did whenever we were at work. But for these people that are going out for Fan Phenom today, this is their chance of talking to a microphone out in Saxe at Jake's and get your chance to say hello to the world.
I mean, my first time on an actual radio station, like I remember calling into a radio station way back when.
I called into Galloway once and told him that Joey Galloway was hurt and he was going to be out. And I hung up and he goes, "You can't hurt a Galloway." Sorry if I spit on you.
I love that.
And I was like, it just cracked me up. Well, he'll be on the bicycle out there soon.
I called into a radio station to request a Laura Branigan song. Was my first time calling into the radio station.
And they were like, this guy has a radio voice. You need to be in this industry.
Fred Davis, first time caller, long time listener. I'd love to hear Gloria by Laura Branigan. I'll hang up and listen.
A man who's been talking into a microphone since he was a child. It is Alec Medford, AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. to answer today's question of the day, plus an absurd level of pettiness that I kind of respect. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. But Fred just unlocked a memory, probably one of my most painful memories. I remember probably middle school, something like that. I want to say it might have been Kid Craddock I called into it was a pair of tickets for WWE's Monday Night Raw at the AAC. They were doing the giveaway all week, and I was like, I'm going to win these tickets. And on the last day of the giveaway, I think it was caller 12 was who won it. I was caller 11.
Oh, that hurts.
And I was so devastated for weeks. And my dad ended up buying tickets, and we still went and everything. But I was like, I was so close from saving you the money. We almost didn't have to drop $200. That would have been awesome.
I know. I don't know if she's okay with me telling this story, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You listen?
During it was Texas OU weekend. Adrian went to OU. She was, but she's from here.
Right.
She's down in the West End somewhere, and had a couple drinks. And she goes call a taxi because this was before Uber.
Yes.
She goes to call a taxi, and I think it was Billy the Kid picked up the phone at Kiss FM or whoever was on at nights at the time, and he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And she starts talking. And he's like making fun of her and everything, and she was like, "Oh, you're not taxi service."
Had she had a few drinks too? Yeah. You guys both had?
Oh, I wasn't there. I was working or something. She told me the story secondhand, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's hilarious!" So she accidentally, in her attempt to call a taxi, she called a radio station and got on air. That's the cool part.
That's the best part about it.
Oh man, that's amazing. That's totally something Billy would do. But let's see the question of the day, gentlemen. I have a reason behind these questions that I think of that aren't national holiday related. I don't know why this popped into my brain this morning, but I randomly remembered that I was at the game where Nomar Mazara in 2019 hit the longest home run in the StatCast era.
Was it 454?
It was 505.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, he hit a long
That was second deck up at the old stadium,
deep
right?
into the second deck of the old ballpark. I was at that game, and I don't know why I remembered that this morning, but it got me wondering, and I was asking Carter about his. What is the best sports feat of strength you saw in person? Because I saw that. I saw the Adolis Garcia 3 home run game. There's a few good baseball moments that I've seen. I haven't seen anything crazy on the football field in person. But what is the craziest thing you've seen sports-wise in person that you were there and you could say, yeah, I saw that happen in front of my own 2 eyes?
I remember, so when we were covering for the newspaper out in Plano, we had a number of kids that, that area was just producing a lot of players that were going to go on and be in college and stuff like that. Rex Burkhead was one of the kids we covered.
Okay.
He was awesome kid. I remember writing a story on him and his off-season program, and his dad tells me the story about he was 7 years old, and it's middle of the night, 1, 2 in the morning. He hears a bang in the house, and he's like, "What's that?" And he goes into Rex's room, and he's doing sit-ups. And he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm never going to make the NFL if I don't train." He's like, "Oh my God, this kid."
Very Dan Gable-esque.
Yeah, so,
my God.
So that was but at the time, there was a kid named Jackson Jeffcoat. Now, Jackson Jeffcoat was Jim Jeffcoat's
I was going to say, it
son.
sounds like.
Yeah. And him and his sister were great athletes. I think she went to play at OU. He ends up playing at Texas. I think he got a little stint on the Cowboys. But we were like, this kid's going pro.
Yeah.
You're watching him just go pro. And I saw him 2 times steal the basketball and dribble the court as a defensive end, dribble the court, 2-hand jam over people one night. And then I saw him get 5 sacks in the same game. This kid was just an unbelievable athlete. And he's just pushing tackles, offensive tackles over like they're nothing. And it was just, you just knew that kid's going on to great stuff.
Yeah.
It didn't quite turn out like that, but he did go on in Texas and he was really good. But it was one of those things, you're watching a high school kid going, this is unbelievable what kind of athlete this is.
High school wise, probably Dorial Green Beckham, who was a freak athlete coming out of high school.
Yeah.
He was he was a top 3 or 4 wide receiver. He was from St. Louis, Springfield, somewhere, one of those two in Missouri. He wasn't that good of a basketball player. He really wasn't. But I watched him dominate Bradley Beal's Chaminade team, which was out of St. Louis, and Chaminade's put out all kinds of NBA players. But Dorial Green Beckham was literally just dunking all over people. Again, pretty much forced, he had one move. Drive to the basket and dunk on you. Yeah. And when you're 6'5" and have a freakish vertical leap, you can do that. Professionally, the most insane thing I ever saw: 2 grand slams in the same game. 2001 Fenway Park, Pedro's last game of the year. He blew out his shoulder, something like that. He pitched the first 6 or 7 innings. Jason Varitek hit a grand slam. The Rays hit a grand slam, and your boy had a chaw in, having just had a root canal. And they strongly encourage you not to do such things, but your boy wasn't listening. Fat dip, watching the game, out of control. I mean, it was a spectacle in all sides.
After a root canal?
Built different, boys.
That's very
Built
on brand
different.
for him. We can't even act surprised.
No.
Have you ever had to deal with that since then?
Well, funny you ask, because I went to a dentist later and who went on to say, Fred, we don't even see that you've ever even had a root canal.
Oh, no!
Huh?
Oh, no!
Thanks a lot, Navy Dentistry. I don't know. Can mounds of skull mint eradicate a root canal? I don't know.
I do want to add this professionally.
Yes.
Kevin and I were in Oxnard, Khalil Mack's rookie season.
Okay.
And we've told this story before, but Khalil Mack, they were doing one-on-one drills, and it was Khalil Mack and Tyron Smith.
Okay.
Khalil Mack comes around, just torches Tyron. Just wheels right past him, swim move, gone. And Tyron goes, run it back. And he was like, no, run it back. Let's do that again.
Yeah.
So they're one-on-one drills. He tries to go left on him again. This is how strong Tyron Smith is. Left hand planted directly in the middle of Khalil Mack's chest.
Yeah.
Left hand. Bam! As the hand comes through, he comes up off the ground and slams him into the ground on his back.
Yeah.
Tyron Smith was the most gigantic, powerful man I've ever seen in my life. I remember seeing him at a Stars game. He sat in a chair. He had both legs hanging over the row in front of him and both arms over each chair. When he reached to grab my hand, it felt like he grabbed my elbow.
Yeah.
That's how giant this guy was. But yeah, one-handed slams Khalil Mack on the ground in a practice rep.
Let's see, from the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053. The 214 saw Johnny Manziel stiff arm a Bama linebacker to the ground in Tuscaloosa. That's a fun one.
Stiff arms are fun.
The 214 was also at the El Bombi 3 home run game a couple years ago against the A's. They said it was also on their birthday, too. So that's one hell of a birthday gift right there. From the 682, DeMarco Murray breaking the single-game rushing record against the Rams.
Yes.
That's a good one. This is really fun from the 817. My first Texas Rangers game at the old stadium, Nolan Ryan's last no-hitter versus the Blue Jays off of a free ticket.
Impressive.
See, what I love about a no-hitter, too, is you don't know that the guy is getting a no-hitter when you get to the game.
No!
Yeah.
You don't think, oh, man, this could happen tonight, like he could break a long record. You don't even really know until usually like the 6th inning. You're like, holy crap, there's no hits on the board. And you don't even want to say it out loud, but you notice it. And then you're like kind of hoping for it the rest of the game. Those are amazing.
The 214 says, I seen Uncle Rico throw a football over a mountain. Okay. That's not what we're doing
From the
here.
214, Odie McDowell's cycle, July 23rd, 1985.
Really cool.
That was an amazing moment. Odie McDowell, amazing baseball player. We've had him on the show.
Okay.
Awesome dude.
Toby Harris still alive, by the way, in case you guys were wondering.
Okay, good. I'm glad we confirmed.
Just making sure people understand that.
I'm glad we confirmed.
He did not call in, though.
No, we haven't gotten Toby. Doesn't Tolo. Him and Ruben Portillo.
And then from the 716, Zeke in 2016 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saw all of it.
Dude, that when he hurdled and just took off to win the game, he had the screenplay. Like, that dude was in that game specifically. I was like, I've never seen a player like this behind our line of scrimmage. Like, Emmitt Smith wasn't even like that. Emmitt Smith was, I'm going to get yards on you. But this dude had a different level of explosiveness that I'd never seen, plus the vision to be slow to, fast through when it came to offensive line.
Guys, this might be the most petty thing I've ever heard in my life, and I respect it. An Ohio woman, not a Florida woman, an Ohio woman had her car repossessed by a Kia dealer just 1 month after she purchased it, and she felt the need to get back at them. So the woman, her name is Tia McCreary. She received preliminary approval for a loan that she used to purchase a 2022 Kia K5 at Taylor Kia of Lima. Keep in mind that name. The name of the dealership is actually important here. A month after taking the car, the lender determined that she should have not received approval because there was no consistent available information regarding her income, so they couldn't really confirm it when they thought they could. So a month after saying, yeah, you're approved for this loan, they took it back. So the dealership didn't get their money, so they repoed her car. It was at that point that she started looking for legal options to take against the dealership. Then she discovered the dealership's name, Taylor Kia of Lima, had not been renewed with the Ohio Secretary of State. So she registered the dealership in her name. Afterwards, she filed a cease and desist order against the dealership, demanding that they stop using the name that she now legally owns after they had it since 2012, but forgot to renew their ownership of said dealership name. She filed a complaint against the parent company, Taylor Automotive Group, and the lender, accusing them of fraud. She requested multiple injunctions from the court to stop the dealership from using the business name that she now owned, which a judge in an arbitration court threw out the case. She takes it back, and another judge says, no, you should have never thrown out this case.
Yeah.
She owns this name. We're going to continue this appeal. So this is an ongoing case.
How long has this been going on?
This was, this all went down earlier in, it looks like July is when she tried to get the car, and then they said no. So this has been going on for about a month now.
Dude, I
all
love
this has happened. All this legal wrangling has gone on in a month's time.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't typically go that fast, but this thing's cruising, dude. I love it.
Yeah, it is
love
zooming,
this.
and it's very appropriate for a car dealership. So hey, I respect that level of petty. Just take the name out from under them. Why not?
I tell you what, I am fat. This is a case study that needs to be looked at.
And I imagine there's got to be a lot of names out there that aren't purchased, and you can do this all the time.
I mean, I know what I'm doing after I get off work.
I'm going to go look for domains that aren't purchased as well. That's great stuff there, Alec. Coming up next, it is time to dip into some gridiron gravy. Why is Aaron Donald doing this to us? Next on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget your chance to see the G-Bag Nation today, live from Jake's. Go hang out with the fellas out there. They're going to be at Jake's in Saxe, 7910 State Highway 78. So go ahead and put that into your Google Maps, which is the superior form of maps.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. I've used Apple Maps before. It's
Apple
terrible.
Maps is straight trash.
Yes. I used it back in college, and I would always get lost. And once I went to Google Maps,
ain't much better, though, dude.
Oh, man, this is great for me.
Apple Maps can lead me straight to the gates of hell, and I'm still going to follow every direction it tells me. I don't care.
Well, and that says a lot. My wife's the same way. She gets lost more than me. All right, guys. Well, that is G-Bag Nation's out there, then Fan Phenom right after that, so you get your chance to try out. It is now time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip it and rip it. And we start with, why is Aaron Donald doing this to us? Aaron Donald has tweeted, if Micah Parsons goes to the Rams, I might have to call 2/10 and get into football shape. With that D-line would be unreal.
Settle down just a little bit.
Micah then responded, man, 3 exclamation points.
Man.
Don't tell me info like that. And then tagged his agent, David Mulligetta. Look, it's all fun, right? Like, that's all fun and games as they're playing that part of it. But then I started to think a little bit. Jared Verse, Aaron Donald, Micah Parsons. That line, that defense for the Rams already amazing.
Yeah, because Jared Verse is a freak. You got the other what's the other kid that's on there? The other D tackle that they got from Florida State. I mean, the way they've been able to put that D line together.
Fisk's on there.
Yes,
Toby Turner, Byron Young, the year prior. Yeah, they're pretty special.
No, that group is group's different.
Yeah, and that's the Micah is one of these kind of guys. We're gonna have to get used to it, and I feel like you probably already did earlier. Micah's one of those guys that he likes greatness. I think we all like greatness. We all want to see greatness achieve. We want to see Cooper Flagg be the best version of Cooper Flagg.
I'm telling you right now.
He likes that. He wanted to go watch Luka play because Luka's amazing. And so whenever an Aaron Donald, one of the best ever to play the position, to play on the defensive side of the ball, says something like that, it's fun when you're on your social media having some fun there. But again,
and I don't think it's far-fetched. I mean, I don't. I mean, look, if Gronk can come back after a couple years, and the one thing we do know about Aaron Donald, now look, obviously he'd have to get into football shape, as he alluded to, but he's in good overall shape.
Do you know the line from him? I saw this on a TikTok video with him the other day. He was like, I love to work out.
Yeah.
I just happen to be good at football.
Yes.
My passion is working out.
And I've heard him say something along that before about how he just loves to be in the gym.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's something to be said for that. So, it wouldn't take him long to get back into football shape.
A lot of people saying Waze is the best map, that Waze is the best
I don't
route.
hate Waze. I mean, I've dabbled with it before.
It flips pretty quickly, right? Like, it's like, oh, no, this is now the better route. And then you're like, oh, crap. I get this mindset of, this is my route.
Yeah.
This is the way. And if it changes after that, I'll sit in traffic. I don't care. I'm like, I'm fine.
I mean, I will if I have to. I tend to sometimes just, as the crow flies. That's how I do it. I got a old school almanac in my truck. Just in
What the hell does that even mean?
You know what that means.
As the crow flies.
You never heard that? You never heard
I've
that
heard
saying?
it before and just never understood it.
Well, as it flies, like, maybe you take this road. Maybe maybe it's not a circuitous route.
My dad, he always had the maps go under his truck.
Yeah.
And I would call him, Dad, I'm lost. Where am I? And he'd be like, all right, I'll help you out. He's good at it.
Look, I drove across this country twice with an almanac.
Really?
Absolutely.
That sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Until you end up in Children of the Corn. Guys, smelling salts are back, baby. I don't know if y'all saw this yesterday. We reported it, that smelling salts were done for.
Yeah.
The NFL said, oh, hold on. We're just saying we don't want the teams providing smelling salts for you. If you want to take your own to the game, that's perfectly okay. you can use them.
Yeah.
Even though they do mask.
Yeah, go ahead and
signs
mask them.
of
Just it won't be us
concussion.
doing it.
Yeah.
You can mask them. We won't.
We just don't want this CTE stuff falling back on us because we're done with the lawsuits. So, guys, here's how it is.
Your fault, not ours.
Yeah, and it's smart on the NFL's part. The players, however, they don't care right now, right? Like they're like, no, it's whatever. I'm making millions of dollars.
Invincible.
I want to go out there being the best player I can be, even if it's going to cost me. Now, after their careers are over with, though, that's when they're going to they'll have those problems. But right now, no big deal. As the crow flies means a straight line, point A, point B.
Yeah.
So that's what it means, Fred.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, look, I know how to get there. All right, as the crow flies.
Roger Goodell says that the NBA and Major League Baseball are not their competitors.
I love that.
Apple and Google are.
He's not wrong. Look, I don't even know if we got into this yesterday. Maybe we did. I can't remember. Who knows? All these days are flying by at this point.
Good.
But what was it? What was it? The preseason had 7 million views.
Yeah.
7 million views. 7 million. 7 million people tuned in to a Trey Lance and whoever. We don't even know who started for the Lions.
I remember the headline. The headline was this preseason game is going to be atrocious, and you'll watch it anyway. Now, I didn't watch a single second of it. My boy Henry called me. He's like, "Hey, are you watching this?" I was taking care of some other stuff. I was like, "Right, I completely forgot this game was on." It's the Hall of Fame game, and the only reason really Trey Lance was the highlight of that game. All right, my point in all that is that you had the NBA Finals that had 2 games reach that mark. The NBA playoffs only had 2 games reach that mark. They've rattled off a couple other sports that, 7 million people would do numbers in baseball, hockey, NBA. Like, they would love numbers like that. And the NFL is like, oh, this is just some little podunk game that we threw out for you peasants to watch, and nobody cares, but you're going to go ahead and turn the game on anyway. Yeah. And, Goodell's right. MLB, hockey, NBA. Adam Silver can get as mad as he wants about that, but he's not wrong. We are competing with the largest corporations in the world.
Yeah.
Not mid-levels, guys. And that being said, tonight on the NFL Network, you have Colts, Ravens, and Raiders, Seahawks, and you'll also, I do believe the Bengals and Eagles are getting after it as well, but on the NFL Network.
Yes, I saw that.
Colts, Ravens should be interesting. Seahawks, Raiders, I saw that Pete Carroll was like, I gotta go to Seattle.
Yeah.
I'm no longer there. And now I got to go to Seattle, and my time was fun there. It was great.
Did I see where Geno's going to play a series?
I don't know if he is or not. I didn't see that. I have not seen that.
I thought I read somewhere where he said that Geno's going to play 1 series, maybe 2, to kind of get the offense, for the offense to, it's a brand new offense, brand new everything, right, for that Raiders install. So, a little, hey, how's everybody doing? Let's do 2 series and then wrap it up.
You watching these tonight? I'm watching them.
I'll probably watch a little bit of it. We may go out, me and the boy may go out to Jake's and Saxy.
That's a smart decision right there.
Yeah.
That's a smart decision. I bet these games are going to be on, too.
That's a good
Is
call
your
by
son going to try out for Fan Phenom?
I told him he should. Now, it's going to be one of those things where he's doing it just to do it, because obviously he's going back to Kansas on Sunday. But I said, look, go ahead and give it a shot.
Does he like what you do?
He does.
It's interesting to him?
He does. I watched him fight with his girlfriend all day yesterday. That's a whole other story. But, wow. 17-year-old love, my God. It's exhausting.
Yeah, it is.
It's exhausting.
Yeah, and I have memories of those times, and I'm just very happy that I am where I am now.
I can't relate. And so it's been a very interesting point. It's been a very interesting fatherly type observational piece for me as well.
Speaking of interesting, Aaron Rodgers says it's an interesting conversation, but I think Mike Tomlin and I have at that same point. I don't think it's the plan for me to play this week. But whatever Mike wants, I'm fully on board. So he says he's fully on board if the Steelers want him to play preseason week 1 for them. And I think it's important because this dude's got to get on the same page with his receivers. I know they're practicing and everything, but you got to get out there and do something.
Because you're not playing game 3.
No.
Okay, you're gonna play a couple series in game 1. You'll play maybe a quarter, maybe a half in game 2, and then that's it. You're not gonna play in game 3.
Speaking of Roger Goodell,
yeah,
he also suggested that with the purchase of Red Zone ESPN could soon produce a college football red
Saw
zone.
that yesterday.
Is that overload?
No.
Would that be overload for you? Because I watch Red Zone and I love it, but I know I have about 8 games that I'm dealing with. College football, it could be all over the place.
Degenerates right now are just beside themselves.
Salivating about this.
Like and we've been waiting for that. I mean, it was only a matter of time before this happened.
Yeah.
I mean, of course you want some. I mean, if you told me I can have one place for guys like us, I mean, it's hard. I mean, we can't all be Carter Freeman, right? Who's got just this Encyclopedia Britannica-like knowledge of college football. There's just a lot of information between NFL, NBA, college football that you can consume. So if you told me, hey, on top of your favorite team to watch, my favorite team to watch, Alex's favorite team to watch, and then I've got to consume all these other college football games, if you told me I could find it in one spot on College Red Zone, I'm going to do it all day.
You think MLB would ever do anything like this, or would they take away from their pack? Because like MLB cut in or something like that, where they're just like, hey.
Anything, look, our attention spans are already fried and are probably only going to get more fried as time goes on.
Yeah, probably so.
So if you can give me bite-sized morsels or just cuts and splices of baseball. Now, I want to say MLB, does MLB Network do something similar to that already?
Oh, I don't know.
I think, don't quote me on that, but I feel like I've seen something like that before, but I think it's going to be the way of the world here pretty soon. I mean, that's why. And again, you can do it with NFL football because it's a Sunday and it's all in one day, and it's nice and streamlined for you. And Scott Hansen is great at what he does.
Phenomenal, dude.
I can't imagine that ESPN is gonna mess with Scott Hansen.
Yeah, probably so. No, he's already confirmed he is back, baby.
What about 2026?
We'll get there whenever we get there.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, if the Cowboys are going to be good, is it going to be defense or offense that's going to carry them? Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to be your Bucky.
has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The question is, if the Cowboys are going to be good this year, is it going to be their offense or their defense that carries them? 877-881-1053. Explain why as well. We got Babe Laufenberg hopping on with us, coming here at 12:40, maybe 12:38, if you will. Not exactly sure when he's going to call, but around that time. And we'll also have Fair or Foul featuring superstar Fred Davis in just a moment as well. Don't forget, today G-Bag Nation is at Jake's. You need to get out to Jake's anyway. Their food is phenomenal. Their menu is insanely tasty. They bring food up here on occasion. And I think they brought it up here like twice in 1 week.
We'll bring it up today, just in case.
Yeah. If you need to bring up some food, Jake's.
Yeah,
we're always willing to.
We're here till 2
to eat your food. And so you should get out to Jake's, though, in Saxe. Enjoy some of their tasty food. Enjoy some beers as well, some drinks with them. The G-Bag Nation will be enjoying time with you as you set up for Fan Phenom, which is going down today. Register at during the G-Bag Nation. That's the thing to do. Go there, register, stick around, try out.
Why not?
Then you got 3 other opportunities coming up, but you want to be the first. You want to be the first one in, right? You want to be in. You want to make a good impression. Set the standard for everybody else.
Or do you?
If you set the standard for everybody else, then you do. If you're walking in,
no, I kind of want to be the last person.
You want to be the last one to make the case of I've seen all these other suckers, and now it's time for me to really deliver.
You know, like you.
That's confidence.
Well, that and. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on how memorable the rest of the people are.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That and how many? Okay, how long is the tryout for?
Is it like 5? Is it like 3?
Well, no, I'm just saying the hour. Like, is it an hour long, 2 hours? Like, what's the time frame from when G-Bag ends at 7 to all right? We start auditions at 7 and we're going until what time?
Alec, you've been around for these before. Is it a certain time, or they just go until all the people are done?
We try to get through everybody.
Okay, so there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, they want to listen. They want to give everybody an opportunity. So you got your chance.
Okay,
but I mean,
interesting.
Show up in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah. You don't show up at like 10.
Yeah,
where's everybody at?
Yeah, well, I thought Jake's.
And don't drink beforehand.
That's gonna not work out for you.
Don't drink, please, because here's the thing. Well, and don't give the excuse. Well, I gotta loosens me up a little bit. Guess what? You don't do that in radio. Okay,
Broadus does on Parade Day.
Well, all
right.
Parade Day special.
Parade Day is different.
Parade Day is
drunk.
All right.
Broadus was in rare form. He was in Bourbon Street form on Parade Day.
But you can't. But don't.
And occasionally during spring training games out in Arizona. All right. Sometimes at night. No, you're right. Don't drink before you hop on air.
You cannot.
You'll slur your words.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
That was that the parade day, or was that spring training baseball?
I don't know, but it's equally as good.
Broadus is so good at stuff, man. All right, guys.
He'll be out there today.
The Cowboys this year. Now, I did see this note from, I think it was like last week, and it was the coaching staff, the best coaching staffs of 2025. Have you seen?
I have not seen that.
Where the Cowboys rank here? The
27th.
The pretty close. The number one coaching staff in the NFL, according to ESPN, Minnesota Vikings. They think that Kevin O'Connell with Brian Flores and Wes Phillips.
I'm sorry, how many NFC championships have they been to? That's hard. I can't remember.
I feel like this is some Andy Reid bias coming out here.
I'm trying to think how many they've been to in the last 5 years.
But
That's right, none.
And this happens, though, right? Whenever Kevin O'Connell's done really well
he's great,
with quarterbacks.
but he's not the best coaching staff in the NFL.
Brian Flores is, what do you call him, Alec?
I call him the boogeyman.
He is the boogeyman because he's going to haunt your dreams.
Yeah.
That is Brian Flores, but I agree with you. They haven't done enough. Last year they were ranked 10. This year they're ranked number 1. Number 2 on this list, Steve Spagnuolo, Matt Nagy, and Andy Reid, Kansas City Chiefs.
That's a given.
Look at this. There's a little bit of cockiness with the way you just said. Yeah.
I mean,
he throws a fit about the Vikings. He throws I can't believe
because there
this.
should be. Give me a break, man. I mean, do we not put a price on postseason success? Last time we saw Sam Darnold, he was pissing down his leg in the playoffs. By the way, who's the coaching staff there?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, good question there. Number 3 is the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
I'm tired of them.
Robert Saleh.
I'm tired of them. Give me the Rams coaching staff over them.
That's interesting. I think Robert Saleh is a phenomenal defensive coordinator.
That I don't disagree with.
I think Shanahan has a good offensive scheme. They play a physical style that I don't know can last over a long period of time. And I think last year we saw it wear them down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, they were like, what do we have to do to beat the Chiefs?
Yeah.
And then physically they were just like, man, we got to recover. And Debo getting injured again didn't help. So like that's always a thing. Number 4 is the Baltimore Ravens with Harbaugh, who I guess you got to respect Harbaugh's ability. Like that organization puts a good team on the field every year. I don't believe
he's the white Mike Tomlin.
They're that great, but he is. I'm kind of right there with you on what Tomlin is. Number 5 is Sean McVay and the Los Angeles Rams. So that's where they belong. And then 6 is the Denver Broncos with Sean Payton. Scroll down just a little bit. We're down to 19, where the Miami Dolphins are.
Wow.
We are down to 21.
Where's the Eagles at?
The Eagles coaching staff, I believe, is going to be 7. Yeah. Oh, they're 8. Nick Sirianni, Vic Fangio. Last year they were 15th.
Unpopular opinion. Give me Nick Sirianni and that coaching staff over the 49ers heading into this season.
What does Nick Sirianni do?
Great question. He wins. That's what he does. He wins. Mm-hmm. Maybe, and you guys know one of my quotes. I don't care how the sausage is made.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about him is that team looked like it was going to crumble from within.
Yeah,
a couple of years ago, they looked like they were falling apart, and then somehow they rallied together.
Yeah,
he was able to get them all to play to their best ability. And granted, they have maximum talent on that roster. Their roster's phenomenal.
Yes.
And it looks like all he does is say, let me set the tone for culture.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get my coordinators. Y'all are going to be phenomenal. And I'm going to set the tone to let y'all be who you are and me be who I am. That feels like I don't know what else he does.
I think there's more behind the scenes that he does, but the fact that we don't know, and the fact that he doesn't make it apparent, I mean, there's something. Hey, I don't care what, not to go all Colin Cowherd on you here, but with his little, and Colin likes to bring these crazy real world examples in, and I do appreciate those from time to time. Isn't there something to be said for building relationships? And bringing in differing personalities.
Dude, yes.
Think about it. You lost Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon as head coaches. All right? You came back to next year. You went 10-1. All right, and then your team imploded. What'd you do next year? Then you brought in a different D coordinator. You brought in a different offensive coordinator. Oh, by the way, then that offensive coordinator went and got a head coaching job. 3 of his coordinators have gone on to be head coaches. Vic Fangio has been a head coach. By the way, you out-schemed and put a clown suit on Andy Reid and the Kansas City team last year in the Super Bowl on the biggest stage. You made Pat Mahomes look mortal. You could argue you've drawn it up to where 2 out of 3 years, your quarterback has outplayed Pat Mahomes. You know how much it pains me to say that? Now, granted, we won one, so I'll take that all day, every day. But my point in that is that why do we feel what? Because he's not Sean McVay when it comes to dynamic offensive mind. Because he's not a die-in-the-wool defensive guy. Name me. I tell you what. Look, I love Shotty as much as the next guy. But if you told me last year that, hey, Nick Sirianni was going to come be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, would people have thrown a fit over it?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Probably not. We'd still call him a meathead.
Let him
But then
call
we'd be
him
like,
a meathead.
holy crap, like he's figured it out. And as long as he's got the talent. I don't know what he's like without talent.
What's any coach like without talent?
Cowboys.
You know?
At times.
I mean, here's the thing. What's
Jacksonville.
What's made Andy Reid different? Do we really think he's that much different of a coach in Kansas City than he was in Philadelphia? Not really. Not really. You know what the difference is? He's got Pat Mahomes.
He knows he can do certain things. You know, with Pat Mahomes. Yeah,
look,
sure.
you know what the difference is?
He knew his limitations with Donovan McNabb.
With Donovan McNabb and Kevin Cobb and whatever Joe Schmuckatelli had at quarterback, you got a 100-page offensive playbook. I can do about 70 pages of this. Maybe 60, maybe 50. Oh, here's Pat Mahomes or Alex Smith. I can do about 65 pages. Oh, Pat Mahomes is here? Guess what? Here's the extra and the addendum that I've had sitting in my backyard somewhere that nobody could ever do. Okay? Nobody wins without great players. That's the bottom line.
That is. GMs should know that. Owners should know that.
You know, I mean, that's why we're going to find out about with Shotty this year and with the Clayton Adams. That's why I loved what he said the other day. He came out, first of all, he took the Colin Cowherd thing on head on.
Yep.
All right, had a joke about it, turned his hat, then turned it back around. All right.
I am who I am.
Shout out to our boy Shotty for that. But he addressed it right off the bat. Yeah, we got our ass kicked. But guess what? And look, I'm not a golfer. All right. But he comes out and says, look, we used a 7-iron the whole time. We're installing things. Never shied away from the fact that, yes, did we not look great? And so what? You don't. Last I checked, you don't get a W in the win column for winning a scrimmage. We did what we needed to do. We're installing some things. We're seeing what we have. I mean, what did people think? This is going to be the triplets out there on Tuesday against the St. Louis or the Los Angeles Rams?
I'll say this, too, about Sirianni. The ability to have guys that just won a Super Bowl and have a weird quarterback that's like, no, I didn't put my ring on yet because I'm never going to try it on because I've already moved on. It's weird to me. But you watch their practices right now. He's convinced these players it's okay to hit each other. in practice, so we're going to hit.
You got A.J. Brown saying we're over it, and you know what the best part about it is the journey. We're ready to go win another one.
And they want another journey. So he's obviously got
These
them into the
guys
right
are
mindset.
locked in, man.
The bottom 5, number 32, the New York Giants. And I thought Dable I really liked Dable a lot coming out of it.
Poor Brian
He hasn't
Dable.
had the talent either. Like that's a fact. Interested to see Jackson Dart. Jacksonville, number 31, number 30, New Orleans Saints.
Duval. Just that alone, he's a weirdo.
At number 29 is your Dallas Cowboys.
It's a sexy pick.
Is it?
That is a sexy pick. That is a sexy pick. I'm here for it.
They went. Here's what I think is kind of some interesting numbers. Schottenheimer called plays for 12 of his 14 seasons as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
His average success rate on offense was 42.9. The league average was 43.5. So he was just below average.
Just below average.
His offense has scored an average of 1.85 points per game. League average was 1.91. Just under average. As far as expected points added, Schottenheimer's offense is literally averaged out at 0. Just average, middle of the pack.
Wow.
Where the Cowboys are. And
it hurts my heart to hear
now
all that.
somehow we're hoping that adding Eberflus to this thing and having Clayton Adams involved in this thing should be the difference.
Yeah.
And that's a big hope for Cowboys. And I did appreciate hey, he did go out and for his staff, he got guys that were sought after, not guys that were just like, oh, that's my friend.
Yeah,
he went out and said, I'm going to have a real coaching search, and he put those together. But they're going to have an injection of creativity for this team to be very good, better than average.
They gotta be. You've got to be.
Now that's where I have the question of, because we know that about him. I went and looked. CBS did their top 10 NFL players at each position, offense and defense.
Mm-hmm.
On the offensive side of the ball, Dak did not make the top 10 quarterbacks list. CeeDee Lamb made the top 10 receivers. Tyler Smith made the top 10 offensive linemen. So that's 2.
There you go.
On the defensive side of the ball, Micah Parsons was there. And I don't think I saw another defensive
who else
player
would you see?
there. And so that was
12.
That was that's the thing. Your stars are really on the offensive side of the ball right now for this team. The defense is maybe you grow some stars through the season.
Well, you'd have if Overshown was healthy.
He was number 10 actually on the list for linebackers, which I still am like,
Yeah, which is weird considering he's been banged up. I mean, if Overshown was, again, if ifs were a fifth, we'd all be drunk, that sort of thing. Overshown, we don't know when we're going to get. I'm done saying Trayvon Diggs, even if he was healthy, I don't think anybody's considering him a top 10 cornerback anymore. So, yeah, you do have some concerns on that side of the ball.
And Mickey's said this in his story. I've been saying this all offseason. The offensive line is where you're going to hang your hat on this thing. If they're good, this team can be good. But that's where it is. I think the offense is going to have to carry this defense for a while until this defense can actually get up to that point. But the stars are there. The stars are paid. CeeDee Lamb and Dak are paid.
Yeah, no.
It's time for the Cowboys to collect off of that.
I agree. I think this, and the one thing, and again, the one thing we did hear, though, from everybody, morning show, this show, and afternoon, everybody that's talked about the practices out there from the other day is, yes, they got off to a rough start, but once things kind of calmed down, or once they got into a little bit of a rhythm, that offense
started to cook
a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So, I feel confident that offense will be okay. But to your point, when it comes to Brian Schottenheimer, I'm not worried about Eberflus. Eberflus has pelts on the wall. He's been there, done that. I'm not concerned about his defense. I think it'll be good enough to get by. My concern is, and a little bit this is my own issue with his dad, was his offense. And again, in the years that we've thought of Brian Schottenheimer, when have we ever heard, hey, Brian Schottenheimer led offense?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can't wait.
They put points on the board.
So we will. That's what we're going to have to figure out, is how to get that thing rolling. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for some Fred Davis, some fair or foul.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, the G-Bag Nation. You got Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus, and Chia Follow are going to be out at Jake's in Saxe today, so get on out there. I'd say get on out there now so you can get a good seat because you want to be in prime position for that. Ruben will be setting up the table and everything. You want to be in prime position for seeing the G-Bag Nation in person, watching that happen, and then seeing them roll it over into Fan Phenom. And by the sounds of things, Fred, are you going to be?
Yeah.
Are you going to be there tonight?
I will be there tonight. I don't know in what capacity. I may just be a spectator. Apparently, I'm going to be hosting one eventually at some point. But no, I will be out there tonight with my son. And I know Chia Follow's going to be out there as well. So Dawson's got a clean bill of health. So thumbs up on that. But, yeah, I'm going to take the boy out there, and we're going to throw him into the mix and see what happens.
All right, man. And, yeah, I'm checking out the Frisco location. That's on August 28th.
That's in your hood?
Very close to me, so that's going to be one that I think I might swing through there. But, again, 4 opportunities
Corey
to do
Major
this.
sighting.
Take all 4 opportunities if you can. It's going to be fun. But, again, get out there, see the G-Bag Nation first. And then see Fan Phenom roll into its beautiful action this evening. But right now, it's time for Fair or Foul with Superstar Fred Davis.
You know, the Superstar thing is it's starting to give me a complex a little bit.
Good.
You know what? I'm
a
here
good
for
complex.
it. A good kind of complex. You know what that music means, boys and girls. It's time for a little Fair or Foul. I'm going to read a story, and you, the Tolos, Fatties, and everybody in between, as well as Corey Majors, and the red-headed baddie himself, Mr. Alec Medford, will determine whether or not it is fair or foul. Now, this is a story that I stumbled across yesterday. If you Tolo, and we know a lot of you do, this was stolen, this story last night, by Blake, CA, and Dylon. But I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway because, well, that's what I do. There's a new ice cream flavor available nationwide, but you haven't had this flavor since you were a baby. Frida, a parent company, and Odd Fellows, a small batch ice cream company based in New York, have partnered to release a limited number of, wait for it, breast milk flavored ice cream pints.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, you will. Frida launched its breast milk flavored ice cream earlier this year, and understandably, the limited edition item got a lot of attention. Now, the viral flavor is available for purchase online, with shipping available nationwide. For the past few days, Frida and Oddfellows have been promoting the ice cream flavor on social media, and the internet is going nuts, with countless users confused about the ice cream's ingredients. Taste it for yourself, reads the caption on Frida's post, showing a tank truck with breast milk ice cream emblazoned on the side. Is it really made of breast milk? That's the question that a lot of people are asking to address the elephant in the room. No, Frida and Oddfellows breast milk ice cream is not made of real human breast milks. The flavor of the ice cream is supposed to mimic it. According to a Frida statement, this is the ingredients. And no, it doesn't come in Cambodian. Milk, heavy cream, skim milk powder, sugar, dextrose, egg yolks, invert sugar, guar gum. You know you love a little guar gum in your life. Salted caramel flavoring, honey syrup, liposomal bovine colostrum, yellow food color, and other things. Fair or foul, breast milk flavored ice cream.
What's colostrum?
Let's ask ChatGPT later.
Okay, we'll ask ChatGPT later. Fair.
Absolutely.
And here's why.
You've got 3 kids, so I know you've dabbled.
Yes. Matter of fact, I was on my way to work one morning, and my first son was
breastfeeding.
If you will, yeah. And I was like, hey,
let me get a little something.
Put some in the coffee real quick.
Yeah, buddy.
And I was like, oh, it was funny, and it's human. I'll drink one out of a cow. Not like directly out of it, but I don't know. Maybe I would.
Well,
but
that's out of an udder, though.
Yeah, but even still.
Yeah.
Cow, human? Like,
yeah.
Do you not trust humans? Maybe I don't.
I would think, but you'd have to know the human that you're getting the breast milk from, right? I mean, there's a relationship already there.
One of my buddies, he had a child at the age of 17.
Okay.
Okay, so we were a little New Year's Eve came around one year, and we're all hanging out and stuff. And my buddy walks over, and he's like, "Hey, man, here's a shot of whatever." And I was like, "This looks like," and he's like, "Oh, it's Bailey's or something." And I was like, "All right, take a shot." I was like, "That's actually pretty good. Let's make some more." And he was like,
Let's make some more. What do you like to know?
I was like, "That's surprisingly sweet."
No, it's delicious.
And it's not. It was better than I again.
Yeah.
At
So
that
you've
moment,
just
it
not
was
to get
it was
too,
his wife's.
Not to get too TMI, but you never 3 kids. Never suckled on it.
That's yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, had some in the coffee. Needed. But
I'm talking. No,
the babies love it. Why do they love it so much?
Exactly.
Well, and it's full of nutrients.
It is
vitamins,
nutrient rich.
I did see the other day. I think is it Frisco that has one of the largest centers for breast milk, like frozen breast milk for dispersing.
Wow.
I think I just saw a news story on it the other day. And I mean,
sounds like a possible endorsement deal on the horizon.
There are women out there that are like, "Hey, I got too much. Let me pump it and put it into some buckets or some
877-881-1053 if you've got too much.
And
send
it out to a location, and then somebody else can use it. That's
I
wonderful.
would make a protein shake with breast milk.
I agree. I don't think that's a problem at all.
I don't think. I mean, how much more protein would you need to add?
From the 817, colostrum is in high concentration in cow's milk for the first week after a cow has a calf.
I love it.
I've recently, for Father's Day,
you milked a cow?
Asked for no. Have I ever milked a cow? Yeah, I milked cows.
It's been a while.
I milked cows whenever I was younger at the farm.
Yeah.
It was a pecan farm, but they had cattle.
Old Chiafalo with the milk plug here at 105.3 The Fan.
Is he really?
Oh, he's the milk plug for sure.
But the I recently for Father's Day I asked for an adapter for the the mixer that makes ice cream.
Okay.
So like Lucy and I made some peach ice cream. I love peach ice cream.
Yeah.
Made some, turned out to be awesome. And so I know how to make ice cream.
So you could make your own breast milk ice cream.
I wonder if I could go.
Okay,
can I go to the
frozen
bank,
place that you're talking about?
Yeah, the breast milk bank, and get some and be like, "Oh yeah, I got a kid, need some," and then come home, make it into this, and then be like, "Sorry, Frida, you're out of business."
Do you think you can just show up and say, "Hey, I got a kid. You mind if I get some of that frozen breast milk in the back?"
Starving right now. Could you give me a pint, please?
Some of that. Please.
I only have a couple quarters here.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just give it a shot.
Yeah. Just put a little here. Alec?
There's a lot to unpack. I'm going to say fair for a totally different reason.
Let's hear this.
His ice cream's fantastic?
Yes, absolutely. But what sells nowadays is random stuff that you would not think to make yourself. That it's the wow factor, it's the shock factor. It's why you see, the different like chip brands come out with these crazy chip flavors. Like you can get a potato chip that tastes like a Wagyu steak. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna grab that. That sounds incredible. So whenever I see weird flavor combos like that, I'm like, sure. Sign me up. I'll try it once. I'm not going to knock it until I try it. So me being the marketing pawn that I am, I'm going to be like, yeah, if it's weird, outlandish, and it's a limited time only, especially if it's a limited time, I'm going to be like, yeah, I got to try something like that. And there's got to be other people out there that think the same way that, I'm not going to get many other chances to try this. So why not? So I think a lot of people are going to buy it up because they're going to be like, what in the world is this? What does it taste like? I've never experienced it. They want to know.
Okay, real quick, in case you were wondering, I know a lot of you are. Frida.com, breast milk ice cream, $12.99 a pint. 2 pint minimum.
2 pint minimum?
2 pint minimum. So
they're thinking they're going to sell out.
Well, I'll tell you
or they don't have enough breast milk.
I'm going to go ahead and order some.
$12.99. Okay, a pint. That's a pint.
Out of stock. Check back tomorrow.
You're kidding me.
Out of stock. We're releasing limited pints daily through August 10th, 2025 while supplies last. Out of stock. Check back tomorrow.
Dude, here's what's insane.
So I guess I'm going to have to check back tomorrow.
Alec is right.
Yeah.
Because what you just said, out of stock. Was it? It was the Will Levis mayonnaise cologne.
Yes.
He came out with this mayonnaise smell cologne. I'm like, that's disgusting. Let's go see how much it is.
That's exactly.
We got to the website and it was out of stock. And that was the day that it dropped.
Yeah.
Within 8 hours.
Yeah.
Done. And here's why. Because everybody wants to have the bit. He's right. How much you want to send your buddy out to the freezer? Hey, man. Go out to the garage. I need you to grab a couple beers, but also in the freezer, grab the bottle of Red Bull or Fireball. Whatever.
Yeah.
Grab the freezer out of the freezer. They open it up. They see a thing of breast milk ice cream. They're like, "What is this?
Where is this?"
And now you got a joke for the next 10 minutes, and it only costs you $12.99.
Oh, I am the milkman.
There it is.
You guys already know. Unfortunately, for all of our Tolos in Alaska and Hawaii, you cannot get the Frida breast milks ordered or shipped.
Well, I mean, that's pretty far away. You got to travel over.
Ice cream might melt by then.
Well, Fred, I'm pretty sure that there are refrigerated airplane.
What do we think it is then?
How does Hawaii get anything? How does Hawaii get anything that's frozen?
I don't.
Maybe
know.
they don't.
I'm just spitballing here.
Alaska's already frozen. It's already cold up
and it's
there.
already cold in the air, right? Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
I don't know. Freed, if you're listening, 877-881-1053.
It does say, Pine's available for shipping nationwide.
Except
that's part of the nation. Right there.
Well, it says here on the Frida website, we're unable to ship to Alaska or Hawaii.
Okay.
So I will keep an eye on this tomorrow and find out if we can get the Frida breast milks. And again, if you're a real one and know about the Cambodian breast milks, that's real Cambodian. You know what that's from?
No, I have no clue what you're referencing here. And
Alec?
usually I'm
Alec?
lockstep with you.
Ask real quick. Does our boy Carter Freeman know back there? Wildly, you two jamokes in the back. I'm not totally surprised due to your age.
That means.
I'm a little bit disappointed in you right now.
I feel like
I'm
I should.
a little bit disappointed in you. You ever watched the Chappelle Show?
Yeah.
When he was Diddy making the band?
Oh, yeah. Okay,
That's
now.
real Cambodian, man.
Yeah,
I'm going to shut down the studio.
It's been a while.
I'm going to need you to go down there and give me some real Cambodian breast milk.
Yes. That was a good bit,
Five
too.
greatest rappers of all time. Dylan.
From the 903, Corey, I need to bring you more alcohol-infused ice cream. I opened my own company.
Oh.
That's fantastic.
Oh.
What kind of alcohol is infused in that? That's what I want to know. Like, is it wine?
Because vodka.
If his vodka's not melting, right? Like it's going to melt because it doesn't freeze.
I've never had alcohol long enough in my house to
doesn't stay around. Yeah, just gone immediately.
Yeah.
I didn't get to this during. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling over this breast milk ice cream that you
I love
found.
it. You're welcome.
I didn't get to this during Gridiron Gravy earlier, but the list for the President's Council for the NFL has been put together.
To
Tagovailoa and Saquon Barkley are on this list. Barkley said he specifically did not want to be part of this.
Yeah, he declined.
And Tua said, I think it's pretty cool. It's an honor. I would say I don't know too much about it, but again, I think it's an honor. He doesn't know how he got on the list. He said, I should ask you too, because how did it all develop? I'm not too sure. I don't know how I even landed on this list. So the President's Council, which is made up of is it nutrition and fitness and sports? They're all together, and he doesn't have a clue how it came about. So that's pretty fantastic.
Good quarterback when healthy.
Yeah.
Needs to stay healthy.
And speaking of quarterbacks, let's turn our attention now to Oxnard, California, where we have our good friend Babe Loffenberg hanging out there, play-by-play man for the Dallas Cowboys radio. Hey, Babe, how's it going out there, man?
Good. Corey, Fred, how are you guys doing?
Superb.
We are rolling along right now. How was your experience with the first practice, Babe?
Like the first practice or the
joint practice that they had out there.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's funny because everybody asks about individual players all the time. How'd this guy look? How'd this guy look?
Right.
They're on two fields, as you guys know. So you kind of have to focus one or the other, and you're trying to see everything. And the old saying, try to see everything, you see nothing.
Yeah.
See a little, you see a lot. So I was down for the Cowboys run game offensively, and that was horrible. I don't know if they had a positive run in the bunch.
Oh, no.
And then I went down when the passing kind of started for both teams. I went down and watched the Rams offense. Unfortunately, Matthew Stafford, as you know, didn't practice. He's got his back issue, but I love it, when they came down last year. And I just love watching him throw the football.
How's Garoppolo look? I mean, just real quick, a quick aside. How's Garoppolo look? Considering he hasn't played in forever, it seems like.
No, he looked good. Bad sign. Everybody looked good against the Dallas pass defense.
Yeah.
Stetson Bennett looked great. Looked like he was back at Georgia playing for a national championship.
Okay.
But it's funny. We're early in camp. We all know that, and there's a lot to be worked out. And Brian Schottenheimer, of course, talked about the Rams play a 3-4, and they had some run-throughs in the run game that they hadn't really worked on the Cowboys' offense. And so all of a sudden, you're like sitting there saying, hey, we got time. We'll get this ironed out. And then suddenly it's September 4th, and you're playing at Philly, and you don't have time. I always remember Mike Maddox, the Rangers pitching coach, in his first stint. I'm out there covering spring training for CBS 11. And long and short, there was some veteran pitcher, can't remember who, and it really doesn't matter, but he was getting hammered, right, in spring training when he was taking the mound. And, after his latest bad outing, he said, yeah, I'm working on some things right now. I'm just working on my slider. I'm working on my off speed. I'm working on this. I'm working on that. Basically, don't worry about me.
Right.
So, I mentioned to Mike Maddox, I said, hey, Corey said he's working on some things. And Mike Maddox said, yeah, you know what he needs to work on? Getting people out. So I love that. So, again, it's like, they showed us some things we hadn't seen and all that. But, definitely the Rams won the day. Now, I was listening earlier, and Fred, to your point, is this going to be counted as the 18th game when the season hits? No. So they got time to work things out.
The quarterback grouping and how they'll deploy that on Saturday then, because I know, babe, you're starting to probably put your boards together and get those things all squared away for some stuff like that. Starting to get an idea.
Sorry, Corey.
What's that?
Sorry. Starting? Did you say starting to? That's like I'm working on some things. Yeah, working against people. The boards are going, baby.
Yeah, and they got to be ready, man, so that everybody knows. And that's where it all is. A lot of people that have never been in that side of things. That's all the information. That's all your notes. That's all the fun stuff right there. What do you want to see from Will Grier and Joe Milton? Because I feel like with Joe Milton, there's all this upside, all this great possibility. It's just kind of wrangling it all together.
Yeah. You talk about upside. Geez. Steve Shemko, the assistant coaches, met with the media yesterday, as you guys know, and I was talking to Steve Shemko, who's now the quarterback's coach, and we just kind of talking just one-on-one. And I said, man, if you were out of the country for 10 years and you were a scout, and somebody said, hey, go work this Joe Milton out at Tennessee. Just go work him through drills. And you'd come back and say, hey, we got to take this guy. Can we move up to the first pick in the draft to get this guy? I mean, he's 6'5", 245. He runs 4.55. You've seen the backflip he does. Athletic as hell. Has as pretty a stroke throwing the ball. I mean, mechanically, it's sweet. And obviously has a cannon. I mean, I don't want to be the guy that says I've been around the NFL for X amount of years, but I've been around the NFL for a lot of years, and I actually was side by side with Elway and Doug Williams, the guys who had big arms. I mean, you could put his arm against any of the really big arms in the NFL. Now, does that make you a great quarterback? No, but it's a heck of a start. So there's definitely something to work with. Right now he's like that guy that comes out of the mine, right, in South Africa, and it's just a rock, but it's a diamond. Somebody's going to clean it up, polish it up, cut it, and make it real pretty. But I'm going to say they brought a big rock out of the mine when they brought Joe Milton into town. So he's going to be exciting to watch. He's going to be fun to watch Saturday. Hopefully, I saw him hit his thumb on the helmet, and obviously they sat out the rest of practice, but we'll know a little bit more today, but it appears he's going to be okay, and it appears that he will play.
Babe, I've asked this to Mickey, I've asked this to Broadus, I've asked this to everybody. Again, look, you've been around this Cowboys program for a long, long time. I'm a Marty Schottenheimer guy, so that's why I'm extremely excited and intrigued. I'm a Marty Schottenheimer guy, all right? That's how old I am, all right? So I'm cautiously optimistic about Brian Schottenheimer. Now, one thing that me and Corey have talked about, and I've said time and time again, is no one's ever said, like, hey, when you think of a Brian Schottenheimer offense, you're thinking of innovation and putting points on the board and all kinds of and things like that. When I think about his dad, that was not his MO, right? What have you noticed about the difference in the tenor of this camp now that Brian has gotten the reins versus what he was like as an OC? And what are you expecting out of this offense in 2025?
Well, I'll answer your second question first.
Okay.
We really don't know what to expect, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't. They don't. That's why they're going through all this training camp, and they're not going to show, as we know, they're not going to show what they're going to do, like they didn't against the Rams. Like he said, we're playing with a 7-iron all day. So we really don't know what it's going to look like. Now, I will say this, and I asked Brian Schottenheimer the question at the presser. It'll be the first time as a play caller that he has not called plays with a defensive head coach. So, first time. And I said, is that going to be liberating for you? And he said, I really haven't thought about it. And I wanted to say, BS, you I know. It's like dying and going to heaven. Because what do defensive coaches like to do?
Protect their defense.
They
run the ball.
Run the ball, play defense.
Yeah.
That's how they want to win games.
That's what his dad did.
His dad did. Mike Zimmer did. Pete Carroll, who he called plays for, did. Rex Ryan, who he called plays for, did. They're all defensive guys that just said, hey, just keep it simple. Don't turn it over. Let us play defense. Just run the ball. Hey, Brian Schottenheimer, the year he got fired from Seattle scored more points in that season than they have in the franchise's history.
Really?
So the theory or the notion that, well, he's going to play close to the vest, he's not innovative, he's conservative, he's this, he's that. They scored more points than any team in Seattle Seahawks history, and then he got fired at the end of the year. And to the point of calling plays for that defensive coach, Pete Carroll, after their playoff loss to the Rams, which ultimately then he got fired, after the fact said, I stepped into some play calls and I shouldn't have done that. And that, for a play caller, that is the worst thing. You're sitting there and you're scheming it, right? It's almost like a pitcher setting up a hitter, right? I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to come inside. And if that pattern gets screwed up, it screws you up. So Pete Carroll jumped in a couple play calls and said, hey, and it's like, are you kidding me? I always remember Kellen Moore. I have a good relationship with Kellen Moore, and he said the thing he appreciated most about Jason Garrett was he never jumped into the play calls. Now, he would say, hey, they're getting tired of the defensive front is getting tired. Let's try to run it a little bit here. Things like that. But when it's a big third down call and the head coach comes down and says, hey, get it to so-and-so. It's like, oh, yeah. So the long and short is Schottenheimer will get his first opportunity to have the head coach be an offensive guy. And, of course, it's one and the same. It's him.
Yeah, and that does mess up your game call flow. You're in the zone. You're like you're thinking 2 plays ahead already, and now a guy comes in the middle of it, and you're like, crap. Now I got to recalibrate all that. It did feel like I feel like during that time, Babe, Parcells used to say, all of us are calling plays, but it really was one play caller and him saying every once in a while, I'd like to run the ball here, or let's air it out. Like some things like that. I always felt like that was what he would say during his press conferences.
Yeah, and Jimmy Johnson was that way, when they were winning Super Bowls, or Norv Turner was calling the plays. Jimmy didn't jump in. Now, he might say, let's try to run it. Let's see if we can bleed some clock. Things of that nature, but you don't say, hey, run power gap, or run 525 F post right here.
Right.
It's like, we don't have that in the game plan, Coach, but okay.
We did not practice that one time this week, but let's go ahead and roll it out there.
I've seen it. I had a receivers coach. Fortunately, I played for 4 teams, so you could never pinpoint, it was this guy. But because I'm not trying to throw a guy under the bus, but he comes running up and down the sideline and said, we've got to run 585. We got to run 585. Coach, we don't have that in the game plan.
Actually, that's not even in our playbook, Coach.
That's why I think to a large degree, I think a lot of play callers, they tell you they like the advantage of being up in the press box, right, and seeing the field.
Mm-hmm.
I think they want to stay away from the head coach.
I think just keep him down there. You can't say anything. I could just act like the headphones weren't working, and I'm calling the play that I needed to call.
Yeah, the same way you treat your wife, Corey. Oh, I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sometimes I don't hear
that.
things. Sometimes I don't. I'm busy trying to make sure that the house is taken care of. Babe, I'm very interested in, because Jaden Blue has a unique skill set. I think I know what Javonte Williams is. Miles has a unique skill set, even though he hasn't been practicing much because of the knee. This group, Phil Moff is an interesting running back to me too, as I was watching him in college. How do you feel like these running backs are going to be deployed, and do you think we're going to see some good receivers out of the backfield?
Well, I'll answer your first question first, and we just don't know how they're going to be deployed, right? I mean, somebody's going to step up, I think, and be that guy. I don't know if it'll be a Miles Sanders or Javonte Williams. The quarterback committee is always like the quarterbacks. The running back by committee is we don't have a great running back. It is not running back by committee in Baltimore, right?
Right. No.
It is not running back by committee in Philadelphia. It's Saquon Barkley. It's Derrick Henry. So, but to your point about Jaden Blue, good pass receiver. Obviously, I think he ran like 4.35. I mean, he's extremely quick. Now the downside of a guy like that, 195. I shouldn't say the downside, but the litmus test is, can he pass block? Because teams will make you, if you cannot pass block, they will bring people to make you block. And it's funny, this is 100 years ago. You wouldn't remember the guy, but a great guy. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago. Great player. Got him Lionel James. I played with him, believe it or not, when the Chargers were actually in San Diego. And great receiver out of the backfield, quick as hell, went to Auburn, but he's about 5'6". Now, if you got him matched up on option routes, nobody could cover him. But what they did is they just said, instead of covering this guy, let's blitz and bring a backer and make him pass block. So that'll be Jaden Blue's next step. Can he pass block? Because if you can't pass block, you really can't be a receiver. It just doesn't work.
Has anybody stood out to you defensively that's kind of jumped off the page? I mean, we know Donovan as a rock who has looked good. Has there, we know Kyer Elam has had his moments and has been better than advertised. Who's somebody that's kind of under the radar that has caught Babe Laufenberg's eye?
Well, again, as I said, they were playing on two fields, and it's hard you can't see everything. You can't see everybody, but Jay Toia, the 7th round defensive tackle, looks a little bit like Vita Vea. Now, I'm not saying he is Vita Vea, but if you put him in a lineup, he looks like Vita Vea. He's 6'2", 350. He flashed, if you want to say that. Every time I look up, I'm like, oh, dude, who? That's what I kind of do too. I'm like, wow, 93. Who's 93? He just made a nice play there. You're looking, oh, it's Toia. Oh, okay. Then you look down, you're watching some other plays. You look back over. Oh, shoot, there's that 93 again. So I thought he played very well against the Rams. One of the few, actually, defenders I thought that did a good job against the Rams the other day. But he, do you get excited about a run-stopping defensive tackle? I think here you do.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Most places would say, oh, who cares? Well, here you better care, because that's been an issue.
Yeah, bring it on. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Babe, we really appreciate your time, good sir, and we're looking forward to hearing you on the call this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Corey, Fred, thank you, guys.
All right, there he goes, Babe Laufenberg right here on 105.3 The Fan, and you will hear him with Brad Sham, Christy Scales. They rock that thing. They're a fantastic group. They've been doing it for quite some time, and I always appreciate their work.
Wall-to-wall coverage Saturday, Corey.
Yeah, looking forward to this, man. This is where it all starts.
Are you getting your preseason set up?
I am starting to. So Saturday is going to be a busy Saturday already. Wife's trying to make some things happen early.
Yeah.
Mom, she's like, hey, girls' day. So they're all going out to Mom's house to swim and spend the day drinking margaritas or pina coladas. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, you're not worried about it.
Which means Corey has the house to himself.
Really?
His oldest son has to go. He has to go to work. Okay. And then middle son, he's going to shoot his friends with paintballs or something, or splat ball guns.
Whatever.
They're going
Won't be
out
at the house,
and so it's just Corey and the dog and football. So I'm looking forward to this weekend. I'm very excited.
God bless you, my friend.
Coming up next here on the C Block, we will get into the parking cone. Is it a genius idea? And also some of the rookies to watch this weekend next on The Fan.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit. true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Turn?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it cell phone called?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day it begins. Fan Phenom is underway this evening. And G-Bag Nation will be out at Jake's in Saxe today, 7910 State Highway. Boss Man's going to be there too. He actually arrived. He arrived to work late today because he's going to be working late hours tonight. Man always works long hours anyway. I see
Can't stop, won't stop.
See him walk in here around 9 o'clock, and he's here until you guys are done with your show sometimes. And so it's pretty amazing. The man does a lot of hard work. He's going to be out there at Jake's watching you. So you're going to get your chance to spit fire right into that microphone, impress the boss, and maybe, and again, have 3 other opportunities. Maybe it was too much fire, and you're like, you know what, maybe I'm going to back off a little bit, show a little flexibility, show some comedy chops. You can kind of mix it up just a little bit, give some
Bring
opportunities.
some breast milk ice cream.
That's
Who knows?
another option if you have gotten your hands on some of that.
Let us know.
That's an option out there. This is interesting. Rashawn,
on the ice cream, by the way.
Yes,
That's what
the
we're
ice
talking
cream.
about getting the hands on.
Rashawn Slater was carted off the field at the Chargers practice today.
Again? He got hurt again?
And this is interesting. He is leaving practice on a medical cart. He went down during a team period. He just signed a 4-year, $114 million contract with $92 million guaranteed. Damn. So if you're asking, hold on, is that like getting hit by a car that Jerry Jones dropped on the Micah thing? I don't know, like, that's really a thing. The Cowboys don't want to sign, like, all this drama that's going on is just drama because Jerry loves it. They don't want to offer the real contract until right before the season starts because they don't want him to get hit by a car. That's what Jerry said that, and we all kind of chuckled, but he was being honest, I think, when he said, if he gets hurt in this practice, not like that. If he gets hurt in practice and I sign him to this $46 million contract, then I'm going to look like a fool for having signed him to this even though we all know there's just other chaos to deal with here. But that's kind of the reality is players do get hurt in these preseason camps and just because that's the nature of football.
Yeah, it is.
And that's an unfortunate thing for the money spent on Rashawn Slater, and that's tough for the Chargers. It appeared to be a left leg injury, for Slater. So that stinks.
Do we know if somebody fell into it or
I don't have the video.
No deets yet?
Yeah, but everybody was very concerned
Because he got hurt last year, the year before, didn't he?
I do believe so.
Sean.
Yeah, and he's
hate to see it if you're a Chargers fan.
He is a dominant player too when he's out there. So best of luck to him. Right now it is time for the C Block starring me. So yeah, that's
Starring
me.
you.
That's doing
you,
this
bro.
thing. And we started with that. We'll start also with this rookies to watch over this weekend. I got 10 rookies to watch for the preseason. I am fascinated with Jackson Dart. I have been. I was all last college football season.
Like, seriously?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I thought this kid has a huge arm.
Yeah.
He had some swagger that I really liked. There was also at the end of the season, he was like, I'm going to throw us out of the college football playoff by throwing as many interceptions as possible. But I think he has this ability, and I really did. I probably was too high on Brian Dable early because I thought coming out of Bama, coming from Buffalo, this guy knows how to organize a team. Unfortunately, they haven't had the talent at quarterback to be able to do it, and I'm very interested to see if this could be the talent. I know he's got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston up there, but I think Jackson Dart obviously is the future for that because they traded back in to get him and all that stuff. So
I think an ideal situation, though, Corey, he doesn't play this year.
Probably so.
Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, right? I mean, and what I mean by that is, back in the day, not to be all back in the day guy, but I'll go ahead and be back in the day guy. Quarterbacks sat for a year, and it turned out in most cases to be okay. I mean, one of the reasons why we think Pat Mahomes has had such a great career is because he got to sit and learn for a year behind Alex Smith. Russell Wilson might be one of the biggest goobers alive, but that quarterback room is Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Jackson Dart. Yeah. Now, I don't know how conducive to learning a quarterback room with Russell Wilson on one side and Jameis Winston is on the other. I hope there's cameras in there because I want to see that. I want to see that quarterback room just for the conversation that's being had. And I'll tell you this much. You're still going to learn a lot from those two because they're in the stages of their careers where they're still trying to prove something, but hey, it doesn't hurt whether they play. I mean, I don't know that Russell Wilson's going to go into coaching afterwards, but I could see Jameis Winston going into coaching afterwards.
Jameis Winston's going to have he's going to have himself a reality show. Like, that's necessary.
No, Russell Wilson might have a reality show. I mean,
I would never watch that.
You know you would.
I would not.
You'd watch the first episode.
I've never watched an episode of The Kardashians, and
you would watch
that
the first
seems
episode.
More interesting than Russell
Did you watch
Wilson.
that Subway commercial that he was in?
No.
Where he's talking about,
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You haven't seen the Subway commercial where he talks about getting wild?
No, I don't think I have.
Mr. Unlimited.
That's the only thing I know about Russell Wilson. Everything else seems so boring.
Before this show's over, or maybe tomorrow, we'll find the him talking about the Subway commercial or him eating the sandwich.
Is it the most entertaining thing ever?
He's such a bizarre fellow.
Okay, that's what I expect. He is a bizarre. For me, it's always
cringe,
just been,
as the kids say.
Cringe is a very good word. Play Mr. Unlimited again one more time here.
Mr. Unlimited.
That's as cringe as it gets.
Take that, time stretch it out with him eating a Subway sandwich. And just saying like little
that's
weird
the commercial
things.
right there.
Yeah. No. It's bizarre.
From the 903, Carson Palmer sat a year before getting onto the field. Staubach sat. Craig Morton was the quarterback.
Yeah.
And
Tom Brady.
Chad Pennington sat. And I'm not saying he was a great.
What a poll by you.
But I remember.
What on earth made you think of Chad Pennington?
He was the one that I remember them going, he's going to hold a clipboard for a year. And that was kind of right whenever I was becoming probably extremely sports conscious. Right. Like that was.
You said Chad Pennington.
Yeah, and that was so, and that was also the thing because I was an intern for the Cowboys while Bill Parcells was here.
Okay,
I was an intern for the Cowboys website, and so I was at almost every press conference that Bill Parcells did.
Okay,
and he used Pennington as a reference a lot of times when they were talking about Tony Romo because Tony Romo was back there, but he was also holding a clipboard, learning how to be a professional. Drew Henson.
Who did he back up? Vinny Testaverde?
Vinny Testaverde, and that was one of the things that Parcells would talk about. He's like, this is Vinny taught him how to be, and Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Vinny taught him how to be a pro because Vinny shows up with his notebook and his pencil every day.
Yeah.
Vinny goes into the locker room and squats 600 pounds every day. Like all these things that Vinny Testaverde did while he was not an elite quarterback.
Damn good, though.
He was a professional.
He was.
And dude, everybody wants to be a star. Being a professional is important.
There's a difference. And to your point, that's why I think Jackson Dart is in a good situation because Jameis is at that stage now where he's a professional. Again, not doing the goofy stuff he did when he was early on. And, goofy commercials aside, Winston Churchill, Russell Wilson is a professional.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, I won't take that away from Russell Wilson. The professionalism is
Would you ask his wife for an autograph?
Sure.
Okay.
And I don't typically ask for autographs.
Agreed.
But I've seen a lot of her videos. And I would like an autograph, if that would be okay.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah. That is.
Would you eat her breast milk ice cream?
Okay. All right, Fred. It is not nighttime radio right now. Jeez. Are you me right now? That's something I say that gets Kevin thrown off. Look at you over here.
That's right.
As for the Cowboys, I know tonight we got this one rocking. Tyler Booker as Raku, Jaden Blue. I think Jaden Blue's probably the most intriguing of all this. Booker's fun to watch, right? Like he's a rookie that you're going to be like plug and play, feel very good about it. But when it comes to electricity, there's those two names, Ezraku and Jaden Blue, are the rookies that I'm like, I got to watch these guys.
Ravel would be that guy if he wasn't hurt.
To.
But yeah, what outside of Broadus, what nerds saying to themselves, can't wait to watch Booker on Saturday.
Yeah.
My God.
There's some
I'm
people,
geeked.
Yeah, they want to see the other guys that can make the flash plays. Now we turn our corner a little bit here because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I want to know if y'all think this is genius or not. In our parking garage, there is a parking spot that has a cone. Have y'all noticed this cone in this parking spot?
It's not always there, though, right? They move it around sometimes.
I have never seen this cone not in the parking spot over the last couple months now. Oh. Now, here's the thing.
Are you talking about the second level?
It's like an orange cone on the second level.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Towards the end of the parking spot.
Now,
here's the thing. I don't know, Alec, if this cone is because that has a leak or rebar's broken. I have no clue what it is.
Structural weak spot.
But in my mind, it's some genius who's like, every day I'm throwing my cone down, and whenever I get to work, I'm putting the cone in my car, and whenever I leave, I'm dropping the cone because this is my parking spot. And nobody's going to question this. Nobody ever, all of us drive through, we see the cone, and we just go, I can't park there, and we go on about our business. And I feel like this is a genius bit for if you want a parking spot at your company, and you want that to be your spot, throw a cone down in the middle of the parking lot, and nobody's going to question it because everybody's going to be like, oh, there must be something wrong there. It's an orange cone. Is this genius? 877-881-1053.
This is the first time I've ever had to park on the second floor of the parking garage.
Oh, well. Yeah, because when we were nights, we would
nighttime.
And morning show, they get the first parking spots.
Yeah.
So we would always.
And then
park
weekends, I park
wherever you want.
Yeah, I park literally horizontal or parallel to the wall. I'll take up 5 or 6 spots because that's what I do on a weekend. No, this is my first time experiencing the second floor parking. I have noticed it a couple times. I'm tempted. We'll be on remote at Jake's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Off of what street?
Off Marsh and Walnut Hill.
I'm tempted to try Monday to take that spot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, and you don't know, like,
what's going to happen.
Like, security could be like, "Hey, dude, that's a sensitive spot in the building. It's going to collapse now." Like, you might make. That's my fear, is that I move that cone and then the whole building collapses.
Like to think, look, for as much fanfare as there was when they painted the elevators and made it sound like, wear a hazmat suit because we may have to shut the block down, I got to believe that they would be pretty adamant about, hey, that spot that Corey Majors is talking about, if you move that cone, There could be a collapse.
From the 817, pure genius. Who wants to even get out of their car to move it?
That's a great point, too. And I don't think it's that great of a spot, to be honest with you.
It's not that great, but maybe there's somebody...
And maybe that's the genius of it.
Yeah, exactly. And now this makes me think, because me and my buddies, when the Greenville Avenue Parade is going down, my buddy lived in the apartment complexes right behind at Amesbury.
Okay.
He lived right over there. And there's a PetSmart or Petco that faces Greenville Avenue. He would just, at night, before the night was over, he would park his car in front. He would pull up rear, back
face,
it up.
yeah.
He would back it up like Fred Durst into the right there on the into the parking spot in front of PetSmart.
Yeah.
And we had a spot to be the next morning. So the next morning we all show up. We park at his apartment, and then we walk over to the truck where his truck is, and everybody has a spot, just like the cone.
Interesting.
Except for it's a truck. It's a whole full-size truck instead of a cone.
Truck. You're not moving that.
From the 817, that's why I stole a giant orange cone from the construction site by my house. So that you have if you have an apartment complex, you're like, you know what? Throw a cone down.
That's now, although I would say in today's aggressive apartment complex parking, I don't think people would care.
Oh, you think they just...
Dude, I'm telling you right now, in my complex, there's a spot next to a dumpster that's not even a spot that people have started to park in. I'm like, oh, it's got, this is where we're at right now with the parking situation in my apartment complex?
Parking is the worst.
Dude, it's nuts, man.
Everybody hates that.
That's what I miss about living in a house.
I won't go to places if I don't know the parking situation.
Bro, you're not wrong.
If I have to, work too hard to find a parking spot, and my wife hates this about me, too, because I get frustrated. That's something I'll get mad about. I will get mad about parking.
What about your parallel parking skills?
Fantastic, guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm fantastic.
Are you a backup camera guy?
I am now.
Yeah.
But I also learned before we had that.
Mirrors.
So I know how to pull forward, get your mirror lined up, put your hand over the back, and just whoop, whoop, and you're in.
Do you turn the music down?
Every time.
Okay.
You have to. You have to concentrate.
Yeah.
But if G-Bag Nation's on, no way.
No, you can't.
Sean and RJ in the morning, no way.
Yeah.
Fan After Dark, got to keep it up. Got to let people know. Coming up next
you
year.
might need to turn us down.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, Archie says Arch isn't going anywhere. Next on the Fan.
hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan from the 682. See, the way y'all describe how people react to the one cone is the entire society of Utah reacting about anything. And I was like, oh man, I've never been to Utah, so I'm not really sure how that works. But now that we know, we'll hopefully the demographic in Utah will take care of itself. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we will have Jacob Jackson from FC Dallas. We'll chat with him about the state of this team and where things are going and what he's up to. Excited about that. But right now, it is time to have a discussion about the top 40 most important players in college football. And I know you're like, hold on, are we going to go through every single one of these? No, it's not going through every single one of these. It's one specifically that we're going to dive in on because his grandfather spoke up today. What did you see something online
for the
here?
469? Chad Pennington, pride of the Thundering Herd, would move the cone.
There he would. Yeah, he probably would.
Probably couldn't throw it very far though.
You know what? And if you're going to have a take like that, then you should join the fellas, G-Bag Nation, today out at Jake's and Saxy. And somebody just texted in, so excited for Jake's and Saxy. And then after their show, so you're going to be there with Chiafalo, who is one of the coolest cats you've ever met, Gavin Dawson, who is another one of the coolest dudes you've ever met, and Brian Broaddus, who
the coolest guy
knows
you've ever
more
met.
Football than anybody you know. So that's what you're going to be surrounded by excellence today. And then after that, use that, absorb it, and then do your tryout.
Is he the best cook at the station?
I don't know because I'm pretty good. Sean's pretty good too.
Oh, you said you're pretty good?
I'm pretty good.
You think you're better than Broaddus?
I don't know. We never had a cook-off.
I think we need to have one.
I have a lot of respect for what he's told me about his cooking because he likes to cook for his friends.
Yeah.
I've eaten his crawfish before. Phenomenal. I can't make crawfish. I know that. I've never made crawfish.
Does that give him a slight advantage?
Absolutely.
Over you?
Yeah.
What's your go-to food?
One time he did say he had a lot of respect for like the steaks that I've made. He's like, you do a really good job with those. So wherever that is.
What's your secret?
Timing, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, timing and salt. I really enjoy cooking, and
got a regular Emerald Lagasse over here, huh?
But that being said, Sean gave me a lot of advice when I started learning how to make briskets and stuff. So I learned some from him. Gavin Dawson's wing, the Orange Magic wings. That's my recipe, my go-to recipe.
Interesting.
He beat Sean in a wing competition.
Oh.
Sean overthought it, went with peanut butter and jelly wings
disgusting.
and screwed it all up.
That sounds awful.
It was overthinking it. And so
Come
now,
on, Sean, you're better than
Dawson holds that over Sean's head all the time.
Is that some of the angst between the two shows? Maybe the cooking
part
competition?
Of where it started. Yeah. When I first met the two of them, we were at a Memorial Day party. A hidden location somewhere by the lake.
Can't say it out loud.
I still don't even know where we were. And
Put a bag over your head and took
I
you
was
out there.
sitting at a table with the two of them, and I had been listening to Dawson for almost a year already, driving back and forth from UNT. And so this was a dude that I was like, I love listening to the show. I was a Tolo for that. And then Sean, I was like, okay, so this is a new guy here in DFW, and I got to know him. And they were sitting there having a great conversation with each other. And I don't know where that tension really started to happen, but it definitely
Food will do that, though.
Yeah. The food definitely does do that. So that's I don't know. Do you cook?
I make a mean bowl of cereal.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
That's
It's all about the milk.
Literally pouring
to cereal.
I can't make rice. I know that.
I can make boil in a bag rice.
Okay. That seems pretty.
Does that count?
You got this figured out, dude. You got this figured out.
Count for any. I'm good at eating. I'm really good at eating.
Yeah.
I'm horrible at cooking.
From the 469, certain clothing for fan phenom.
Just clothes. Matching, perhaps. I don't know. Just dress appropriately. I mean, what kind of question is that?
I'll tell you this.
What kind of clothes?
Our boss has made multiple comments on the hey, maybe dress up every once in a while. He's showing up in some gym shorts. I've been thinking about just showing up in a suit every day for a while.
Wow.
And I've said that, and he's like, "That's not a bad idea." And
Do you own a suit?
I got two. When we move to the next building, when we move to the other building, we're going to be with the big boss.
Yeah,
Everybody's going to be on the same floor. Am I strolling in shorts and flip flops? Probably. But if you want to make a good impression, you dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
The job you have.
So if you want to make a good impression on the boss, be sharp.
I got a whole thing of slacks that I haven't worn in years.
Yeah?
Ever since COVID.
Oh, no, that's happened to Kevin too. He was like, nobody cares. I've saw nobody cares about what
I'll clean up though. Don't get
pants
this.
you wear.
Don't get the roofing crap twisted. Your boy can clean up when he needs to.
I'm the same way. When it's time, throw on the suit and look sharp. The lady's gonna make me look good. That's what it's all about. As long as she's gonna make me look better when we go out.
Every lady loves a sharp dressed man.
Yes.
Or every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
That is Alec. Who is that sang that song?
ZZ Top.
Look at that, Alec. Look at that. He is wise beyond his years. That's for sure. All right, the top 40 most important college football players. Number 1 is Arch Manning. And this is interesting. Do you feel like Arch Manning is just the most popular player because
I think
of the
that's
name?
it.
Yeah?
I think that's it. I mean, and look, I'm not taking anything away from the kid, but I mean, he's the name that everybody knows. If his name was Arch Majors, would we be having the same conversation? I mean, he'd still be a damn good quarterback, but I mean,
damn right.
What's DJ Lagway going to do?
Yep.
All right. I mean, there's a kid that jumps off the page to me, but again, he's Arch Manning for crying out loud.
Yeah. He says I usually don't count down from number 1, but this it kind of builds suspense.
Yeah.
But there's no point in making you wade through 39 to get there. The top quarterback prospect in this class is Manning. 108 dropbacks while backing up for filling in for Quinn Ewers last season, and now he's going into the season. It's his. Is this the year of Arch is the question. And a lot of people were like, oh, he's one and done. And it seemed like whenever Arch got to Texas, there was this, oh my gosh. Like it was controversy immediately because Quinn had made his way. And so there was like, what's going to happen? We saw Sarkisian stuck to his guns.
Yeah.
He's our back. He's our next. Quinn is our starter. And Arch was like, I'm perfectly fine with it. Let me grow with this team. Let me get to know some of these guys. Let me get them on my side. And it does look like those guys, they love him. And that's important. When it's your quarterback, you want the guys to love the quarterback because they want to fight for him. But then everybody's like, he's one and done. Everybody's, hey, go ahead, trade Micah. Get those 2 first-round draft picks and pick up Arch next year. Archie has come out and said he's not going through all that. He'll be at Texas in 2026. So that's an interesting, like, this dude has gained so much popularity with so little play. But that is the hype machine that comes along with having super famous uncles.
You've got 2 super famous uncles, and you're at one of the biggest brands in college football. And it's that simple. I mean, you're at UT, and you're a Manning.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, and you talk about that brand, it's revitalized. Since now they roll into the SEC, that's been a huge help as well. But that thing, it kind of did feel like it was trying to find its way.
Yeah.
And then Sark comes in, and UT was just waiting. They were just, and then once NIL money opened up,
changed everything.
They knew they were like, we got the bankroll. We can absolutely roll this thing out. So that's what Arch Manning is. The update is he's going to be sticking around for 2026, according to Archie. Again, royal family of football. Right now, let's turn our attention to FC Dallas, ladies and gentlemen, where we do have goaltender. It is Jacob Jackson. Jacob, how's it going today, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Hey, can we call you Jake, or do you prefer Jacob?
It's up to you. Okay. My family calls me Jakey, so I've heard worse.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to roll with Jake. It just makes it more casual, more fun. So
we'll go with Jakey.
Yeah. Now,
hey, that's fine.
Now you joined the team last week from San Diego FC, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in the Southern California area. Am I right about that as well?
Correct. Yeah, born and raised in San Diego, so it was really fun being home, but excited to be here in FC Dallas and in the Dallas area. And so it's been a fun experience so far.
The what's the shock that comes from coming from California to Texas? I feel like the heat, the weather's definitely a big difference for you.
Yeah, that's been the biggest difference. Personally, is the weather. Dealing with the humidity in my first few days was fun, and even the storms. Was crazy. First time seeing that much rain and that much thunder and lightning in a quick, short time frame is pretty impressive. But it's been fun. I can't complain too much about the weather. Hopefully just get used to it and keep enjoying it as much as possible.
Fred, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say learning how to deal with the humidity was fun, but I'm proud of him for going through it and battling through that.
Jakey, be glad you're not in Houston, my man. That's all I can tell you on that much.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, so let me ask you this, man, because we've had some soccer folks on the show before, and look, I'm 44. I just want to know, how do we get to be better as a, World Cup wise? We're a year away. I want to see the U.S. be pound for pound one of the best in the world when it comes to soccer. That said, U.S. goalkeepers have always been some of the best in the world. What was kind of your, role model growing up, and how did you become a goalkeeper?
So I kind of became a goalkeeper. To be honest with you, I've only been a goalkeeper. Never wanted to play on the field. Honestly, the biggest memory is when I played indoor soccer growing up. I just kind of went to the goal. I kind of say it was more because I was too lazy to run, and I liked a different color shirt. So, to be honest, and it worked out, But to be honest, I think the biggest thing is just, having the belief that we can do something special as a country. And I think we have the players on the national team that can do that. And I think we have the support of the entire country as a soccer player. And I think the U.S. will probably do something special. And I know I'll be rooting for them. Like I said, I'm from the United States, from San Diego. I take the country very serious. So like I said, I think we have what it takes to be a good contending team, especially when the World Cup comes here.
I was reading a little bit up on your history, and like you're only 25. You've been selected. It feels like the words they use in soccer are all selected, transferred, moved, whatever those words are. Seems a little confusing at times. Is it sometimes confusing on where you're going to be or where you're going to wind up, or is it just, man, I just show up and stop goals wherever I am?
To be honest, it's the latter. Because that's how sports are, I've been fortunate enough to know a lot of people in soccer, and they've gone through different experiences, and other sports that I know a few people in. And it's just kind of you show up and you do your job. That's the best thing you can ask for. And that's what teams are looking for. And that's all I try to do is show up, do my job, try to help the team win as best I can, and hopefully give a good amount of service and continue staying. But sometimes, that's sports, that's the business. You end up somewhere new, and then you just go again.
Now, FC Dallas squares off with Portland tomorrow. With the how do you connect with those guys pretty quickly so that you know what's going on in front of you and you know how you can help them the best?
It's actually pretty easy. You try to get to know everyone's names first.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's just building relationships as best you can, asking questions, and getting their sides to kind of how they want something done, and then just having a conversation about it. I think a lot of things are pretty simple with a simple conversation. And that's all I've tried to do since being here, and get to really know everybody, what they like, what they don't like, how they want to play out of the back, if they want to go long, etc. We can talk about this for hours. But it just really starts with a simple conversation.
Yeah. I mean, one of the other ways too, sit down and have some lunch. How many brisket sandos have you had since you've been here?
Honestly, none. I've got some recommendations to go to Terry Black's, and a couple other local spots.
Hurtado, definitely Hurtado.
Yeah, so I think in the free time I'm gonna go take a drive around Dallas and see what I can get into.
That's what I'm talking about.
Real quick, because I'm always been intrigued by this. The shootout at the end of a soccer game, right? And I mean, look, that's you. That's your time to shine, right? That's your Super Bowl right there. What do you look for, right? What's the tell that you're looking for to, because like I said, it's down to you and one other guy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just having confidence within yourself. I know other goalkeepers will say the same. We'd probably do tons of research on guys. It could be feel, it could be how they're looking, whatever. And then at the end of the day, you pick your side and you go for it, you're not going to save all of them, but you can save one or two, and then we believe our team's going to score all theirs, and hopefully we win the shootouts. That's just kind of how it goes.
Jake Jackson here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This is also the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I did hear you're a Raiders fan. Does that mean you're not a Cowboys fan? And don't forget, you want some people cheering for you.
So fair enough. Yeah, I grew up kind of a Raiders fan. My dad, my pops, he's a big Raiders fan. But on the flip side, my mom is actually a big Cowboys fan.
I
remember coming in here for a soccer tournament called the Dallas Cup.
Yes.
And she actually wanted to go tour the, I think it's AT&T Stadium, correct?
Yeah.
So she actually made us drive all the way over there so she could walk around Jerry's World and see it. And, she had a blast. She loved seeing the new stadium. So she, in fact, is a Cowboys fan. But I kind of lean towards my pop side, and I like the black and silver.
Yeah. You don't like winning, though, apparently.
Say that again?
I said you don't like winning, apparently, though.
Yeah.
Well,
like always, hopefully this year is our year. So.
Oh, Jake. Hey, Jake, what number are you going to be, by the way?
Say that again?
What number are you going to be?
So my number is 98. It's one of the first numbers I had playing soccer. So it's just kind of stayed with me through college, academy soccer, and my first couple teams in the league. So it is going to be 98.
Love it. There it is.
98's out there, people.
Hey, man, you're always welcome on this show. We really appreciate your time today, good sir, and go out there and have a good one this weekend. All right, man?
Yeah, pleasure meeting both of you, and y'all have a good day.
There he goes. That's Jake Jackson right there. New FC Dallas acquisition. Again, they do have a game against that is going to be against Portland this weekend. So get back at it. Get supporting FC Dallas.
That dub.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we head out to Jake's with the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and Art.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and it has been a fun show. Today, we were going to be out at Jake's tomorrow off of Marsh Lane. Would love for y'all to come out and hang out with us. Me, Fred, are going to be out there enjoying burgers, enjoying some nice cold beverages as well. So come see us and enjoy your time with us. But today, you got the G-Bag Nation. They are at Jake's in Saxe today. Gentlemen, how are we doing out there?
Terrific, Majors. How are you?
Oh, man, it's been an awesome day. We just had a great conversation with Jacob Jackson from FC Dallas. He was an awesome personality. Got to throw in the Brisket Sandos question, so I'm keeping that alive.
That's a key.
Yeah.
How many is he in right now?
Well done.
He said he's gotten some suggestions. He said, I'm going to have to drive around DFW and go try them all out.
He's geeked about it, though.
Yeah, he was very excited.
Nice.
So
it would be cool if Brisket Sandos went viral like the chicken sandwich wars a couple years ago.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much more delicious too.
I feel like that is a staple of 105.3 The Fan now. That question doesn't have to be asked in every single interview.
I think it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
No, I think it does.
All right, never mind.
Yeah,
I think it does. I don't care how serious the situation is.
Yeah.
Are you eating Brisket Sandos?
First,
that's a terrible idea.
Unless it's a bigger gentleman, and then it's totally off the board.
Well, or do you save it till the end after you've built up some goodwill?
Maybe that's a good idea.
The problem is we don't build up any goodwill, so there's really we're kind of screwed from the start.
Well,
yeah. I think that is going to be the first question to Jerry. Is Jerry, you've been in Texas for a while. About how many Brisket Sandos you think you put down in your career?
That's a great start.
So we'll rock that.
35,000.
Yeah, we've asked Steven the question about the brisket and he responded he was like, I miss brisket sandwiches. Yeah.
Jerry will tell you that he had his first brisket sandwich after a handshake.
Hit Dawson.
To seal a deal.
I just got done sealing a deal, wrote it down on a napkin, slammed down a couple Sandos after a handshake. Glad you asked, Corey Majors.
Gentlemen, what are you guys doing at Jake's today? Like, what's the scene look like right now, and what are y'all setting up for?
A legendary 5-hour broadcast preceded by Fan Phenom, 7 o'clock. We've already met a couple of the participants, a couple of the contestants, and they're fired up, ready to have a delicious burger and then compete to be the next fan host. Coming up at 7 o'clock. I heard Spittle's going to be here, so that's cool.
I'm coming out.
And,
Are you, Fred? Good.
Bringing the boy. He's going to do it, too.
He's going to try?
Yeah, he is. He's
got to be better than his dad.
Well, I guess we're going to find out.
Hopefully he takes after his mom.
Out. Yeah. No, you don't. You don't.
Oh, trust me, you and I are in the same boat when it comes to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Our kids are our only chance. Yeah.
I can't wait to meet this kid. I'm just wondering if being exposed to Fred all these years has made him like a carbon copy, like he's Fred 2.0.
He is. Actually,
I love it.
Sweet Willie C. asked him the other day, is this Fred Jr.? So
nice.
Take that for what it is.
Come on,
guys. We just saw this a few moments ago. Rashawn Slater, he went out on the cart and it was a non-contact drill. He did not get touched. His knee just gave, or his leg just gave out on him. He just inked a significant deal. I know Jerry brought up the hit by a car thing at the opening press conference.
Shut it down.
How much of that is playing into them not wanting Micah being part of training camp after signing a $45 million deal?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. And this is where I'm going at right now. I'm going at what, and I hope my guys will talk about this with me today. Maybe at Krusty's Corner we'll talk about that. I think Micah Parsons really negotiated with Jerry Jones. I think that's what's made Jerry Jones mad. I think Micah Parsons, when they got to talking, it might be, hey, we'll come in here and we'll talk about leadership and all that. I bet you Micah Parsons, the personality guy, probably went up to Jerry Jones and say, boss, what about my contract, man? Because you're not going to sit there and talk 2 hours, 3 hours about brisket sandwiches. We might. but I bet you that you got into a situation where Micah Parsons, he's that kind of guy that will engage with Jerry. And I think this is where Jerry got a little upset about this whole thing.
Okay.
That in fact that he and Micah, we know Micah's a personality, right?
Yep.
Micah's got media savvy. Micah knows how to talk. Micah knows how to deal with people. I have a feeling that Jerry kind of thought that the old school, him and Micah were doing a deal. And I think that's what's kind of got Jerry upset. It's like, listen, I spent 2 hours with you here, 2 hours there, whatever. I spent time with you, and we kind of talked about this. And I thought Jerry maybe had a little bit of an idea that this was kind of an old school way of negotiating. And then Micah's like, whoa, wait a minute. Whereas CeeDee Lamb or these others would have just said, you know what, hey, you got to talk to my guy. But I think Micah was engaged. I think Micah loved the fact that he was dealing with one of the most powerful guys in sports.
Yeah.
A billionaire.
Be a fun conversation.
Yeah, it was like me when I got to talk to Al Davis. I interviewed Al Davis. He didn't interview me. When I went to work with the Raiders, I interviewed Al Davis.
What did he say to you?
Brian, I'll tell you, I'd like to have you. I'd like to try you out. You can live in the hotel. Mr. Davis, I'm Brian. I could try you out. You could be in the scouting department. but no, I think, honestly, the reason that Jerry is hurt is he felt like he really negotiated with Micah Parsons.
He got the win.
Micah Parsons was part of that. He was engaged. That's Micah's personality. I think that's why Jerry's so mad right now. Like, hey, listen, I spent time going with you through this, and so I think that's, to me, Micah Parsons is an engaging person. He's going to talk to you. He's going to have opinions. He's going to have all these things kind of out in front. And I just believe that Jerry kind of felt like, whoa, wait a minute, man. You and I we kind of hashed this out. We hashed this out.
I do think it's possible that two people could experience the same thing objectively and both have different takeaways. And everything I've heard from Micah's side is that we parted not with, hey, we're shaking on business, but talk to my agent, right?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It got to the point where maybe Micah couldn't answer the question. Maybe he didn't know. I think initially he and Jerry hammered what they out, the framework, the initial framework. And I bet you Micah even came back with him and said, hey, listen, how about this? And how about this? That's Micah's personality. He's not gonna say, Micah is the lion, the alpha male, whatever you want. He's the guy that's like, I believe he and Jerry Jones got into a negotiation and he said, wait a minute, I can't do this part of it. So you need to talk. Where Jerry's thinking like, whoa, wait a minute. Because
it's very advantageous for Jerry to deal with a 24-year-old kid as opposed to the most powerful agent.
Yeah, but also Lamar Jackson does his contracts.
Mm-hmm.
There are guys that do their contracts. And I think Micah looked at it as an opportunity. Like, if you had to sit down with Jerry Jones and you get into a negotiation with him, wouldn't that be kind of exciting?
It would, but I would be terrified because I know he would body slam me, right?
But see, that's the thing.
I would want to call the agent that I'm paying 5%.
Micah didn't think he was going to get body slammed.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about Micah Parsons. He didn't, but he went in there toe to toe with the old man.
Yeah.
And the old man then said, "Okay, we got a deal." Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, I was negotiating with you here. We kind of hammered some things out,
which to me is an explanation for why it should be against the rules for owners to negotiate directly with players, unless the player is officially representing himself.
The player then all he has to say is, "Hey, Jerry, as soon as it starts, talk to my agent."
Yeah.
And then you're protected under the Players Association stuff.
Yeah.
But how it's working right now.
This is great stuff right here, and just Dawson kind of touched on it, but I'll throw my question. I'll be listening later for this. That are they playing the same game, or is Micah maybe a little advanced in this game, and Jerry's still kind of stuck in another time? So I'd love to hear some of that conversation later on today. Y'all are out at Jake's. What do y'all got coming up on the show, Graham?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. What do we make of the Rangers not sweeping the Yankees yesterday? Where they go from here? And all the latest on the Cowboys as well. Right out of the gates here, Jake's in Saxy, Fan Phenom, coming up at 7 o'clock, Majors.
There you go, baby. Y'all go out and see the G-Bag Nation right now and get ready for Fan Phenom. Fred and I will be at Jake's tomorrow. You've been listening to the KNC Masterpiece all day, and then tomorrow you'll be Masterpiece.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. We are live at Jake's in Saxe. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Fan Phenom Thursday, and coming up at 7 o'clock. I think, are you hosting tonight, Chief?
I'm going to be hosting. How about that? First time ever. I'm excited.
That is very cool, and it's a distinguished honor to host that. I think CA, many great broadcasters have hosted it before, and it's a hell of an opportunity for young broadcasters out there, or maybe frustrated broadcasters, podcasters out there, to get your shot, to be the next fan host. You could be alongside us. I mean, look at the ascent Blake Elliott's been on.
I got to work with Blake the last 2 days.
Hell of a job.
He did a hell of a job filling in. Really did.
So thanks to Blake. And thanks to everybody. I'm doing fine. I'd say I'm about 90% right now. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, NA. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Chief is here. Ruben Portillo is remote engineering. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck are you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Got some fresh legs. Ready to go 5, and then we'll see. I don't even know how long the Phenom stuff's going to go tonight. So, stretched, did my calisthenics, and I'm ready to party.
I woke up, first thing I saw was that the Clarence Hill report, the Cowboys offered in excess of $40 million.
I would believe that one.
You would?
I would. Clarence Hill's got a good rapport with Jerry Jones. I'm sure off the side he probably got a number there.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I think that's got to be enough for Micah to eventually sign. You know?
You hope.
If you're riding this thing really hard and, playing the franchise tag leverage, where the APY could be under 30 for the next 3 years for you from the Cowboys' perspective, if you're like really holding Micah's feet to the fire like that, then I could see him refusing to sign. But if you're up around $40 million new money, I mean, we're just negotiating to try to see who's going to get the final couple of $1 million. That's all we're really divvying up here, right?
Well, unless there's a year's thing, right?
4 years, 5 years could be something the Cowboys are looking at for sure.
And now that TJ Watt has sort of reset things a little bit.
Oh, yeah, the $200 million has to be at 5 years, right? 5 years, $40 million.
You want to stretch that thing as far as you can.
Because the other part of the report is it's $200 million guaranteed. There's no way you get close to that on a 4-year deal.
4-year deal. Yeah. So, and honestly, like, just from the vibes in Oxnard, it felt like I don't even know if that is necessarily at this exact moment a deal that is still on the table. It feels like Jerry is ticked off by it that he's like, I don't even think I want to do the deal that I offered him originally. Not to say that can't change, of course, but as it stands right now, I don't think that's just sitting there waiting to be signed. I think that's like, okay, we're not even talking about this anymore. That's done, and now it's just going to be a game of chicken.
Yeah, Jerry has to stop getting mad. He has to stop getting mad because from the David Mulugheta's perspective, the Cowboys need to go to him. That's where we're at right now. The Cowboys are the ones that need to come with hat in hand and say, okay, you ready to talk about this? Because Mulugheta is not going to budge on this thing. He's just not. He's going to make the Cowboys have to come to him and have to say, okay, now the negotiations start in earnest at this point in time when we go forward.
Yeah, I guess the Cowboys feel like deadlines make deals, and they don't have a real deadline.
Yeah.
So if Mulugheta feels that way, the Cowboys are going to say, well, we've never approached a client or a player in this situation. We're going to wait until the deadline, and you can sweat this out. See, I think what Jerry knows is that Micah is having angst through this situation, and when people get in these kind of spots, they end up desiring to get out of it. So when Jerry tells you I have a high tolerance for ambiguity, he's bragging that because he's an experienced businessman, he can sit here without getting stressed or angry.
Right.
It's the player, who's saying, well, you got to trade me. That's a clear sign we've got him rattled. And when people are rattled, they make rash decisions and they request trades, or they imagine I can never play for this person again. But I mean, $40 million a year, that's close enough. I think what Micah is really mad about is that Jerry won't call back and close this deal.
I think that
Jerry's benefiting from this dragging out.
Yeah, Jerry got mad at him, and Micah kind of put him. I think Micah put himself in this situation by engaging with Jerry. I think that kind of drew the ire of Jerry. Like, whoa, wait a minute, you and I were talking. you probably asked me about it, and I told you, and we kind of worked on this a little bit. I think that's what Jerry's really disappointed about. That maybe that he found somebody that he could look in the eye and negotiate with.
I think it's totally reasonable for Micah to say, I'm going to talk to you. We'll set up some groundwork. We'll do the early
totally
framing.
I totally
And then
agree.
you're going to talk to my agent. But the idea that Jerry could be mad that a player wanted him to talk to his agent, that to me is where I call BS, because I think Jerry's playing a role right now I'm angry, right? But I think that what he's really getting is just boosting the news cycle.
I think he appreciated the fact that he got to talk to Micah Parsons the way he did. I think that's the part of it, that he looked at Micah Parsons. He's done this with, like you said, there's others that he's talked to, but he didn't do that with Zach Martin or CeeDee Lamb or any of those guys. Micah Parsons went in there and talked to him face to face. And I think Jerry Jones appreciated that. And Jerry Jones, as a businessman, said, listen, if I could shake somebody's hand, like we talked about, he goes, I bought the Dallas Cowboys on a face to face handshake deal.
Yeah. Well, good for you. You're old school, right? That works for you. But you can't insist. Hold on. You can't insist that a handshake means the same thing to me, can you? You're not saying that it's universally accepted that a handshake gets a deal done.
He felt like that he had the parameters to get this deal done. And now it's, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, that's on him, right? The two people can experience the same thing and have different opinions.
If the guy turns down $40 million a year to play on, that's on the player, though, too.
Well, I guess you started this by saying Jerry is mad, right?
He's mad.
I think
Mike is mad, too.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that I think Jerry's unjustifiably mad if he is. I'm not sure that he is, but if he is, you can't be mad at this.
I think he's upset the fact that he felt like that they had kind of the groundwork to get this thing done.
I mean, I would say if you're over $40 million, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
And this is going to get done within 10 minutes of them sitting down together.
Well, it's funny you say that. Reports out of Oxnard, almost 20 minutes into Cowboys practice, no sign of Jerry Jones or Micah Parsons.
Ooh. Is it meeting number 3 going down right now?
Yeah.
Back there in the hotel rooms? I could see that. Maybe with a Mulligetta there. Maybe Mulligetta on a speakerphone. I'd want to make sure if I'm Jerry Jones that the next time we get framework lined up, there doesn't need to be any further follow-up. I loved how Jerry answered that question the other day, though. Are you confident he's going to be there week 1? He's like, I don't know. That's up to him. And there's been a lot of really interesting windows into the mind of Jerry Jones, the businessman, as this is going down. And I think that's why I get enjoyment out of watching these. It gets stressful sometimes, but I really enjoy the theater of this business side.
Oh, it is fascinating when you get people involved like this, and you're talking about the amount of dollars, and usually people get mad at each other and they kind of step away, and then they come back and they find the common ground, and then you get the deal done, and afterwards everybody's like, okay, hey, why do we have to go through that? And then we'll do the same thing with the next guy. It's just the way that things operate. I do believe the Cowboys' whole premise of this, of why they're waiting and why they're doing this, is because they don't think Micah's going to miss game checks. And I'm starting to hear that more and more and more with the people that I'm talking with. That's maybe why that all of a sudden you're in a situation with the Cowboys where you don't have to move very quickly.
Yeah.
You just don't.
And if you want to be this combative, then we just say fine.
Yeah.
You want to hold our feet to the fire, then we can shrug our shoulders back at you because you're not going to miss game checks.
Yeah. If you're Micah's looking at this right now going, wait a minute, I have a chance to get $40 million a year out of this thing.
Yeah.
I would quickly say, okay, I'd put my feelings aside too and say, okay, Jerry, this is where you and I are right now.
Yeah.
I appreciate the opportunity to get to talk to you, but I wish you to talk to David, and we could have done this. And then Jerry could say, well, this is how I feel. And they kind of hammer that thing out, and the next thing you know, you got your edge rusher signed.
I didn't get a chance to react to Cowboys and Rams joint practice. There's still a considerable amount of journalism happening around it. I guess I do put some stock in it, even though Shoddy said don't. It kind of just looked like a continuation of what they struggled with last year.
Yeah, and we were watching it from afar and talking to people that were there. But if you want to get a really good idea, if you want just a little hopium, DallasCowboys.com ran training camp live.
The 2-minute drill?
Yeah, 2-minute drill. There's 13 minutes of good football that you can watch, good evaluation football that you can watch. The second offense wasn't as good. Heard the second offense during the normal team period did a pretty decent job. But if you want to feet to the fire, you have 2 timeouts. You got to get to the 30. Dallas first offense accomplished that against the Rams defense with Dak throwing the football and Pickens, Lamb, and others making plays.
It's hard to tell in this point with the practice and the preseason and all that. There's so many backups on the field.
That was some Rams ones versus your ones, and the offensive line is no Tyler Smith. I think there's some things that are going to look bad offensively with no Tyler Smith playing. I just think that Hoffman and T.J. Bass, nice backup players, but all of a sudden you put them in that situation where they'll go, okay, we have to run the ball, we have to do this. There's a
Tyler
reason
Smith
why.
might be your third best player.
There's no question about that. No question.
All righty. Rangers take 2 or 3 from the Yankees, which is good. But yesterday was one of those games that's going to stick with you, and it has questions that come off of it, including Robert Garcia going out there and giving up another home run. So the 3
of them since the All-Star break.
Yeah, 3 games in a row. That's wild. And they're kind of doing the shoddy thing, like, listen, it's fine. Just he's got there, and other teams get. Did the trade deadline mess with him? Did he get shook? Because since then, every time he steps out there, he went from being a really good closer to looking like one of the worst. So, say 3 days off, and we'll see this weekend.
Yeah, you're in a situation though too where, some good bats. The Yankees and then the Mariners and stuff. But yeah, he might have got shook. They even put him in the 7th inning, kind of a low leverage situation and all that. And that thing gave up a homer. They gave up the game winning run right there. Even trying to put him in a situation where it looks like this. It looks like Phil Maton will be. He closed the other night.
He looked the part, didn't he?
Yeah, for Evaldi. He closed for Evaldi, and that might be where you need to go. So now they're trying to get Garcia a spot, and he goes out there and poops in the bed. And so that's not good.
No.
I mean, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, can I even rely on this guy? And as we've talked about for weeks now, they can't lose games. They just can't. I mean, it's so close to them where they are in the standings, and they've rallied back, and all of a sudden you have a guy go out there and he's pitching, and he'd been pitching well until the All-Star break, but these last several times he's gone out there, he looks like me throwing the baseball.
It was for a wild card spot last night, and heck, your offense didn't produce for a second game in a row, and there's much bigger problems, namely
runners left on base.
Garcia. Did you see the final deal with the Adolis? All 5 times there was a guy on base, 4 of those in scoring position.
Yeah.
Over 5.
He's got to take the approach that your guy
Rowdy
takes. Rowdy had a 10-pitch at bat the other night and basically just waited it out, and then he hits a soft liner and scores 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a professional hitter right there.
Adolis doesn't have that in his bag.
He's playing cricket. Like the ball's bouncing into the dirt. He's like trying to get it out of the dirt.
He got so lucky to foul tip a handful of those.
What the heck?
But yeah, he was working it. But it's either just home run or punch out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all Adolis knows how to really do.
Yeah.
And it's extremely frustrating, especially in a situation like that.
There's apparently a lot of frustrated youth hockey parents in North Texas as the Dallas Stars have monopolized and terrorized some families, at least according to the story in the USA Today. I've been reviewing it throughout the day, and we're going to talk about that.
Long read, huh?
A very long read. Yeah, very long read. So
is it one of those Don Van Adeth reads?
Yeah, it is kind of like an investigative type deal.
Sham, where all of a sudden you're like going, God, I need a meal here.
I mean, so basically, if you're not going to be around for 420, everybody is familiar with soccer or select baseball or select volleyball, select something.
Thank God that's over.
Well, just imagine if one of those big clubs had a monopoly on all the facilities and leagues.
Oh, the ice time.
Yes.
It's the ice time.
So,
Okay.
what we're looking at in soccer is like 5 major clubs, and they're very competitive and cutthroat, and I'm sure it's the same in baseball and volleyball, but because there is not the history and the infrastructure of other competitive clubs with history and power, like the Dallas Stars just over a 20-year period accrued all this, and obviously absolute power corrupts absolutely, and maybe a little bit of that happen you'll decide for yourself coming up at 420. Another story in the morning news, if you want to be a World Cup volunteer, they have directions on how you can sign up.
Huh.
Would you ever consider doing that? Doesn't that seem wild? Like, who's the person that volunteers? I got a buddy of mine who volunteered to be a volunteer on Super Bowl week. And he stood out in the street and handed pamphlets to people and told tourists where to go like 8 hours a day for free.
Wow.
And this World Cup's going to be like in June, so it's going to be like 95 degrees.
I will tell you the only thing that I would volunteer for to be free, let me be one of those people that work at the Masters. Let me be you're right
there in the middle of it.
Let me be the guy, hold up the quiet please sign. Let me
I've been that guy.
Your ball's over here, sir. Come over here, Brooks. Your ball's
there
over.
you go.
Just eating that famous peach ice cream and
you don't have to pay me for that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. But they let you play like when the tournament's over, they have a day where you get to play golf there. You get to tee it up at Augusta. For being a
that's
volunteer.
value. That's value.
If I'm going to be a volunteer for something, that's what I'm going to volunteer for.
Yeah, I think these people sign up just to be part of it, and then they realize, oh my God, I gotta stand here for 10 hours, and I don't even get to go in the game. Like if you let me in the game or on the course or play the Masters, I will definitely work 12 hours a day all weekend long to be able to play Augusta
4
once.
days. I can see that whole summer. What is the World Cup? Is it a month long?
Yeah, about a month.
And then, but how many games do you have here? I mean, do you have like 5, 6 games? How many? I mean, I haven't seen the schedule or anything like that. So you're really working those times. But yeah,
got to be around a dozen.
What job do you have? Are you going to be standing in the sun all day doing that kind of stuff? I don't know if I could do that.
Well, apparently there's a big appetite for it,
wow.
and you can find out if you're one of those folks. Okay, Jerry and Micah not at practice, so are they talking contract? We got the G-Bag of the Day Championship coming up next. We'll replay the champion, but we're tracking that story. If there's development, stay tuned. We're live at Jake's in Saxe, home of the best burgers. Man, you want a great burger? Come join us at Jake's in Saxe. They got all these different beers on tap, and the Fan Phenom starts at 7 o'clock, and we're back with more sports here on The Fan.
said that. Cell phone squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Jake's and Saxy, saying hi to Tolos and Fan Phenom participants. It starts 7 o'clock this evening, so come on by and get signed up and then, compete against your fellow Tolos to be the next fan host. That's what it's all about. That's where Blake came from. Been a lot of success stories out of that Fan Phenom over the years, but nobody has pulled off the ascent like Blake Elliott has. Okay, so that's your standard. And if you feel like you can hit that standard, we want to see it tonight by 7 o'clock. Eric Chiafalo will be hosting. Now, we have a little development out of Oxnard, California with Micah and Jerry not in attendance so far in the practice field. People are speculating and wondering, are they hammering out a deal finally? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, Brian.
Yeah, my sources there in the negotiating area are saying there's nothing to read into that. So
Okay.
Jane Slater, I know, reported something. Jane's onto it, and I'm sure she's talking to a lot of the same people. But nothing to report. No, don't read into those guys being not there at the practice.
They're not together negotiating. I guess my next question would be then, is it possible that Micah Parsons is escalating the holdout? Is he not there?
If I were Mike, if I was David Mulugeta, I would recommend he do that.
Yeah.
I would recommend it. I would say, hey, go ahead and let's go ahead and pack up the bags. Let's get out of there. It's not, it's turning into a little bit of a spectacle. The owner's getting mad. You're kind of, you're having to deal with this. Cameras are on you. He's got to prove to them that he will be fine. He's got to prove that. And if he proves that to them, and they'll see, hey, he is really okay. He's serious. Because I'm 90% sure that the Joneses believe he won't miss game checks.
All right, we'll pick up that conversation in just a little bit, and we're watching Cowboys Twitter for all the developments out of Oxnard, California. Let's first go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
Word up. Hey.
Word up.
Hey, Dawson's back in the building. I see you, bruh.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing good. Hey, that man Blake, did he send you like any cash apps or something?
No.
Oh, okay. You doing that from the kindness of your heart?
Just impressed.
Oh, okay, bro. Okay.
You saw the bat signal.
Promoting my guys,
I see, man.
Good teammate.
Putting a whole lot of sauce. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. Replay the champion right about here. My name is Lucius Alexander, L.A. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P if you see anything we should be playing. This is day 3 for this champion audio. Oh, by the way, I'm like maybe 2 days behind on Instagram to the messages, so sit tight with me. Be patient, brother, please. All right, day 3 going on 4 right here. This champion audio, the RJ and Choppy show. Host Sean Sharif jumped the gun on Tolo Ernesto.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay, well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, "Yeah, I wish you'd do this." Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who just called him.
What?
He said he was talking about the listeners who just called him.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to Patel.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
I'm talking about the listeners, dude. I'm not.
Put him down.
Pot him down.
That's Jerry cutting Todd off. No, Todd, you're not going to answer your question.
Ernesto,
You stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the day, week, month, and I apologize.
There he goes. Sean Sharif almost cost himself a listener right there. Yeah. Not paying attention. I know the feeling.
That was incredible, man.
Bobby Belt with the.
What'd you say? It's like the George W. Bush meme when they're getting in his ear.
Something you probably need to know.
Sir.
Possible. We're live at Jake's and Saxy here. Fan Phenom starts at 7 o'clock. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's his nosebleed brother, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Shout out to Jake's Burgers. Look at that thing, huh?
I just took a picture of it and sent it to you.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, you're going to take a big picture
It's
of
not
it?
going to be here much longer.
That's amazing.
It's what we call a classic double Jake's Burger with an extra beef patty. It looks like they went ahead and throw the extra cheese on there as well. Classic triple meat, triple cheese, ready to tear it up. The pickles, the onion, the tomato, all looking fresh. And you get that. Is that a poppy seed bun?
Yeah.
Tell me that's a poppy seed bun?
That's a good vessel right there.
Might fail a drug test after this.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's all right because it tastes good. All right, let's do this thing, boys and girls. I have the oddest superstitions in pro sports history. Really just sports because I think we got some college on here as well. Okay? So this is athletes for the most part. We got a couple of coaches in here. If there's any that come to mind for you or maybe you personally throughout your playing days, I know, Dawson, you had a mean glove at third base. Probably had a couple of things going on from a superstition standpoint. So if you have any personal ones you'd like to fire in, please let me know. Lucius, same to you. I mean, you were a hell of an athlete, Lucius. I say were, you might still be. For all I know, you're still getting it done at a high level. But if anybody here in the G-Bag Nation has a superstition that they remember, please let me know.
I don't really have many from playing because my playing days were so long ago and limited. But my old dog, Spud, did name him after Spud Webb, by the way.
Nice.
When the Trailblazers were on deep playoff runs in the early 90s, I was convinced that if I rubbed his belly, the shot would go in. Oh. So he loved games.
See, I can see that. I can see the dog loving that. Wanted to make sure we get the burger on the fan cam here.
Oh, no, it's
so everyone can go ahead.
Nobody knows how
sure
to order a burger like you.
This thing passes the eye test at a high level.
That thing's incredible.
And seriously, he goes.
See that?
Lucius, he goes. I'd like the double. I like the double, please. And then could you add the extra patty on top of that, please?
You know, why not?
And those are like smash style, right? So they're not too thick. I don't think you'll have to actually unhinge your jaw for this one, although I like when you do that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I surprised even myself that night in Arizona, Dawson.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into the list here. We got a couple of honorable mentions. We start with your former coach at LSU, the Mad Hatter.
Oh, really? Les Miles eating grass?
Eating grass. I mean, that's who he is and what he does. It's one of the things he's most synonymous with, right? It was back in 2010.
Yeah.
Cameras capture LSU's Les Miles leaning down to the field to pluck the grass he promptly started chewing on during a game against Alabama. And while it was the first time that habit came to most people's attention, it wasn't the first time he'd done it. He later revealed it could be traced back to his time as a baseball player as a kid who was exiled to right field and needed something to distract him during games. So he basically said it was a little tradition that humbles him as a man and lets him know that he's part of the field and part of the game. That's how he would get himself going.
That's a Michigan man.
Les Miles, if anybody ends up going cannibalism style on Les Miles, just know you are getting grass-fed meat.
There you go. I love it. I mean, as a kid, I would get like a long piece of grass and maybe put it in my lip, or maybe get a piece of straw, maybe some clover. You know, I don't know how much clover grows in Texas, but up in the Northwest, it's sweet. You can grab those little flowers and suck on them. There's like a little honey in there.
Glad you brought up
the grass itself. That was a bullying thing. Like, you would tell somebody, I'll make you eat grass. You know, my brother would occasionally try it.
Really? Is that just like put your face in the dirt?
Yeah, that or get on top and like pluck the grass and then try to shove it in your mouth. I mean, you grew up in the 80s. You're very familiar with these kind of tactics.
Well, you brought up sucking on something there for a moment.
Clover. Yeah.
That takes me to Jerry Tarkanian's towel.
The towel.
That's all time, right?
Yeah.
That's an honorable mention here.
Yeah.
Outside looking in, college basketball
That's
coach.
outside looking in for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he was at UNLV, started his career at Long Beach State, found himself grappling with a dry mouth during games. So, I mean, most people would just start drinking on water, right? But he took the cottonmouth. Lucius, you've ever had cottonmouth so bad you started sucking on a wet towel?
Absolutely not.
Okay, very good. we head to number 10 on the list.
Number 10.
This is one of my favorites because we got the great videos of this. You guys remember John Henderson used to get slapped in the pregame?
Yes. the defensive tackle, Tennessee.
Yeah, bro. Well, let's see.
Well, he played in
Jags.
Jacksonville, but he went to school at Tennessee.
Went to Tennessee. Okay, very good.
yeah.
Yes,
I
he-
only remember the colleges. I don't know where they went after that.
But that's how he would get amped up before games, and it looked like it was like one of the trainers, or
Yeah.
just like it was just a funny. It's a funny visual to see like one of the smallest
Yeah.
dudes
Most of my guys named
slapping the
Joe.
biggest guy on the team to
I
get
know
him
the trainer.
fired up, bro.
I know the trainer, Joe. God, I can't remember Joe's last name when I worked in Jacksonville. Yeah, but it was Joe Sheehan. Joe Sheehan was the one that slapped him before games.
Man, it would. I wonder what like the first time that happens. Like, are you pulling a trick on me, John? Are you gonna fire back at me here?
No, I think you're okay.
Coming in at number 9, we have Karan Butler's Mountain Dew obsession. He wanted the caffeine, but he wasn't a coffee guy.
Yeah.
So this dude, while he was playing at UConn, before heading to the NBA, he would drink an entire 2-liter bottle of Mountain freaking Dew.
Before games?
He would go usually half before the game, and then he would drink the other half during halftime.
Wow. That's amazing.
Just all hyped up on Mountain Dew. Apparently, Kobe Bryant forced him to quit that habit when he joined the Lakers in 2004.
Sure.
So, but
Here,
then
try this body armor I invested in.
and then he goes back to the Wizards after that, and then he goes back to the Mountain Dew. Okay, so I don't know when he finally put the kibosh on that. At some point, you can't continuously think about that. An 82-game season, you're doing 80. I mean, I guess what was it, 164 ounces of Mountain Dew,
and it's not like he was shredded. You know, I think if your body is turning and burning that stuff and getting rid of it, you're not putting on weight. But Karan Butler always was a little heavier. That's just too much sugar.
I'll tell you what,
much
man.
better ways to get your caffeine. Let me suggest a diet Mountain Dew.
Yeah, all my guys in endurance racing, those pit crew guys that stay up 24 hours, 12 hours, that's all they do is Mountain Dew the whole race just to stay awake. You
See,
know?
I get used to it, but now I've been drinking water like close to a gallon every day for maybe 8 or 9 years.
Sure.
If I have one regular soda, it actually makes me feel dehydrated.
Yeah.
Like the feeling of it, all the sugar, the film that it puts on your mouth, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's overboard. I feel it most with Coca-Cola. Just straight up Coca-Cola. It does something to my teeth or whatever. There's like a gritty nature to it. Let's see here at number 8, we have Wade Boggs, the
all the
Chicken
sugar.
Man.
Chicken Man.
Chicken Man. I mean, yeah, he had. Have you ever read his chicken-centric cookbook?
No.
I feel like that would be a broadest staple there on the
You know what?
bookshelf.
I wonder
Foul
how,
Tips is what it was called.
I wonder-
FOWL.
Yeah, I wonder how basic it is, though. You know, I was wondering. You know, he's probably if he's doing chicken stuff. I wonder if it's just like baked chicken and it's not a lot of substance to it. Maybe I need to look it up, but I kind of feel like though a baseball player, he might have had a basic, and then as he got later in life, it's like, hey, let's do this cookbook, and then some people gave him some recipes,
some real tips.
some real tips. Yeah,
Yeah, so he was just housing chicken at a ridiculous
yeah.
rate.
Baked
before
chicken.
games.
I'm sure a lot of it.
You have Jason Terry's pajama shorts. Started wearing basketball shorts to bed when he was in college. He took things to the next level after heading to the NBA by amassing a sizable collection that allowed him to wear a pair worn by the team he was facing off against in the next game to bed. So I think Brian Westbrook used to do this with undies. And Brian Westbrook, man, maybe one of the more underrated players of a generation. He doesn't get talked about enough. He was nasty. But he would wear, like, say Eagles are playing the Cowboys. Saturday night, he's sleeping in Cowboys undies before the game.
Wow.
That was his thing. And you'll find here, as we get more into this list, a lot of socks, underwear, thongs, broadus, thongs.
What was the psychology behind sleeping in your opponent's underwear?
Yeah, it's like I'm going to be in you.
Oh, like I'm teabagging him, or I'm going to
maybe there's just like I'm farting on you.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Stuff.
farting on you.
Or
Yeah.
it's up your rear kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we'll get to the rear here in a second with the golden thong. That's one of the all timers, right?
I mean, is that their kink too?
yeah,
It does sound a little kinky.
maybe. I
These,
wonder if
these basketball players are a little different, man.
they are.
They're a little different. Am
Yeah.
I right, Lucius?
They're kind of strange. I used to keep my junior high hooping shorts
Yeah.
and wear those under my high school joints. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jordan did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Used to wear
okay.
that. Had to have my extra bands on during football. But now I wouldn't feel right.
Yeah, was it? Were you like elbow? Were you wrist? Were you forearm?
It was around my neck. It was on my forearms. It was on my knees, bro.
Yeah.
Ankles.
I got my taped up on the ankles, nice and tight, same colors as the uni, fam. I was looking sweet out there, bro.
Lucius, how early did you have to get to a game to get ready?
Yeah, pretty early. Pretty early. Because there's nothing like getting taped up and everybody's lining up. You're like, wait a minute.
7 o'clock game. Lucius is sitting in the locker room 11:30.
Serena Williams comes in here at number 6. She would wear the same exact pair of socks as she would advance through a tournament and reportedly declined to wash them in between matches to avoid washing away the good juju.
Ooh.
So you can only imagine how
She
disgusting
seems like she's got some sweaty feet,
those
too.
socks became. Yeah, I mean, you're sweating out there doing tennis matches.
Have you ever had to wear the same socks like 3 days in a row, like you get caught on a vacation or a camping trip or something?
Yeah.
They start to get grimy, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, they
grimy.
do. Do you flip it? You do the flip?
I have.
Yeah, you got to do the flip.
Do
it
you
with
take
the
them
undies.
off and they like rip a little bit on the bottom of your foot?
Take skin off.
Stuck to that thing like Velcro.
You also have Connor McDavid here with his superstition. He had an affinity for a particular brand of socks that provided him with an ideal grip that was unequaled by any of the alternatives he tried before being drafted. So, but then they stopped making them, and he got pretty ticked off about that. But it hasn't really screwed with him, right? I mean, he's still gone on to have an unbelievable career.
Could be better.
You have Sidney Crosby's jockstrap brought us. You could probably give us the details on that. Go ahead. Really? I thought you were Sidney Crosby jockstrap guy.
No.
I thought you kind of had that.
Is it like what?
I thought that was in the archives somewhere.
No, maybe it's.
Sorry about that.
No, I just.
No, I'm
I was
sorry.
wondering what you're doing. I didn't. I
I misread my teammate. I thought you were going to be all over that.
About what?
I'm just kidding.
I think that's more of a Wolchuk thing anyway.
Yeah, that's true. It was a Reebok jockstrap, and
It might have to
it
do
was
with
important to
something.
him.
It might be something like it was the one thing that could hold the cup in place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
sometimes that's
important.
That's important.
You have Pat Mahomes' wife gifting him a pair of red underwear ahead of his first season with the Chiefs. He's worn the same ones in every game he's played since then after his career got off to a hot start. And when he's really dealing, he won't wash them. So
I wonder if that changes this year when they don't win the division for the first time in his career.
wow, dude, this Broncos love is getting crazy. Getting crazy. You guys are all schmoes.
I bet the elastic on the front of them things are a little loose.
Yeah,
that belly's just pushing on it throughout the years.
Yes. Honey, these come in a higher size.
It's all crinkly or whatever.
If he loses
pulled up
weight,
above his navel now. You know?
They have to tape him onto it.
You have the Giambi golden thong, the Yankees. We all know about that pretty good. And as you guys mentioned, the Michael Jordan shorts. He was wearing the high school shorts under his UNC game day shorts. So that's how he would rock and roll there. There it is, your superstitions.
Thank you, Chief. Reports out of Oxnard. Jerry and Micah both not at practice. Got Cowboys Twitter excited, but Brian's sources reporting nothing to it. Not a coincidence. You can, connect those dots on. Where are we going next, Chief?
105.3 The Food, a brand new installment featuring Pat Mahomes' favorite smoothie and the headliners at this year's State Fair at Texas. That's next year in the nation.
you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Jaden Blue down at Cowboys camp went into the tent. Speculation early is that could be looking at a sprained ankle. He did leave the tent. He was walking gingerly up some steps. Will not return to practice. So that's the latest out of Oxnard. Here's the Chief. You good? Got the wrong headset on. Okay.
How about that?
Going to put the right headset on.
Unbelievable. Rookie mistake.
You haven't even crushed that burger yet, man.
I know, dude. I'm too professional.
When a burger like that, when they put the knife through it, I think that adds a little touch to it, right?
You eat with your eyes first.
I think to me the presentation of it is great.
You guys cut your burger in half,
I cut the burger I had. I had a turkey burger today, which was excellent. I cut mine in half. When they provide the knife, I'm going to give it a go.
If they have good ranch, I'm definitely cutting the burger in half and dipping the burger in the ranch. Cheddars.
Yeah, cheddars. Shout out.
That's so old school, man.
A lot more
Cheddars.
dippable.
The dippability skyrockets when you do something like that.
I guess there's just to me, when I think of cutting it in half, I think it might get loosey on me. It might fall apart, lose its integrity. There's something solid about that.
I know.
So I never do.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I don't think I'm going to cut it this time, though. I think I'm just going to tear that thing up here in the break. But, okay, so we have a couple of things to address here. This is a smoothie that I think only Pat Mahomes will be interested in. Have you guys seen Smoothie King and Heinz Ketchup?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Coors Light.
Collision Course. This is Smoothie King and Heinz Ketchup coming together to create what they're calling a delicious masterpiece. If tomatoes are a fruit, is ketchup a smoothie? That's kind of where they launched off on this thing. The smoothie is ketchup based. Okay. It includes acai, sorbet, apple juice, strawberries, and raspberries with the unmistakable taste of Heinz Simply Ketchup, which is all natural and made with red ripe tomatoes full of vitamins and antioxidants. So they're painting this like a health snack. Okay,
So
you're pouring
fruit and ketchup
into your very really.
Well, I mean, Reagan
Come
did
on,
establish
man.
in the 80s that ketchup counts as a vegetable. You know, that's how you got the balanced lunch out of the cafeterias. You had
What period in his
ketchup.
presidency did he say that in? I just want to know. Was it later in the presidency?
I forget.
His last day on the job.
This was about
I think they pulled it off, though.
Ketchup is now a fruit, I decided.
I've made the decision for all of us. I don't know. Ketchup is pretty. I mean, it's rampant.
Universal.
The love for it is pretty rampant. So I'm sure there's going to be people that are interested. I will not be
it
one of
probably
them.
is closer to a dessert than a health food, right?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when you consider the amount of sugar that is usually
So you're
ketchup,
using, but
right?
it's ice cream sorbet, right?
Yeah, there's a sorbet as a foundation.
I'm just not interested in eating it. You know,
'Cause that's
What about
milk-
drinking it?
Milk ketchup.
I mean,
Probably not.
I would have it on my burger or hot dog or whatever. I just think that if I'm going to go get a smoothie, I want something that's popping with unbelievable flavor.
Have you ever made the mistake of getting, like, when you get one of those smoothies and have them put that grass stuff in it?
Oh, the wheatgrass shot?
Yeah. That'll boost you.
Boost you?
Yeah.
That'll blow you out.
I was about to say.
really?
Yeah, it'll clean you out for
How
real.
about just blow you out?
Did not
I
know that.
remember I was like, yeah, I'll try the wheatgrass thing or whatever it is. And maybe 2 hours later, it's like I'd had soy sauce.
You were in someone's backyard.
Basically,
Yeah.
I was in pain. It was so the problems is not good.
Yeah, it'll really clean you out for sure. That wheatgrass shot's no joke.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have some of the food finalists for the State Fair of Texas, and we can probably throw a couple more of these in the hodgepodge. I do think the 1 seed for Lucius is going to be the first one, but first we call on Broadus, who has raised his hand in the class.
Observation, we usually go on these remotes, and Dawson will order some type of chicken wings or something like that. What's up with the salad, bro?
Well, it was at urgent care on Wednesday, Brian. Got his vitals checked.
He's-
Tuesday.
He's scared to death, bro.
Did they tell you you're going to have a heart attack if you didn't? I mean, you need to.
Might as well be Les Miles and go outside and eat the
but
gosh
you're
dang
okay.
ground.
You're okay broadcasted, but I've never seen you eat. And okay, now he's going to
Well,
pull.
during Lent.
Okay.
During Lent, I would do this.
Okay, he's putting all the mushrooms and everything to the side. So all he's really eating here is going to be the chicken.
The chicken, yeah.
The chicken.
Chicken
That's
and
all
salad and carrots and probably not these onions, not these tomatoes.
working
but
with you for 5
he's
years.
a salad guy, but he's not really a lettuce
Just
guy.
working with you for 5 years, I've never seen you do this on a remote. So
They
that's why
said
back to you, Eric.
they said the blood pressure a little high. They said to lay off of salty, fatty foods and maybe cut out the Zen
now.
pouches.
Probably the pouches, yeah.
Paul Harvey's the rest of the story.
You nailed it, Brian. Congrats.
I'm trying to be observation, worry about my teammates, you know.
That's right.
Keep me accountable for this.
It is pretty amazing to watch him attack that salad bowl. as I'm about to hammer home a triple patty cheeseburger.
Man, Monday when I found out we were coming to Jake's on Thursday, I was like, "Oh, dude, this is going to be amazing." I'm going for all the fried fatty foods, and here I am. So
Here you
It's
are.
a delicious salad, though.
It looks
No
great.
doubt, Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to leave us with this as a little teaser. We'll get back to it perhaps in the hodgepodge or sometime
did I
later
mess
on in the
up? Sorry.
program. No, you're fine. I think, Lucius, this is going to be the one that jumps out to you.
Holla at me, baby. I just got my passes in the mail on Tuesday. We're ready. Season passes. We're ready.
Are you going every day?
Every day.
As many times as I possibly can. And I go by myself, too, right after work sometimes to grab a burger.
Okay, so this is the one I think you're going to want to get in the mix on here,
Lucius
Lucius.
has
Tell me
big
what
text.
you think. This is like slider style.
Oh, I've heard this one.
Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders. Okay, so this is pretty ridiculous, man. I mean, this thing is like, it looks like it's like fried and crispy on the buns, but then but it's actually panko crusted deviled eggs they're actually the bun.
The vessel.
So the egg is the bun on that,
egg is the
Lucius,
bun.
and it's panko crusted, and then it's a Wagyu cheeseburger slider.
Nah, that sounds amazing, bro. I'm a pregame for the fair so I can have enough appetite to eat through those, because that sounds good for me. I'll give it a shot. I don't know how that egg yolk is going to feel, compared to the burger.
Mm-hmm.
And some people have eggs on their burger. I've never done that, but I do love deviled eggs, bro.
Ruining a good burger.
And I love a
for dinner.
cheeseburger, so let's give it a shot.
You got bacon on there as well, Lucius,
Bacon,
and
come
they
on.
got some type of sauce here.
They
that
had
you
to
can
doll it up because of the deviled
dip
eggs.
it in.
Yeah,
If you wrap it in bacon, it's a wrap anyway, right? It doesn't matter what you
that's
eat.
true. Yeah, everything. Oh, we got Colby Tolbert Garage in the building, planting the flag. Maybe he's going to hop on the mic tonight for Fan Phenom. Who knows? Who knows? My guy's got takes. All right, there it is. There's your little teaser. We'll come back later for more.
Okay, we'll get you the very latest from Oxnard as practice is going on. We have one player in the injury tent. Got to talk about the branches on that topic tree. We'll talk Rangers and the rest of the day of breaking news coming up next year to the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day. Okay, days like this do make me want to cancel anything but walkthroughs, Brian.
Boy, Jake Ferguson too, huh?
Yeah, Jake Ferguson looks like he got up and he was wincing and feeling his back.
I hope it's not a spleen situation.
Then he went down to a knee.
Yeah, we've seen this with I saw this with Jason Witten in a game against the Raiders where he got kneed in the back, and then I hope it's not that bad.
We had Tony Romo and Cam Martin with the broken transverse process, which is some kind of bone along your vertebrae. Apparently, he did not even go to the tent. He skipped the tent and just went straight back to whatever better medical permanent facilities they have back there.
They got the locker room area back there with the training room and stuff, yeah.
So hope for the best on Jake Ferguson, but if he was going to play this weekend, I would be surprised if he does now. And then Jaden Blue got popped and kind of twisted on the way down, and it looked like one of his cleats was kind of like stuck in the dirt for a split second, which created a little bit of roll in his ankle. But other than him wincing in pain as he left the tent, we don't have any other verifiable information on Twitter. Brian, what you got?
Yeah, I reached out to the people I know. I haven't heard back from anybody yet. Hopefully we'll get an update on that ankle and maybe get an update on Ferguson as well. It sounded like that Sam Williams got a little face mask of Jaden Blue, and it kind of twisted him.
Oh, that's what twisted him?
Twisted him down, yeah. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, those face masks are dangerous. Now, let me ask you this. When it comes to dangerous plays, do you think the Chargers wished Rashawn Slater had been holding out today?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens nowadays in the National Football. And they've even tried to limit practice more. You know what I'm saying? It's the Players Association, give them credit that they were able to say, listen, we'll practice 3 days in a row. We won't have 2 days. We get the 4th day off. We've tried to make things even better where they don't even go full pads. And when they do go full pads, you just, this is a game where there's collisions. There's guys are planting their feet in the ground, and guys get twisted and turned, and bad things occasionally happen. I hate to say it's part of the game, but man, when your best players start to fall by the wayside, you start to be, that makes it a little nervous. As a player personnel guy, former one. Man, I was always hating that during practice. I can't replace Jake Ferguson. I really can't, right? I mean, I can't replace somebody that I think is as good. I can't go get somebody off the street. I'm going to have to play with Luke Schoonmaker.
Spanford's already hurt.
Spanford, yeah, I'm going to have to play with somebody else, and it's that part of it's tough.
It's a big game for Scooney here coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, he had a nice catch. They showed it like an underneath kind of a drag route. He had a nice catch where he caught it going away. It's – A lot of guys are going to have some big games. I think.
I would love to get you guys sold a little bit here on just the idea that football's too dangerous. We shouldn't be doing anything but walkthroughs.
It's just
your season can fold. We'll catch up once the season starts.
If you're a veteran team, no coach, new coach. I'd say no coach, new coach. You got to kind of work on, these are the plays we're going to run. If you're the Ravens or the Steelers or any one of these teams, even the damn Cleveland Browns that have, veteran coaches that you can kind of get away with some of that. But, man, I don't know how you practice plays without practicing plays.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Milton can't even get these guys lined up properly right now. We'd be watching extremely disgusting, ugly football for a good chunk of
I understand what you're saying because
we could get lined up, and for like 85% of the time, we're just going to run plays against air.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it, right? We're just going to get this thing precision, and then we're going to dabble in some contact or some thud-up periods. But we're not going to go thud up for an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, this guy will thud you up.
Then wonder why 2 starters are hurt. They just play the game.
This guy will thud you up for an hour and 15. I give him credit for that.
You feel better about it if a guy gets hurt in a game. It feels like, hey, it was like
I would rather deal with the risk of not being ready. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like than the risk of injury. And I'll tell you what.
And then you get the call from Mike Lombardi. Calls me and goes, "You guys practice down there?" He's like watching the tape. He goes, "You guys practice?" I'm like, "Yeah, but McCarthy." He goes, "Oh, I understand. That's why I asked."
Well, I think you could practice till the cows come home, and you're not fixing the run defense with these guys. I think you.
Well, he's just saying practice in general because the team as a whole didn't.
Sure. I mean, what's the sloppiest things they do? Maybe they've led the league in penalties.
Yeah.
I think that's it. That's a discipline issue, and I don't. I mean, do you need to be practicing all the time to get that done? Here's where I think it gets interesting is that medical science has gotten so good that you can keep guys in the game, that are injury prone, but they're super talented. Back when football got established as an American pastime and a great sport, and all these traditions that we believe are sacred came into reality, that you got to practice. This is football. By that point, when you got to second year of college, third year of college, all the injury-prone guys are gone. We're dealing with the toughest of the toughest, the most resilient, with the best DNA, These are the guys who aren't going to get hurt. They are the Zach Martins. They are the Kobe Bryants that if they do get hurt, they're going to play through it. I think now you're dealing with a bunch of players who are explosive or strong, but they lack that component. And now if you want to go that way and build teams around those kind of guys, then I think you should work harder to, limit their opportunities or their risk to injury. Does nothing for you?
Yeah, the thing about, I guess because I'm from the era of we had 2-a-day practices and we had full pads and it was tough. I mean, it wasn't easy. And
you never suffered a catastrophic injury, did you?
No, just broke. I broke every finger.
You wouldn't have gotten through high school. They would have been like, "Oh, blew out his knee. But this guy's done."
Yeah, I was
now
never
blowout
good
knee guy. He gets 3 chances and he's back in the mix to do it a fourth time.
Yeah, to me though, it is a different era of football. I just kind of harken back to how many times we talk about when Mike McCarthy and healthy football team in the playoffs, and then they get their ass kicked.
Yeah.
And maybe they're just not good enough.
Right.
But it was always about, and I kind of applauded that maybe that Shotty was going to take a different approach. I just think it's a different era of football players that maybe even in high school, college, and pros, and I understand what you're saying, that we don't practice enough. Maybe you could prevent some things of maybe a little bit. Maybe you know how to practice a little bit better, if you do more. And I'm different that way. But I've seen McCarthy take a healthy team into the playoffs, second overall seed, and get its ass handed to it. And I'm like, okay, well, is that the right way? Is that the wrong way? Should we practice more? Should we be tougher? I flip-flop back and forth on this. I really do.
Well, we're live at Jake's in Saxe, and you won't want to be flip-flopping tonight. 7 o'clock is when Fan Phenom starts. You want to have some strong takes, some next-level analysis, and bring it as Eric Chiafalo is going to be hosting with you.
Yeah.
Going deep into the night. Chief is going to basically co-host segments with you and allow you to audition to be the next fan host. So we're at Jake's and Saxe here. A number of Tolos have already arrived.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the ball on that tee and let these guys Happy Gilmore that bad boy. That's what I'm going to do. That's my plan.
You going to challenge anybody?
If I think it's a completely off base. But for the most part, I'm going to try and make my teammates look good.
Okay.
Just like tee them up like Robert Garcia. Here you go.
Right, just throwing meatballs.
Stong balls left and right.
Here comes the
sweeper. Major League Baseball's first female umpire is debuting this weekend.
Okay.
Surprising it's taken them a while. Basketball's had one for a long time. NFL's had them. Yeah, she was actually a member of the 2001 USA women's baseball team. She played women's pro ball after a standout All-American NCAA career at Hofstra. And then she started umping softball games in 16 and was on a quick path. MLB recognized her, put her down in some program down there in Vero Beach, and she'd been working in the minors, and now she has earned this opportunity to
She's calling the plate?
Level. I'm not sure. Umpire? Would that suggest for sure she's behind the plate, or is that just anybody?
I think it'd be great if they throw her behind the plate. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm sure she can do it. I mean,
absolutely she could. Yeah,
it's kind of crazy. We lived in.
I just wonder where you would start somebody if you were a first-time umpire. Do you immediately get the plate, or do you like you're over at second base where there's not a lot of action?
See, I think second base is the bigger challenge because you're not always engaged. I would start daydreaming.
Oh yeah,
and I'd be like, oh, they appealed to me. He's out.
No,
I don't know.
No. The guy that daydreams is the guy down at third. Every time they point down there, and he kind of gives it the. He gives you the strike call. And then they showed him he's really kind of not even looking. They go back and let's see the replay. And then they show him and he's like, looking at the out-of-town scoreboard or something.
I
want
to see one of those guys just give him the MJ shoulder shrug one of these times. You know, just be honest. You don't know what the hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I was an outfielder for about the first half of my my little league career.
Minor league career.
Yeah, my minor league career.
Yeah.
You know, down there in Hickory. But no, when I was a kid, and I'll remember this to the day. My mom and dad were like, "What are you doing out there?" I'm like, I'm bored to tears. Can I play soccer or basketball or something? So they're like, okay, put him in the infield. And then like for the rest, I was like actually engaged. But still, even at third base, I'm like, this is a beating. I might not get a ball here for an hour.
But when you do, that thing is screaming.
Yeah, you play third base, you got to pay attention.
You do, right? That's what locked me in. Yeah, the fear of injury.
There, yeah, for sure.
Can we just acknowledge the incredible play that Josh Smith made the other night, by the way?
He's made a couple of those sliding catches.
That slide right there to the Yankees dugout, that was just so freaking slick.
He is. I mean, if he was a star, he's got style. You know,
he does. And he's just like so
flair for the dramatic,
just so dang cool too. Like he doesn't make any. He's not like rah hyped up at all. He just does something sick, and then he's just kind of just chewing at the biggest piece of gum you've ever seen in your life.
I wish he would wear a batting helmet that would fit.
Yeah, that would.
It's just kind of he swings and he ends up looking out the ear hole.
But now it's kind of his thing.
Yeah. I know a lot of kids that used to love doing that because they would pop off and fall behind them.
You run.
Yeah, and maybe just got comfortable with it, like KD and his two big shoes.
I got so mad the other night when Crawford hit the home run, that walk off, and he had no helmet running around the bases. I was so damn mad at him.
That's crusty for you.
I was so mad at him. I'm like, put on your damn helmet.
I felt like he did it on purpose.
I did. He threw the helmet off. You son of a...
That's a uniform violation.
Yeah.
I do wonder if the Rangers are wondering about Doley today, right? I can't wait to talk with Jared next, or to get some kind of insider report, because that had to be very frustrating. The way that his 5 at-bats ended yesterday. At this point, you really can't do anything, but I'll tell you this. I'm over it. I don't think that you should go into another season with Adolis Garcia as your right fielder. I after 2 years, he's going to hit 225 with about 20 home runs. I hate to say that because he is a legend. He's a hero, and what he does against the Houston Astros is superhuman. But there's 28 other teams here. I think I'm at the end of my Doley line. I think that's what last night did, and I need an incredible finish here. Let's see 7 weeks plus playoffs of vintage Adolis Garcia tear the cover off the ball.
I tell you what, he has got a flair for the dramatic when it happens, but when it's going bad, he can go bad.
It gets real ugly. And then him not sliding into second base the other day, dude, like Bochy was. Bochy was beside him.
Okay, so they are. Have
you ever watched like the graph, the batting when they're like at the plate? Like if you don't watch the guy, I listen to the game, but I watch like Major League Baseball. They have the graph.
Yes, the game cast.
And where the pitch goes, and like
dude.
There's like 6 pitches that are all like way off the plate, and they're all strikes.
Yeah,
swinging at, and I'm like, what are we doing? I mean, what are we doing here? That ball's not even close to the box. What are you doing? I don't know.
Well, when he came back from that intermission or whatever you want to call it, disciplinary week off, he was amazing, right? And he said at the time, I'm just playing every game like it's already the playoffs. I'm just trying to be locked in on every little detail, but baseball is such a long season, and that's why a lot of these guys don't try to burn it 100% until the very end. Maybe you can get away with that in college, but if you do it in the pros, eventually that's going to cause some burnout, and maybe that's what Doley's going through once again. I mean, obviously you need him to play great in order to nail down this playoff spot, but I think you got to find another series where maybe the matchups don't favor him that well, and pick your spot to put him in that space that he was back in May, and give him a chance to reflect on things from a different perspective. What'd you guys think of this ESPN thing where they're going to launch a service for $30 a month featuring WWE events and some extended NFL rights? I feel like I'm subsidizing their coverage by having to pay for WWE stuff. And nothing against it. At times in my life, I've been a big pro wrestling fan, but right now is not one of them.
Yeah. I from what I understand, too, if you already have some type of streaming service that already provides ESPN, then you have no need for it. So you're
okay. So this is a separate deal.
No, well, it's like if you already have ESPN on your YouTube TV or whatever, then I don't know how much extra you're actually getting out of it.
Okay.
You know, like if you already have ESPN, which most people do, if you care about having ESPN, you already have it in some capacity. So they're trying to go after a group of people that don't already have ESPN and are willing to pay $30 a month just to have ESPN. That feels crazy to me. I don't really understand who the market is unless there is a huge section of only wrestling fans that don't care about other sports at all in a way that has them not already having ESPN, and they're like, oh crap, if I spend $30 a month, I get all this wrestling stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Because otherwise, most people already have ESPN on whatever provider they're going with these days. So I have no idea how this is supposed to really draw people in.
I think what they might be, that's a really good point. I think what they could also be looking at is people that have just decided, I'm not going to do cable. It's not worth it to spend the $150 for this entire package. I have Netflix, I have Hulu, or I have Amazon Prime to watch movies on, but I'm a huge sports fan and I need ESPN, right? I think it's more for that a la carte. I'm picking stuff out that I want to pay for by channel.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's attractive for people that don't have a full cable package to get ESPN like that. I do think as a sports fan you need it, not for their shows, just for all the different games that are on there.
Chief, are you worried about them screwing up Red Zone?
I mean, at some point, yes, I'm sure it's going to be different than what we've become accustomed to. Like, not for this season because it doesn't take over this season. Apparently, Scott Hansen's still going to be the guy.
Sure.
So that's all fine and dandy. But, yeah, when we look up 5 years from now, I got a feeling Red Zone's going to look and feel a little bit different.
Are we going to be paying like $100 a month for Red Zone?
I sure hope not.
Or something, what I'm saying? Some ridiculous thing where
I don't know.
I think, okay, let me ask you this. If we didn't have fantasy football, would Red Zone be as popular?
Yes, I still think it would be.
You still think it would be?
I still think it would be, absolutely. Because for majority of football fans, it's still just the best way. It's less about, my fantasy team. That's a part of it.
Yeah.
But it's also just about, this is the most entertaining way to watch football on a Sunday. Like, it's commercial free. I'm seeing all the touchdowns. I'm seeing all the noteworthy plays and moments
you're not seeing
in
any
every
drives.
single game.
Yeah, you're just seeing you're seeing the touchdowns and stuff like that. I think Red Zone was created for the fantasy football player.
Well, I think they probably had that in mind a little bit, but
do
also
they show drives?
They do. So, like, when a touchdown, they'll be like, "Oh, boom! They just scored a touchdown," or they cut right to it. You see the touchdown.
I don't watch it.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Then they'll kind of go back and show you, okay, here's kind of what led to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, especially in the late games.
Yeah, the late games. Yeah, when there's only a handful
Well, there's
of games on
two
time.
games
There's
at
only
4
two.
o'clock. Yeah, they'll show both games. I get that, but I just wondered if they're going to mess Red Zone up.
I think fantasy helps a lot. I think sports gambling helps a lot with people having
sports gambling.
the gambling.
There's the aspect of it.
So there's a lot to it. But I think just from an NFL curiosity standpoint, even by itself without any gambling, it's a more compelling view. Unless you're the guy who really likes hey, why are they running this play in the 4th down? It's because they've set it up, right?
See, that's kind of where I'm at. Red Zone to me, I occasionally, like in the open week, will sit and go meet somebody and watch it.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, okay, this is fascinating, but I don't think I could do this every week.
All right,
because I don't know about the whole how it happened.
Yeah, you want the whole picture.
I want the picture.
You want the commercials. You want the opportunity to go take that leak that's been building up in your bladder for a while.
Definitely could do Jakes and Saxy every week here in the G-Bag Nation. That's where we are right now. So come stop by, say hi, and get a great burger, maybe something delicious to drink. Chief's going to be hosting Fan Phenom coming up at 7 o'clock. Your chance to try out to be the next fan host. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. We'll hit the C-note, give you the latest on a couple of injuries at today's practice coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about my friends at Window Nation with you before we get there, though. You've been trying to stay cool during the dog days of summer. If your window...
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
$600 in annual bill credits. Just call 888-921-MORE to see how easy it is to switch and save. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We are live at Jake's in Saxe, an iconic DFW burger institution.
It's 1985.
Yeah. I took my parents here when I first moved to Texas, the Uptown spot there.
Yeah.
That was a glorious one. We got one just down the way from us on the Knox Henderson side.
Grapevine's a really good one, too.
Man, so many great Jake's burgers around. But we're at the one in Saxe, and coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, you will have your chance to compete against your fellow Tolos to be the next fan host in our Fan Phenom competition. All righty, it's time for the C-Note here, Cowboys News of the evening, and we got something new. We got a legitimate development here in the Micah Parsons story arc. As Calvin Watkins confirming practice is over, and for the first time, we did not see Micah Parsons attend the session. We believe he is here at the facility. So, what's this mean? Does that mean he gets the $50,000 fine now? Did he not show up for practice? So, is he getting fined?
If he wasn't at practice, we'll see if he had an excuse. But yeah, if he's not physically on the field, I think that's kind of where we're at. But I'm going to say that maybe he had an excuse. That'd be something I need to probably ask about. Is this the first day that we're all of a sudden we've seen that maybe David Mulugeta said, all right, we need to go back to Dallas. Just remove yourself out of there, and let's just start taking the fines.
And all indications at this point are that he is still there. He just wasn't out on the field.
Just wasn't on the field, yeah, so...
Maybe just an attempted escalation by missing practice but staying there. Hey, maybe that back's bothering him again, Brian. You know how tricky that back is.
You never know about the back.
Yeah. But
it's no laughing matter.
Okay, yes. I love how cheeky Jerry's been around that story. But the biggest thing to me is the reporting from Clarence Hill today that the Cowboys have offered $40 million a year.
Would know.
Yeah, and if you're $200 million guaranteed and around $40 million, I think this is just haggling. And I think when Jerry said, I don't mind that he's out there because it means he's not going to get hurt, there might be some substance in there. And I do think the way that this story has just exploded over really the last, 6 days, might be Jerry at his absolute best. Jaden Blue ankle, probably not going to play Saturday based on the way I saw him limping up those stairs.
He
came
back onto the field in street clothes.
Okay.
So, well, actually, team gear stuff, not street clothes, but he came back out on the field. It didn't appear like that he was in any more problems with that. Maybe they're going to evaluate where they're at. Of course, today, we'll see tomorrow, and then you got a Saturday evening game in Los Angeles that they need to worry about. It'd been nice to see him play, but maybe this will put that in jeopardy a little bit.
Who's that open time for, you think? If Blue can't play, we're going to see more of ...
Probably Maffa, yeah.
for sure.
Maffa for
and
sure.
he's looked pretty good, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were out there, he was impressing quite a bit. I don't know if they want to run Lipke out there, really, but Lipke
could absolutely, if you want to play in a game, he could be your leading rusher in a preseason game.
I can see that. Maybe not more Turpin though, right? We've seen enough from Turpin.
Yeah, I'd
keep this in the bag.
I don't think they're going to do anything with Turpin in the backfield in these preseason games for sure.
What's the most interesting thing about Saturday's game to you? For me, it's how good can Joe Milton be? I mean, he has made some throws now with all this 2 weeks of training camp practice. You can put together a montage that makes Joe Milton look like he's about to break out and take over the NFL. He's made some great throws.
And then you could do a blooper montage as well.
You definitely could.
You could have Milton's top 10 and Milton's not top 10.
Yeah, he was he was injured in the scrimmage with the Rams. Evidently hurt his hand, hit a helmet, and but today he was throwing. But yeah, that's Joe. Joe could be a guy that could be a lot of fun to watch in a preseason game because you just don't know. He can launch him. He can run. He's going to be wheels off. I think what you're going to see, just talking to some people, I can't get confirmation of how many people, but there's going to be some veterans that are going to play in this game.
Okay.
There's going to be some veterans that will play. Now, probably not Dak and people like that, but there's some guys as offensive linemen, some of the backs, some of the receivers. They've got to figure out about some of these receivers, especially the ones behind Pickens and Lamb. It's open. I think you got 3 receivers right now that are locks. Turpin, Lamb, and Pickens. And I think everybody else is fighting whether they keep 5 or they keep 6. If that's the case, like I say, there are some guys that you can absolutely...
Tolbert, Mingo.
Tolbert, Holden, Flanoy, Mingo, Brooks. Those are the guys kind of battling.
So do you think Mingo's on the bubble right now?
I'm just saying those guys have got to play, whether he's the 3 or the 5, or he's either 3 or the 6. That's what they're trying to determine right now. I shouldn't say 3 because I think Turpin is the 3rd receiver. I'm not saying he's the third receiver and maybe 11 personnel stuff, but I'm saying if guys, the receivers that are locks for spots, Turpin is one of those. So everybody else is kind of battling to see who's 4, 5, potentially 6.
It looks like Jake Ferguson is battling a back, went down in practice. We had that breaking news for you last hour, waiting for the latest on that as well. I would say Blue's ankle, by the way he walked, looked like maybe a week. And Ferguson, by the way he was grabbing his back, looks like 2 to 4 weeks to me.
You have Machota tweeting out that Stephen Jones said that Micah remains with the team even though he wasn't at today's practice. And then he said more evaluation needed on Blue and Ferguson, but they don't think either injury is significant.
Right on. Okay, Terrence still got popped in the eye, but he made his way back, so he's all good. Okay, so we haven't had a C-note since joint practice. I guess listening to Shoddy talk about how vanilla and generic they went, I believe we should expect the Cowboys to get their asses handed to them Saturday and in every preseason game. He says, we're going generic, we're going vanilla. We just want to know, can you get off the snap and can you get open in your routes, right? And whatever the results are, doesn't matter. Are you getting your work in?
Yeah, you very well could get 3 quarters of Joe Milton and 1 quarter of of Will Grier. I mean, that's how they might want to play. Me personally, I'd love to see Dak get an opportunity to play. I'd love to see the guys get opportunities to play, but that's probably not going to happen.
How much of an edge do you think there is to get on Philly by showing nothing between now and then?
Shoddy definitely feels like there's an edge.
He feels like because they're but the thing about it is this is a week 1 game, which is kind of plays into his hands actually, because they can. How far back do you go? Do you go back to like Seattle tape? Do you go back? How far do you try and get an idea of what they're doing? And if he plays it vanilla in preseason, there's really not a lot that the Eagles that Vic Fangio can go off of.
Yeah.
He's going to say, okay, well, this is what I think Schottenheimer is, but he's actually kind of morphed into this. So it could be an advantage for him for sure.
I mean, without Micah playing, we had the stats earlier this week or last week about how bad the Cowboys defense becomes. So I think you're just evaluating individual guys, and I don't know how many veterans are going to be on the field, but I think if you're running a generic offense with these guys and no Micah Parsons, it's going to be a repeat of the joint practice against the Rams, especially if they're attacking it the same way. But I don't know if there's any reason to be discouraged by that.
Well, you might be in a situation, too, where these coaches talk about, listen, in the practice, the joint practice, we want to look at this. But they get to the preseason game and it turns into, listen, we don't want to blitz. Can you just let us evaluate our guys and what can we do for you kind of a thing?
Yeah, the best thing that'll happen.
So you might, because I was watching some of the clips and there was blitzing going on. And so that's stuff you're not prepared for. I didn't see what was going on the defensive field. Maybe the Cowboys were going after them blitz-wise.
Doesn't come across that way.
But the Rams were clearly bringing slot blitzes, linebacker blitzes. There were a couple of times there where the offensive line just didn't pick up the right guy off a blitz. That's stuff you would game plan for during the week.
How much do you take at face value what Shoddy said? Like, it's fine. He actually reminded the reporters, like, guys, it's just practice and all that. But at the same time, there was a story that he tells he got so pissed he threw the bomb.
He threw the bomb.
So you're mad on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is like the baseball skipper getting thrown out of the game, right? And then acting like, oh, nothing matters here. It's just 1 of 162. Well, you've been thrown out of 10 games this year, Skip. So I can tell you're pissed off in that dugout. Then you come talk to here post-game and say it's fine. You're just trying to keep calm waters and not make anybody panic. But in reality, Shoddy panicked and threw a bomb after the coaches said no bombs today. He said, screw this. Nothing else is working. Bomb.
Yeah, you can't help it. I mean, you're a competitor there on the sidelines, and you know that this is like the first time that you've got, as a head coach, any opportunity to go up against another team. Your team's getting absolutely worked. I guarantee you, his blood was freaking boiling. And then you get to the mic, and you share the hopium and act like, hey, everything's fine.
You get back on brand. You get back on message.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I am looking forward to Shoddy's reaction if things go haywire, which I do predict against the Rams. I think they're going to get housed in all 3 of these preseason games, and I don't think it matters at all. But Krusty's Corner's coming up next as we broadcast live here. Jakes and Saxy, where are you going with it, Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about some guys that need to have a really good start to their preseason. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, how much should the Cowboys starters play against the Rams? Our answer may surprise you. We'll have the junk drawer at 7:40, worst take of the week, and our final Nelly ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Where to go for your home loan? It's TexasLending.com. If you're looking for a conventional loan or an FHA loan or a VA loan and even a USDA loan in the rural areas, maybe you're a first-time home buyer or need down payment assistance or need cash out refinance or a jumbo loan. You know what? It's TexasLending.com. We got them all. Call us today. Whether it's home purchase, refinance, or home equity, it's TexasLending.com. Call us today.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Chia, follow back here, and the Tolos keep asking me, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Well, allow me to share along with some details on, check this out, their once-a-year summer savings event. AdvancedHair.com is where you can find them. Advanced Hair stands by their results, and their before and afters are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, and they create this concierge quality experience that's truly hard to find elsewhere. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It's quick, it's simple, and it's super easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, it's here right now, and it's time to capitalize. Tolos Advanced Hair Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details and to schedule your free consultation, you can go to advancedhair.com or call them right now at 469-599-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Attention Dallas.
Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-famous...
Thursday afternoon, and then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back. #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Jake's in Saxey, and we'll be here until 7 o'clock, and then Fan Phenom's going to take over. So we're excited to see all the hopeful Tolos out here try out to be the next fan host. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you to Reliant, and thank you to Jake's for having us here on the first leg of the Fan Phenom. Excited to see how this thing materializes the next several weeks. Also, Eric, we got our pregame show this Saturday, so we signed up.
Oh, crap, do we really?
Yeah, we signed up for the 18 weeks of football. So
that's right.
So we got some weeknight games. That'll be fun, and then we got the weekend games. But our pregame show starts at 3 o'clock, and then Wolchuk and I will do the postgame show after that. So I'm sure we'll have some interesting conversations if the Cowboys go out there and just
do what they did the other day.
Do what they do the other day.
Just get S on for 4 quarters.
You know what? I'll say this though.
Say it.
I'd love to be able to sit down and study the practice tape like I used to when I worked for DallasCowboys.com. That was always one of my my highlights of getting to sit down and watch the tape and kind of figure out, well, why did this work or why didn't this work? I'll say this, though. Our friends over there at DallasCowboys.com with Nicole and Kyle Yeomans, they did a good job with the 2-minute drill. Like, they had 13 minutes of, watch, okay, here we're going to do training camp live, and it's Cowboys offense versus Rams defense. And I was encouraged by that. If everything was bad leading up to that point, the one thing that kind of gave me a little bit of encouragement was, okay, they have to have this drive. They have to get in field goal position. They have to make some plays.
Mm-hmm.
And they made some plays.
Yeah, and you see...
I mean, hey, the rest of the practice might have been dog-s, but that 12 minutes you watch, it's like, okay, they have to have this. They have to block. They have to be able to pick up. They have to be able to run routes. The quarterback can't go back there and get sacked. They got to use their timeouts right. That part of it was encouraging to me. And again, I give DallasCowboys.com and those guys a thank you for putting that part of the practice out, because that gave me a little bit of an idea. It said, okay, maybe things weren't as terrible. And it sounded bad in a lot of ways. But the fact that I got to see a little bit for myself and evaluate some of the offensive linemen and watching BB and Booker and those guys and how they were kind of picking things up, it gave me a little hope, like, okay, this practice wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, or how it sounded.
Yeah.
When you watch the clips.
Yeah, that was a nice little silver
lining. Who was doing
there.
the play-by-play with Yeomans on that?
It was Nicole Hutchinson.
Nice.
Yeah, she does. Both of them do Cowboys TV, and I think she's sideline reporter for the preseason games. I think I'm right. If it's not her or Nick Eaton, it might be one of them.
Well, she does a great job.
Yeah, but she knows her ball, and she really does a good job. Okay, I'm going to give you some names, some guys that need to have a good start to this these preseason.
Are all
games.
these names on the same line, or is this like a power ranking? Like, is the first name you give me the most important, like the guy with the most important?
I would say it was. I'm just going to go off the list of my roster, how I have it, and I'll start with the offense first. Pick any wide receiver not named Lamb, Pickens, or Turpin.
Mm-hmm.
So that includes Holden, Flournoy. It also includes, how about Mingo, and how about Brooks? Those are the guys I think that are in the battle. I know we talked about that a little bit earlier, that where are they on the receiver levels?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you got 3 that are for sures. I'm not saying that Mingo and those guys will get cut, but somebody out of that group I don't think is going to be here.
Right.
I think you got to keep Mingo for the run blocking, really, the physicality that he's going to bring to the position. You need an overall upgrade in physicality and toughness on your football team, and Mingo can at least, you want to create more of a running situation, or you're third and short, you're going to take Pickens off the field or Lamb off the field. Here comes Mingo.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else gives you a different look. Like Trayshawn Holden is just a really poor man's featured receiver who's slow, right? And maybe he can overcome that to have a role. But I feel like Mingo gives you a role that you wouldn't otherwise have.
I'm kind of in agreement with you on that. I've liked what I've seen from Holden. I'll tell you, the guy that's been surprisingly good throughout and been consistent has been Jalen Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, because of his toughness and his ability to play a little special teams, is he angling himself to be one of these guys? But pick any Cowboy wide receiver, not named the first three, those guys need to be. How about John Stevens at tight end? John Stevens has been a guy that kind of the last 2 years has dealt with knee injuries. He was a guy that said, he was going to make the team. Now he's in that position where he might be battling for a practice squad spot. But he was kind of talked about initially as being a guy that maybe, the stew maker, and they'll get all these guys and Span Ford, he'll be in the mix and all that. He needs to show that he can once again do this, because he's not been playing at the level that I saw at practice, that we saw a guy that was going to make the team earlier.
Yeah, pre-injury, he had the athleticism and the confidence, and now it's kind of been taken away from him.
Nate Thomas needs to have a good start at tackle. And I say this in a way because Nate Thomas has not played a lot of football. I mean, last year he was on the IR, and then as being a rookie last year, but he's going to need to get the work. He's going to need to prove to this staff that he can handle this job. He's got to go out there and show that, hey, I can line up, I can block, I can do what I have to do. I'll play with the balance, I'll play with the body control, I can do things. He did some good things in the 2-minute drill, but he had a little bit of a rough day, too, against Verse in some of those aspects. A lot of guys had rough days overall, but I think Nate Thomas needs to prove to the Cowboys that he can be that guy that they can rely on, so he needs a very, very good start as well. I think Akeem Adeniji, I think he's another guy. Adeniji has to prove to these coaches that, is he the veteran guy that we can use as that swing tackle? Is he going to be a reliable backup? I think there's a lot to be said about him. He dealt with the concussion. He needs to have a good start in the preseason. On the defensive side of the ball, Damone Clark. I heard Damone Clark had a really nice day the other day when they started talking about the linebackers. Damone Clark, Maris Leofau, the two names that were mentioned as the linebackers that actually showed up.
Versus the Rams?
Yeah, versus the Rams in the scrimmage. So need to have him. I think there's a lot of questions now about Israel Mukuamu. I think that, and we all know him as a veteran guy and what he could potentially do. And, he could play slot, he could play safety. I think that we've seen a lot of times where the ball has gone over his head and things have gone poorly for him. I think he needs to show these coaches, and it's a new staff, listen, you got to be able to make plays. And I think that it's very, very important that he shows that in these preseason games. I think he's going to get a lot of opportunity. Andrew Booth, I'm not going to mention because I don't think Andrew Booth is good enough. I just don't. So I'm not going to mention him.
I saw Devontae Adams just tearing him up.
Yeah. Now, Zion Childers is another guy who's a cornerback. Could Zion Childers be one of these guys that replaces if he all of a sudden he has a good couple of games here? Can he be a guy that takes Israel Mukuamu's spot if Israel's going backwards? They need cornerbacks here. Zion Childers has shown that he can make plays.
Yeah.
So I wonder if I think he's going to get a lot of opportunity.
I liked him, dude. He was better than Mukuamu when we were out there, and he was running with the ones a little bit today in camp. I saw Nick Harris post that. He's making plays out there. I like that dude.
The two defensive tackles there, Tommy Akingbasati, I think, he's shown up in the scrimmage. He showed up a little bit more than Jay Toa. And so I think both of these defensive tackles, these one techniques, I'm not even going to consider Mozzie Smith in this situation. Maybe Mozzie Smith shows up, but every time I think that he might do that, then he does not anything. I don't think, I watch him play, I don't know if football is really important to him right now. And so you're going to need to find somebody at this defensive tackle spot. The two rookies, I think, are the guys that both of those need to have good starts to the practices, to the games, because if they do that, maybe that'll make the coaches feel a little bit better about the one technique. But it's going to come down to these two rookies. I just don't personally feel like that you could take Mozzie Smith and really rely on him. I think that he was a crossroads player to me, like Damone Clark was a crossroads player. I just feel like that he's taken the road of, okay, I'm not going to be here anymore. The other guys are kind of taking the road of like, hey, we want to be a part of this team. So those are the guys I feel like that need to have a good start to their preseason.
Well, best
Saturday
of luck
night.
to Mozzie. I think it's incredibly frustrating because you look at what went wrong after San Francisco, Green Bay, and it's really the draft of Scooney, Mozzie, and Guyton, right? It's two ones and a 2.
It made Will McClay come out and say, hey, when you ask what kind of player you want, it's about players that love football. And the last two, we'll see with Guyton and how that circles back.
I think he answered the call.
Yeah,
he's on the path. But
Mozzie had a chance to answer the call like Guyton did, and I don't think that's happening.
I mean, I just need to see Guyton prove that he can go out onto a football field and do things well. He's saying all the right things. He's working hard. I need to see him in an NFL game or a joint practice or something perform well in order to believe that maybe it's just one draft that's really on the hook. But one draft can bury you. Can you imagine how different we'd be looking at this defense's potential if Mozzie Smith could be a run-stuffing, one-technique defensive tackle, and you take him at 26 thinking this is a sure thing, right? Teams don't take one-techs in the first round, but we're going to because we need it, and this is a sure damn thing, and it's unbelievable it hasn't worked out, and it's been such a failure. If he was just average.
Yeah.
I know.
Right?
I know. He's been so bad.
I don't think football is really important to him. It's like I said this a bunch. Football is a tough game, and for you to be a part of a team like that, you show toughness. I don't question that. I just don't think he loves to play the game like he needs to. And
I don't blame him.
That's the
problem.
I
don't. No way I would have played football. I guess at that position, right? Make me a quarterback, make me a wide receiver, a corner. Somewhere I'm having fun. Can I be an edge? Can I be a QB hunter? But those guys in the middle, pretty much, the guards, the center, the defensive tackles, they're like just lining up and bludgeoning each other for 3 hours. It's insane. Like, you got to love that level of violence and love football and love being part of a team to, like, sacrifice to go through that.
It's tough
Or
for
you're
him.
chasing money.
Yeah.
And once you get first-round pick money, it's guaranteed for 4 years I'm done.
Yeah, it's very, very tough for him to have that kind of attitude.
If he'd been a second rounder, he'd still be chasing the cash. But I don't think there's any hope. And I guess you only hang on to him now so you don't have to suffer the humiliation of the possibility that he goes somewhere else.
I wouldn't be surprised
and
they
plays well.
move on. I wouldn't be surprised
Really?
if they move on.
Into camp cut?
I wouldn't, yeah.
What are we doing next, Chief?
College football Thursday, Darty featuring Arch Manning, Red Zone Saturdays, and a local furry allegation next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though. If you want to get your edge...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Those are waves.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. It was a Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Jake's in Saxe. Jake's since 1985, some of the best burgers in North Texas. And you can join us here for the next 3 hours. We have the nation for you. And then coming up at 7 o'clock, it'll be your chance to try out to be the next fan host here. Fan Phenom's coming up.
You never know. You might be working with me tomorrow, or, you know, if you're the next fan phenom, Blake Elliott, 2 days.
Fast track you.
Just jumped right in there, both feet. Did a good job.
Yeah, it is a very cool promotion or a cool thing that we do every year, every couple of years or something like that. Yeah. And, I mean, the opportunity's there for you. If you got what it takes to make yourself a sports broadcaster, wish everybody nothing but the best of luck in that.
Yeah.
And thanks to Jake's and Saxe for hosting. KNC Masterpiece going to be at a separate Jake's tomorrow as the party continues. Here's Eric Chiafalo with a college football darting.
Archie Manning confirmed that Arch will be staying in Texas, and he will not be declaring for the 2026 NFL Draft. We've known this. It's popped up again. I guess he did a nice little interview there with Texas Monthly, so it's circulating once again. But we've known for a while that's the plan.
Is Archie my dad's age? Is he like 82, 3 years old?
Roughly.
I would guess.
Are we having moments where we're
he's
like
in Pappy territory?
We're talking about his grandson, like, I don't know, Granddad, don't be
speaking out of turn. 76 years old. He's still spry, man. He's getting around nicely.
All right.
That's a heavily concussed 76, though, isn't it?
My man took a beating. He was some of the worst teams in the history of football.
They were the Ants at that point, right?
He was on the Houston Oilers that were bad, too.
Oh, I did not. That's a fun trivia question. I would have not known that he played for the Oilers.
He took a beating with the Oilers and took a bigger beating with the Saints.
I was wondering how that would change, though. Like, the Manning family is hard on this. You win the national championship and the Heisman, and you play excellent. Like, you're clearly the best quarterback. You're going to go number 1, and it's not the Browns, Jets. Who else would I not want to go to?
The Saints. The Saints, I think.
I don't want to go to the Saints.
The Saints have got the best shot. I think the Saints might be the worst team in football.
I think I'd want to go to the Saints because the hometown thing and stuff, and that's an organization that's got its stuff figured out over the last 20 years. It's not like they're still the Aints. Do you think they wouldn't want to go Saints? Are you reporting that?
No, I mean, he's from New Orleans.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, and it would be kind of interesting the fact that his father or to me, his grandfather was a Saint player.
Like right now, I'm telling everybody he's staying, but it's a little bit more fluid than that, depending on how much we dominate.
Yeah, I guess if you go out there and you win the Heisman and or win the Natty and you're just lighting it up, you're meeting all the expectations and the hype that has been built up for you, then I guess I could see it too. But it seems like their plan for sure is to let him stick this thing out.
Because life's
Texas
good.
fans are loving it. Yeah, life's good. He doesn't need the money. He's making plenty of money already. And
What if he goes
you're at
in
a
there and
great
poops
program.
in the bed?
Well, then he's definitely going to stay.
No. That's what I'm saying, though. What if he's not the quarterback that everybody believes he's going to be? How do you, if you're the family, how do you play that card? That if he goes out there and all of a sudden it's not, he's the reason why Texas is 8-4, or something like that. They get in the big game, they lose the Ohio State game, and they get in the conference.
Does he still get to be the starter the second year?
I would think
because if he's losing the job, we'd be out of there.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. You wonder.
I would think Sark would keep him as the starter, unless it was just so
Stark stayed with
bad.
Quinn Ewers. He stayed with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, he's shown the loyalty.
But the picture you're painting sees worse than Quinn Ewers.
I'm just saying, what if in fact he's not this Arch Manning that we believe that Arch Manning is?
Well, then
that to me is that could be a big story.
Oh, it'd be huge.
All of a sudden, it's like, well, maybe he's not this guy that we painted.
And
maybe he's closer to Spencer Rattler that we thought was going to be this guy, and now he's kind of a guy.
He's going to go be a Gamecock after this? Is that what you're saying?
Just saying. But he's a good player, but not a first overall player.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something to be said for that, and it seems like the more people study Arch Manning and look into it and don't just go off the hype in the last name, they consider that. Like maybe a top 5 quarterback this year.
See, there's people in the Southeastern Conference that are thinking about, and I'm not just saying about Garrett Nussmeier, but, Nussmeier last year was outstanding. I mean, he carried a LSU team that really defensively. But, and then Sellers at South Carolina.
Amazing.
He might be, like you say, what if Arch Manning is the third best quarterback in the SEC? I'm just saying, we put this kid, he's had lofty expectations everywhere he's been. In New Orleans high school. And I remember watching him play high school football, and it was like, that looks like a pretty normal kind of, like you're thinking like a talent like that. It's lighting them up. It's like throwing for 5,000 something, yard. And, it's like a bunch of, but there were
They struggled.
Yeah, there's just some struggles there. But I just wonder at Texas, is he going to be that guy? And I hope he does for my son's sake, because Bennett, Bennett being about to be a graduate at Texas, I want to see his team, do well. But I just wonder if there's so much hype about this player. Is he just, instead of a great one, is he just a good one?
And there's certainly a chance of that, but I don't know, man. I like the cut of his jib. I really do.
You could
think he's going to be the real deal. Now, he might not meet all the expectations. Like, he's the Heisman favorite. That's not fair right now.
Yeah.
And he probably won't meet that level of expectation in year one. I think it'll be obvious this dude's legit.
If Texas is not what we think Texas is going to be, I hope he doesn't get the blame for it, but he probably will. If Texas is supposed to be a team that's going deep in the playoffs, maybe in the championship, but they figure out that they just get to, they're a 10-win team and they play in the Sugar Bowl and they're not a playoff team. I just wonder. I wonder if it's going to be because of the quarterback, and he'll probably get the blame for that.
Probably, absolutely.
Yeah.
He'll be very polarizing.
Yeah.
If he does not play well, I do think just watching him play, though, I'm with you, Chief. There just seems to be a cool and a presence about him.
Yeah, he's got a nice little swagger. He's got the speed, and he's got the tools. Like, this dude was born to be a professional quarterback. Just the mechanics you talk about that. It's crisp. It's pure. He pushes the ball down the field.
He can run. He's got some mobility. He's got some athletic ability. Like I say, I wonder if we've got him so high that if he just falls a little below that, are we all going to be disappointed by the guy?
Yeah. Well, he's going to give us 2 years of opportunity to evaluate from what it seems like. SEC, it just means more. Brett McMurphy put out his preseason top 25 poll. He left the South Carolina Gamecocks off of it, and so he received it just means more email from an angry Gamecock from Gabriel. He says the subject of the email says, "Big fan of your work." Okay. So you click on that and you're thinking, okay, somebody's giving me my flowers. Finally, about dang time.
Yeah, a positive one.
And then you read it and it starts by saying, yeah, that title is a lie. Your list was garbage. What's your vendetta against South Carolina? Mad because they beat your favorite team or something? Maybe it's time to retire, old-timer. You're clearly becoming senile. Best, a disrespected South Carolina Gamecock fan. Pretty amazing right there.
I love that, man. It reminds me of the Rangers' love-hate relationship with me over Jack Leiter's reality.
Oh, yeah. I bet you were kind of doing a tiger fist bump there as you were dealing with
definitely
the chills.
not. I was disappointed, but,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, that's where it's tough when it's like, man, do I want my take to be right or do I want my team to be good?
Yes.
You know, it's a battle. It's
Preferably
a battle.
both at the same time, but if I have to choose, it's a tough call.
Looks like we might be heading towards a Saturday college football red zone experience for the ages, boys and girls. Now,
who's the red zone host for Saturday college football? Who would
that's
that
a good question. If it's on ESPN, it'll be McAfee, won't it? They just want to wedge him into everything.
Do you think McAfee could do what does it require, 8 hours?
There's no way McAfee could do red zone.
Oh, I think he could do everything. I think he could do it all. I think he could absolutely do it all.
Of course he could if he locked in, but would he agree to that?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think McAfee. How long does Hansen work on that thing? 8 hours?
Well, 7 hours of commercial-free football.
Yeah. Okay.
I would hope that they could extend Hansen for Saturdays, double, triple a salary, whatever it's going to take, because it just won't feel the same without him.
Oh, I agree 100%. I don't know if that's a good question, though. Who would be the college football guy to pull that off? I'm sure Scott Hansen could, but back-to-back 7-hour commercial-free days where you don't get to empty the bladder, that's tough on the body. I'm going into those negotiations with, hey, I'm putting my body on the line.
Could it be our guy? Yeah. Could it be our guy that used to work at NBC here? That's at ESPN.
Matt Berry.
Matt Berry.
I could see that.
Could Matt Berry be the? Could he be the guy that?
Matt Dingle. That'd be crazy.
I wonder if he could be that guy. I bet you he could.
I bet he could pull it off.
Yeah.
I do. But yeah, Roger Goodell was talking about this, and as you're going to have the ESPN NFL red zone combo now taking place. They're looking into a college football red zone, and my gosh, bro, that would be wonderful.
That's a lot of games.
That is a lot of games. I wonder if they would just narrow it down to just only for teams that are ranked in the top 25. Those are the only games we're actually going to be really addressing here. Speaking of addressing something, I got ball sacked on this the other day. I actually deleted a tweet.
Oh no,
because there was. I'll just read you the headline. Is TCU starting quarterback Josh Hoover part of the furry costume community?
Nice.
Did you guys see this on Twitter? You guys didn't see this on Twitter at all?
No.
So this is what they can do now, man. They have the ability with the AI and the Photoshop and all this stuff. They can make it seem like Josh J. Hoover from his Instagram account posted something to his Instagram story of furries, in the costumes, doing their furry thing, fun weekend, #furry proud. That's the screenshot that was just blasted all over.
You follow too many
all
people.
over the interwebs.
That's how you get ball sacked all the time.
You
follow 3,000 people.
I'm taking ball sack grenades left and right these days.
That's what I'm saying, though. If you don't follow 3,000 people, you don't get ball sacked.
Walking on eggshells, man. But
we saw one on vacation a couple years ago, like a kid furry. So it kind of made me wonder. Of course, this was on the West Coast, but it did make me wonder, how prominent are these furries? Is there a big society out there? I think 10 years or so ago, it was kind of known as a kink thing, and then it became an alternate identity deal.
Yeah. Now it's become I identify as this costume character. So I don't know exactly how big the community is, but we can confirm through lots of sourcing that your starting quarterback for the TCU Horned Frogs is not, in fact, a furry.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Horned Frogs fans are.
You had to look what up? What is a furry?
Yeah,
read it. Read the definition.
A furry is someone who is part of the furry fandom, which is a subculture of people who are interested in
anthropomorphic.
Yeah, there you go. Animal characters. These are animals with human characteristics.
Yes.
That's what I didn't know what you were talking about.
You had no idea what that was?
Hell no.
Yeah, it's a real thing. And like Dawson said, I think it started out as more of a kink, and now it's become more of an identity situation for a lot of these folks. But your TCU quarterback, not a member of the furry community.
Says that as much as 1% of people may identify as part of the furry movement.
Unbelievable.
Which is fascinating.
We're going to have furry bathrooms here before too long.
Man, that sounds expensive.
Just go out on the yard.
You have like your little litter box.
Just go out in the, just go out in the yard.
No, not there. That's where Les Miles has lunch.
We're live at Jake's and Saxy here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Fan Phenom's coming up at 7 o'clock. But join us here right off the main drag here, 78, and the Fan Phenom's coming up at 7 o'clock, so you have time to get some delicious
78 and what, Dawson?
I don't know, 78 and something.
78 and who gives a damn? Get your butt here.
Yeah, it's about
I was thinking like
a couple miles east of the bush.
I remember 78. I couldn't remember what the cross street was.
I came in here some back way, dude. I was driving through neighborhoods for like 15 minutes, and I just popped up.
Kind of like Lambeau Field. Just
I was like, yeah,
here we are.
They took me off at an earlier exit. We got to run. Why the Dallas Stars hockey program is being drugged through the mud on social media this afternoon. We'll tell you what they're saying, and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back. We're live at Jake's in Saxe. Best Burgers in DFW, and the venue for tonight's Fan Phenom. Your next chance to try out and be a fan host, just like Blake Elliott, Josh Dack, Sterling, and I think that's it. Anybody else? We got three Fan Phenom.
Kevin Gray.
Oh, no, it's KG runner-up. I don't know. KG might have won it, but we do it every year or two, and it's your time tonight, 7 o'clock, to try to make it happen and chat sports with Eric Chiafalo. I mean, at the very least, you got to do that, right?
Absolutely.
That sounds like a fun time. So
yeah,
come on by.
Chief will tee you up.
That fun is going to get started at 7 o'clock, so you do have time to get here. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It was an eventful Cowboys practice today with a number of injuries. We'll talk about that a little bit here with you. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And update on Jake Ferguson, who left today's practice after taking a shot to his back.
Yeah, I asked some people and they said he is getting X-rays as we speak on his back. So we'll see what happens. We will. Let's hope it's not that situation we were talking about with Romo and with the transverse.
Yeah, the broken transverse process
and all that stuff.
Broken bone in the back is what those guys had, and it seemed like you could be out a month or two depending on how extreme it was.
But
I mean that's a little bit premature.
Yeah,
Hopefully
that
it's
is
just a bruise.
Very much so. But yeah, X-rays being done on him currently, and then I asked too about Blue, and I said it's a sprained ankle, and the answer was yes and not bad. Was that
right on.
reply to that?
How do you look at Jake Ferguson crash dummy in the words injury prone?
I think the way his style of the way he plays leads to the possibility of injuries.
Yeah.
I think that's just the way. He is not a get down guy. He is not a catch and get down guy. He is a catch, spin, stiff arm, jump, whatever he has to do, and he takes some shots.
And it's his willingness to, over the middle of the field.
Exposes his back and all that.
He makes tough grabs where he's getting smacked. It's down the seam.
Yeah.
Dak threads the needle, and he's there, and Dak knows that he's willing to take a shot. And so I think when it comes to a guy like Jake Ferguson, it's one of the things you sort of have to live with a little bit because
that's how he plays.
That's how he plays, and you love that. That's part of the reason why they wanted to get a deal done with him to keep him here, because he plays with an edge and a violence and a tenacity that this team lacks a little bit.
Yeah.
So it kind of comes with the territory of playing that way.
He's one of their toughest players. He really,
for
really
sure.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, Kittle kind of plays like that, obviously at a much higher level, but Kittle deals with injuries.
Yeah, when you're one of these receivers, then you like and you believe in run after catch. Those guys do. Most of the good ones. I mean, the guy at the Raiders is one of the best I've seen when it comes to run after catch. Even last year's Bowers with his rookie year, but what he did at Georgia was incredible. And Kyle Pitts, I think Brock Bowers is what we thought Kyle Pitts was going to be. You know, when you broke him down, but the way that Bowers, these guys, and Kelsey, this run after catch is big for these tight ends. So athletic.
What kind of vibes do you get off of youth sports? We got this story that hit USA Today. I've been hearing about this behind the scenes for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And it's about the Dallas Stars basically putting the youth hockey world in an absolute vice grip here in North Texas, and maybe abusing their power. Maybe they didn't intend to, but they've effectively become quite a monopoly with lots and lots of power and control. You know, I've been deeply involved in youth soccer for a number of years now, and I think it's just like any other business where they're trying to maximize and optimize their revenue and their profit at every turn. And sometimes it's like, okay, this is a $200 uniform and we're paying $700 for it, right? There's an extreme markup on everywhere. You're going out of town, here's the team hotel. They're making a cut on the team hotel. That's every step of the way, right? It is a filter to put your money in their pockets. And, you know, in soccer, the leagues and the clubs, I would say they have conspired to, you know, and again, this is capitalism. It's America, right? They have conspired to make ways that we're going to make a deal with you. All the best players are going to come to this league if our plan works, and then we're going to have the college recruiters come look, right, at the players here. So in the parents' and players' mind, if you want to reach the top, you really got to be in this league. You know what I'm saying? And I think as, you know, sports parents, you just evaluate that. You make a decision. Are we okay with spending, you know, high four or maybe low five figures of money to give our kid the best chance of optimizing their potential in this sport?
Per year?
Yes, because iron sharpens iron, right? And you could have the best coaching, but if you're putting your kid out there against crap competition, then they're probably not going to make the adjustments to be ready to play at a high level at 17, 18 years old.
My ex and I made the decision we were going to spend the money on school before we were going to spend it on sports.
That was a very smart decision.
Yeah. In Bennett, and I'm not saying this in a bragging way or anything like that, but the private school, we just went that route. We felt that was the best thing for him. Bennett never got to play club soccer, club football, club baseball. He just played whatever, like 8th grade, 9th grade, you know, all through Greenhill. That was it. And then if we had chamber ball or whatever, that baseball he played. But he never really wanted to play the club sport. And you know, and I can understand why people get into it and want to. I think, man, it is a huge. There could be some great benefits from it, but the strain that it puts on the parents and puts on the kid too.
Yeah.
You know, the pressure that they have to deal with. So
the pressure is going to be huge at the top, no matter how you form
I don't like to say, I'm not going to tell somebody how to parent, but I know Kathy and I, we just made the decision, like, listen, you know, let's make sure the educational part of it's paid for. If that's what we're going to pay for, let's pay for that. And the club, so if he wants to play, great, we'll figure out a way. But I'll tell you what, it is a lot of pressure on those parents and a lot of pressure on the kids.
Spittle had this reporter on from the USA Today, Kenny Jacoby, USA Today. That's the article that I'm working off. The headline, How the Dallas Stars Monopolized Texas Youth Hockey by USA Today. So I wanted to intro to the segment just talking about youth sports in general, because I don't think the Dallas Stars invented any business plan here. They just got lucky that nobody else really had a foundation in Texas that they had to compete against in baseball, volleyball, soccer, all the other major sports. There is a ton of clubs out there, and they're all fighting over resources, but it's decentralized enough in a way that it makes it competitive, and there are enough teams out there that you could play cheaper, or some that are even, you know, allowing you to play for free, although you won't be able to get into the top leagues if you do that. But The Stars control 8 of the 11 full-sized ice rinks in North Texas.
Yeah, there we go.
Nearly all youth hockey in the region must go through them, giving them outsized influence over leagues, coaches, and player development.
Yep.
They've taken over youth hockey operations. After a Frisco club fired 2 poorly reviewed coaches, the Stars retaliated by taking over all high school hockey operations.
Sure.
They had the power to do this somehow.
Yeah.
Teams lost autonomy. Stars now hire all coaches, set schedules, collect fees, and decide who plays and where. And the reason this is hitting the public now is because parents are starting to complain as the reports of paying tens of thousands of dollars per year for youth hockey despite reduced ice time and fewer games. So in the last couple of years, they've consolidated their power and said, okay, we're going to profit more. We'll make you pay more. We'll give you less ice time. Ice rental fees have risen 33% in the 6 years that we're talking about this really, coming into full view for them.
I saw this coming in 1999.
Really?
Seriously. And I saw it because I used to work, at Valley Ranch, and the Stars had their complex there right around the corner from us.
Yeah.
And what they did was there was very few hockey facilities for kids to play at. That was the first one that they had over there in Valley Ranch. And the Stars, they said, hey, come learn how to skate. Learn how to do this for free. Learn how to do this. And the more facilities and stuff that they built, I was thinking like, okay, nobody else is building a hockey facility. Like, we could build soccer fields. We could have fields all over the Metroplex and play soccer or field hockey, whatever you want to play, football, whatever you want to play. Hockey arenas are a different animal.
Yeah.
Because of, ice time.
Scarce.
It's scarce.
Yeah.
And the Stars nobody would compete with the Stars to build hockey facilities here. It was the Stars. Oh, it was the Stars Center here and the Stars Center there and the Stars.
And they convinced 7 cities to build those with tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer money.
And the first time I went to Coppell, played Dallas Jesuit in hockey over at the Stars Center there at Valley Ranch, and it was full.
Yeah.
And this was the kind of when the Stars were really. They were cranking it up, that the playoff runs, the Stanley Cup runs and all that stuff. That's when hockey became huge. But, man, it is an expensive sport.
It is very expensive.
Equipment is not cheap.
I want to salute the Stars business people for having this plan and this vision to tie everything together. That's why there's monopoly laws in place, because the best businesses will ultimately dominate their competition and crush them.
Nobody competed with these guys when it came to that. Nobody built facilities. Nobody built arenas. We were like, oh, hockey. Okay, it's like football, soccer, everything. We're building all these things, not hockey arenas. And the Stars are like, okay, we'll build hockey arenas, but we'll get the cities to build them for us, and have them paid that way.
Fascinating story. I mean, I think most everybody, like, you reading through this article, I'm like, well, that's just what we do in soccer. Like, a lot of these things are just what go on. I think maybe it's the lack of competition that's made this such a big story. And then the boiling point is a number of players that didn't get a certain amount of ice time that was promised to them contractually. They complained, and they only got like a $300 rebate at the end of the year when their kid wasn't able to be on the ice at all. I mean, I thought that'd be a an easy thing, but apparently they feel like they're owed thousands and thousands of dollars more, and maybe the all-encompassing power. Like, just a couple of years ago, they shut down. They basically took over. I don't know how they had the power to do this, but they took over 12 different high school hockey clubs.
Sure.
And everything to do with their administration, like who they can hire. They can't even schedule ice time for themselves anymore. And they have managed to get that level of control by having an overweighted place in the regional governing body.
Okay.
So basically they took over the local governing body. It's all Stars' interests.
You cannot pull the wool over our eyes about football in this state, but you could pull the wool over our eyes about hockey.
No doubt.
You can.
Yeah.
Seriously, when you say hockey, we think playoffs. We think Stars. And I know there's a lot of great Stars fans out there, and they're involved. But in real time, you cannot pull the wool over our eyes on football. No, you're not doing that. Hockey, we have no effing clue what you're talking about when it comes to the club teams and the sports and what it takes.
Yeah.
You know, they don't get away with this in St. Paul, Minnesota.
No.
Or they don't get away with this up in Boston, Massachusetts.
No,
because
there's a lot of hockey culture people around that know the sport,
they know
can
the
teach
sport.
the sport,
They
and there's
know.
frozen lakes.
Yeah,
here, if you're a parent, you want the best. You got to trust the Stars to take your kid, and for a lot of them.
But we've seen here where like players do get drafted from this area and play in the NHL, which is great. One out of whatever, but usually it's from some guy from Sault Ste. Marie or one of these other places up north that are getting drafted. We're trying. We're doing our best. Florida's won Stanley Cups down there. Hockey fans down there. But you cannot pull the wool. Hockey here, pull the wool over my eyes because I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Man, that was a great point. And as a final point, I would just like to say that this story did make me wonder how the heck those hockey-playing grandsons, Landon and Max, are doing for Kenny. It'd be a great week to hear from Kenny.
No question, because he would be here tonight, doing the fan phenom.
He would try.
Give and
takes. He was a dedicated, every one of them. He'd show up every one of them. Yep.
How many? What percentage of Cowboys fans would you say are nervous about the upcoming season? We'll answer that and do more here. It's the G-Bag Nation live at Jake's in Saxe, where that fan phenom is going to go down here, coming up at 7 o'clock, and we're back in the nation.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. What a groove. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Jake's in Saxe here off of 78. Come say hi. It's dinner time. You know, Jake's Burgers has the best burgers. It's the and Dallas is the burger capital of America, right? So best burgers in the burger capital. I know you know Jake's and you love it. We're here at the Saxe location. I got some Cowboys content for you. How nervous are you about this season? Maybe not as nervous as some of these Tolos with the fan phenom coming up at 7 o'clock. They're cultivating their takes. They're curating. I would say come back multiple times because you're likely to get better as time goes on. You never know when you're going to have it and when you might not have it. So don't just go once and be like, oh, I don't have it, right? Come back 2, 3, 4 times, and I'm sure you'll at least be better by the end.
Feel more comfortable, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. So how nervous are you about this season? WFAA published a poll. 71% of Cowboys fans are nervous about the upcoming season. They were tied with a couple of other teams, Atlanta and Detroit, for the most nervous fan bases. And it's actually not the craziest thing about this survey. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's 2,500 respondents, an average of 43 years old. Reasons for nerves include Micah Parsons not being signed, coming off a 7-10 season, and Dak Prescott trying to have a bounce-back year coming off of another injury. Let me start with this, Brian. Have you seen enough from Dak Prescott to think he's going to be better than he was in the 8 games he played last year?
I feel like the mobility aspect of things, I think thinking on his feet has been the way he's kind of seeing some things. The interceptions, man, he could have had one in the red zone yesterday that I was watching, some of the periods, some of the clips, and the 2-minute stuff, and there's those moments where you're like going, oh man, this is going to be a great one, and then the next one you're going, oh geez, I don't think he saw that guy. So I think he's trying to kind of get back in that rhythm. I think he's trying to kind of figure out what Schottenheimer needs from him. It's really going to come down to, can he get the protection? He's got the skill guys to do this.
Yes.
He's got the skill. If this turns into Dallas has to throw the ball every snap, they might have to
7-10
the way that they do. But so far of him looking healthy and him engaged and stuff, and he looks fine for me in that regard.
I mean, they had to finish strong last year just to get to 7-10. So, I don't know. I don't think I'd be nervous right now. If I was to identify as a Cowboys fan, I would tell you I'm not nervous right now, because in order to be nervous, there has to be a fear of losing something. And this team has so many damn holes. If like everything was covered but you didn't have a running back, you'd be like, man, I'm nervous that none of these guys are going to step up. But right now, I don't think you can protect, I don't think you can run, and I don't think you can stop the run. Trayvon Diggs and Revel are hurt coming into the season. I mean, this is, I guess you're nervous that maybe they could be in the cellar instead of like 500. That would be where my nerves would be. But even then, I'm like, cool. Let's draft the starting left tackle in the top 10. Sign me up for 6-11 right now. That'd be progress.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if you have some honest evaluation and self-awareness about this football team, then you're not expecting them to do all that much with a rookie head coach and, like you mentioned, at all the roster holes that they have. We complain about it all the time. We complain about it all off season. You didn't fix this, you didn't fix that. Yeah. Then you get to this time and now you're nervous. What are you nervous about?
Yeah.
Because the expectation should be, like, what is Vegas telling you? This is a 7.5, 8-win football team. So, I mean, what is there to be nervous about?
Cowboys. If they have lack of success, and one of the reasons is the quarterback, and you're talking about change, that's going to be an interesting offseason.
Yeah.
If that's are we to the point now where, like, okay, we've tried the new coach, new scheme. What else do we need? We drafted linemen.
Yeah.
We tried to get your receiver. Do we go get the running back? I mean, that's all the things you have to think about. But if this season if it's not a winning season, and it's because of the quarterback, boy, there are going to be some questions that offseason is not going to be not very good for a lot of people.
And maybe if your pick is high enough, you'd be thinking quarterback, this works out fine. Let's take Sellers or Nussmeier and let's see what happens. But I think because of the 3 years left on his contract, what they would likely do is say, how can we further protect him? If Guyton's disappointing, should we throw a left tackle at it?
Yeah.
If there is a stud left tackle staring at you with the 8th pick, I couldn't turn that down.
I think the next thing is probably the running back. Or
both left tackle, running back.
Yeah, you talk about it. Offensive linemen. Are you going to get the right? Can you get the right guys with a top 10 pick? You probably could get. Me personally, man, I would have drafted Simmons. I would have drafted the kid that Kansas City has, the
left tackle.
Yeah, that's what I would have done. I would have said, okay, maybe the things we'll see with Guyton, maybe all the stuff with Guyton. And what they were seeing behind the scenes was so positive that they're like, no, we'll be fine at tackle. I just worry sometimes of the decisions, like to say that how are they really Are they helping the quarterback, or how much help does the quarterback need?
Well, yes, and I think if he struggles again, could you say, well, he's gotten so old after that near MVP season in 2023? No, the difference is Tyron Smith isn't there, and Zach Martin got old and had to retire.
Right.
And you're hoping Cooper Beebe becomes a significantly better center than what Tyler Biadasz was, and maybe he took a step towards that last year. But you just don't have the quality of offensive linemen, and for a lot of Dak Prescott's career, I think he provided a false sense of security, Chief, about how good he is because he was playing with such a great offensive line.
I tell you,
I saw the bar just stare at me as I was letting that take go, so I might have leaked a little confidence out here on the floor at Jake's and Saxy, but I believe it.
Yeah, you got to tread lightly when you say that, but it could very much be fair. Now, I do expect the offense. I guess the thing about being nervous would just be, okay, if this thing falls flat, then it's, okay, we hired a coach that doesn't know what he's doing, and knowing the way Jerry likes to handle the coaching situation, you're going to be in this problem for years to come.
That's right.
I guess that would be, because I think we saw enough from Dak to see, like, okay, he's back to being, like, he had some really impressive days out there, a little bit up and down, but I think by and large, he was solid. And you've done plenty on the offensive line. If they can stay healthy, you get Tyler Guyton back. I'm expecting the offense to be pretty dang solid, especially the passing game. Hopefully one of these running backs can step up. Yeah. But I think the big thing, when this team inevitably doesn't win as many games as the superfan wants them to win, I think it's just going to be your defense was so bad.
Yeah, no, that's the likely culprit. Maybe mid-pack at best, and with a mid-pack offense, it's just not a winning formula.
Because when you like Dak playing the way he's playing, what we saw in Oxnard with Lamb and Pickens and some of the versatile chess pieces like a Turpin, assuming Ferguson's still healthy here after he got banged up today at practice, like this offense should be pretty dang solid. And they've invested so much in terms of draft picks and quality coaches in Clayton Adams and Connor Riley on the offensive line. In my mind, I'm like, man, that just feels like it has to work at least a respectable level.
Yeah, and I think best case scenario, your offensive linemen take a step up, and Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue give you something in the running game to make it potentially much more. I think the offense could be a top 5 offense, if you get enough great answers. I mean, I would love to believe that at the end of a year, if it was disappointing, the Joneses would look at it like, let's throw a ton of money at fixing these things and try to get one in here. But going back to 2010 through 2014, they never said we're going to rebuild. The Cowboys only emerged in 2014 after multiple great drafts in a row. You hit rock bottom last year, it's time to spend money. It's time to fix our holes. Nope. They're going to take the long route and hope to stack up good drafts in a row before they can emerge again, maybe 2027, 2028. I think that's the timeline the Cowboys are on right here, and maybe a slow build is good. I do think they have the right coach, and they have some of the right components, but there's a lot on the line this year if this team sputters out of the gate. So I did mention the craziest stat about that isn't 71% of Cowboys fans that are nervous. It was something else. More than 1 in 3 think Cowboys will reach the Super Bowl. So I feel like in this survey, you just have the best of both worlds. I don't know how you could look at this team and think Super Bowl in any way right now.
No, that's just somebody who thinks they could win every year.
Yeah. Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation live at Jake's in Saxy, and we're coming back with an edition of football's finest. Chief, where are you taking us?
What Dak has to say about playing in the preseason. We got a bloodied coach and a potentially blind running back next in the nation.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Simmons Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Jake's in Saxe. Fan Phenom underway in 2 hours. Dining room starting to fill up. People are enjoying the most delicious burgers in the world and something cold to drink. Chief's going to be hosting Fan Phenom coming up at 7 o'clock. Your chance to try out to be the next fan host. And right here, he's hosting a football's finest.
That's right. I'm kind of feeling like a sound off like you got a pair kind
Bring
of vibe
it
tonight. You know what I'm
Bring it.
saying? Bring that heat. Bring that heat. I know Richie Fermentis is going to be bringing that heat. Look at him over there warming up in the bullpen.
That's Richie Fermentis?
That is the boy.
Yeah.
That's Richie Fermentis.
What's up, dude?
That's the guy who took a birthday spill at Shell Shack just about a month ago.
I noticed
Legend.
they removed the banners that we have hanging up, the ones that Richie tried to lean on.
Well, it turns out those things are a bit hazardous.
Like there was a wall. By the way, Richie, you need to leave your credit card with our staff here. We need to pick that up, that cost.
Yeah, turnout's been amazing, man. Having a great time here at Jake's in Saxe. Of course, you'll have the KNC Masterpiece from 10 to 2 tomorrow, hanging out.
That's still Fred and them, right?
Yeah, it'll be Fred. It's the F&C Masterpiece. Fred Davis, Corey Majors, 131 Marsh Lane.
That's right in my
Dallas,
backyard.
right there in your backyard.
Take 50 miles here to see everybody.
You get the
tonight.
3 to 6 happy hour specials, man. Jake's gets it done at a high level. And, of course, you can download the Jake's app for easy online ordering and loyalty club points, as well as exclusive VIP perky lurkies. How about those curly fries? Are you kidding me?
The onion rings are
the
really
hand-cut
good.
fries, getting it done.
Are really good too.
Okay, so here we are, football's finest. Where have we seen this before? There's an offensive lineman that's been hurt today. You get the
Slater.
You get the Ian Rappaport
Oh.
tweet.
Oh.
He's-
Maybe.
Chargers star offensive tackle Rashawn Slater, who was carted off during practice, is feared to have suffered a torn patellar tendon.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. He'll have an MRI, but he's facing a season-ending injury.
Would you like me to see if I could get the source and see if I get that? Maybe it's not as bad as
See, I know Chargers fans are hoping for a Guyton-like return on this particular MRI scan.
Yeah.
That maybe
His
it's
look.
not out for season, but it doesn't look good. I know Dr. Chow, who likes to do the just the video analysis of injuries. He said, I don't think Chargers fans are going to like this one.
Yeah, I mean, the video is kind of grotesque, where you're getting wobbly on the knee and it's bending in ways that it shouldn't, and enough that your sports memory tells you that's probably a season ender. With Guyton's, we never really got a clean view of what happened.
I didn't. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, so the broken leg seemed like, okay, cool.
I stood behind. You talk about bad luck. We drafted Aaron Taylor way back in the day in Green Bay, and his very first pass rush rep, I was standing behind him. He tore his patella tendon. The very first one, right out of he's sitting on a guy, and then just the knee buckles and he collapses. You could honestly hear the thing snap.
Oh no!
You could hear it. That's how crazy those injuries are. But for linemen, that seems to be a problem. Because you anchor down, and it's right that tendon in the middle of your knee, and it just goes.
I think I got the answer. A couple hours ago, I said we should get a team that's willing to do no contact training camp and see how it goes. But I think this has got to be a league thing.
A test team?
You got to ban this at the league level. Banning contact practice.
Could we?
We might as well just make it flag football.
Could we?
This is just going to be. It's the PFL. It's the Pansy Football League, and Dawson is the commissioner.
That's right. So fitting.
We've done it.
Could we have an experimental team that does practice contact, but in the preseason you got to play. You got.
Play my third string.
Yeah.
Oh, look, here you go.
Yeah.
No starters are going to see the field. Take that, Joe Burrow is supposed to play tonight.
I think we can walk through. We can run plays at full speed with no defense and learn our coordination. You know, we can go through the steps and the positioning of where you want to get your leverage and your pads and all that at a very slow level, kind of like how the Japanese practice baseball. Have you seen this?
No.
Learned quite a bit about this when Yu Darvish came aboard to the Rangers, but they'll practice for like 9 hours, and a lot of it is in like slow motion, just paying attention to the precise movement and, you know, exact details of your deals. And obviously they aren't as good as Major League Baseball, so you could say, well, where'd that get them? Right?
Yeah. Where did that get him? How so?
But I think it's ripe for exploration. How much could these professional athletes that have been playing football a lot just benefit from no injury risk and then figure it out between, let's call it September 1 and October 1? And we're having 4 months. But the thing with idea number 2 is that the entire league is on an even playing surface. So if I would agree to this and you agree to this, there's no competitive advantage or disadvantage. We're just making sure our best players are available.
Yeah, right up until they inevitably you're still going to have injuries galore, right?
How? Well, once the season starts?
Yeah, once the season starts. I mean, it's still ultimately going to happen. Sure, you don't have, guys are going to be able to play week 1 in a way that they wouldn't have because you have guys falling down during training camp and preseason right now. But then after week 1, the injury lists are still going to be big.
They are going to be big, but we can eliminate the half dozen or maybe more preseason injuries that some of the top players in the league sustain.
What are you eyeballing over there, Broadus?
I tell you what, I think the White Sox just tied this game against the Mariners.
Against the M's, top of 7.
Yeah, we are at that point in the season. Ruben was talking about it earlier off the air.
He was paying attention, and now he's not paying attention. What's the score? Is it 2-all?
It's 2-all, yeah.
What inning are we in, by the
top
way?
of 7.
Top of the 7th.
Okay.
My vision
I thought this was a top of the 9th homer to tie it. I thought this was what that was. That's why I was eyeballing it.
Well, either way, we are in scoreboard watching season. That's where we're at.
The White Sox are trying to do us a favor here.
Yeah, let's go White Sox.
Southsiders. Yeah.
So you have the Chargers injury there with Rashawn Slater, but how about this as an update for Najee Harris, who of course had
he's got eye problems,
the
right?
firework to the eye incident, and we haven't been able to really see his eye. They've kept this under wraps quite a bit. Jim Harbaugh was asked.
He's going to wear a patch.
He says Najee Harris has developed, quote, a sophisticated system of echolocation.
Okay, he's seeing with his eyes.
Harbaugh he's ball sacking us.
That is
he's totally no
injury update.
No, I'm not. No.
He's just
Stop.
Hearing
Stop.
better.
Stop.
Echolocation, right? It's like you're just able to hear in a way that most people with all senses working can't.
All of my other senses are enhanced.
That's right.
I like it.
I'm saying Mark be on the Scantron for false. No way.
That's the purest sack of all time. Other than maybe the furry TCU thing. That was a total joke. Can't believe we even brought it up. If you're committed to the bid, you're indoors, you're outdoors, you're battling the elements, whatever it takes.
I've seen dudes that wear like the mascot outfit during a hot game afterwards. That's about a 10 to 12 pound loss.
If you were going to do the furry thing, what do you think? What would be your suit?
Tiger suit, bro.
Good call.
Big Mike the Tiger head.
Absolutely.
Sure.
You'd wear the hell.
Do you wear like the head part, or do you show your face?
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess it's kind of like however you want to play, but for the most part, they're fully into character. Yeah, you're wearing the headpiece and everything.
Do these people like bump into each other because you really can't see too well out of those?
They bump and grind into each other.
Okay, is this Chief? Is this something? Is this a sexual
thing?
Yeah.
And yes, I think like Dawson mentioned earlier.
So
I think
the squirrels are with the dogs and all that. What are we doing here?
It's equal opportunity, man. You could get a turtle and a squirrel in a bush. No problem.
Cross species, no issue here. Now, I did not get ball sacked on the Kraken mascot furry being chased by a grizzly bear in Alaska. Do you see this?
Oh, no.
They were doing like a funny photo shoot with like Seattle Kraken staffers and the mascot like fly fishing.
Yeah.
And here comes Grizzly Man. Yes. Real yes.
On all fours, crawling away for
Drop
his life.
the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like what was it? Like what's the monster? What's the thing called?
Loch Ness?
No, not the Loch Ness monster. The what's the Bigfoot? I was thinking of Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Sasquatch.
Why couldn't we have better photography of that?
Well, because it's
why
not
is that
real.
like 1967 and it's like grainy as hell? You know, and it's like walking
That sounds
along.
like AI brought us right there.
And it looks back. You see, it looks at the camera, but like the dude falls off a horseback because of it.
Yeah.
Come on, be better.
We should. That's a new homework assignment for Bobby. AI Broad is talking about Sasquatch. Just bitching to be bitching about Sasquatch.
How can we get a better picture of that?
I'm telling you, hey, look it up. Look up the video on YouTube. Looks very 1967. Like we're not doing very good on the. I'm telling you, some of these things. You know what they're saying about the Loch Ness monster?
What are they saying?
What are they saying?
The thing was like a whale that was upside down. Remember?
It was a whale schwanz.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that.
The dork?
Monday.
Yeah, that it might have been two whales mating, and that's how they got the shape of the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah, so he pokes up and goes belly up out of the water, and that's his unit.
Yeah.
Kind of going through the water there like a
like it's Nessie.
You're kidding me. No. That's what they're claiming now?
They're thinking.
One theory.
But once again, we had 1967 photography going on there.
Always. Yeah. All right, we did get Mike Vrabel jumping into a practice scrum, coming out with a bloodied cheek.
You get what you deserve. You really do.
Dude, he was loving that.
Oh, heck yeah.
He would probably wipe the blood off his cheek and then
the whole
lick
practice,
his fingers.
He was coaching the practice all bloodied face.
That's how you rally the troops, though. I'm telling you. My bold prediction
Not
about
really.
the Patriots
Not
winning the or not winning, but getting to the postseason.
They think their
They're
coach
going to
is
the postseason.
stupid. They think their coach is stupid for jumping in there.
That fires him up, dude.
Look at that
absolutely
grizzly
fires him
chasing
up.
that mascot out there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really
So he's knee deep in water.
Yeah.
He's fly fishing, and then here comes that thing moves so fast.
I don't know how these tourists get out there and think that. I want to be in a river with a bear.
Hey,
what are you thinking?
Credit to that mascot, though. I would have been running away screaming.
Yeah.
How about
This dude is just kind of owning the moment.
How about how quickly would you rip that head off?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not here to hurt you.
You're trying to escape with the Kraken head on? No.
Yeah.
So did the bear end up just kind of like playing cool?
I don't know how this story concluded. The video
mascot
cuts
was
off.
Preseason is about really like watching the rookies for the most part. A guy like Jalen Milroe playing quarterback for the Seahawks, that's going to be fun. So you will get some starters that are going to be playing.
Not surprising.
And now Dak was asked about it,
Crazy.
whether or not he's going to be playing.
He said no.
He said that he doesn't anticipate playing in Saturday's preseason game, but he says it's not his decision. He said he'd be more than happy to play if they want him to. Quote, I'm all for playing. So maybe we will end up getting Dak at some point.
Ravens
maybe some of these
home
starters.
next week?
Yeah, one of those home games. I mean, I guess week 2, like the next week's game would be the most obvious. So
Because
then
he's not going to play week 3.
Exactly. So I guess that would, if you're going to see him at all, that'll be when you do it.
4 weeks from tonight, right? We're playing football. 4 weeks from tonight. Cowboys, right?
4 weeks from tonight.
He can come in any time for Dak. If I'm putting him in there, it's for cadence, and I'm handing the ball off 3 times. He's coming to sit the rest of the game.
You don't want to see him spin it to Georgie?
As fun as it is, I mean, since he's returned from injury, twice jump throws have taken him out for a month. Once his shoulder, once his calf. You know, so it's got to be very simplified, highly controlled environment.
What are you shaking your fist for?
4 weeks from tonight, baby.
Yeah, 4 weeks from tonight. We're
4
doing
weeks
That's
from
right.
tonight.
Pre-game show.
September 4th.
I think
Lincoln
we'd be on the
Financial
pro-game
Field.
show on right now.
Yeah,
I say pro-game, pre-game show.
The
7 o'clock.
pre-game pro show.
Yeah.
Looking forward to
I
that.
heard we're doing a 24-hour pregame show this year, actually, to celebrate.
Hey, Broadus would probably be down for that. It wouldn't really be much different from his usual Mike time schedule. We did, by the way, get the return.
2 podcasts before I got here.
we thought for a second.
Got Love of the Star tomorrow, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I think we do. We thought the smelling salts were going to be gone forever.
It's banned.
But not anymore.
No, it was banned.
But now there's a loophole. And what we have found out from
if
the
you're
NFLPA,
in the league more than 3 years?
No.
Grandfathered in.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
It's a BYOSS situation. The team cannot provide it. Bring your own smelling salts. Let the boys sniff. George Kittle, fired up. A lot of other guys across the league fired up. I know I'm fired up. That's one of my favorite things when you're seeing the sideline stand pregame.
Yeah. I think maybe for pregame of the Philadelphia game in 4 weeks, we need to get you one of those.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
and then
Let's
you
hop
just
on your Amazon account and make that purchase.
Crack that thing, and you just all of a sudden, and you just open
I will smelling salt the hell out of that first pregame show. Not that I'm going to need it because I'm going to be jacked up anyways, the return of freaking football, but I will do it.
So the lawyer said we need to back off providing the smelling salts because players could use them to mask the symptoms of a concussion.
Correct.
Like, I'm not concussed, I'm good.
Yeah.
Right? It like supercharges your brain temporarily that you could pass a concussion protocol test.
Yeah, dude.
Bro.
Yeah, that's what the FDA is alleging. So,
Okay.
But yeah, it turns out it can't be team issued. BYOSS.
All right, we'll get to the top stories that have been breaking throughout your day, including a big win for Tech and what Micah Parsons was up to during today's Cowboys practice. Then we'll get the G-Bag of the day and LA Live all coming up next. We're live at Jake's in Saxe. Fan Phenom starts at 7 o'clock, and we're back at the Nation.
The only thing that gets me more jacked up than smelling.
Security.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time to hit the expressway where we go commercial-free to the top. It's brought to you by the on-time experts. And the top story of the day is Cowboys injuries with Jaden Blue and Jake Ferguson down. But also Micah Parsons not at practice as practice started. He and Jerry Jones were not there. Led to a brief round of speculation that maybe they were negotiating a contract for the third time. But that was not to be as Jerry eventually made his way out there. An insider report from Jane Slater, Todd Archer, kind of shot down that idea. But Micah did not show up, and we're wondering now, is this an escalation in his trade request? It would certainly seem so, wouldn't it?
I just wonder, if if we got the report that he's packed up and went home, I honestly think that's the best thing for him. I'm just looking at his side of things. Him being at camp continues to, now maybe it's like, well, he wants to be there because he wants to get things done. He's showing that the leadership and all that stuff that Jerry Jones was talking about. But I feel like that the Cowboys are just going to wait him out. They're going to say, and they're going to say that, hey, you're not going to miss game checks, and we'll be okay. We're just going to, I say we're going to be okay, but they're okay with that. I think if Micah were to go and then just stay away and just continue to get fined, then that would show you his resolve, that he's willing to be away from everybody, and everything that we talked about is no longer on the table. But as long as he stays at camp, the Joneses have to believe he's not going to miss game checks.
Yeah, I think that is ultimately going to be his best leverage if he's willing to do that. But I know Florio on with Sean and RJ this morning was talking about just the idea of him continuing to just use the back as a reason why he can't play.
Sure.
And he continues to collect the game checks without playing.
Yeah.
Did today cost him $50,000 though? Don't you actually have to be out there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's there. I haven't seen anything alleging that that's on the table. I guess it could be if they want to be super serious and stringent about it. I guess the team may have that as an option.
Yeah, maybe it was some kind of an excuse deal, or maybe he was getting work in another way. But
maybe in the weight room or something. Yeah,
I don't know.
I figured that's why he was out there, because he's saying the back hurts. I'm doing everything I can. I'm out here at practice trying to communicate and talk with the guys. And for all intents and purposes, like Aaron White, Cotton, Matt Eberflus, they've all said he's doing a heck of a job in film and being a leader and everything. So then to take away your presence from that, knowing how important full attendance is, I interpret that as an escalation until further notice. Jaden Blue, Jake Ferguson, Brian, is there any reason to be concerned with either of these injuries?
No, Ferguson sounds like the one that we need to wait on. That's an X-ray. And so, we'll see how that plays out. And then with Blue, it was an ankle, but there was nothing worried about that. There was no worries about that ankle.
We do have now a fourth holdout to add to the mix at training camp. You had Cook in Buffalo. You have McLaurin in Washington, Micah Parsons here. But Steelers four-time All-Pro defensive tackle Cam Hayward seeking a raise in a defensive market that has experienced a reset this offseason. Has not been participating in practice yet this summer fully as he waits a restructured contract that has not gotten done. Hayward did not dress for Thursday's practice and declined interview requests through a team representative. He has 2 years, 14 this year and 13 and a half next year, Brian.
Yeah, I did get a report that Micah was in the training room getting treatment on his back during practice.
Okay, well, best of luck to him then. I guess that's the development I needed. Texas Tech's offseason talent gathering spree continuing as their high school recruiting trail Thursday got a commit from a five-star outside linebacker, LaDamian Guyton. He's ESPN's number 5 overall prospect in their class, 6'3", 220 from Savannah, Georgia, number 2 defender in the ESPN Junior 300. Picked the Red Raiders over Bama, Florida State, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee. They do a very good job of making you feel like you're one of their players already when you're in the building. It's a feeling that draws you in. Is that the Joey McGuire effect, you think?
Joey's great at this, but they also have a collective that's really, really good too. They're doing a good job. They are taking They've got an alum that is very willing to spend what's needed to make the program. Joey's a great recruiter. He can make you feel welcome. The parents love him. Everything about Joey's great. I think dollars talk on these things right here. Tech is doing a great job using their money and using their coach to be able to get some of the best players in the country.
When it comes to programs inside the state, and I guess you can, let's just do inside the state.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Baylor, we've seen TCU, we saw SMU get close. A&M, I think, has a lot of potential every year, but somehow they always disappoint. But anyway, my question is, the Longhorns have the best chance of winning a championship from the state of Texas, right? How would you rank like the next three schools, Brian?
It's a good question. Because I feel like that Texas A&M, but man, it's, that's, people can say, Broadishy, that's your background. I think Texas A&M would have the next most resources to be able, because I think this is really about how we've had this discussion about if your talent is better than everybody else's talent, there's a good chance you're going to win these things.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like, though, that, man, if Texas Tech, if Joey McGuire and his staff and his operations staff can continue to evaluate, and all of a sudden they're hitting on all these. They're starting to get a couple of 5-star recruits showing up in Lubbock because the thing is now, if you're getting these 5 stars, can you evaluate the 4 stars and the 3 stars? It's not all about can you hit? I would say that maybe that Joey McGuire and them are some of the best evaluators. I would say the guy at SMU is a damn good evaluator.
Yeah.
So it's going to be about how you spend your collective. But are you evaluating like those guys that aren't $1 million players? And I think that Texas Tech, SMU have put themselves in that category with A&M and Texas because I think A&M and some of the evaluations have not been on par.
Yeah.
It seems like that Texas Tech, SMU have done better with less, and now Texas Tech and SMU have more at their disposal. And those evaluations, Gary Patterson used to do it at TCU. He used to be able to handle that pretty well.
All right, we are live in Saxe at Jake's here off of Highway 78. And if you are a $1 million broadcast player, then you should get up here. We want to see a fan phenom. Starts at about 90 minutes. It's time to go back into the pimp. Has the G-Bag today.
Mic check 1. Does my mic sound nice?
Yes, sir.
Hot. All right, good. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is Lucius Alexander, L.A. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius, Plucious. If you see any hot audio, we should be playing right here. Any audio. Day number 3 for this champion audio. It's going for 4 today. It's from the RJ and Choppy Show. Host Sean Sharif. He jumped the gun right here on Tolo Ernesto. Made a fool of himself.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, I wish you'd do this. Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
What?
He said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the telephone.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
I'm talking about the listeners, dude. I'm not talking about you guys.
Put him down.
Way to go. That's Jerry cutting Todd off. John, no, Todd, you're not going to ask your question.
Ernesto,
you stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the day, week, month, and I apologize.
That's craziness. That's craziness. What? He said he wasn't talking about you.
Bobby said it so softly, too.
Sean is wild, bro.
Yeah.
He's a wild dude.
You're going to have to pay more attention than Sean if you're going to win Fan Phenom tonight.
All right, let's see. Let's get these out the way so we can get to it. This has been sitting in the folder for a second. I was hoping Zach Wolchuk would be here because he can probably explain this guy a little bit better. But UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell. Listen to his little interaction he had with a Russian reporter.
Брайс, приветствую. Саид Нурмагомедов, твой первый соперник с Дагестана. Что ты знаешь про дагестанскую школу ММА? И есть ли у тебя понимание, как ей противостоять?
Shukran, Habibi. Alhamdulillah. Salam alaikum, Abu Dhabi.
He spoke Russian, by the way.
Al-Fawz inshallah. Al-Fawz inshallah. Al-Fawz inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you. I'm from Russia.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were speaking Arabic.
No, the question was...
I thought you were speaking Arabic.
Bilingual.
I don't know much about this guy, but I see his fighting name is Thug Nasty.
Thug Nasty.
But he knows Arabic?
Bryce Mitchell, a.k.a. Thug Nasty.
Yeah, he dropped it out. Alhamdulillah. He dropped it out there.
He did.
Like a salam, my brother. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, Eric, you sent me this one. Yeah, I'm Russian, man. They tried to tell him in the middle of it, but he just kept on going. He was in his bag, you know?
Alhamdulillah. Salam alaikum, Abu Dhabi.
He spoke Russian, by the way.
Al-Fawz inshallah.
He spoke Russian.
That is good. That's the Bobby Belt.
They did the Bobby Belt.
They did the Bobby Belt of PR.
Eric, you sent me this one. I think it's awesome. Let's go to the indoor football. I think it's the playoffs right here. Arizona Rattlers.
Rattlers been around a long time.
Rattlers. Head coach Kevin Guy. He says, it was the refs. It was because of the refs.
I mean, our operations was bullshit. I mean, clock guy, the replay guy, they're fired. They won't work with me again. I tell you that right now. I got to have that information so we can make a decision. The flag was thrown, okay, for a false start, and then they went and reviewed it and picked it up, okay. I mean, it was just the whole thing was a cluster. Okay, and it just seems like we always get screwed at home at the end. All right, don't really give a shit if the league finds me or not. Don't care. I'm so tired of the referees being a part of the game. I'm so freaking tired. He threw a flag for false start, then they go over there and pick it up. Okay, so at the end of the day, the clock. We thought the clock ran out. I'll go watch the game, see the film, whatever. But I am so tired of these kind of games at our place. Okay, we'll get into the meetings in the off season, and we need to put the whole referee system under review. Okay, I can tell you those guys, they won't be welcome back here reffing here again. I can tell you that. I don't give a damn. We'll fly guys 5 guys in from the East Coast every game. I don't care. That's them reffing in I am so tired of that crew, those same guys involved in it every freaking year.
Yeah, at least you said a freak.
The whole system is under review.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's my man cussed 3 times and said freaking.
Yeah, exactly. Lucius was working hard to bleep him out, and then the last one, he's like, I guess I don't have to do it this time. It's interesting, though, he was kind of complaining about the home, the clock. I thought he was going to get into, our guys don't know when to stop the clock. We needed the time. What are we doing, Sometimes I've seen coaches complain what are we doing? Sometimes you got to let the clock run out on the opponent or you stop it for your team.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen coaches complain that our staff does a poor job of that.
And then that's how he started it off.
Yeah.
He was ticked off at them. Those guys are fired. Those guys found out right there at the podium that they just lost their job. That was great. Called it a cluster bleep and everything.
That was great. That's beautiful. Broadus, I've been skimming through yesterday's show because you had a joke. Oh my God. Oh.
Lucius, I can't remember my joke.
Nah, I can't. I'll find it tomorrow. I don't even want to tease it too much because if I don't find it, people be mad at me. But check this out right here. Listen to this little read. This is not one, but just listen.
This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Donate the kids, not the cars.
How do you feel?
Yes.
Golly, man.
I like how you slowed it down too. Like,
Donate to kids, not the car.
That's right. Real smooth.
And you too have an opportunity to be a fan phenom tonight.
Hey, Lucius,
Yeah.
were you talking about the time I called Blake an idiot for raking off the icing?
No,
off the top of the cake?
no. You said something about a girlfriend situation. That's how she knows you're an idiot or something like that.
It was the cake.
Okay.
It was a cake.
All right, I gotta
Like, hey,
find
you
time.
go on a date. You go on a date and you get to dessert and you order dessert, but you don't order cake. And he says, "Well, I don't order cake." I said, "Well, you're trying to show her then you're an idiot." Yeah, that was part of
God, I got to find out where that was. It's probably the 6 o'clock hour.
It wasn't the 6 o'clock hour.
Okay. All right.
It was.
All right.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. We have a preacher right here to stop prayer service because people were praying louder than he was. So he decided to chastise them. At first, in this audio, it's going to be real, real loud, but you'll hear it in a second.
Thank you. We 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 thank you. Why are you louder than me? Why are you louder than me? It's out of order. It's out of order. I was putting up with it for a little while, but it's out of order. If I'm the one praying, nobody should be praying or be speaking in tongues over me. That's called order. And we should know better than that.
Just chastise the church for praying louder than him.
Can't have that.
Apparently.
He's the star of the show.
Apparently, man. All right, that's it, buddy.
I would enjoy the participation myself, knowing the congregation is feeling it a little bit. But, it can't be louder than me, Okay, is it the champion Sean jumping the gun on Ernesto? Is it the MMA press conference speaking Russian, Arabic, going back and forth? Coach ranting about the refs. Blake Elliott, donate the kids, not the car. Preacher stopping service due to loud players. I'm gonna go with Blake myself. Chief, how about you?
I'm going with Blake as well, man.
Lucius?
Shonda
Man, I'm sorry, Dawson,
Champ.
to do this to you. I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna have to make it a tie.
Okay, we're tied at 2.
I want it, between Blake and Sean here. I want the Tolos to vote for this one.
Is it Sean clearly not listening on the morning show, or is it Blake Elliott with that hilarious read yesterday? Thanks to him, by the way, for filling in. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup. I'm going to create an Insta poll at GBag Nation. Jump on there. Follow us all. Our handles are in the bio, and we'll announce the winner here towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of LA Live, here's Lucius.
Shout out to Fred. He's going to be out there, right? Fred's going to be out there?
Allegedly, yeah. I think his son's going to be trying to phenom tonight.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Because I thought the man came out.
Gert Spittle's going to be here, so that's cool.
I'm coming out.
And, we're talking.
Bringing the boy.
I'm coming out and bringing the boy. So it's like we get to meet this guy.
It's like a ventriloquist. Little dummy that sits on his knee.
All right, let's get into a ladies' night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you square.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Yeah.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get
Ladies!
Girls get drunk, man, and they don't even know what they're talking about. They think they do. Hey, guess what? You didn't even know what it is it? Excuse me, where you going? You don't know what it is it? Excuse me, you didn't saying it? What it is it that we're saying? And we're dancing and all them booting in the back of Obama? Is that what it is? Yeah? Nothing matters to a drunk girl at all. Nothing. You'd be like, yo, there's a crocodile right next to you. Excuse me, I have a question for you. Is it your crocodile?
This is LA Live. Live for Thursday, August 7th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in Lady Tolos. Oh my God.
So all of my ladies.
This 15 minutes tonight is for you, ladies. This is all I got. Good 15 minutes for you.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's shine time. Talking about ladies all night tonight.
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
We sure are. We sure are. And I appreciate you, ladies. I appreciate every last one of you. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Now check this out, fellas. According to world-renowned relationship expert Dr. John Gottman and Psychology Today, women's need 47 minutes of undivided attention a day from their partner to feel happy and fulfilled in their relationship. 47 minutes of undivided attention. This isn't just about being in the same room or watching TV together. It's about listening and spending time and sharing your emotions. Yeah. For 47 straight minutes. I think the only person on this show that can possibly do that is Eric.
Wow. You know what? I'm glad you said that, and I appreciate that. I've had to adjust some things about the way I get home from work, because generally it's like, boom, Rangers game's on, obviously. So we're going to go ahead and flip that thing on, and then we'll be together, but the Rangers game is on, so we're kind of just doing our thing with the game on. She's not really here for that.
Really?
And I got the slap on the wrist about 1,000 times through the first couple of years of marriage.
Yeah.
And now I've finally settled into some level of like, okay, I understand the situation.
I totally judged you wrong, bro. I judged you wrong. I thought you was a rom-com kind of guy.
I am a rom-com guy.
So, you're in touch with those emotions. I kind of figured that you would lay on your belly on the bed with the girl with your feet kicking up in the air, talking about your day.
I do now.
With his outside clothes on.
Yeah, with his outside clothes on in the bed.
Yeah. She's twisted my arm enough to now that is part of the nightly routine.
Did the other side of that study say the average man needs about 47 seconds quality time?
That's all we need, bro. Hey, how you doing? Fine. All right. That's it.
Two simple letters, man. Two simple letters. That's
what's
all
for
we
dinner?
need.
Yeah. Research shows that women feel seen, heard, and their sense of fulfillment in the relationship increases significantly if you give them 47 minutes of undivided attention a day. Boy, that sounds like stress. But, do it. Try to figure out how to do that.
Well, if you don't, work husband will. Work husband's there for 8 hours a day, and he literally has nothing better to do.
Yeah. It's the highlight of his day.
I'm so glad you said that there, Mr. Dawson.
Some of these guys run companies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel so seen and heard now. Yeah, because that dude has nothing to do. He's not working, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to kill time talking with this gal. She loves it. Boom. It's over now.
I'm so glad you said that. Listen to this little quick song done by Ricky Smiley. Well, it's not by Ricky Smiley, but it's at a Ricky Smiley event, karaoke. This guy did a remix of SWV's Week, like a men's version. Woo.
Play with it. Yeah. I got to hear this. Wait a minute. I don't know what it is that she's done to me.
Good singer.
Yeah.
But lil' mama done got me hooked in a crazy way.
Sing it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that she do, when she do what she do to me, I get a hold of that ass and I don't come to play.
Yeah.
Bet y'all probably think I'm out my mind, but y'all should see her ass from behind. Say what you want, I'm not a fool, but my that ass is huge. She's just a freak for the week that I be to sleep. She buys me new clothes, matter of fact, even cooks for me. Scissor steak, mashed potatoes, food gravy, clean in my plate. Don't you think I forgot the meat I provide? She swallowed my pride. Her love is so sweet. Not to mention she loves to rub me.
Yeah.
Plenty ways I done gave that girl the D.
LA Live, 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that was fantastic, bro. I love it. I got to say it for sure. Ladies' night. Going back off of what you said there, Mr. General Dawson.
Yes, sir.
A study by OnePoll.com found that 50% of women in relationships have a backup partner, fam.
Sure they do.
Yeah. 50%.
Yeah, they do.
According
Someone
to this
that does
poll.
all the talking.
Yeah. Yeah. Call a Plan B option.
Listen, we all want to talk that much until we've, had relations. That's what it comes down to. So what she should know is that the same thing's going to happen with backup dude. Same thing.
Yes.
Has to accept men for who we are. But I tell you what, I was thinking about this actually on the way over here.